Chapter 1. Enrolling in the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Peach Blossom Island. In the heart of the island lies a vast expanse of grassland, where a gentle breeze caresses the blades of grass. Amidst this serene setting stands a young man, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, with his arms crossed before him and his legs slightly bent, as immovable as a rock. Suddenly, his ebony eyes slowly open, reflecting a tranquility akin to still waters. Taking a deep breath, he begins to move his hands in circular motions, his body swaying in harmony with the rhythm. The surrounding air currents and the leaves seem to be drawn by an unseen force, swirling and converging between his hands, culminating in a small, whirling ball of energy. Whoosh! Bang! With a sudden thrust of his hands, the energy sphere shoots forward, crashing violently against a nearby boulder. With a resounding explosion, the stone shatters into countless fragments, reduced to dust. It has been 5 years since I arrived in this world, and I have mastered the 8 Extremities fist to the level of hidden strength. I wonder if my power is sufficient to compete with the likes of Sun Wukong. He muses, a flicker of anticipation dancing in his eyes. Originally an ordinary young man from Earth, Wu Mu found himself transported to this unfamiliar realm after awakening from slumber. Fortuitously, he discovered a nearby village where the locals informed him that he was on Peach Blossom Island, within the world of Dragon Ball. That year marked the commencement of the 20th Martial Arts Tournament, an event that the villagers were all eager to attend. With nowhere else to go, Wu Mu constructed a modest dwelling on a nearby hill. In this world of Dragon Ball, even ordinary individuals could lead fulfilling lives, for even if faced with formidable foes, Sun Wukong and his companions would use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the fallen. In his previous life, Wu Mu had practiced martial arts, specializing in the 8 Extremities fist, yet he had never achieved notable success. Upon arriving in this new world, he discovered his ability to cultivate energy, igniting his desire to transcend mediocrity. Even if he could not reach the heights of a Super Saiyan, he was determined to refine the 8 Extremities fist to its utmost potential. With merely a month remaining until the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, Wu Mu resolved to journey on foot to South Island, as Peach Blossom Island was not far from there. "Uncle Marlowe, will you be attending the martial arts tournament this year?" Wu Mu inquired while preparing his belongings. Uncle Marlowe was a villager who had welcomed Wu Mu upon his arrival, providing care and guidance over the past 5 years. Scratching the back of his head, Uncle Marlowe chuckled, Wu Mu, haha, I won't be going this year. The tournament lacks formidable competitors and has become rather dull." Wu Mu smiled slyly, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Haha, your words only heighten my curiosity. Perhaps my participation will bring some excitement to this year's tournament. Uncle Marlowe's eyes sparkled with intrigue at Wu Mu's proposal. "Oh, you intend to enter the martial arts tournament?" Wu Mu nodded resolutely. "Yes, Uncle Marlowe. I have practiced the 8 Extremities fist for 5 years. Although I am uncertain of my capabilities, I wish to test the limits of my potential." Uncle Marlowe patted Wu Mu on the shoulder, his face beaming with anticipation. "Good lad, you have ambition. Be sure to prepare while the opponents in the tournament are no ordinary challengers. However, I firmly believe in you. You will undoubtedly astonish everyone." Ebony nodded, his heart brimming with determination. He understood that while he might never ascend to the heights of a super warrior like Sun Wukong, he could, through his diligent efforts, etch his own mark upon this world. In the days that followed, Ebony intensified his training in the 8 Extremes fist, while also endeavoring to master the fundamental skills of this realm, such as the Chi Wave. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and soon the day of the martial arts tournament arrived. Dressed in a simple martial arts uniform and carrying a small backpack, Ebony set forth on his journey to the tournament. On the southern island, at the venue of the prestigious martial arts tournament. Is there truly no one else wishing to register? The deadline is noon today. A staff member shouted loudly at the entrance, holding a megaphone. "Ebony, hurry and register. We will wait for you here." Uncle Marlowe patted Ebony's shoulder, offering him an encouraging smile. "All right, Uncle Marlowe." Ebony nodded and walked towards the registration desk. He stood in line, and soon it was his turn. "Name? Ebony. All right, next." Having completed his registration, Ebony turned to reunite with Uncle Marlowe. At that moment, a car slowly came to a stop outside the venue, and 3 individuals emerged. "Wow, I never expected there would be so many people in the world." Wukong, what's wrong?" Krillin looked at Sun Wukong with a puzzled expression. "Aha, it's nothing, it's just that person gives off such a strong aura." Sun Wukong's furrowed brow relaxed, revealing an excited smile. "How impressive. The world's foremost martial arts tournament." Ebony sensed someone watching him, turned, and saw a man with a crab-like head and a bald individual. He immediately recognized them as Sun Wukong and Krillin, and his heart skipped a beat. But he quickly regained his composure, smiled at them, and continued towards Uncle Marlowe. Seeing Ebony's smile, Sun Wukong nodded in return and approached the registration desk. Hey, what a peculiar person. Krillin squinted his eyes, scratching the back of his head, and followed Sun Wukong, feeling perplexed. Hey, wait for me, Wukong. Master Roshi stood nearby, his glasses gleaming with insight. What an extraordinary young man, he murmured to himself as he also made his way to the registration desk. With Ebony's arrival, the proceedings of the tournament began to shift. What would the outcome be? At the registration desk, we would like to register. May I have your names, please? It is not me who is participating, it is those two. Master Roshi pointed towards Sun Wukong and Krillin. Are these two children really going to participate? The staff member looked at Sun Wukong and Krillin in surprise, but swiftly recorded their names. Hey, Wukong. After completing the registration, Sun Wukong heard someone calling him and looked around, yet he did not recognize any familiar faces. He turned to Krillin and asked, Was it you calling me? Krillin awkwardly chuckled and shook his head at that moment. An individual approached them. Hey, Goku, it has been an age. Who are you? Sun Wukong blinked his large eyes, his small head filled with perplexity. Wolfong Fist. The person struck a pose. Yamcha. Sun Wukong exclaimed in delight. You finally recognized me. Wow, it's been so long. How did you change so much? I hardly recognize your hairstyle. Well, someone mentioned that having long hair in the city is quite outdated. Yamcha chuckled bashfully, recalling his recent encounter with Bulma and the others, while scratching the back of his head. Krillin, observing the scene, tugged at Sun Wukong's sleeve. Hey, who is he? He's my friend, Yamcha, Sun Wukong introduced. This fellow trained alongside me with the old master, Krillin. The two exchanged greetings, just as Master Roshi approached, accompanied by Bulma and the others. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, Goku! Bulma! Oolong! Puar! Sun Wukong happily ran towards them upon seeing their faces. Oolong opened his arms, joyfully jumping hand in hand with Sun Wukong. Goku, it's been ages. He laughed heartily. Indeed. How has everyone been? Sun Wukong inquired with excitement. Chapter 2. The Joy of Reunion. The preliminary rounds begin. The reunion with old friends filled Sun Wukong, Bulma, and the others with immense joy. Goku, how did you end up participating in this martial arts tournament? Bulma, holding an ice cream cone, asked with sparkling eyes of surprise. Just then, Master Roshi unexpectedly appeared close to Bulma. Hello there. Master Roshi. Bulma startled, recoiling as her ice cream nearly slipped from her grasp. She steadied herself, then frowned and asked, Where exactly are you living now? I visited that small island to find Goku, only to discover it was completely deserted. Master Roshi, donning sunglasses and a black suit, clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled mischievously. That place was a bit too small for Goku and the others to train, so we've relocated. Suddenly, he raised both hands, blushing and grinning foolishly. Well, it's been such a long time, would you care to play a game with me again? Don't you remember? Just like before. Touching. Bulma's expression turned a deep shade of anger as she could no longer contain herself and swung a large hammer, sending Master Roshi flying. Fool! Witnessing the scene, Oolong shook his head helplessly and remarked, Master Roshi hasn't changed a bit. However, just the thought of Goku competing makes it difficult for me to feel happy, Yamcha remarked, humorously self-deprecating, a hint of resignation in his tone. Starting tomorrow, we will be adversaries in the arena. Tomorrow? Aren't the matches today? Bulma facepalmed in disbelief. What are you talking about? Today is merely for assigning dormitories. The competition begins tomorrow morning. What a disappointment. Wukong lamented, his head hung low, a flicker of regret in his eyes. With no competition to partake in, Wukong and Krillin settled into the accommodations provided by the martial arts tournament after their discussion. The others gradually dispersed, each preparing for the upcoming contest. Inside the dormitory, after tidying up and refreshing themselves, Wukong and Krillin reveled in the joy of reunion and the anticipation of the impending match, as time seemed to slip away unnoticed, leading them to sleep early. On the other hand, Wumu found himself alone in his bed, with Uncle Marlowe's family residing next door. Lying there, his mind buzzed with analyses of the competitors for the next day. If all goes as expected, as in the original story, there are only 4 individuals of concern, he mused, his brows furrowed. Due to the tournament format, I might only encounter 2 of them. However, to claim the championship, I must inevitably face either Sun Wukong or Chunlong, the name under which Master Roshi operates. As he pondered, Wuma's eyelids grew heavy, and he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. The next day, The grand curtain of the World Martial Arts Tournament was finally drawn. I never anticipated such a massive crowd, Bulma exclaimed, standing at the entrance of the tournament, astonished by the throng of people. Are there many competitors inside? Sun Wukong inquired excitedly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Krillin frowned, uncertain, and replied, I imagine there will be quite a few. All right, let's head to the preliminary venue. Master Roshi urged the group. Do not get lost. All contestants must pass the preliminaries. Please proceed to the competition hall. A voice boomed from the center of the tournament's plaza, amplified through a loudspeaker, resonating throughout the area. Upon hearing this, all participants made their way towards the competition hall. To the entrance of the hall, Master Roshi paused and turned to Sun Wukong and Krillin. I can only accompany you this far. The rest is up to your own efforts, he said earnestly. Understood. Both Sun Wukong and Krillin responded in unison. I almost forgot your current attire is unsuitable for combat. Here, take these. Master Roshi suddenly recalled something, turning to open his suitcase and retrieving 2 sets of martial arts uniforms. The uniforms were predominantly red, featuring a circular emblem on the left chest, inscribed with the character for turtle, symbolizing the turtle school. Sun Wukong and Krillin donned the uniforms on the spot. Admiring his new outfit, Sun Wukong exclaimed, Wow, this looks amazing. Krillin, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced from side to side, questioning, isn't this a bit flashy? As everyone beheld the two in their new garb, Oolong couldn't help but praise, Wukong, it suits you perfectly. Master Roshi approached the duo, imparting serious words of encouragement. The 8 individuals who advance from the preliminaries will duel before the audience. I shall be watching from the stands, and I hope to see you both in action. That is all I wish to convey. Understood, they replied, and we will do our utmost. Bulma encouraged Yamcha. Ensure you win, Yamcha. Indeed, I have trained extensively for this day and will not concede easily. With that, they proceeded to compete, leaving the others to await in the audience. Meanwhile, Uncle Marlo's family was fervently cheering for Yuwood. Yuwood, you must give it your all. Uncle Marlo patted Yuwood on the shoulder, his tone brimming with encouragement. Go, Yuwood, brother. Aaliyah waved her little hand, shouting excitedly. She was Uncle Marlo's daughter, having inherited her mother Mariah's crimson hair, exuding a lively charm. When Yuwood first arrived in this world, she was scarcely a newborn now. Having grown, she often sought him out to play. Maria, with a gentle smile, silently cheered for Yuwood, embodying warmth and support. Uncle Marlo's family was truly wonderful, possessing their own farmland, ensuring they were never in want. Throughout the 5 years Yuwood had spent in this world, they had consistently aided him in various aspects of life, and he felt a deep gratitude for their unwavering support. Aunt Maria was a virtuous and gentle woman, her presence a ray of sunshine within the household. Each day, she diligently managed the household affairs, sparing Uncle Marlo from mundane worries. Uncle Marlo, in turn, took care of external matters, and together they formed a perfect complement to one another. This harmonious coexistence filled their lives with warmth and tranquility. In the realm of Dragon Ball, beyond the couple of Goku and Shishi, most pairs encountered were notably harmonious. All right, I will get my all. Within the tournament hall, the clamor of voices filled the space as competitors eagerly prepared, creating a tense and spirited atmosphere. Upon entering, Yuwood spotted Goku and the others, feeling a stir of excitement at the prospect of meeting the protagonists. Goku and Krillin navigated through the bustling crowd, surrounded by a diverse array of competitors, some warmed up while others engaged in friendly sparring, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Goku looked around, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and excitement. Are all these people competitors? Krillin appeared somewhat anxious, his brow furrowed, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. I am beginning to lose my confidence, he muttered under his breath, a hint of worry in his gaze. Hello. Yuwood approached them, greeting them warmly. Ah, you are the person from yesterday, Goku exclaimed, pointing at Yuwood in astonishment. Krillin, feeling a bit embarrassed, pulled him back and then addressed Yuwood. Hello, I am Krillin. Only then did Goku realize, bringing his hands together, he bowed slightly to Yuwood. Greetings. I'm Goku. What is your name? I am Yuwood. Yuwood, what a peculiar name, Goku murmured, appearing somewhat puzzled. Hey, Goku. Krillin, concerned that Goku might offend Yuwood, called out. Yuwood was unperturbed, smiling as he replied. It matters not, for a name is merely a moniker, a means for remembrance, whether it is peculiar or not is subjective. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the hall. The preliminary round of the world's premier martial arts tournament commences now. Bang! With the resounding strike of a gong, the entire competition hall erupted in fervor. The world's premier martial arts tournament has finally begun. Sun Wukong, we are not on the same track. I shall see you in the quarterfinals. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with anticipation. And you, Krillin, give it your all. After bidding them farewell, Yuwood approached his designated arena, while the two others found their own platforms, gazing at the ongoing contests above, awaiting the outcomes. Chapter 3. Conclusion of the Preliminary Rounds. The preliminary rounds of the world's premier martial arts tournament were in full swing, featuring a staggering 138 participants. The arena was divided into 4 sections, each designated to select 2 competitors who would advance to the quarterfinals. Ebony was assigned to Zone A, Sun Wukong to Zone B, Klin to Zone C, while Yamcha and Shenlong found themselves in Zone D. A platform could select 2 contenders, provided that Yamcha did not collide with Shenlong, thus ensuring no complications. The 12th round concluded victoriously. Now, participants 13 and 14 are invited to the stage for their contest. The referee's voice resonated through the loudspeaker, and Ebony recognized that his turn had arrived. Taking a deep breath, he slightly warmed up before striding towards the arena. His opponent made an ostentatious entrance, performing a somersault onto the stage. Clad in a tight-fitting outfit and sporting a wild hairstyle. Upon his arrival, he boisterously exclaimed, exuding an air of arrogance. "Haha. My opponent is merely a delicate little boy like you. Hurry and step down, or I'll send you home to weep in your mother's arms." How fortunate for contestant 13 to face such a juvenile adversary. Undeterred by the taunts, Ebony remained expressionless, knowing that it would take but a moment to silence him. Thus he refrained from wasting words. Whoosh! Bang! In an instant, a tremendous sound erupted as contestant 13, caught off guard, was sent soaring out of the arena by a single punch from Ebony, crashing heavily onto the ground. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, the spectators left astonished, having failed to comprehend Ebony's swift action. Turning away from the platform, Ebony calmly addressed the referee. It is time to announce the results. The referee, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained composure. Oh, 14th contestant prevails. The next pair of competitors, please step forward. Confusion spread among the audience, many wearing bewildered expressions, questioning how the match had concluded so swiftly. Ebony descended from the stage and found a quiet corner to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes to restore his energy. Such opponents posed no challenge to him, remaining at a level akin to that of an ordinary person. Unlike Sun Wukong, who might engage in a gradual exploration of their capabilities, Ebony sought to identify the top 8 contenders and gauge his own strength. At present, there was no subsequent combat power system. The assessment of strength relied solely on instinct. Within Ebony's mind, he possessed a clear understanding of his own prowess. His mastery of national martial arts harmonizes with the energy of this world. Energy serves as the foundation, while the mastery enhances the total volume of energy. Each breakthrough in mastery results in a multiplicative increase in strength. The realms of national martial arts include bright strength, dark strength, transformative strength, Dan strength, outer gang strength, inner gang strength, and the ability to shatter the void and perceive the divine. A breakthrough from dark strength doubles one's power. Each subsequent breakthrough further amplifies strength exponentially. Transformative strength yields a 4-fold increase, Dan strength, an 8-fold increase, outer gang, a 16-fold increase, inner gang, a 32-fold increase, void breaking, a 64-fold increase, and divine perception, a 128-fold increase. If we consider that the combat power during the initial phase of bright strength is approximately 60, then upon breaking through to dark strength, Wumu's combat power reaches around 120 to 130. Of course, this is merely an estimate. The actual combat prowess would need to be assessed through a trial against Sun Wukong and others. At this juncture, Sun Wukong's combat power has been speculated upon during previous discussions, landing around 137, while Sun Wukong himself is estimated at about 120. Wumu possesses no external aids and relies solely on his martial arts to keep pace with Sun Wukong in the early stages. However, once the battle on planet Namek commences and Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan, the gap will significantly widen. A breakthrough in martial arts will double his combat power. And as long as he diligently cultivates his foundational strength, the exponential growth should remain on course. Alas, contemplating this, Wumu felt a profound sense of frustration. Unlike other predecessors who traversed into this realm with the aid of systems, achieving remarkable feats in a mere 2.5 years, he must adhere to a more rigorous training regimen. Currently, there are no expedient methods to enhance strength. save for awaiting the emergence of the spirit tree's fruits and the potential activation by the Elder of planet Namek. As for whether the Elder would assist Wumu in this activation, he harbored no concerns. Maintaining a good rapport with Sun Wukong now would pave the way for future adventures together on planet Namek. Keep it up, Krillin. This familiar voice abruptly interrupted Wumu's thoughts. He turned towards the sound and beheld Sun Wukong, his hands cupped like a trumpet, standing beneath the C-Zone arena, vociferously cheering for Klin. Upon the stage, Klin stood in a tense standoff with his opponent, a fellow disciple from his temple, who had previously tormented him relentlessly. Confronted by this adversary, a specter of countless nightmares, Klin felt a surge of fear and trepidation grip his heart. Those fellows are not formidable at all. Klin, dispatch him with a single punch. Upon hearing these words, Klin's body involuntarily trembled and his legs began to quiver. He was aware that Sun Wukong was cheering for him. Yet the fear within him lingered stubbornly. His senior brother, observing Krillin's reaction, wore a mocking smile, cackling. Aren't you going to flee as you did before? Your newfound courage is indeed commendable. Ha ha ha, I shall not hold back. With that, he assumed a fighting stance and charged at Krillin, throwing a punch. Instinctively, Krillin leaped into the air as he saw the fist approaching. To his astonishment, he realized he could evade his senior brother's attack. A testament to the training he had undergone with Master Roshi. As he landed, he utilized the ground's rebound to propel himself towards his opponent, delivering a kick to his chest. In an instant, his senior brother was sent flying off the stage, while the other bullies from the temple looked on in terror. 93 wins. The referee exclaimed in disbelief. Krillin hopped off the stage, where and Sun Wukong immediately rushed to greet him. See, I told you we were getting stronger from Grandpa's training without even realizing it. Sun Wukong flexed his muscles, beaming with pride. Noticing this, smiled and said, Congratulations, Krillin. You've shattered your nightmare. Krillin stared at his hands, responding with a thank you, yet still unable to fully grasp the reality of his achievement. Chuckled and turned to Sun Wukong, saying, Wukong, it's almost time for my match. I'll head over now. Good luck to you both. Without waiting for a reply, made his way to the A section of the arena. The preliminary matches continued one after another, with advancing through each round with triumph. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others also overcame their challengers, securing their places in the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament. The 8 qualifiers were Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Shenlong, Mr. Nam, the troubled water source figure from the original story, the monster Kira, and the strikingly beautiful Miss Lan Fong with her purple hair. Once the preliminaries concluded, the top 8 contestants gathered at the official tournament venue, eagerly awaiting the next phase. Subsequently, the diligent blonde referee, who had been a constant presence throughout the series, announced, All right, all contestants, please gather here. As everyone assembled, he continued, Now we shall draw lots to determine your opponents and the order of matches. The draw results were as follows. First match, Shenlong versus Lan Fong. Second match, Sun Wukong versus Kira. Third match, versus Nam. Fourth match, Yamcha versus Krillin. Due to involvement, the order of matches changed, resulting in Sun Wukong facing Master Roshi in the semifinals, while would await the outcome of Krillin and Yamcha's bout. This bald fellow is no ordinary opponent, Yamcha mused, casting a glance at Krillin. It's settled. This is the lineup. The referee informed several individuals according to the established procedures. The competition imposed no restrictions and would continue until a victor emerged. In simpler terms, a participant would be deemed defeated if they fell from the ring or chose to surrender. The referee clarified that any attacks directed at the eyes or the genitalia constituted a foul, illustrating his point with gestures. Subsequently, Sun Wukong, akin to his portrayal in the original narrative, inquired about the meaning of genitalia, eliciting laughter from the audience. The referee then announced that the match was about to commence, urging everyone to prepare for their entrance shortly. Sun Wukong, feeling famished, sought information from the referee regarding dining options before hastily departing for a meal. Meanwhile, the referee proceeded to prepare the ring, leaving the others to meditate or refine their martial arts skills in the waiting area, patiently anticipating the commencement of the competition. Chapter 4. The quarterfinals begin. The essence of boxing. After a series of meticulous preparations, the audience gradually took their seats, and the venue fell into a serene silence. A thunderous gong resounded as the referee, microphone in hand, confidently strode to the center of the ring. The first martial arts championship is now officially underway. Let us commence the first match. The 2 contestants are invited to enter the arena, Shenlong versus Lan Fong. As the referee's words concluded, Both competitors emerged from their respective entrances on either side of the ring. Upon entering, Lan Fang cast a flirtatious glance towards the audience, instantly inciting a wave of cheers. In stark contrast, Chen Long appeared enraptured, a silly grin plastered across his face as his gaze fixated on Lan Fang, emitting peculiar chuckles of eh. Miss Lan Fang, hee. Observing this, Lan Fang's lips curled into a slight smirk, a flicker of derision crossing her mind. You lecherous old man shall serve as the stepping stone for my advancement. As the signal to commence the match rang out, Lan Fang charged towards Chen Long with astonishing speed, her fists raining down like a torrent. However, Chen Long evaded her rapid strikes with agile footwork, narrowly dodging each of her attacks. Within the waiting area, onlookers climbed atop the walls, their expressions filled with astonishment. What an impressive elder! Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This tournament truly is a gathering of masters. Krillin muttered, a tremor evident in his voice. Typically one to rely on clever tricks yet possessing a timid disposition that often led him to retreat, Krillin now appeared particularly uneasy. Could this venerable gentleman be Master Wu Tian? Yamcha gazed intently at the arena before turning his attention to Sun Wukong and Krillin, his mind swirling with contemplation. Master Nam, leaning against the wall with eyes closed, silently resolved to secure the championship, believing it to be the salvation of the village. Wu Mu cast a sympathetic glance towards Nam. Feeling the weight of the village's burdens resting heavily upon him, enveloping him in a stifling atmosphere. Though filled with compassion, Wu Mu felt powerless, hoping that Master Roshi would, as in the original tale, discern Nam's inner struggles and extend his assistance. As for the competition taking place in the arena, Wu Mu remained indifferent, fully aware of the outcome. Instead, he delved into the profound mysteries of Baji Quan, seeking a path to transcend the limitations of transformation. Renowned for its ferocity, Baji Quan also embodies a subtlety that emerges at advanced levels. In the realm of martial arts, no school can rely solely on rigidity, for rigidity is prone to breakage. The principles of the universe can be encapsulated in the duality of yin and yang, embodying the essence of the Tao. Rigidity represents the yang, while flexibility embodies the yin. The path of martial arts is intrinsically linked to the principles of yin and yang, the interplay of hardness and softness. Regardless of whether one begins their training with a focus on yang or yin, the ultimate goal remains achieving a harmonious balance, where yin does not forsake yang, and yang does not abandon yin, resulting in a perfect equilibrium of strength and gentleness. Without this balance, one cannot truly claim mastery in martial arts or genuine skill. This aligns with the teachings of the esteemed Sun Lutang regarding the path of moderation. To break through transformation, one must harmonize yin and yang. Should Baji Quan fail to reach its pinnacle, Wu Mu would indeed contemplate turning to Tai Chi, with its foundational principles of hardness and softness. Stands distinct from Baji Quan's emphasis on hardening into softness, as well as from Bagua Zhang's approach of softening into hardness. However, recognizing the futility of overextending oneself, Wu Mu resolved to first push Baji Quan to its limits before deciding whether to transition to Tai Chi in the arena. Lan Fang, unable to make any headway, wore a sullen expression and gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Old man, at your age, it would be best for you to step aside and leave the opportunity to me." As she spoke, she deliberately tugged at her garment, revealing a patch of fair skin, casting flirtatious glances towards Chen Long. He chuckled foolishly for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, placing his hands together in front of his chest, focusing his energy. His gaze sharpened, as if he had rejuvenated by several decades. "Little girl, one must summon genuine strength in a competition. Relying on deceitful means is utterly unacceptable. I too possess reasons for which I cannot afford to lose. Allow me to gift you a refreshing breeze of the gentle wind." He inhaled deeply, channeling all his energy into his right hand, then waved it toward Lan Fang. In an instant, before she could react, a powerful gust swept her out of the arena. Having accomplished this, Chen Long clasped his hands behind his back. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence as the audience stood astounded, engulfed in shock. Moments later, a wave of cheers erupted. "Wow, what just happened? That was incredible. Truly spectacular. What an eye-opener. That old man, from such a distance, with just a wave, sent that woman flying out of the ring." At this juncture, the referee finally regained composure and announced the result. Mr. Chen Long is the victor. The second match, Sun Wukong versus Laki. You have 5 minutes to prepare. As Chen Long descended from the stage, his gaze swept over Nan Wu and Wu Mu before he continued onward. Yamcha observed Chen Long's retreating figure and, perplexed, inquired of Sun Wukong and Kryn. Wukong, can you tell me where Mr. Wutian is now? The old man has likely gone elsewhere. Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, Is that so? To another place? Yamcha pondered. Indeed. He left before we began the competition, Kryn added. Yamcha thought to himself, so that is it. It must indeed be that elderly gentleman. He scrutinized Shenlong's silhouette. No. The identity of the turtle hermit has already raised suspicions, yet concrete evidence remains elusive. During the 5-minute interlude, Sun Wukong, needing to replenish his energy, requested food from the staff. Meanwhile, Lockie sat nearby, devouring a large platter of meat skewers, each morsel enticing enough to make Wukong's mouth water. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Wukong dashed over to partake as well. Lockie cast a glance but paid him no heed. Time swiftly passed, and the referee's voice resounded once more, Ladies and gentlemen, the second match is about to commence, featuring competitor Sun Wukong against competitor Lockie. Upon hearing the referee's words, Lockie rose, his massive frame toppling the table in the process. He is a pterosaurian, possessing an immense physique that sends tremors through the ground with each step he takes. Sun Wukong swallowed the last morsel of his meal and immediately sprang to his feet, racing towards the arena. As he ascended the stage, Riki let out a thunderous roar, exclaiming, Behold, the monster! Below, Oolong gasped in astonishment. Upon reaching the stage, Sun Wukong faced the audience, smiling and waving. Good afternoon. My name is Sun Wukong. Go, Wukong! Cheered Bulma and Oolong in unison. The referee declared, the second match begins. Now, in an instant, Sun Wukong assumed his starting stance, while Riki gazed down at the diminutive figure before him, emitting a series of sinister chuckles. Hee hee. You foolish little brat, watch as I bring you to your knees. He then extended his hand towards Sun Wukong, tauntingly asking, Do you see what this is? Curious. Sun Wukong leaned in and queried, Nanny? What is it? Before he could react, Riki struck him with his tail, sending him crashing into the wall. The unexpected blow from the pterosaurian was indeed formidable. Sun Wukong was swiftly knocked down, and this occurred not long after the match had commenced. Hee hee. I've won. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. That was a perfect hit. Wukong, Krillin said. Worry etched across his face as he glanced at the fallen figure. However, it was not long before Sun Wukong performed a swift roll and stood up again. I can hardly believe it. The wall, constructed of bricks, had cracked. Yet Sun Wukong, seemingly dazed, was unable to retaliate. I'm not out of it yet. Just a little pain. That's all, Sun Wukong muttered while covering his face. Of course, Wukong wouldn't go down from a mere hit. Krillin exclaimed excitedly from the edge of the wall. I truly wonder who was worried just now. Surely it wasn't he out of affection for Sun Wukong. With renewed vigor, Sun Wukong charged towards Riki, delivering a punch. Riki, while attempting to block, also threw a punch of his own. As Sun Wukong narrowly evaded Riki's blow, he swiftly targeted Riki's abdomen. Ah! Riki cried out in pain, clutching his belly, while Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to leap behind him, grasping his tail and spinning him before hurling him into the air beyond the ring. Such terrifying strength. This small figure of Sun Wukong had thrown Riki, who was several times his size, out of the arena. This was Sun Wukong's spectacular counterattack. Chapter 5, the drama intensifies, the entrance of Ubu. Riki lost momentum mid-air, his form rapidly descending. Panic surged within him as he suddenly remembered he was a pterosaurian. He quickly stabilized himself, unfurling his wings and soaring back towards the stage. I assure you, I will not be thrown out. Lockie laughed triumphantly in the air, his voice echoing across the arena. The referee's voice followed closely, declaring that Lockie, akin to a phoenix reborn, had not been defeated. Indeed, the rules of the competition stipulated that only those who fell outside the arena would be considered losers, thus he had not lost. Sun Wukong, bewildered, pondered, is such a twisted reasoning even possible? He furrowed his brow and subsequently assumed a combat stance. However, it matters not. I shall strike you until you plead for mercy. Riki returned to the arena, his eyes glinting with a cunning light. He had no desire to engage in close combat with Sun Wukong. So he opened his mouth and unleashed a wave of light, which swiftly enveloped Sun Wukong, forming a substance reminiscent of chewing gum. What on earth is this? Sun Wukong exclaimed, struggling with all his might but finding himself utterly ensnared. He could no longer move. You are now thoroughly ensnared by my rubber band trap. Don't exert yourself. Surrender. The pterosaur man, Riki, laughed triumphantly. No one can escape my rubber band trap. Now you are as helpless as a doll. He pressed his fingers, causing his joints to crack ominously. The audience and Yamcha looked on with expressions of terror and despair, as if victory were firmly grasped in Riki's hands. Seizing the moment, Riki delivered a punch to Sun Wukong's head, causing him immense pain. Taking advantage of this, Riki hoisted Sun Wukong high above his head. What are you planning to do? Sun Wukong shouted in alarm. What else? I intend to treat you as you treated me just now. Please, let's just have a fair duel, Sun Wukong pleaded. Ignoring his words, Riki replied, Oh, this is dire. Sun Wukong was now undeniably immobilized. If he were tossed out of the ring, he would be declared the loser, leaving him with no hope of victory. The audience below was filled with concern and anticipation, worried because Sun Wukong appeared as a mere child, yet hopeful for a miracle. You are certain to lose, kid, Riki declared confidently, then hurled Sun Wukong into the air. Sun Wukong, utterly unable to move, soared rapidly through the sky. Oh no, Wukong. It's over this time, Krillin and Yamcha remarked as they watched him fly out of the ring. As Sun Wukong braced for a fatal fall, he shouted, Kintown, please. Come quickly. Whoosh. A yellow streak darted across the sky, swiftly reaching beneath Sun Wukong and catching him. Ah, I'm saved. Thank you, Kintown. Sun Wukong exhaled in relief. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he soared back to the arena, leaving Riki in a state of disbelief. What? Krillin and Yamcha cheered excitedly. He has saved. He has saved. The Kintown came to a halt on the ring, and Sun Wukong leaped down. I'm back. However, Sun Wukong remained unable to move, indicating that his crisis was far from over. Hey, isn't using an item against the rules of the competition? Riki pointed accusingly at Sun Wukong, directing his grievance towards the referee. Sun Wukong quietly retorted, Aren't you the one who just flew back from the sky? And what about that ridiculous trap? Riki shouted in fury, I flew with my own body, and that rubber band was spat out from my mouth. The referee cleared his throat and announced, Ahem. After a thorough discussion among the judges and the director, it has been decided to make an exception. Sun Wukong's use of the cloud is not a violation. What? Honestly, is this directed at me, the great Lucky King? However, the special exception can only be invoked once. Should you dare to employ that cloud again, it would signify your defeat. Do you understand, contestant Sun Wukong? The referee added with a smirk. Ha ha ha. I, the great Lucky King, still have a chance. You're doomed. Little brat, let's see how you survive this time. Lucky gazed triumphantly at Sun Wukong. This is bad. The audience's emotions fluctuated with the referee's words, their hearts laden with anxiety and tension. If he were to be thrown out again, it would mean loss. Everyone silently hoped for Sun Wukong's survival. Despite any delay in his ejection, defeat was inevitable. With a cold chuckle, Lucky King swiftly charged towards Sun Wukong, who was still entangled in the rubber ring. His movements were akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, exuding an unparalleled might. You will have no chance. I shall deliver a mighty blow, he bellowed, lunging fiercely towards Sun Wukong with a fist that sliced through the air with a whistling sound, aimed directly at Sun Wukong's face. It's over. Sun Wukong, taken aback, tightly shut his eyes. However, at the very moment the fist was about to connect, his body inexplicably vanished from the spot. The spectators below wore expressions of utter bewilderment, completely oblivious to what had transpired. Was he struck away? Lucky scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate Sun Wukong's figure. Where could he possibly be? Just then, he felt an unusual sensation on his arm. Looking down, he discovered Sun Wukong hanging upside down from his arm by his tail. It turned out that in the instant Lucky's fist was launched, Sun Wukong had instinctively sensed the impending danger and swiftly evaded, wrapping his tail around Lucky's arm. Due to the disparity in their sizes and a blind spot in Lucky's vision, he failed to notice Sun Wukong's presence at that moment. Ah, my tail. It's back. Sun Wukong exclaimed with exhilaration, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The tail? Below, Yamcha, Oolong, and Bulma were struck with terror upon witnessing Sun Wukong's tail re-emerging, as if they had witnessed something utterly unfathomable. Sun Wukong took a moment to calm his heart, gently leaping back to the ground. Ah, I am saved. He sighed with relief, his heart brimming with gratitude. Yet, he knew that unless he freed himself from this entanglement, victory would remain elusive. Sun Wukong glanced down at the rubber band encircling him, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He once again attempted to break free from the rubber band, emitting a series of fierce roars. Ah! Oh, yeah. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, as he exerted all his strength to tug at the rubber band. Finally, through his relentless efforts, the band was freed. Using his tail for support, he lifted his entire body, feeling a surge of long-lost strength. Truly, having a tail bestowed the greatest power upon him, he mused, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Seeing Sun Wukong's tail, King Loki's arms drooped, his neck craned forward in astonishment as he stammered, "Aren't you supposed to be human?" Ignoring Loki's surprise, Sun Wukong, now invigorated, used his tail to prop himself up, curling his legs and striking an unusual attack stance. Then, leveraging the propulsion from his tail, he forcefully kicked towards the wall adjacent to the arena. Boom. The wall collapsed instantly, reduced to a pile of rubble. Excellent. My physical condition has improved remarkably. Sun Wukong gazed with pride at his handiwork, then turned to Loki, his eyes gleaming with the fire of battle. It is time for my counterattack. At that moment, witnessing Sun Wukong's various displays, Loki was utterly frightened. Before Sun Wukong could launch his assault, he pulled out a small white flag and waved it. I concede. I give up. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong fell backward in disbelief, feeling utterly speechless. Winky face, oh yeah? The audience erupted in cheers, their applause echoing throughout the arena. Sun Wukong has emerged victorious. The referee announced the result, his expression one of astonishment. However, the fact that he had a tail was truly astounding. Uninformed spectators remained curious and surprised, while those in the know, like Wulong and Bulma, wore expressions of sheer terror. Meanwhile, Oma ceased his meditation, realizing it was his turn to enter the fray. Finally, it is my moment. Although I feel sympathy for Namu, I will not hold back. As for Sun Wukong's tail, Omu was unconcerned. In the original tale, Master Roshi had controlled Sun Wukong during the finals using the Kamehameha wave. And that had occurred by evening when the moon's appearance transformed Sun Wukong into a gorilla. Now, the narrative was entirely different. It was still early. And Sun Wukong's contest against Master Roshi was in the semifinals. As Omu pondered these thoughts, the intermission came to an end. Ladies and gentlemen, the third match is about to commence, featuring competitor Omu against competitor Namu. Chapter 6, an exciting match, Namu's Worry. Ladies and gentlemen, the third match is now underway, with competitor Omu facing off against competitor Namu. As the combatants, Wumu and Nin Wu, stood upon the arena, the referee declared the commencement of the match. Wumu assumed the initial stance of the Eight Extremes fist, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Nanwu. A formidable opponent in the early stages, Nanwu inspired no small measure of trepidation in Wumu, who dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. The Eight Extremes fist possesses unique advantages as well as disadvantages. Prior to its full maturation, it exhibits excessive ferocity yet lacks endurance, rendering prolonged combat a challenge. Its most distinctive feature is the grinding wheel step, designed to swiftly close the distance to the opponent, followed by a series of maneuvers aimed at toppling them. The style emphasizes overall explosive power, targeting three critical areas: hand, foot, and body. In simpler terms, the hands open the door, the feet enter, and the body serves as the final point of attack. The forceful hand movements resemble those of long fist techniques, the heavy footwork akin to wrestling, and the body movements often favor a close contact approach. On the opposite side, Nanwu furrowed his brow, his mind replaying the village elder's words before his departure. The drought was relentless, rendering the cultivation of crops impossible. Their village was doomed. Nanwu, our village can no longer afford to purchase water. With this thought, he resolved with unwavering determination to seize the championship. Only the victor would receive the prize money, 500,000, which could procure water and alleviate their pressing need. Mother, my brother, and all the villagers, I shall secure the championship and return with an abundance of water for you all. The match officially commenced. The resounding clang of the gong jolted Nanwu from his reverie, and he immediately regained his composure, adopting his initial stance. Observing this, Wumu stepped forward, unleashing the technique known as Yin Wang's 3 points of water. He advanced with a right lunge and a right punch aimed at Namu's chest. Namu positioned his left foot forward and defended with his left forearm. Subsequently, Namu gracefully wrapped his left hand around Wumu's right forearm while stepping forward with his right foot, launching a reverse punch at Wumu's face. Wumu immediately leaned back to evade, swiftly stepping back with his left foot and retracting his right fist, using both hands to intercept Namu's right forearm, thwarting his assault. Unwilling to concede, Namu attacked Wumu's face again with a left palm push. Wumu promptly defended by pushing Namu's left elbow outward with both palms. Namu quickly pivoted to the left, adopting a horse stance, and delivered a right chopping punch aimed at Wumu's head, shoulder, or neck. Wumu tilted his head and sidestepped, using his right elbow to deflect Namu's right chop. As both fighters found themselves in a stalemate, they instinctively leaped backwards. The onlookers were astonished by the intensity of the clash, enveloped in a hushed silence until one exclaimed, "This is truly spectacular, and the speed is astounding." This remark roused the crowd, who began to cheer, "Go on, Namu. You can do it, Wumu." Even Uncle Marlow was cheering them on. Sun Wukong, astonished from the audience, remarked, "One from the 10 nations." Clin, anxiously watching the combatants on stage, thought, "I hope I don't have to fight him." "Do not worry. First, you must get past me. If anyone should be concerned, it is I," Yamucha said. Arms crossed lightly over his chest. "Humph." Clin squinted at Yamucha. On the stage, Nama was wholly focused, keenly observing Wumu in search of a flaw. Wumu, aware that a stalemate was untenable, decided to feign a weakness and adjusted his footwork. An opportunity. Namu's eyes sparkled as he charged at Wumu. He stepped left, delivering a left punch aimed at Wumu's head. Wumu executed a feint with his left foot and defended with an outward block of his left arm. Seamlessly, Wumu pivoted left, stepping on Namu's left shin with his right foot while simultaneously delivering a right chop to Nama's neck. Nama swiftly withdrew his left hand and stepped back to evade. Wumu quickly advanced with his right foot, rotating right, and inserted his left leg behind Namu's right leg to trip him, striking Namu's solar plexus with a left elbow in a horse stance. Without pausing, Wumu pivoted left again, delivering a knee strike to Namu's abdomen while launching a right hook at Namu's chin. Namu was propelled backward, skidding along the ground to the edge of the stage, colliding heavily and stirring up a cloud of dust. Huffing and puffing, Wumu wiped the sweat from his brow, internally acknowledging, "Truly formidable." Almost having defeated Sun Wukong in the past. The pressure is relentless. I cannot afford a moment's respite, for a single misstep could lead to my downfall. Namu, with a pained groan, rose to his feet, adjusting himself before assuming a combat stance, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination. The referee continued his commentary unabated, while the audience below held their breath in anticipation. Namu stood tall, gravely observing Ebony, silently affirming to himself, "I shall not fall without a fight." With a swift push of his legs, Namu propelled himself into the air, and Ebony recognized that he was about to unleash his signature move. The spectators' eyes followed Namu as he ascended, until his figure vanished from sight. After a considerable pause, a dark silhouette plummeted from the heavens, approaching the arena from a distance. Nama dove head first, arms crossed beneath him, shouting, "Receive this blow, sky. Cross. Fist. I must prevail. The entire village awaits my victory." Ebony remained fixated on Namu, calculating his landing position and seeking an opportunity to evade. Gazing upward, it was impossible to ascertain the landing point of the falling figure. The expanse of the sky was too wide, and the speed was too swift. However, dodging this attack would be akin to a jest. Absorbing the impact directly was out of the question unless one were truly reckless. Ebony concentrated, gradually discerning Namu's descent speed. Just as Namu was about to strike the ground, he leaped sharply to the left. Boom. The arena was struck, creating a massive crater, dust swirling in the air. What has transpired? The audience craned their necks, attempting to peer through the haze to grasp the situation. Bah. As the smoke began to dissipate, Namu's form emerged, hands clasped together, his attire tattered and disheveled. A sight of utter disarray. Alas, Mr. Ebony, you are truly formidable. Even should I attempt that move again, it would yield no different result. Ebony smiled faintly. Mr. Namu, the match is not yet concluded. You must possess another technique. Though phrased as a question, his tone brimmed with certainty. Namu shook his head, sighing. It is futile. My ultimate sky-cross fist bears little distinction from this one. I am sorry, my villagers. I concede. Mr. Ebony, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Namu forced a smile as he turned to leave the stage. Watching him depart, Ebony felt a surge of sympathy, yet he found himself powerless. He had yet to establish his own footing in this world, still reliant on Uncle Marlow's support. Furthermore, he intended to use his prized money to repay Uncle Marlow. Namu has conceded. Ebony emerges victorious. The referee declared, marking this contest as truly exhilarating. As Ebony descended from the stage, he began to ponder his next opponent. If Krillin could unleash the Kamehameha, he might stand a chance against Yamcha. Yet, physical prowess alone would not suffice. Yamcha, unlike his later, less capable self, was brimming with martial spirit and possessed far more battle experience than Krillin. Meanwhile, Namu entered the resting room, commencing the process of packing his belongings. At that moment, Master Roshi approached. Having long sensed the gloom within him, he employed his telepathic abilities to glimpse into his heart. perhaps moved by compassion. He sought to offer whatever assistance he could. "Nameless, are you returning?" he inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. "Will you not stay to witness the conclusion of the competition?" "I have no time to watch," Nameless said, bowing his head as images of the village and the faces of his fellow villagers flickered through his mind. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "I am deeply sorry, dear villagers. I have failed to fulfill your wishes. I am unable to bring back water for you to drink." "Mr. Nanwell, please take this," Master Rashi said, retrieving a universal capsule from his pocket and tossing it towards Nanwell. Chapter 7. The Aspiration of Wu Tian. The Choice of Ebony. "Mr. Nanwell, please take this," Master Rashi repeated, tossing the universal capsule towards him. Nanwell stood before Master Rashi, his brows slightly furrowed, as he received the small capsule with a sense of confusion. "Isn't this a universal capsule? Why?" Nanwell examined the capsule closely, his eyes brimming with doubt. Master Rashi smiled gently, interrupting Nanwell's inquiry. "It's nothing. There's nothing inside." He spoke in a relaxed tone, mentioning that the capsule could hold a substantial amount of water and could be easily transported back. Nameless' expression instantly transformed into one of astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief as he questioned, "How do you know about the water?" "I am Master Wu Tian, after all. Such matters are within my perception," he replied, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. A look of delight spread across Nameless' face, and he nearly leaped in excitement, exclaiming, "You truly are Master Wu Tian. Shoo, you fool." The turtle sage quickly hushed Nameless, glancing nervously around to ensure no one had overheard their conversation before he exhaled in relief. Subsequently, fearing discovery, the turtle sage pulled Nameless outside. "Why did you change your name to attend the tournament?" Nameless inquired, curiosity and confusion evident in his voice. "As you may know, my two disciples are also participating in this martial arts tournament, Klin and Yukong. Under my tutelage, they have surpassed my expectations, growing in strength. Particularly Sun Wukong, whose innate wildness has endowed him with astonishing power," the turtle sage explained earnestly. "Thus, I chose to have him enter the tournament to test his abilities. However, those two are exceedingly strong. It's possible he might even win the championship. You understand, they are still immature children, and if they were to win now, it would surely lead to arrogance. How would they face future challenges? I aspire for them to become more accomplished, greater martial artists, which is why, after much contemplation, I decided to enter myself, disguising as another participant, to teach them that there are always greater talents beyond their own." "So, your hair is indeed a wig?" Nameless innocently pointed out, after listening to the turtle sage's explanation. "Yes, I feared the wig might fall off, so I secured it with a very strong adhesive. Now my head itches terribly," the turtle sage replied, scratching his head. Nameless couldn't help but laugh, his admiration for the turtle sage deepening. "It is an honor to converse with you, master. I wish to return the versatile adhesive capsule you gifted me." "Oh, I truly apologize. I do not have the funds to purchase water, so I won't be needing it." "Oh, hara. Mr. Nameless, please follow me." The turtle sage led Nameless to a well, pointing at the opening. "Look, this area is rich in water sources. No matter how much you take, it's free. If you buy from others, they might mock you." Nameless stared in amazement, his heart brimming with gratitude and surprise. Is this truly the case? He clasped his hands together and solemnly bowed to Master Rashi. "I am profoundly grateful to you, old Master Wu Tian. Mr. Qianlong, your immense kindness will forever remain etched in my memory. But it's all right if I forget. Farewell." Master Rashi waved his hand dismissively, not looking back. Nama gazed at Master Rashi's retreating figure, his heart brimming with gratitude and admiration. He then joyfully fetched water from the well and stored it in a universal capsule. In the fourth match, contestant Krillin faced off against Yamcha, marking the final battle for a spot in the top 8. Who would emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. The brief intermission swiftly passed. Krillin and Yamcha stepped onto the stage, locking eyes, the air thick with tension. "Let me witness the prowess of Master Wu Tian's disciple," Yamcha exclaimed, striking a stance, his eyes glimmering with combat fervor. Krillin mirrored his stance, bracing himself for the encounter. At the referee's command, the two transformed into fleeting shadows, charging towards one another. The audience held their breath, fixated on every movement within the arena. The clash echoed. A flurry of strikes exchanged as both fighters engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, the speed dazzling to behold. Bulma and Poir cheered incessantly for Yamcha, while Goku clenched his fists, rallying for Krillin. Wolf Fang Fist. The probing exchanges had reached their zenith, and Yamcha resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. With claws formed by his hands, he launched a rapid series of strikes toward Krillin. Alas, Krillin could not evade in time, taking the brunt of the attack and collapsing to the ground. At this moment, Krillin lacked any sophisticated martial techniques, relying solely on his physical conditioning, which paled in comparison to Yamcha's prowess. Shakily, Krillin rose to his feet, already at the end of his strength. Why do you keep getting up? It would be better if you just stayed down, he thought ruefully. Yet, having stood, he resolved to press on. Surrendering was out of the question. With a stammer, Krillin stumbled toward Yamcha, throwing a punch. Yamcha observed Krillin's approach, and as the fist swung towards him, he deftly sidestepped, countering with a punch to Krillin's abdomen. Ugh! Krillin spat bile, his eyes widening before he succumbed to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment, Yamcha caught him gently and laid him down on the ground. Yamcha emerged victorious, advancing to the semifinals. All right, everyone, take a 10-minute break while we prepare for the semifinals. At that moment, Goku rushed onto the stage to check on Krillin. Relieved to find him unharmed, he sighed in relief and then turned to Yamcha with a smile. You've become incredibly strong. I really want to fight you. The old man in the next match is also very formidable. Although I yearn for another contest with you, Sun Wukong. The situation with Wumu and Qianlong is far from simple, Yamcha said solemnly, aware that Qianlong is the alias of Master Roshi. He certainly does not believe that Sun Wukong can triumph over Master Wutian, and having previously observed the match between Namo and Wumu, he finds it exceedingly challenging. Upon returning to the lounge, Sun Wukong places Klin on the bench. At that moment, Yamcha's gaze shifts towards the meditative Wumu. Sensing the attention, Wumu opens his eyes, recognizes Yamcha, and nods with a faint smile. He muses to himself, indeed, it is Yamcha who shall emerge victorious. If he wins this match, and there are no complications on Master Roshi's side, I shall likely face him. Master Roshi possesses an extensive repertoire of energy techniques and is exceptionally skilled in martial arts. While Wumu's 8 Extremes fist, though effective, lacks the refinement of true techniques. Moreover, in the world of his previous life, devoid of magic, the 8 Extremes fist was merely superior to that of an ordinary individual. Contemplating this, Wumu resolves to employ the prince's battle technique, the only energy wave lacking in technical intricacy, releasing all the energy within him in a singular burst. Observing Wumu's smile, Yamcha furrows his brow and then addresses Wukong. Wukong, you must give it your all. With that, he strides towards Master Roshi. Losing to a disciple would indeed be quite embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi jolts and exclaims, Ah, what disciple? Yamcha merely smiles and walks away, while Master Roshi wipes the cold sweat from his brow, reflecting, truly a perceptive young man. This martial arts tournament is truly exhilarating. Haha. Wumu is quite impressive. One wonders if he can secure the championship. Uncle Marlo chuckles foolishly. Brother Wumu, you will definitely win. Alaga exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Yes, we can win, laughed Marlo, his gaze filled with affection. Maria covered her mouth with a smile, joyfully observing the exchange between the father and daughter, her heart brimming with warmth. The intermission swiftly elapsed, and the host, microphone in hand, stepped onto the stage. Announcing in a booming voice, the semifinals are about to commence. The first match features competitor Sun Wukong against competitor Qianlong. Upon hearing this, the crowd exited the lounge, and Qianlong alongside Sun Wukong ascended the arena. Aside from Klin, who remained unconscious, even Yu Wude had come to witness the contest. Chapter 8, Sun Wukong vs. Master Roshi. In the arena, Sun Wukong and Qianlong stood facing each other, their gazes intense, spirits soaring. Clad in his iconic orange martial arts uniform, Sun Wukong radiated vitality, as if every strand of his hair danced with energy. In contrast, Qianlong donned a modest gray martial arts outfit, topped with a gray-white wig. Though his attire was simple, the sharpness of his eyes revealed his formidable strength. The competition took place on the martial arts tournament stage, surrounded by thousands of spectators. The expressions of the audience varied widely. Some clenched their fists in tension, others were nearly bouncing with excitement, while many wore faces of anticipation, eager to witness this extraordinary showdown. The air was thick with a palpable sense of tension and exhilaration, as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the match's commencement. Bulma, Yulong, and Pura gathered together, their faces reflecting a mix of anxiety and eagerness. Bulma clenched her fists, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the stage, as if silently cheering for Sun Wukong. Yulong and Puru exchanged worried glances, their expressions mirroring the gravity of the match that would determine who advanced to the finals. With the referee's signal, the contest officially began. Sun Wukong showcased his astonishing agility and prowess, each punch slicing through the air with a whoosh. Meanwhile, Qianlong, with his wealth of experience and strategic acumen, persistently tested Sun Wukong, his every defense and counterattack appearing remarkably steadfast and precise. Each clash elicited gasps and applause from the audience. As the match progressed, Bulma and her companions' expressions grew increasingly tense. They would cheer one moment and sigh the next, utterly captivated by the unfolding spectacle. As the battle deepened, the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Qianlong intensified. Each assault in the arena was met with gasps from the spectators. Sun Wukong's leap seemed to defy gravity, his movements as swift as lightning, dazzling all who beheld them. Conversely, Qianlong stood like an immovable mountain. His defenses were unyielding, and every counterstrike brimmed with power and ingenuity. In a sudden clash, Sun Wukong launched a ferocious attack on Qianlong with a speed that was nothing short of breathtaking. The wind generated by his fist stirred up clouds of dust, as if the entire arena trembled in response to his onslaught. However, at that moment, Qianlong displayed his unfathomable prowess. With his palms pressed together, he summoned a surge of energy, creating an invisible force field that completely neutralized Sun Wukong's attack. This spectacle left the audience in awe, marveling at Qianlong's profound martial arts skills. Bulma, Oolong, and Por were equally astonished, their tense expressions transforming into shock and admiration. As the match progressed, both Sun Wukong and Qianlong showcased their distinctive attributes. Sun Wukong's speed and agility allowed him to navigate the arena with the grace of a fish in water, while Qianlong's steadiness and depth imbued each of his strikes with composure and strength. Their duel epitomized the clash between speed and power, as well as the collision of youth and experience. After a particularly thrilling exchange, the two retreated a few steps, locking eyes in mutual recognition. Sun Wukong's gaze sparkled with respect for his formidable opponent and the thrill of challenge, while Qianlong's expression remained calm and profound, as if to convey to Sun Wukong that this contest was far from over. The atmosphere in the stands reached a fever pitch, with spectators animatedly discussing each exhilarating encounter, showering praise upon the performances of both Sun Wukong and Qianlong. Bulma, Oolong, and their companions experienced a roller coaster of emotions, cheering for Sun Wukong while simultaneously expressing admiration for Qianlong's martial artistry. As the competition entered its final phase, both combatants were drenched in sweat, yet their gazes remained resolute, embodying the indomitable spirit and perseverance of true warriors. This contest was not merely a battle of martial prowess, it was a confrontation of wills. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, both Sun Wukong and Qianlong had already earned the respect and applause of all present through their remarkable displays. All right, I shall unleash the Kamehameha wave, Sun Wukong declared, assuming a stance with his hands gathered in a lotus formation to channel his energy. Observing this posture, Qianlong, unwilling to back down, mirrored his stance and murmured, "The power of the Kamehameha wave, which I have meticulously developed over many years, is not so easily surpassed." "Isn't the Kamehameha wave the creation of Master Rashi?" Sun Wukong inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion, evidently perplexed by Qianlong's assertion. "Well, you have a point. That indeed is Master Rashi's signature technique," Qianlong admitted with an awkward smile, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. "But just moments ago, didn't you say it was your own creation after years of dedication? Why are you asking so many questions? With that personality of yours, you won't make any friends," Qianlong retorted, a flicker of anger crossing his face, though it was overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. With that, the two completed their energy gathering and launched their respective attacks. Kamehameha wave. The two individuals simultaneously called out the names of their techniques, thrusting their hands forward with great force. Two waves of azure light collided at the center of the arena, illuminating the faces of all present. After a brief stalemate, the shattered energy sent both fighters crashing to the ground. Dust swirled upon the stage, while the air became thick with the acrid scent of charred matter. "How could this happen? No, it is impossible," Qianlong uttered in disbelief, his complexion pale, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong chuckled foolishly, exclaiming, "The Kamehameha clashes with the Kamehameha, heh. I've done it." His smile brimmed with pride and excitement, as if he had just accomplished something remarkable. It was hard to believe. He had managed to suppress my Kamehameha with his own. Rising to his feet, Master Rashi gazed at Sun Wukong, murmuring under his breath, his eyes shimmering with a complex mix of astonishment and satisfaction. The audience gasped in awe, witnessing such a thrilling duel, erupting into cheers, their applause resonating like thunder throughout the arena. "Remarkable! It was said that only Master Mateto could harness the Kamehameha. Yet here was another, besides contestant Qianlong, who could wield it. The host exclaimed in disbelief. Phantom Fist. Qianlong realized that the power of Sun Wukong's energy wave rivaled his own and decided to alter his strategy, employing another technique. What is this? Sun Wukong muttered, his eyes darting around the surrounding phantoms. The real position is. Suddenly, he swung a punch behind him with force, only to strike yet another illusion. Another illusion. At that moment, Qianlong had silently appeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a swift kick. Ha! Twin Phantom Fist, you concede. Sun Wukong rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Yoshi, let me give it a try. Damn it, always copying others' techniques. Qianlong exclaimed in frustration at Sun Wukong's phantom. This must be the twin phantom. He quickly pivoted to attack the side phantom but found himself striking air. What? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Sun Wukong descended upon him with a powerful blow from above. It's the triple phantom. Looks familiar, doesn't it? Qianlong stood up, clutching his head, gritting his teeth. You little rascal, how dare you strike the head of your master, you ungrateful disciple. He had never found Sun Wukong so insufferable. With an expression of innocence, Sun Wukong remarked, why would my master be an old grandpa? My master is the turtle sage. Indeed, it was a slip of the tongue. Ah! Qianlong's face flushed crimson as he chuckled awkwardly. You are truly peculiar, old grandpa, Sun Wukong scoffed. Qianlong's demeanor darkened, and he bellowed, enough of your prattle. In this situation, receive my attack. With that, he swayed unsteadily, resembling a drunken man. Qianlong is acting as though he is inebriated. Could it be that the effects of yesterday's drink have only just taken hold? The host exclaimed in astonishment, while Sun Wukong remained puzzled. Qianlong seized the opportunity to strike, catching Sun Wukong off guard and landing several blows. What are you doing? Sun Wukong demanded. Qianlong maintained his drunken facade, offering no explanation. Yamcha interjected, that's a form of drunken boxing. Be cautious, Wukong. This fighting style is reminiscent of my late grandfather. It's quite perplexing. Sun Wukong muttered, scratching his head. Suddenly, he emitted a strange cry and began to crawl towards Qianlong. Taken aback by this unexpected assault, Qianlong found himself retreating. What an odd fighting style, like a wild monkey. Hee. This is Monkey Fist, Sun Wukong declared. The tide of battle swiftly turned, as Sun Wukong began to dominate Qianlong, who was compelled to muster all his strength to defend himself. Meanwhile, Bulma and the other friends in the audience were rendered speechless with joy, while Yamcha gleefully observed Qianlong's plight. Upon witnessing the turn of events, Bulma realized that the Turtle Sage still had one final trump card to unleash. Indeed, what is foretold will come to pass. Chapter 9, The Stubborn Wukong. Bulma advances. Left with no choice, he had to employ that ultimate technique. Although it was perilous, surely Wukong would not meet his demise. Universal. Shattering. Palm. Qianlong, now at a disadvantage, was no longer willing to prolong the fight. He recognized the extent of Sun Wukong's growth and resolved to defeat him with this technique, hoping to impart the lesson that there are always greater powers beyond. Qianlong gathered golden electric energy in both hands and launched himself at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong cried out in agony, as the golden light enveloped his entire being. Just concede, Qianlong urged. I refuse, Sun Wukong declared defiantly. Hurry up and say it. If this continues, you will perish. Qianlong exclaimed anxiously. I will not be defeated by you. Qianlong retorted angrily, you stubborn fool, you truly will die. Bulma and the others gazed on with concern, offering their counsel. The audience held their breath, as if they could hear one another's heartbeats. Don't be stubborn, Goku. Surrender. You've done remarkably well, Goku. Hearing the advice from his friends, Sun Wukong contemplated conceding, but before he could utter the words, he collapsed, unable to withstand any longer. Wukong. Qianlong swiftly gathered his energy and rushed to assess the situation, administering CPR. After a while, Sun Wukong opened his eyes and weakly remarked, Old man, your technique is truly impressive. Relieved to see Wukong safe, he remained silent, directing his gaze towards the host. Congratulations to contestant Qianlong for advancing to the finals. The next match will feature Yamcha against Ubu. Qianlong carried Sun Wukong off the stage, as there was no intermission during the semifinals, while Ubu and Yamcha ascended to the arena. On the vast stage, Ubu and Yamcha stood facing each other. The audience held their breath, sensing the tension in the air. Ubu clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering, contemplating that victory here would lead him to the finals. He leaned slightly forward, his legs taut, poised to launch an attack. Yamcha regarded him with a serious expression. Let me see just how strong you truly are. He stood on the arena with unwavering stability, his hands poised like the claws of a wolf. As the battle was about to commence, the ebony figure flickered, darting towards Yamcha like a specter. His steps were light and agile, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly, raising a cloud of dust akin to a golden whirlwind. Yamcha remained unhurried, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Like a wolf, he nimbly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the onslaught of ebony. Immediately thereafter, he skillfully employed the principle of using softness to overcome rigidity, diffusing the force of ebony's assault into nothingness. Observing this, Ebony furrowed his brow slightly and promptly altered his tactics. He took a deep breath and, with a swift motion of his right hand, unleashed the mountain-splitting palm. The force of his palm surged through the air with a thunderous intensity, seemingly poised to obliterate everything in its path. Yamcha dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. He nimbly leaped backward, narrowly evading the ferocious strike. In an instant, he launched a kick, his leg tracing an elegant and fierce arc through the air. The gust it generated causing the surrounding leaves to rustle wildly. Wuming retreated a few steps, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Behold my technique. The tiger's subduing stance. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the entire arena. Yamcha narrowed his eyes slightly, crossing his arms over his chest, preparing to withstand this formidable attack head-on. He stepped back a few paces, sensing the formidable strength of his opponent. His gaze was intense, fixed firmly upon the ebony figure. He took a deep breath, harmonizing his breath and rhythm. Then, his legs began to bend slightly, poised and ready. Super Wolf Fong Fist. In an instant, Yamcha's body shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow. His leg muscles were taut, and in an instant, strength erupted within him. During the charge, his body leaned slightly, as if merging with the very essence of the wind. His legs whirled with the swiftness of a tempest, conjuring a fierce gust of wind. As he traversed the terrain, dust danced in the air, creating a magnificent spectacle, reminiscent of a colossal dragon spiraling through the heavens, roaring as it charged towards the ebony wood. Upon witnessing the tempestuous approach of Yamcha, the ebony wood manifested a flicker of astonishment in his gaze, yet he remained composed, unperturbed by the unfolding chaos. He swiftly shifted his stance, attempting to evade the fierce blow. However, Yamcha's speed was astonishingly rapid, leaving up no choice but to hastily raise his arms in defense. Yamcha's movements were fluid and instinctive, each swipe of his claws and kick exuding both power and grace. His speed increased exponentially, the shadows of his legs and claws intertwining in the air to form an intricate, dizzying web. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to be stirred by the force of his punches, producing a sharp, piercing whistle. This sound resembled the beating of war drums, urging Yamcha to unleash even greater power. The audience watched intently, their eyes glued to the two combatants, fearful of missing any exhilarating moment. The might of the Super Wolf Fong Wind Fist was astounding, its momentum akin to a tidal wave, capable of obliterating all in its path. Despite Yuwu's utmost effort to resist, he still felt the overwhelming impact, his feet sliding backward on the ground, leaving deep indentations. Faced with such a formidable assault, Yuwu's expression grew increasingly grave. He clenched his jaw tightly, focusing all his energy to counter Yamcha's offensive. Yuwu reflected inwardly, indeed, Yamcha was formidable in his prime, possessing remarkable martial arts talent. Yet, Yamcha did not revel in his temporary advantage. He regarded Yuwu with grave seriousness. Yuwu prepared to launch his own attack. Yamcha, be alert. Failing to counter the next move could prove fatal. With a lithe form, Yuwu advanced a step, simultaneously swinging his right arm with tremendous force, executing a fierce chopping technique from the Eight Extremes fist, akin to a colossal axe cleaving towards his opponent. However, Yamcha remained composed, slightly shifting his body to effortlessly evade the ferocious strike. He quickly retaliated, employing his agile leg techniques to neutralize Yuwu's assault. Undeterred, Yuwu swiftly adjusted his stance, unleashing a flurry of punches like a tempest. Each strike was imbued with immense power, accompanied by the sound of howling wind. Yamcha countered each move with finesse, weaving through the barrage of punches with graceful agility. He occasionally sidestepped, at times extending his hand to block, skillfully neutralizing the assaults of Ebony. Suddenly, Ebony unleashed a formidable technique known as the mountain-crushing palm, its force akin to the ferocity of thunder, aimed directly at his opponent's chest. However, Yamcha was well prepared. He swiftly retreated a step while simultaneously tracing an arc with his hands, employing softness to counter hardness, thereby dissipating the palm's energy. The two engaged in a dynamic exchange. Their moves unpredictable. Each strike resonated with the collision of power and technique, leaving the audience in a state of awe. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Yamate's breath grew increasingly rapid, yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood that in this contest, even the slightest misstep could lead to his downfall. Ultimately, after an intense struggle, Ebony seized upon Yamate's opening, executing a decisive Iron Mountain lean. Yamate was propelled out of the arena. Ebony, however, did not revel in arrogance. Instead, he smiled, expressing admiration for Yamate's performance. This thrilling duel not only showcased the appropriate application of Baji Quan in this world, but also revealed Yamate's profound foundational skills. Oh! The audience erupted in a cacophony of applause, their cheers resonating like thunder, unwavering in their enthusiasm. Uncle Marlowe's family could not contain their excitement, rising to cheer for Ebony. Congratulations to the athlete Ebony for advancing to the finals. After a brief intermission of 30 minutes, the final match would feature Ebony against Qianlong. Chapter 10. The Finals. The intermission swiftly passed, and the referee in the center of the ring raised the microphone, announcing in a resounding voice, "The match begins. Ebony versus Qianlong. Please step onto the stage." Ebony and Qianlong ascended the platform, while Uncle Marlowe's family cheered for Ebony from the crowd, their voices distinct amidst the excited throng. "Go! Ebony, you are the best." Uncle Marlowe waved his arms, his voice brimming with strength. Ebony nodded in acknowledgement, a confident smile gracing his face before he turned to face Qianlong. He was acutely aware that he was facing the Turtle Sage. The referee stood at the center of the arena, proclaiming in a powerful voice, "The match begins." Omo and Qianlong ascended the stage with measured steps, exchanging a knowing smile, as a palpable tension flowed between them. "Omo, your performance has been commendable, yet I hope you do not underestimate my age." Qianlong, the Turtle Sage, remarked calmly, a hint of anticipation lacing his tone. Omu nodded thoughtfully, responding earnestly, "Master Wu Tin, I have always admired your prowess. It is indeed an honor to battle with you." Recognizing Omu's respectful address, the Turtle Sage chose not to contest it, having anticipated this acknowledgement, apart from Sun Wukong. Most had likely discerned his identity. With the referee's command, the finals officially commenced. Omu understood that against the Turtle Sage, he must seize the initiative. He focused intently and swiftly charged forward, attempting to breach the Turtle Sage's defenses with astonishing speed. The Turtle Sage smiled faintly, gracefully retreating, effortlessly evading the onslaught of the Ebony Warrior. His movements were graceful and composed, as if everything lay within his control. "Wumu, your speed is impressive. Yet mere swiftness is insufficient," the Turtle Hermit remarked gently, before launching a counterattack. Though his actions were not rapid, each strike was executed with remarkable precision and astonishing strength. Wumu gritted his teeth, striving to evade while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to retaliate. He was acutely aware that each of his assaults must be executed with precision if he were to unsettle the master. The intensity of their confrontation escalated. Every strike from the Ebony Warrior was deftly countered by the Turtle Sage, while the Sage's retaliations plunged the Ebony Warrior into a fierce struggle. "You are still young on the path of martial arts, and mastery is not achieved overnight." The Turtle Sage imparted wisdom amidst the clash. To truly attain strength, it is not solely about technique and might. The state of one's mind holds paramount importance. An incessant pursuit of power is but a descent into the wicked path. As the fierce exchanges unfolded, the Ebony Warrior gradually began to grasp the profound significance embedded in the Sage's words. He began to adjust his breathing and rhythm, no longer engaging in blind assaults, but rather seeking the most opportune moments. As time progressed, Wumu's offense grew increasingly steady. Although he still could not gain the upper hand, he had begun to better withstand the onslaught of Master Rashi. "Well done, Wumu. You are starting to understand," Master Rashi remarked approvingly, simultaneously intensifying his own attacks, clearly aiming to further test Wumu's skills. The two moved across the arena like dancers, their strikes landing with precision and grace. The audience was captivated by this splendid duel, erupting into waves of astonished gasps and applause. At that moment, Wumu detected a slight opening in Master Rashi's defense. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Iron Mountain technique. Master Rashi, seemingly anticipating this move, offered a subtle smile, pivoted, and deftly evaded Wumu's attack, countering with a strike aimed directly at Wumu's vital points. Wumu narrowly dodged, yet still felt the brush of Master Rashi's attack, leaving a faint mark. Steadying himself, Wumu took a deep breath, confronted with Master Rashi's nearly impeccable offense. He realized that he could no longer afford to engage in reckless attacks as he had before. He needed to find the perfect moment, one that would catch Master Roshi off guard. Umber, your progress is astonishing. However, the key lies in whether you can breach my defenses, Master Roshi remarked with a smile. As if admiring a raw gem, Umber clenched his fists, his determination intensifying. Master Wutian, I am ready. No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward, his form akin to a flash of lightning, charging at Master Roshi. This time, he eschewed a mere linear attack, employing all the techniques he had learned in an attempt to uncover a flaw in Master Roshi's defenses. For the first time, Master Roshi's expression bore a hint of seriousness, his hands moving with the grace of fish gliding through water, deftly parrying Umber's strikes. Yet Umber's approach was markedly different this time, utilizing an alternate application of Bagwazang. His movements became unpredictable, compelling Master Roshi to focus even more intently. Well done, Umber. It seems I must reveal my true strength. Suddenly, Master Roshi's aura shifted, an invisible current swirling around him. Umber felt an unprecedented pressure, yet he did not falter. Rather, it ignited his fighting spirit. Come on, Master Wutian. Show me your true prowess. The two engaged once more, this confrontation more intense than before. Each of Umber's attacks brimmed with power and speed, while Master Roshi, with his unfathomable martial skills, skillfully countered and retaliated. Amidst this fierce exchange, Umber sensed an opportunity. In a fleeting moment, a subtle movement from Master Roshi illuminated a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, Umber focused all his strength and unleashed the two-element peak. This time, he poured not only his physical strength but also his heart into the strike, merging his understanding of martial arts with an ardent desire for victory. A flicker of surprise crossed Master Roshi's eyes. Evidently, he had not anticipated Umber to unleash such power and speed. He attempted to evade, but this time, the speed of Ebony's assault was too swift, leaving him with no choice but to defend with all his might. The clash of their powers resonated in the air, producing a deafening sound. The entire arena seemed to tremble at that moment, while the audience held their breath, anxiously observing the two combatants on stage. Both Ebony and Master Roshi were pushed back a few steps by the force of each other's blows, yet they quickly regained their footing, standing face to face, their gazes filled with mutual respect. You have done well, Ebony. You have made me feel the pressure, Master Roshi remarked with a smile, his voice imbued with admiration. Though Ebony was panting, a glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes. Master Wutian, it is a tremendous honor to receive your acknowledgement. Master Roshi stood firm, his gaze piercing as he focused intently on Ebony. Taking a deep breath, he brought his hands together, slowly pulling them apart as if he were gathering some invisible energy in the air. Ebony, pay close attention. This is the Kamehameha. Master Roshi's voice carried a tone of solemnity. Ebony nervously adjusted his stance, aware that the forthcoming challenge would be a true test, a moment to formally engage with the power dynamics of this world. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and braced himself to face the onslaught of Master Roshi. With a resounding shout, a formidable wave of energy erupted from Master Roshi's hands, hurtling toward Yuwood. This wave of energy traveled at an astonishing speed, accompanied by a searing gust of air, as if it could pierce through anything. As Yuwood witnessed the energy wave rapidly approaching, his heart raced, and he promptly activated the prince's combat technique. His hands moved swiftly, unleashing countless waves of energy akin to a barrage of pellets, attempting to counteract the Kamehameha wave of Master Roshi. Chapter 11. The Breakthrough in Martial Arts, Becoming the Champion. The two forces clashed fiercely in the air, producing a thunderous roar. Although the Prince of Ebony's martial technique successfully deflected a portion of the energy waves, a small fraction penetrated his defenses, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Ha, young man. It appears you have much to learn, Master Roshi remarked, a glimmer of admiration shining in his eyes. Steadying himself, Ebony displayed a resolute expression. Master Wutian, your Kamehameha is indeed formidable, but I shall not concede so easily. Excellent. Let us continue. Master Roshi's voice brimmed with determination as he prepared to launch another assault. The two engaged once more, with Ebony now exercising greater caution, endeavoring to discern the patterns in Master Roshi's attacks and seeking an opportunity for retaliation. Meanwhile, Master Roshi continuously varied his assault methods, rendering it challenging for Ebony to adapt. As time progressed, the competition intensified. Each clash between Ebony and Master Roshi was fraught with tension, captivating the audience, who held their breath in anticipation, fixated on the two combatants in the arena. Ebony, your prowess is commendable, but let's see how you handle this. Master Roshi suddenly accelerated, launching a fierce onslaught against Ebony. Gritting his teeth, Ebony evaded with all his might while searching for a chance to counterattack. In that moment, he discerned a slight opening in Master Roshi's defenses. Too late for a change in technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Ebony unleashed a full-force strike. This time, the speed and power of his attack reached their zenith, striking Master Roshi directly and forcing him back a few steps. Master Roshi regained his footing, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Well done, Ebony. Your progress is truly remarkable. Panting heavily, Ebony's eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. Master Wutian, I have yet to reach my limits. The duel between the two continued, each clash leaving the audience in a state of awe. Every assault from Wumu was imbued with unwavering determination and strength, while Master Roshi deftly countered with his profound martial arts skills. As the battle progressed, Wumu gradually sensed an intensifying power coursing through him, each strike becoming more formidable than the last. Observing Wumu's performance, Master Roshi's eyes reflected increasing admiration. In that moment, Wumu unleashed a ferocious attack, channeling nearly all of his strength into his fist. Although Master Roshi attempted to evade, the speed was overwhelming, forcing him to brace himself for impact. The forces of the two collided once more in the air, producing a deafening roar. This time, Wumu's assault clearly gained the upper hand, sending Master Roshi staggering back several steps until he steadied himself at the edge of the arena. Standing firm, Master Roshi regarded Wumu with a glimmer of recognition and respect. Wumu, you have performed admirably. I underestimated you. Your potential exceeds my expectations. Wumu panted heavily, yet his gaze remained resolute. The acknowledgement from Master Roshi filled him with immense pride. Master Wutian, to spar with a master such as yourself is an unforgettable experience in my life. The two resumed their positions at the center of the arena, though the match was not yet concluded. Everyone present could feel the profound impact and inspiration emanating from this confrontation. The battle between Master Roshi and Wumu transcended mere physical prowess, serving as a testament to the spirit of martial arts. Master Roshi prepared to launch another attack, this time amassing even greater energy, evidently intending to employ his ultimate technique to determine the victor. Wumu, too, readied himself, aware that the final confrontation loomed ahead. He understood that he must exert every ounce of his strength to have a chance of winning this match. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense once more. The spectators held their breath, anticipating this climactic showdown. Master Roshi's figure darted across the arena with dizzying speed, elusive and swift. Wumu focused intently, striving to catch a glimpse of his movements. Wumu, are you prepared? This will be the most formidable attack you have ever encountered. Master Roshi's deep voice resonated throughout the arena as his hands began to gather a resplendent light. Wumu took a deep breath, adjusting his stance. Master Wutian, I am ready. Please, impart your wisdom. His voice resonated with unwavering conviction, and a glimmer of challenge sparkled in his eyes. Are you ready? Kamehameha. With that, Master Roshi bellowed, unleashing the gathered energy towards Yuwood in a sudden burst. A colossal sphere of light hurtled toward Yuwood at an astonishing speed. He did not flinch. He understood that this was a test set forth by Master Roshi, one he must confront head-on. Yuwood resolved not to employ the prince's tactics any longer. Instead, he clasped his hands together, feeling the surge of energy within him, and a wave of azure energy erupted from his palms, advancing toward the immense sphere of light. He aptly named this technique Divine Wind Wave. The two forces collided fiercely in the air, producing a thunderous roar. Under the might of Yuwood's energy, the luminous sphere began to gradually dissipate until it vanished completely. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, never having anticipated that Yuwood could withstand such a formidable strike from Master Roshi. A slight smile graced Master Roshi's lips as he regarded Yuwood with approval. Well done, Yuwood. Your prowess has surpassed my expectations. However, the contest is not yet concluded. You must remain vigilant for the subsequent assault. Yuwood nodded, his expression growing more serious. Master Wutian, please continue. He realized that the challenges ahead were entirely designed to familiarize him with martial combat. In his previous life, training at a martial arts academy was vastly different from the practice in this world. With each successive round of strikes, Master Roshi's speed and strength continued to escalate. Although Wumu could withstand the blows, he found himself struggling with each encounter. At that moment, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled Master Roshi's earlier teachings that true power emanates not solely from the body but also from the spirit. Wumu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and endeavored to forge a connection between his mind and body. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his being. When he opened his eyes once more, his gaze had transformed into one of unwavering determination. He addressed Master Roshi, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the guidance received, proclaiming that he believed he had discovered the key to his breakthrough. Master Rashi smiled and nodded, inviting him to showcase his accomplishments. With a bellowing shout, Yu would unleash the full force of his power, propelling himself towards Master Rashi like a cannonball. Unwilling to back down, Master Rashi advanced to meet him. The two engaged in an aerial duel, each collision resonating with tremendous sound. Yu would experienced a qualitative leap in both speed and strength. Even Master Rashi felt the pressure mounting. As the battle progressed, Yu would gradually sensed a surge in his power. Each strike he delivered grew more potent than the last. Ultimately, in a critical exchange, Yu would successfully identified a flaw in Master Rashi's defense, landing a decisive blow to his vital point. Although Master Rashi was pushed back several paces, he bore no anger. Instead, a satisfied smile graced his face. Yu would, congratulations. You have surpassed your limits. Forge your own path. Your future knows no bounds. I concede, Master Rashi declared, smiling at Yu would and inviting him to visit his little island. His objective has been achieved. The distinction of champion is of little consequence now. Initially, he merely wished to demonstrate to his disciples that there are always greater forces beyond their comprehension. Unexpectedly, he encountered a martial artist unlike any they had known, and in his excitement, he felt compelled to offer guidance. Very well, Master Wu Tian, I shall seek your counsel. Wu Mu would never look down upon Master Rashi. Despite his lecherous tendencies and diminishing combat prowess, he is indeed a revered master of his time. Master Rashi nodded, descending from the arena. Congratulations to contestant Wu Mu for his victory. He has become the champion and earned a prize of 500,000. In the audience, Uncle Marlowe stood up, exhilarated, cheering, while other spectators celebrated the emergence of the champion. Panting heavily, Wu Mu wore a smile upon his face. Chapter 12. The Search for Karen Tower upon receiving his prize. Wu Mu rushed to Uncle Marlowe, offering him the entirety of the winnings. Wu Mu, what is the meaning of this? Uncle Marlowe gazed at the money in astonishment. Perplexed by the gesture, Wu Mu took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with a fervent desire and resolve to become stronger. At this juncture, he aspired to embrace the learning methods of the Dragon Ball world, which necessitated ascending to Karen Tower. I am grateful for your care over these past 5 years. Uncle Marlowe, I do not intend to return. I now understand my current level of strength and seek further trials. I plan to search for the legendary hermit. Uncle Marlowe accepted the prize, his expression a mix of emotions. He recognized that Wu Mu was a person of ambition. Yet he had not anticipated that Wu Mu would resolve to seek the fabled immortal. This decision signified that Wu Mu was about to embark on a journey fraught with the unknown and peril. Wu Mu, the path to finding the immortal is perilous. Are you truly prepared for it? Uncle Marlowe inquired with deep concern. Wu Mu resolutely nodded. I am ready. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, I shall not waver. For years, I have been training for this moment, and I believe it is time to realize my dream. Uncle Marlowe fell silent for a moment, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. Since you have made your decision, I shall not hinder you further. However, you should keep this reward for yourself. The journey is long, and you will need these funds to ensure a smooth passage. Wu Mu shook his head, replying, Uncle Marlowe, this money is not essential for me. I hope you can take good care of yourself with it. As for me, I will earn everything I need through my own efforts. Observing the unwavering determination in Wu Mu's eyes, Uncle Marlowe understood that he could utter no more words of discouragement. He cast a deep glance at Ebony, ultimately letting out a sigh. Very well, since you have made up your mind, I can only wish you smooth sailing. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, do not give up. Hold steadfast to your dreams. If one day you wish to return, know that this place will always be your home. Tears glistening in her eyes, Alia gazed at Ebony. Thank you, Uncle, for your care over the years. I will remember your words and will not easily give up. Ebony nodded and then turned his gaze towards Alia. Alia, I will remember. Be sure to listen to Uncle Marlowe. After bidding farewell to Uncle Marlowe and his family, Ebony walked in the direction of Sun Wukong. At that moment, Master Rashi had removed his disguise and joined Sun Wukong and the others. Under their scrutiny, he fabricated a casual excuse to deflect their inquiries. Ebony approached Sun Wukong, who appeared as confident and optimistic as ever. Wukong, the martial arts tournament has concluded. What are your plans? Ebony inquired tentatively. Sun Wukong turned his head, revealing his trademark smile. Hiki, I plan to search for my grandfather's relics and afterwards, I believe I will continue my training. After all, there are still many formidable opponents in the outside world. I cannot afford to stagnate. Ebony nodded, understanding Sun Wukong's relentless spirit of ambition. Just then, Master Rashi approached, his gaze seemingly imbued with deeper significance. "Oh, what are you two discussing?" Master Rashi inquired nonchalantly. Son Wukong immediately replied, "Grandpa Rashi, I was contemplating my training plan after the martial arts tournament." Master Rashi stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "Training is indeed important. However, there are many valuable lessons to be learned in this world. But, Wukong, do you not think it is also necessary to occasionally relax and enjoy life?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. I find training to be exceedingly enjoyable." Listening from the side, Ebony couldn't help but marvel at Sun Wukong's passion and dedication to training, which evoked a sense of admiration. Part of his desire to attend a martial arts academy in his past life was inspired by him. He suddenly posed a question. "Master Wu Tian, do you know the whereabouts of the esteemed Karen? It is said that you were once guided by her in your youth." The turtle hermit gestured in a direction. "The Karen resides atop the towering Karen Tower, shrouded in clouds, guarded by vigilant sentinels. If you wish to meet her, you must ascend the tower yourself. Proceed in this direction, and you shall behold the tower." Wumu gazed towards the direction indicated by the turtle hermit and bid farewell. "Thank you, Master Wu Tian, for your guidance during the tournament. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to speak. Farewell, Wukong. I look forward to our next contest." Wumu glanced at Wukong and then nodded towards Yamcha and the others. After departing from the martial arts arena, Wumu embarked on his journey to Karen Tower. Along the way, he reflected on his development. He had made significant strides during his match with the turtle hermit and eagerly anticipated further enhancement under Karen's tutelage. Subsequently, he intended to continue his quest for the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes. As Wumu set forth towards Karen Tower, his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future and contemplation of the past. He contemplated that although the martial arts tournament had concluded, it marked a new beginning for him. He eagerly anticipated that under the guidance of Master Karen, he would be able to adapt his national martial arts to this world. At that moment, a faint cry for help suddenly reached Yuwood's ears. He immediately became alert, scanning his surroundings in an attempt to locate the source of the sound. Not far away, he spotted a small boy who seemed to have climbed a tree in pursuit of a flying bird, but now he was too frightened to descend. Wumu approached gently and inquired, "Little one, what is your name? Why have you climbed the tree?" The boy, somewhat apprehensive, looked at Wumu and stammered, "I am Xiaojie. I saw a beautiful bird land on the tree, and I wanted to climb up to take a look. But now I cannot get down." Wumu smiled reassuringly and said, "Do not be afraid, Xiaojie. I will help you down." With that, Wumu effortlessly leapt up the tree, carefully cradling Xiaojie in his arms, and then descended gracefully to the ground. Safely on solid earth, Xiaojie exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, big brother. You are truly amazing." Wumu affectionately patted Xiaojie on the head and replied, "Xiaojie, in the future, refrain from climbing trees so easily. If you find yourself in danger, always seek the assistance of an adult immediately." Xiaojie nodded, his eyes gleaming with admiration for Wumu. "Big brother, where are you headed?" Wumu gazed into the distance, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "I am off to Kalinta, in search of Master Kalen, to continue my path of cultivation." Xiaojie asked curiously, "What is Kalinta? Who is Master Kalen?" Wumu smiled and explained, "Kalinta is a tower that pierces the clouds, and Master Kalen is an exceptionally skilled martial artist. I hope to receive his guidance to become stronger." Xiaojie listened in wide-eyed amazement, having never heard of such a wondrous place or person. "Big brother, you must do your best. I believe you can become even stronger." Wumu smiled gently and nodded. "Thank you, Xiaojie. I will. Now I must continue on my journey, and you should head home and refrain from climbing trees again." After bidding farewell to Xiaojie, Wumu resumed his journey towards Kalinta, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future and a fervent desire for cultivation. He understood that although the road ahead was fraught with challenges, perseverance would inevitably lead him to the realization of his dreams. Chapter 13. Ascending Kalinta. Nestled in the heart of the vast forests of the southwestern Indian plains, there stood Kalinta. For 3 consecutive days, Yuwood raced forward, eventually arriving at a village where he paused to rest and inquire about Kalinta. An elderly man, who had once attempted to scale Kalinta in his youth, met him, albeit with failure. After expressing his gratitude to the old man, Yuwood resumed his swift journey towards Kalinta. Days later, the expansive forest loomed before him. Yuwood did not waver, plunging deeper into the verdant thicket. By the time he emerged from the woods, dusk had descended upon the forest center. This must be Kalinta. Yuwood lifted his gaze to behold the towering white pillars that soared into the sky. Reminiscent of the original anime, he felt a profound sense of awe. realizing that only by confronting it directly could he truly appreciate its grandeur. A sensation utterly lost on the screen. "Who are you? Have you come here to challenge Kalinta?" At that moment, a robust man emerged from a tent at the base of Kalinta, exuding an air of fierce determination. Accompanying him was a child, both adorned in traditional Indian attire. Their dark skin accentuated by painted faces, and their hair decorated with what appeared to be wild feathers. He discerned from their attire that they were indeed the guardians of Karen Tower, UPA, and his father. In the original tale, UPA's father, Bora, was exceptionally powerful and had aided Sun Wukong. However, he met his demise while protecting UPA during the Red Ribbon Army's quest for the Dragon Balls. Contemplating this, Yu would resolve to save him if he had the capability, and he intended to first ascend Karen Tower. "My name is Yuwood," he said gently. "I have heard tales of the dwelling of the immortals and wish to learn." Bora, accustomed to such encounters, suggested, "Why not rest for the night? There are spare tents available." Yuwood, reflecting on the exhausting days of relentless travel, agreed, acknowledging the necessity of rest. After tidying up, Bora beckoned Yuwood to step outside the tent. "Brother Yuwood, I have just roasted some meat. Come, partake and replenish your energy." Yuwood nodded and sat across from Bora, the fire's warmth enveloping them, illuminating the surroundings. A skewer of succulent pork sizzled over the flames, and Yuwood swallowed hard at the sight of the glistening meat. Observing Yuwood's eager expression, Bora chuckled. "It is ready. Do not hesitate. Dig in." Unable to resist any longer, Yuwood tore off a piece and savored it with delight. "This is exquisite," he exclaimed, tears welling up as he lamented, "I have been on the road for so long without tasting proper food." "Do not take this the wrong way, Brother Yuwood," Bora began, "but our clan has guarded Karen Tower through generations and encountered numerous challengers. Only Mr. Wutian succeeded 3 centuries ago." Bora gazed up at the towering structure, shaking his head with a sigh. "Those who failed were fortunate if they returned alive. The unfortunate ones met a grim fate, shattered upon the ground. I too attempted to ascend, yet the tower seemed to have no summit. I must advise you, Brother Yuwood. Should you feel overwhelmed, do not hesitate to descend." Yuwood swallowed his food, aware that with his strength akin to Master Roshi, he could indeed climb the tower. Yet he preferred to remain humble. "Thank you for your counsel, Brother Bora. If I feel my stamina waning, I will come down." Bora nodded with a smile. "Well then, finish your meal and rest quickly. Tomorrow, I will watch from below." Once Yuwood had eaten his fill, he felt sufficiently satisfied. He stretched his neck and limbs, then stood and walked towards the river to cleanse himself. After refreshing himself, he turned to Bora and said, "Brother Bora, I shall take my leave to sleep now." The following day, Wumu rose early and practiced several rounds of Bajiquan by the riverside, subsequently settling into a meditative posture to attune himself to the energy within. During the final match against Master Wutian, he experienced an unexpected breakthrough, which, in terms of his cultivation level, he could now classify as mid-stage dark energy. He had never established a definitive progression of martial arts ranks. This was merely his own assessment. When one remains at a certain level for an extended period, a natural breakthrough is inevitable. Moreover, Wumu was uncertain about the nuances of the energy derived from his cultivation of the Dragon Balls and how to categorize its levels. His breakthrough was entirely a result of a sudden increase in his body's capacity, which allowed for a greater surge of energy. According to the combat power system, he now possessed a fighting strength of approximately 140 to 50. After scaling the tower for further training, he intended to embark on a journey beyond the cosmos. "Wumu, are you ready?" Bra approached, casting a glance at him with inquiry. Wumu nodded affirmatively. "Brother Bra, I am prepared." Bra patted Wumu on the shoulder, reminding him, "Remember, if you sense danger, descend immediately. Although Karen Tower is enigmatic, life is infinitely more precious." Wumu smiled in response. "Rest assured, I shall exercise caution." Together, they made their way to the base of the Carinta, where Ebony gazed upward at the tower's lofty pinnacle, a surge of resolute determination blossoming within his heart. He commenced his ascent, employing both hands and feet, climbing steadily upward, one step at a time. "Courageous child. May the deities bestow their blessings upon you." Bra whispered a prayer, his gaze unwavering from the silhouette of the ebony figure. Initially, Kalinta's surface proved smoother than what Ebony had envisioned, necessitating additional time to identify suitable handholds and footholds. Ebony silently recited Bra's words, striving to maintain composure, gradually discovering his rhythm. As the altitude increased, so too did the intensity of the wind, and Ebony found himself confronted with an unprecedented challenge. He could sense the flow of energy within him, as if responding to Corinta's summons. With each ascent, Wumu would pause to regulate his breathing and attune himself to the circulation of energy within, gradually calming his heart. Time seemed to lose its significance during this climb. He was unaware of how long he had been scaling the heights. His fingers began to tingle, and his muscles protested against the relentless exertion. Yet he persisted, for he understood that this was not merely a test of physical endurance, but also an opportunity to forge his willpower. After several hours of climbing, Wumu felt his strength waning, and each ascent became increasingly arduous. He paused to rest against a prominent outcrop of the Corinta, closing his eyes to take deep breaths in an attempt to restore his strength. At that moment, he heard a faint voice. "Ebony, do not give up. You are so close to the summit." Ebony opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings for the source of the voice, yet saw nothing. He realized that this might be the voice of his own inner self, or perhaps the spirit of Corinta's cat was encouraging him. He could press on. Ebony regained his resolve and continued to ascend. At last, when he summoned the last remnants of his strength to pull himself to the summit of Corinta, he collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the boundless panorama surrounding him, his heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and awe. For a moment, standing atop the tower, Ebony surveyed his surroundings, witnessing the clouds flowing gently beneath him, as if the entire world lay at his feet. In that instant, he experienced an unparalleled sense of freedom and achievement. Is this the sensation of transcending one's limits? Ebony murmured to himself, feeling a surge of power within. He then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. He yearned to immortalize the sensation of this moment, this transcendent experience that surpassed his own limits, believing it would bestow upon him boundless strength in his future endeavors. As he felt the energy coursing through his body, it seemed that, at this instant, he had merged with the entire cosmos. Just then, a gentle voice whispered in his ear, "Welcome to Corinta, young one." Turning, he beheld a cat leaning on a cane. Slowly approaching him, he recognized him as the sage, Master Corinta. Chapter 14. The Guidance of Master Corinta. Rising to his feet, he took a few steps forward and respectfully bowed. Master Corinta nodded. "I am aware of your purpose for coming here. However, your arrival alone attests to your determination and strength. What is it that you wish to learn?" After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly replied, "I wish to master the control of my energy and to wield it with greater agility in combat." Master Corinta smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I can teach you that. But the energy within you is quite formidable." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Now, cover your eyes and try to catch me." Tying a bell to his cane, he tossed a strip of cloth to Wumu. Cautiously, Wumu blindfolded himself, gripping the cloth tightly, his heart racing with both anxiety and excitement. "Shall I begin?" he tentatively inquired, groping for direction, drawing closer to the sound of the bell. "Yes, commence." Master Corinta's voice resonated softly in the air, seemingly emanating from all directions, rendering his precise location elusive. Wumu slowly turned in place, attempting to detect Master Corinta's position through the gentle breeze. The sound of the bell fluctuated, sometimes distant, sometimes near, confounding him. "How is it? Can you sense my position?" Master Corinta's voice seemed to echo right beside him. Wumu bent forward and nodded, dashing towards him. "Very well, but your movements are still too sluggish." Master Corinta's voice came from a short distance away, the bell's sound shifting accordingly. "What must I do to become swifter?" Wumu inquired, his voice brimming with a desire to enhance his abilities. Master Corinta chuckled softly. "First, you must learn to perceive the currents of energy around you. Close your eyes, not merely to obscure your vision, but to truly feel with your heart." Wumu calmed his mind, following Master Corinta's guidance as he endeavored to sense the gentle breeze and the fluctuations in the air. "Excellent, you're beginning to grasp it." Master Corinta approached him, offering gentle instruction. "Now try again." Taking a deep breath, Wumu felt his senses sharpen. This time, when the bell chimed once more, he instinctively pivoted rapidly, seizing Master Corinta's wrist. "Haha, splendid. Wumu, your progress is remarkable," Master Corinta praised. "It is your adeptness that has made it so." Wumu removed the cloth strip before him and respectfully responded. In the days that followed, the life of Amu and Master Karen was filled with various training sessions. Each morning, Wumu would accompany Master Karen to learn how to better control and perceive chi. After lunch, they would engage in discussions regarding strategies and techniques for combat. In the evenings, Wumu would practice alone, integrating the knowledge gleaned from the day. "Master Karen, how do you assess my control now?" One evening, after his practice, Wumu inquired with curiosity. Master Karen smiled and replied, "You have made considerable progress. However, the mastery of chi is not solely a matter of technique, it is predominantly about mindset. You must remain calm and focused, even in the most intense battles, without losing your essence. I understand. Thank you, Master Karen, Oma solemnly acknowledged. In the ensuing days, Master Karen imparted numerous techniques regarding the control of Qi, teaching Omu how to swiftly manipulate the flow of Qi in combat and how to harness its power to enhance his speed and strength. As time passed, under Master Karen's guidance, Omu not only learned to control Qi more adeptly, but also to apply it flexibly during battle. With each day, he continued to progress, gradually sensing a deeper connection with the Qi. Although the training was fraught with challenges, Omu felt immensely fulfilled and satisfied. He understood that all these efforts were aimed at making himself stronger. After a morning training session, Wumu sat on the ground to regulate his breathing, while Master Carlin observed nearby. Master Carlin, I feel as though every time I harness my energy, it surges violently, making it difficult to control. Wumu said with a hint of confusion. Master Carlin chuckled softly. That is because you have yet to fully merge your consciousness with your energy. Imagine the energy as an extension of yourself, a tool rather than an adversary. How can I achieve that? Wumu inquired further. Guide it with your heart, not merely with your will, Master Carlin replied as he rose to demonstrate. Look, just like this. He gently waved his hand, and a soft breeze immediately formed within the room, caressing the ebony visage. Ebony widened his eyes in realization. So this is how it is. Indeed, one cannot grasp the essence solely from animation. Qi is not merely energy, it serves purposes beyond mere destruction. Now, give it a try, Master Karen encouraged. Ebony closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and endeavored to follow Master Karen's guidance. Initially, he felt only a faint current swirling around his fingertips, but soon, with his focus in the direction of his heart, this current intensified. Excellent, you have succeeded, Master Karen's voice brimmed with approval. Ebony opened his eyes and beheld the fact that he was indeed controlling a gentle breeze, his face alight with incredulous joy. In the afternoon, they engaged in discussions on how to adeptly harness Qi in combat. Remember, the application of Qi transcends mere direct attacks and defenses, Master Karen imparted. It is also a reflection of one's inner self. Ebony nodded, silently committing these words to memory. As night fell, he practiced alone under the cool moonlight. He endeavored to integrate the knowledge acquired during the day, focusing not only on the mastery of Qi, but also on its application in motion. I shall attempt the dance of the void, he contemplated. Now that he has grasped the flow of Qi, he intended to try the dance of the void. He inhaled deeply, concentrating all his attention and strength, and then endeavored to harness the power of Qi to elevate himself. Initially, the tips of his toes merely grazed the ground, but soon, as his control over Qi grew more adept, his entire body began to ascend gracefully into the air. Wumu experienced a surge of unprecedented exhilaration as he rolled and spun in the sky, entirely guided by his mastery of Qi. When he finally descended smoothly back to the ground, Wumu realized that he had acquired a remarkable new ability. He sat on the ground, reflecting on the day's training and his accomplishments, his heart brimming with gratitude and resolve. After mastering the art of flight, Wumu felt a transformative surge in his strength. With this thought, he decided to make a request of Master Karen. Master Karen, I would like to seek your counsel on a matter. Wumu stood before Master Karen, his tone tinged with caution. Master Karen looked at him and smiled. What question do you have, Wumu? Chapter 15, Summoning the Dragon. Throughout the past few days of training, I have subsisted on the magical beans and feel that my body has grown significantly stronger. I wonder if I might receive some more of these beans, as I believe they not only replenish stamina swiftly but also heal injuries. I think they would be of immense assistance on my forthcoming journey, Wumu expressed. Master Karen paused for a moment, then nodded. Wumu, I understand your request. Your journey indeed warrants such support. However, the magical beans are exceedingly rare, each one invaluable. Master Karen retrieved a bag from behind him, filled with nearly 100 green magical beans. Wumu accepted the beans and bowed deeply. Thank you, Master Karen. I will use them judiciously. Remember, while the magical beans are beneficial, true strength must be cultivated from within, Master Karen advised. Wumu took the small cloth bag with excitement, nodding earnestly. Thank you, Master Karen. I will heed your teachings. His voice was imbued with determination and confidence. Subsequently, Wumu rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Master Karen, expressing his utmost respect and gratitude. Master Karen returned his bow with a smile, gesturing for Wumu to refrain from such formality. After bidding farewell, Wumu walked to the edge of Karen Tower, gazing down at the azure sky and the vast earth below. Fully aware that his journey was far from over, with numerous challenges yet to confront, he took a deep breath, concentrating all his energy, then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of air beneath his feet. "Master Karen, I am departing," he declared. "Go forth, Yu Wood. I believe you will become an exceptional martial artist." Came Master Karen's voice, imbued with encouragement. Yu Wood inhaled deeply once more, focused his mind, and then, employing the technique of sky dance, he gently descended from Karen Tower. As he lowered in altitude, the surrounding scenery began to come into sharper focus, and his heartbeat quickened in tandem. Ultimately, Yu Wood landed smoothly on the ground and surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the Bra family awaited him. They beheld the Ebony Wood descending from the heavens, their mouths agape in astonishment. "Brother Ebony, how did you accomplish this?" Bla exclaimed in wonder. Ebony smiled, gently stroking his head. "It is the art of aerial dance, made possible through the guidance of the immortal Kareem." "Brother Ebony, I never anticipated you would manage to ascend," Bla declared, brimming with excitement. "Haha, merely a stroke of luck." Ebony chuckled, his heart overflowing with gratitude for the immortal Kareem. After bidding farewell to Bla and his son, Ebony was filled with boundless aspirations for the future. He understood that the journey ahead would be even more arduous. Yet he held an unwavering belief in his ability to triumph over all obstacles. He traversed the winding mountain path, diligently seeking a sanctuary suitable for his cultivation. After several days of searching, Wumu stumbled upon a secluded yet picturesque peak. The mountain was not excessively lofty, yet it was strikingly precipitous, encircled by dense foliage, resembling a hidden paradise untouched by the outside world. Wumu resolved to settle here and embark on his journey of cultivation. Although the mountain was not overwhelmingly perilous, the surrounding environment was tranquil, and the wild beasts within the forest posed little threat to him. He discovered a flat area on the mountainside, cleared a patch of land, and constructed a modest hut using the surrounding trees and bamboo. Each day, Wumu diligently practiced Bajikwan, tirelessly repeating the fundamental movements and combinations from dawn until dusk. He understands that only through relentless practice can he refine and strengthen his martial arts skills. Every day, Wumu runs through the mountains to build his physique, demonstrating unwavering dedication. In his pursuit of perfection, he strives to master every move and technique of Bajikwan to the utmost degree. His physique has become increasingly robust under such intense training, and his breath has grown deeper. While practicing the 8th level of boxing, Wumu has also begun to experiment with the invention of his own unique energy wave technique. He was acutely aware that relying solely on the kamikaze technique would not suffice. In the battles that lay ahead, he required a signature move of his own, one that would enable him to confront his adversaries with unwavering composure. Yu Wood immersed himself in the exploration of the chi wave technique. After countless attempts and failures, on a moonless night shrouded in wind and darkness, he finally succeeded in unleashing his first chi wave. It was a pristine white wave, imbued with formidable power, capable of tracing a lengthy arc through the air and unleashing tremendous devastation upon impact. Yu Wood was overwhelmed with exhilaration, for he realized he had at last discovered a skill that belonged to him. Following extensive practice and refinement, he bestowed upon this technique the name Stardust Shattering Wave. He chose this name because every time he unleashed his energy wave, it was as if countless stars shattered in the sky, radiating brilliance, both beautiful and powerful. Umu's life became simple yet fulfilling. Each day, in addition to practicing the 8 Extremes Fist and the Star-Shattering Wave, he ventured down to the small town below to stay informed about the happenings of the outside world. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Umu's progress in martial arts was remarkable. Not only had he mastered the 8 Extremes Fist, but the potency of the Star-Shattering Wave had also grown immensely. During this year, Sun Wukong was in search of the Dragon Balls and had engaged in numerous confrontations with the Red Satin Legion. Amidst his training, Umu made several trips down the mountain to visit Bra and her father. Throughout the year of his cultivation, Umu sensed the changes in the world, particularly the escalating threat posed by the Red Satin Legion. On one occasion, while descending the mountain, Umu fortuitously encountered the Red Satin Legion launching an attack on Bra and her father. Recognizing the peril they were in, Umu joined the fray without hesitation, employing his exquisite martial skills in the Star-Shattering Wave to successfully repel the Red Satin Legion and rescue them. Bra expressed her heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, "Umu, you are truly our benefactor." Her eyes sparkled with appreciation. As time passed, Umu learned of Sun Wukong's battles against the Red Satin Legion, culminating in their defeat. It became clear to Umu that Sun Wukong had collected all 7 Dragon Balls, prompting him to seek out Wukong to make a wish. Through Bra and her father, he discovered Wukong's whereabouts and set off immediately. After several days of flying with the sky dance technique, Omu finally located Sun Wukong. Yukong. I have heard that you have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, Omu stated directly. Sun Wukong regarded Omu with a friendly smile. Indeed, Omu, I have gathered the Dragon Balls. What brings you here? Slightly embarrassed, Omu replied, I wish to borrow the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Over the past year, I have been training, hoping to become stronger. I have heard that the Dragon Balls can fulfill any wish, so I wish to seize this opportunity to enhance my power. Sun Wukong listened intently and nodded, saying, Omu, I can sense your determination and kindness. If the Dragon Balls can assist you, I am certainly willing to help. But do consider your wish carefully. The Dragon Balls can grant only 1 wish per year. Omu expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Wukong. I will thoughtfully contemplate my wish. Dragon, please fulfill my wish. As Sun Wukong recited the incantation to summon the dragon, the sky suddenly darkened, and an oppressive aura enveloped everyone present. Subsequently, a colossal dragon descended from the heavens, its arrival accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. State your wishes, the dragon's voice boomed, resonating with authority in their hearts. Chapter 16. Arrival at Namek, Unleashing Potential. Dragon, I wish to obtain the instantaneous movement ability of the King Kai. Gazing upon the colossal form of the divine dragon, a profound sense of awe enveloped Omu, causing him to swallow hard before uttering, I am truly sorry. This is beyond my capabilities. The divine dragon, Yumo continued. I wish for the opportunity to traverse to Namek. After a moment's contemplation, the dragon's eyes glowed red, and its voice reverberated through the air. Your desire is remarkably simple, and it shall soon be fulfilled. In a flash of brilliance, Yumo felt himself capable of transcending space, the coordinates of Namek vividly imprinted in his mind. However, this ability was but a singular occasion. Regarding the difficulty of wishes, the divine dragon could only categorize them as either unattainable or exceedingly simple. The dragon of earth, created by celestial beings, indeed lacked the authority to grant the instantaneous travel of the Kais, for such prowess would be deemed a divine technique. As I completed my wish, Sun Wukong regarded me with curiosity. This journey to Namek would lead to a sojourn among the cosmos, with uncertainty surrounding my return. At this moment, Sun Wukong was 13 years old, with combat prowess nearing 100 in the martial arts tournament 2 years hence, while I, at 18, had surpassed 1200 in strength. My martial arts level estimated at the pinnacle of the dark energy realm. My 8 extremes fist had reached a plateau, and to break through to the transformative energy phase, I would need to delve into Tai Chi. Observing the curious expression on Sun Wukong's face, I chuckled. I wished for a training ground, though I know not when I shall return. You must diligently pursue your training. Please convey my regards to Master Wu Tian. Ah, a training ground, you say? I wish to join as well, he exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Upon my return, I shall take you with me. For now, I must depart. Do remember to send my greetings to Master Wu Tian. With a wave of my hand, I emanated a radiant glow. In an instant, I vanished. On Namek, my figure flitted across the celestial expanse, my purpose clear, to seek the Grand Elder, hoping to enhance my cultivation through his wisdom and might. The environment of Namek starkly contrasted that of Earth, adorned with lush verdant foliage and towering, peculiar trees that obscured the sun. Occasionally, bizarre creatures traversed the thickets. I inhaled deeply, reveling in the air, distinctly different from Earth's, suffused with a refreshing and pure essence that invigorated the spirit. Guided by the coordinates etched in his mind, he swiftly located a settlement of the Namekians. Taking a deep breath, he approached the heart of the community. The Namekians, upon noticing the unfamiliar human, displayed a sense of wariness as a group of them gathered around. Their figures were tall and slender, their skin exhibiting a tranquil shade of green. And atop their heads rested a pair of distinctive antennae, their eyes shimmering with a glimmer of wisdom. Outsider, whence do you hail? Inquired the leading Namekian in fluent earthling tongue. Here, Omu felt compelled to express his thoughts. In the original narrative, the Namekians possessed their own language. Yet all beings encountered across the cosmos communicated seamlessly with Sun Wukong and his companions. Was this the universal language of the universe? I am Omu, from the distant planet Earth. I seek an audience with your esteemed elder, Omu stated straightforwardly. An aged Namekian emerged, curiosity evident in his gaze. Earth, a far-off world. What prompts your desire to meet our great elder? He asked. I find myself at an impasse on my path of cultivation. I have heard that your elder possesses profound wisdom and deep mastery, and perhaps he can illuminate my way, Omu replied earnestly. The elder Namekian regarded Omu. Pausing in silence for a moment, then closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to the essence within Umu. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes, a flicker of recognition illuminating his expression. He nodded slightly. Follow me. The energy within you is pure and formidable. It appears your cultivation is far from superficial. Indeed, our great elder possesses the wisdom you seek. A surge of joy filled Wumu's heart, and he expressed his gratitude with haste. Subsequently, he trailed behind the elder Namekian as they traversed through verdant woodlands, ultimately arriving at a dwelling that exuded an aura of ancient majesty. This was the residence of the great elder of Namek, enveloped in an air of solemnity and sanctity. This is the abode of the great elder. Are you prepared? Inquired the elder Namekian. Wumu nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation and reverence. He understood that he was about to confront a true sage, one capable of glimpsing fragments of the future. The leader of the Mexing gently rapped on the door. Great elder, a practitioner from Earth seeks an audience with you. The door slowly creaked open, and a powerful yet gentle aura enveloped him as he inhaled deeply, stepping inside. Upon entering the dwelling, he beheld the great elder seated at the center. Though the great elder's physique had grown exceedingly frail, his gaze pierced through all with unyielding sharpness. I am aware of your intentions. The great elder's voice, though weak, resonated with clarity. Your energy is pure and remarkably potent. Such a quality is rare. Great elder, I have encountered a bottleneck on my path of cultivation and have come to seek your guidance, he replied respectfully. Standing before the great elder, he felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation within his heart. He was acutely aware that the sage before him possessed the extraordinary ability to unlock his potential. Taking a deep breath, Omer resolved to candidly share his intentions and confusions with the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, he began earnestly. The reason I have journeyed to Namek is that I have learned that the deities from our Earth also hail from your esteemed planet. Their wisdom and strength have safeguarded Earth countless times. Yumo spoke slowly, his eyes shimmering with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. A flicker of surprise crossed the Grand Elder's gaze, which soon transformed into profound contemplation. Oh, Earth also has Namekians? Yumo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is said that long ago, a deity traveled to Earth aboard a vessel, becoming a martial artist there, and later sought higher realms, succeeding the previous deity. However, what he did not disclose to the Grand Elder was that this deity on Earth was, in fact, a bifurcation of a singular entity. His malevolent thoughts manifested into the formidable Bic Demon King, which once brought immense calamity to Earth. The Grand Elder fell into a brief silence before slowly articulating. It is indeed the child of Katos. How astonishing that the young one has safely arrived on Earth. Yumo bowed deeply in respect. Great Elder, I humbly seek your guidance to help awaken the latent powers within me. The Grand Elder nodded thoughtfully, gesturing for Yumo to approach his side. He extended his hand, gently placing it upon Yumo's crown. Young one, are you prepared? I shall now assist you in unlocking a portion of the potential that resides within you. But remember, true strength emanates from your innermost self. As the Grand Elder's words resonated, Yumo felt a gentle yet potent force surging into his being from above. This energy was warm and profound, akin to the sun's rays illuminating the earth, instilling an unprecedented sense of tranquility and fulfillment within his spirit. Yumo closed his eyes, immersing himself entirely in the sensation of this newfound power. He sensed that both his body and spirit were gradually becoming more robust and resolute. After a brief moment, the Grand Elder withdrew his hand, and Wumu opened his eyes, a new brilliance flickering within them. I am grateful to the Grand Elder. I have felt my transformation. I shall cherish your teachings and continue to advance on the path of cultivation. The Grand Elder smiled gently. Go forth, young one. Remember, wherever you may wander, your spirit is your most formidable strength. Wumu bowed deeply once more before turning to depart from the Grand Elder's abode. He stepped outside, inhaling deeply the fresh air of Namek, his heart brimming with newfound hope and determination. Chapter 17, The Surge of Power. He turned to the elder Namekian who had guided him earlier. I seek a place to reside while engaging in my training. Might you assist me in finding a suitable location? He requested of the venerable Namekian. The elder pondered for a moment before replying. There exists a place that is exceptionally conducive to training. Follow me. He traversed the verdant woodlands with ebony in hand, arriving at a serene valley. Within this valley lay a small hill, crowned by a cave, and before the cave stretched an expanse of open ground, ideal for cultivation. This shall be your place of practice, spoke the elder Namekian. Ebony surveyed his surroundings. The tranquil environment, imbued with rich natural energy, was indeed conducive to his training. I am deeply grateful. He expressed his appreciation to the elder Namekian. Once the elder departed, Ebony entered the cave to rest, allowing himself to harness the power awakened from within. His combat prowess now should approximate around 15,000. A premature breakthrough into the transformation stage could prove counterproductive, for even a fourfold increase would only yield 70,000. Meanwhile, Dale's strength was likely only in the thousands, alleviating concerns about seizing the fruits of his labor. Yet, based on the timeline of the movie, it was inferred that Sun Wukong had battled him prior to the Namek saga. Though such conclusions were inherently flawed as the films are not canon, Ebony resolved to first acclimatize to his dramatically increased strength on Namek, continuing his training and concurrently commencing his practice of Tai Chi to prepare for a future breakthrough. He would then wish upon the Dragon Balls for a spaceship and the location of Dale's, intending to claim the seeds of his spirit fruit tree. From the following day, Ebony embarked on his training regimen. Each morning, he practiced martial arts on the flat ground of the valley, executing the techniques of Bajiquan, each movement infused with strength and grace. As the sun ascended, his silhouette appeared resolute in its golden light. In the afternoons, he would sit before the cave, eyes closed in meditation, attuning himself to the flow of energy within, seeking to grasp the profound principles of Tai Chi. The world around him seemed to freeze, with only his breath gently flowing. Tai Chi encompasses a practice known as Isho Dantian, where intent is directed towards the lower Dantian. This is both a crucial method and an essential process. In ancient times, this practice was referred to as tuning the heart, concentrating the spirit, and preserving the spirit, with the belief that nurturing energy hinges upon sustaining the spirit, directly affecting the efficacy of one's practice. As dusk descended, Ebony stood atop the hill, gazing into the horizon, his heart brimming with anticipation for the martial journey ahead. He would then commence his Tai Chi practice, its movements slow and fluid, each gesture seemingly embodying the laws of nature. When night fell, he would retreat to his cave. Day by day, this routine unfolded, and with it, Ebony's strength steadily grew. He felt increasingly close to a breakthrough in Tai Chi, his heart brimming with anticipation. One day, while in meditation, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy, filling his soul with radiance, as if he glimpsed an entirely new path of cultivation. He opened his eyes, a brilliant light shimmering within them. His mastery of Tai Chi had reached a significant milestone. From that day forth, Wumu's cultivation entered an entirely new phase. As he began to place greater emphasis on internal refinement, each practice imbued with profound insights into the laws of nature. Subsequently, he engaged in a series of physical training sessions to fortify his body. Amid the unique environment of Namek, Wumu discovered that his physical capabilities had significantly improved, almost unconsciously. Through his cultivation, he gradually sensed a qualitative leap in his strength. He realized that relying solely on his own training would not suffice to fully harness this surging power. He required a sparring partner to aid him in better understanding and controlling this newfound strength. Thus, he resolved to seek out the Grand Elder of Namek, requesting Naira to be his training companion. Upon arriving at the Grand Elder's dwelling, Wumu addressed him. "Great Elder, I have felt a tremendous surge in my power during my cultivation, yet I find it challenging to fully master this strength on my own. I wish to have a sparring partner to assist me in comprehending and controlling this force. I would like to request your guardian, Nairu, to help me." The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement to Wumu's request. Nairu is indeed one of the rare Namekians on our planet with combat prowess exceeding 10,000. His experience and strength are well suited to your needs. I shall have Nairu seek you out, and I hope you both can promote and advance each other. Wumu expressed his gratitude to the Grand Elder and subsequently met with Nairu. Nairu was a tall Namekian, exuding a formidable aura reminiscent of the second-generation demon King Piccolo. Starting the very next day, Nairu and Wumu commenced daily sparring sessions. During their first bout, Wumu exerted all his might, attempting to overwhelm Nairu with his accumulated power. However, he soon realized that Nairu's combat skills and experience far surpassed his own. Naira not only effortlessly countered Wumu's attacks, but also exploited his vulnerabilities during counterattacks, placing considerable pressure on Wumu. After their battle, Nairu remarked, "Though your strength is formidable, there remains significant room for improvement in control and technique. An increase in power does not excuse the neglect of skill refinement. In the days to come, I shall assist you in enhancing this aspect." Wumu humbly accepted Nairu's counsel, and their subsequent sparring sessions transcended mere displays of strength, focusing more on the enhancement of technique and combat awareness. Wumu began to learn how to better control his power, identify his opponent's weaknesses during combat, and maintain composure in times of crisis. As time progressed, Wumu's control over his strength became increasingly precise, and his performance in battle grew ever more remarkable. Naira could sense Wumu's advancement and told him, "You have learned how to wield your power. Now what you require is further combat experience to enrich and diversify your fighting style." Wumu deeply comprehended the profound meaning embedded in Nairu's words. He recognized that despite having made a qualitative leap in strength, he held no significant advantage when facing opponents of equal caliber. His wisdom and experience in combat required continual accumulation and learning. Following each sparring session, Nairu would meticulously analyze Wumu's performance, highlighting his shortcomings and offering constructive suggestions for improvement. Wumu, in turn, sought Nairu's counsel regarding his uncertainties in battle, and their relationship gradually evolved from a mere training partnership to one characterized by mutual respect as comrades. In the subsequent period, Wumu's ability to control his strength and his combat experience exhibited remarkable enhancement. He not only possesses the ability to wield his strength with greater ease, but also adeptly adapts his strategies in combat, tailoring them to the nuances of his opponents. On one occasion, during a sparring match with Nairu, Wumu skillfully employed his precise control over strength to exploit a flaw in Nairu's defense, ultimately securing victory in the bout. Nairu commended Wumu's progress, stating, "Wumu, you have performed remarkably well. Achieving such advancement in such a brief period is a testament to your potential and dedication." He expressed profound gratitude to Nairu. "Nairu, thank you for your companionship during this period of training. I have made significant progress." Chapter 18, A Wish, Journey to the Universe. During his exchanges with Nairu, Wumu achieved remarkable advancements, experiencing a qualitative leap in both his combat skills and power control. Throughout this period of cultivation, Wumu gained a deeper understanding of the essence of Tai Chi, beginning to incorporate its philosophies into his own fighting style. As his training progressed, he discovered that his combat prowess had astonishingly reached the level of 21,000. In the original work, Vegeta's initial combat strength was 18,000, and during that early stage, few individuals, apart from Frisia, possessed a power exceeding 100,000. After consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might and breaking through to a higher state, he could potentially surge to a combat strength of 1 million, at which point he would only need to remain cautious of Frisia. This enhancement in strength further deepened his comprehension of Tai Chi. One night, during a moment of meditation, Wumu experienced a sudden epiphany. Grasping the concept of Tai Chi energy, and, based upon this understanding, he developed a novel technique known as the primordial wave. The name of this skill draws from the philosophical tenets of Tai Chi, signifying the primordial chaos. Wumu realized that through inner tranquility and a profound understanding of Tai Chi principles, he could harness the surrounding elemental energy, creating a formidable energy wave. This energy wave embodies the gentle and contained characteristics of Tai Chi, while also possessing immense explosive power capable of inflicting significant damage upon adversaries. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the only known energy technique is the Kai's energy sphere, which is derived from the energy of nature and living beings. However, through his mastery of Tai Chi, Wumu could also summon this elemental energy. Subsequently, Wumu dedicated himself to deepening his grasp and application of the primordial wave. Each morning, amidst the mountains of Namek, he practiced channeling the elemental energy to manifest the primordial wave. Each release of the wave would trigger substantial changes in the airflow within the valley, occasionally even generating small-scale cyclones. Wumu noted that with each practice of the primordial wave, his understanding of Tai Chi continued to deepen. He began to master the push hands techniques of Tai Chi with greater ease, skillfully applying the principles of yin and yang transformation in combat, which rendered him increasingly adept in battle. In order to assess his progress, Wumu sought out Nailu once more for a sparring session. During this encounter, Wumu refrained from hastily launching an attack. Instead, he engaged Nailu using the footwork and movements of Tai Chi, patiently searching for the opportune moment. When the moment was ripe, Wumu unleashed the primordial wave towards Nailu, who countered with his own energy wave. Historically, the left side had been at a disadvantage, and Nailu found himself positioned on the left. The energies collided violently, and Nailu was propelled several meters away. Once he regained his footing, Nailu looked at Wumu in astonishment. Unable to fathom how Wumu had developed such formidable skills in such a short span of time. "Wumu, your progress is truly astonishing," Nailu remarked with sincere admiration. Wumu smiled gently, his heart brimming with gratitude and pride, aware that without the assistance of the Grand Elder and Naila's guidance, he could not have mastered his abilities so swiftly nor advanced further. Now, he was not merely a warrior of exceptional combat prowess, but also a martial artist with a profound understanding of the martial way. In the days that followed, Wumu continued his training on Namek, dedicating each day not only to practicing Tai Chi and the primordial wave, but also to delving deeply into the philosophy of Tai Chi. In search of the deeper truths of martial arts, his combat prowess and understanding of martial arts were continually enhancing. As time passed, the reputation of Wumu began to spread throughout planet Namek. Many warriors from Namek aspired to engage in sparring with him, and Wumu eagerly accepted their challenges. Each bout yielded new insights, further refining his combat techniques and deepening his comprehension of Tai Chi the following day. Wumu resolved to depart from Namek and journey to the Elder's abode, intending to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek. Upon arriving at the Elder's residence, he noticed Neru was also present and greeted him, to which Neru responded with a nod, remaining still thereafter. Subsequently, Wumu respectfully bowed to the Elder. The Elder appeared increasingly aged, yet his gaze still radiated sharpness and wisdom. Wumu articulated their purpose to the Elder, expressing a desire to utilize the 7 Dragon Balls. The Elder lapsed into silence for a moment before slowly responding. The Dragon Balls of Namek are each safeguarded by different villages. What do you intend to do with them? Wumu replied, I feel that my strength has reached a sufficient level, and I wish to leave Namek for the cosmos. Therefore, I seek to acquire a spacecraft and the location of an acquaintance through the Dragon Balls. After a moment of contemplation, the Elder ultimately nodded in agreement. He dispatched messengers to inform the village chiefs, and soon after, the 7 Dragon Balls were successively brought to the residence of the Grand Elder. Upon gathering all 7, the Grand Elder instructed Neru to summon the Dragon Purunga using the language of Namek. Arise, O dragon! The summoned Purunga emanated an indescribable sense of oppression, plunging the sky into darkness. Purunga's form starkly contrasted with that of Earth's dragon. It did not resemble the Eastern dragon, but rather bore resemblance to the genie from Aladdin. Colossal in size, surpassing even the mountains of Namek. With a thunderous voice, Purunga proclaimed, State your wishes, and I shall grant you 3. Ubum took a deep breath and articulated his first wish. I desire to obtain the most advanced spacecraft, equipped with artificial intelligence for navigation, and containing a gravity chamber capable of generating up to 100 times Earth's gravity. He is not a Saiyan, gravity training is nearly sufficient. This world is not lacking in techniques, Bagwazang is not particularly unique. The only distinction lies in the fact that both Bagwazang and Tai Jiquan are rooted in the Taoist scriptures. As long as he can comprehend their essence, he will surely surpass someone like Sun Wukong, who embodies both martial prowess and warrior spirit. Nailu, using the language of Namek, repeated my words to Bojalen. A flicker of light passed through Bojalen's eyes, and he promptly acquiesced to this wish. Your desire is quite simple. A colossal spacecraft materialized not far from Omo. For the second wish, Omu wished to ascertain the current location of Dales and the places he might subsequently visit. The final wish was to acquire the instantaneous teleportation abilities of the Yardrat people. Upon the fulfillment of these 3 wishes, Bojalen bid farewell to Umu and Nailu, swiftly vanishing into the ether. After realizing his wishes, Umu turned and smiled, saying, Nailu, I thank you for your companionship during this time. Nailu responded with a gentle smile, remaining silent. Subsequently, Umu approached the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I am grateful for your care over these past months. The Grand Elder smiled softly, a mysterious glimmer in his eyes. Umu, you are a young man of remarkable potential. I believe you shall traverse further along the path of martial arts. Should a calamity befall Namek in the future, will you be able to protect some of the Namekians to the best of your abilities? Oma nodded solemnly. When that time comes, I will be there to partake in that event. During this interim, I will grow stronger. He was well aware that the Grand Elder had undoubtedly foreseen the impending invasion of Frisia a decade hence. However, by that time, the extent of Omu's strength remained uncertain. After bidding farewell to Neru and the Grand Elder, Omo made his way toward the spacecraft that awaited him. He understood that this was merely the beginning of his journey towards enhancing his abilities, and before him lay a vast expanse of opportunities. As Yuwood boarded the spacecraft and activated its engines, the vessel ascended slowly into the cosmos. Through the porthole, he gazed at the diminishing figure of Namek. Silently vowing that no matter how arduous the future journey might be, he would remain true to his original aspirations and persist in the pursuit of the ultimate martial arts. Ultimately, he vanished into the horizon of Namek. A flicker of curiosity and yearning for the unknown world sparkled in Yuwu's eyes as he anticipated the exploration of the universe after resolving the matters concerning Dales, hoping to leave traces of his cultivation and uncover the essence of martial arts. Chapter 19: Planetary Resupply and Troubles in the Vast and Enigmatic Expanse of the Universe. A diminutive spacecraft traversed the star systems like a lost star, solitary in its voyage. Yuwu, a young man clad in simple martial attire, sat quietly within the training chamber of the ship, surrounded by a training environment created through virtual technology. "Activate the 8 Extremities fist training mode," he commanded, his voice calm, yet imbued with strength. In response, the entire training room transformed instantaneously, presenting him with a virtual adversary. Yuwu rose steadily, his gaze fixed intently upon the simulated opponent. In an instant, his body erupted with astonishing speed and power. Each punch and kick was accompanied by the howling of the wind, the essence of the 8 Extremities fist vividly manifesting in his movements. The chamber resonated with the sound of fists slicing through the air, as if he were immersed in a realm detached from reality, locked in a fierce contest with his virtual foe amidst this boundless digital world. As the training session concluded, Yuwu stood drenched in sweat, gradually regulating his breathing. Next, he would engage in Tai Chi. He spoke softly as the training environment transformed once more, revealing a formidable virtual adversary. Unlike the ferocity of Baguazhang, Tai Chi emphasizes a harmonious blend of gentleness and strength, balancing motion and stillness. Every movement of Wumu was fluid and imbued with power, each posture emanating a sense of beauty. As the training progressed, he sensed the energy within him gradually intensifying, his breath seemingly synchronizing with the rhythm of the universe. In moments of respite from training, Wumu also sought to unravel the mysteries of the spacecraft. Although the vessel was compact, it was equipped with an advanced artificial intelligence system capable of autonomous navigation, allowing Wumu to devote greater time and energy to his cultivation. He frequently engaged in dialogue with the spacecraft's artificial intelligence, acquiring knowledge of the cosmos and broadening his horizons. After a day's training, Yu would return to the observation window, quietly gazing at the vast expanse of stars beyond. He understood that his journey was merely at its inception, with the true challenges still awaiting him in the distance. Yet, his heart brimmed with confidence and anticipation, for he firmly believed that through relentless cultivation, he would one day ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess, delve into the depths of the cosmos, and discover his own path. "Display the current cosmic star map," echoed the voice of Umu in the control room. Instantly, a vast cosmic star map unfurled before him, with each galaxy and planet vividly discernible. Umu's gaze danced across the star map as he sought the trace of Darius. In this boundless universe, searching for an individual was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet Umu exhibited no sign of retreat, for he recognized that this was his singular opportunity, the key to his leap in power. "Darius, when I find you, it will mark my new beginning," Umu murmured, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. The spacecraft continued to traverse the cosmos, heading towards the unknown, leaving behind a trail akin to starlight. Time flowed slowly in the universe. Yet Umu's cultivation never wavered. Whether it was advancing in the 8 Extremes fist, deepening his understanding of Tai Chi, or enhancing his dark energy, he continuously broke through his own limits. Amidst this sea of stars, Umu's spirit grew ever more resilient, and his martial journey gradually unfolded within this vast cosmos. During the protracted voyage through the stars, Umu finally discovered a habitable planet known as Carlos. The surface of Carlos was adorned with dense forests and expansive rivers, its climate temperate and conducive to human habitation. The planet boasted abundant natural resources and sparse human presence, yet one could still sense a whisper of life. Umu resolved to pause here, granting himself and the spacecraft a brief respite. Landing in a tranquil little town, he felt a long-lost sense of peace and serenity. The townsfolk, clad in simple attire and wearing smiles, moved at a leisurely pace, starkly contrasting with the tumultuous universe beyond. Here, Umu saw no signs of conflict or strife. Everything appeared in harmonious balance. He strolled along a winding path towards the nearest market. The marketplace buzzed with activity, vibrant and bustling. Vendors hawked a plethora of wares, from fresh produce to handcrafted goods, presenting a dazzling array that captivated his senses. He effortlessly procured the necessities of life while relishing the simple interactions with the local vendors. Throughout this experience, he felt the warmth and friendliness of the townsfolk. However, Omu had no desire to delve deeply into the affairs of this planet. He merely sought a place to rest and replenish his essential supplies. In a corner of the marketplace, he discovered a quaint inn, though modest in size. It was clean and tidy, and the proprietor, a kindly middle-aged man, welcomed him warmly upon realizing he was a newcomer. Yumo rented a room, and after a brief refreshment, he reclined on the bed. Outside, a tapestry of twinkling stars adorned the night sky, imparting an indescribable sense of tranquility to Yumo, who soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, he was roused by a cacophony of sounds. He swiftly donned his attire and exited the room, only to find a throng of individuals gathered outside the inn, their faces etched with terror and unease. It turned out that a band of cosmic pirates had invaded the small town, brazenly scouring the streets for plunderable targets. Within, almost silently lamented the predicament. Having sought a moment of tranquil repose, only to be confronted with such chaos. However, as he intended to sidestep the trouble, he was intercepted by several pirates. One among them, equipped with a combat power detector, scanned Omu. Ha ha ha, this fellow has a combat level of merely 5, what a weakling. The pirates jeered. I thought this wretched planet might have formidable travelers, yet here we find a pitiful weakling with a combat power of just 5. Ha ha ha, boasted the pirate leader. Boy, hand over your valuables without delay. Do you know our combat prowess? Mine stands at an impressive 5,500, while my companions boast at least 4,000. If you know what's good for you, we might just let you go. Omu, inwardly amused, reflected on the fact that during his months of interstellar travel, his combat power had already soared to 27,000. Upon arriving on this planet, he had intentionally concealed his true strength, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. In response to the pirate's mockery, he merely smiled faintly, thinking, let them revel in their laughter for a moment. Oh, you all consider yourselves powerful beings with combat levels between 4 and 5,000? How truly terrifying, Omu feigned fear, while secretly devising a plan for retaliation. The pirates, perceiving his apparent fright, grew even bolder, encircling him and preparing to strike. Yet, at that moment, Omu unleashed a formidable aura, releasing a wave of energy directed at the nearest pirate. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the pirate leader, delivering a powerful punch to his back. The pirate leader let out a pained cry as he was propelled away by the sudden force. The other pirates, stunned by the spectacle, quickly regained their senses and retaliated with energy blasts towards Omu. However, he moved with a ghostly grace, darting through the ranks of pirates, each strike deftly targeting their vulnerabilities, leaving them unable to respond. Seizing the opportunity, Omu swiftly subdued one of the leaders, recognizing the dire situation. The remaining pirates fled in disarray. Omu did not pursue them, but he could not allow them to escape unscathed. Standing firm, he concentrated his energy, gathering it between his hands. Divine wind. Wave. A cerulean wave surged towards the fleeing pirates. Not a single one escaped. They were all reduced to ashes. Chapter 20. Spiritual Fruit. Million Combat Power. The innkeeper and the townsfolk stood agape at this astonishing scene. They had never anticipated that this foreign youth possessed such astonishing power, effortlessly dispatching a group of ruthless cosmic pirates. Thank you, young man. You have saved our town, the innkeeper exclaimed, stepping forward with palpable excitement to grasp Yumo's hand firmly. The other townsfolk soon gathered around, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Yumo. He offered a faint smile and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that their thanks were unnecessary. I merely acted on impulse. There is no need for excessive gratitude, he remarked. Subsequently, he led the pirate captain away from the crowd to an open area. Now, explain how you suddenly arrived on this planet. I find it hard to believe it was mere coincidence that trouble found me upon my arrival, Yumo interrogated. My lord, one of my subordinates happened to see you at yesterday's market. Noticing you were a lone outsider and possessing such a large spaceship, he thought you might be an easy target. Who could have known you were so formidable and capable of evading our power detectors? The pirate captain lamented, kneeling on the ground, tears brimming in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Yumo grasped the situation. Since it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, he pressed further. What is the maximum capacity of your detector? Bring it to me. By the way, do you have any other brethren? My lord, this detector is a new invention from Lord Frisia's Legion, with a maximum capacity of 100,000 battle power. As for my brethren, apart from those you have eliminated, I have only one brother remaining in Frisia's army, the pirate captain said, presenting the detector with trembling hands. Very well. Yumo glanced at him, raising his hand to gather energy. Please spare me, my lord. A resounding explosion echoed, leaving a deep crater in the ground, devoid of any remains, reduced to mere ash. The Frisia Legion would eventually need to be confronted. If it were other factions, that would pose a significant problem, as he feared their persistent scheming. Afterward, he returned to the inn to rest. Following a brief stay of several days, he reignited his spaceship, resuming his journey of exploration. The vastness of the cosmos, filled with the unknown and challenges, was precisely the path Yumo sought. The spaceship glided once more through the stars, leaving trails of light in its wake. Yumo sat in the cockpit, his eyes shimmering with determination and anticipation. He understood that whatever awaited him ahead, he would forge ahead courageously, continually surpassing himself, unraveling the mysteries of the universe, and seeking the traces of Dales until he discovered his own path. At the planet Atabada, after months of interstellar travel, Yumo's spaceship descended gently onto its surface. Stepping out, he beheld a desolate landscape, littered with corpses, with wilted plants and an eerie silence enveloping the area. This devastation was undoubtedly the work of Dales. He needed to act swiftly, for he was uncertain whether the spiritual fruits had matured. Yumo closed his eyes, attuning himself to Dale's energy. There. He then utilized instantaneous movement to transport himself rapidly to the location. Beneath the spiritual fruit tree, Dales and his companions were encircled around a colossal tree, their eyes glimmering with greed and excitement. In just a few days, the spirit fruit will ripen, and our power will greatly increase. Dales exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Lord Dales, this spirit fruit tree is truly our lucky star, one of his subordinates concurred, though his gaze inadvertently swept over the corpses on the ground, bursting into laughter. I wonder how many fruits will bear this time. Last time, that planet only yielded 4, which was far too few. This planet has commendable quality. It should produce a considerable amount, Dales remarked nonchalantly as he gazed at the tree. As a low-tier Saiyan warrior, Dales had a battle power of only 1,000 to 2,000 at adulthood, yet thanks to the serendipitous acquisition of the spirit fruit, he now possessed a battle power of 7,500. Dales planned to enhance his strength through the fruits of the spirit fruit tree to fulfill his ambition of dominating the universe. He slowly turned to his subordinates, grinning with a crooked smile. This time, with an abundance of fruits, each of us may receive several. Yes. Lord Dales, the crowd responded excitedly. You no longer have this opportunity. Who dares? Dales shouted through clenched teeth. At that moment, Omu had arrived, effortlessly unleashing a ki blast Hong. A cloud of dust was stirred up. As the dust settled, Dales coldly inquired, Who are you to trespass on our territory? Yumo approached calmly, his gaze icy. Dales, what have you done? His voice was frigid, filled with displeasure. Dales was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yumo. A scion? No. You lack a tail. Beep beep beep. 5. Subsequently, Dales looked at the battle power displayed on the scanner, his face revealing disbelief and astonishment. Are you one of those special races with hidden energy? Dales laughed heartily. But you think you can stand against us alone? Yumo, uninterested in banter, was eager to enhance his strength. Enough of your nonsense. With that, Yumo swiftly launched an attack. His speed was blinding, and before Dales and his crew could react, the majority of them had already fallen to Yumo's onslaught. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, Dales remained reluctant to concede. While flying around the tree in retreat, he shouted, You may not know, but once the spirit fruit ripens, even you will not be able to stop us. Yumo glanced at the soon-to-ripen spirit fruit, aware that time was of the essence, and he needed to resolve the battle swiftly. Thus, he unleashed his full power, quickly closing the distance, delivering a crushing blow that sent Dales plummeting. Following that, he fired several ki blasts, culminating in a concentrated attack, the Divine Wind Wave, which ultimately claimed Dales' life. As Dales fell to the ground, gasping his last breath, Yumo approached the spirit fruit tree. He understood that by consuming the spirit fruit, he could enhance his own strength, paving the way for his eventual breakthrough into the realm of transformation. Beneath the spirit fruit tree, Wumu stood silently, his gaze intently fixed upon the few fruits that were on the verge of ripening. As time passed, the fruits gradually shifted from a deep green to a vibrant red, resembling the most resplendent stars in the night sky, radiating an irresistible allure. At last, on a tranquil evening, the spirit fruits reached full maturity. Wumu gazed at the fruits glowing with a crimson light. A surge of inexplicable excitement welled up within him. He was acutely aware that these fruits would be the key to a monumental leap in his strength. 1, 2, 4, 7, 9. 9 fruits. Haraha. Omu gazed at the fruits with delight. He extended his hand and gently plucked the spirit fruit. As it rested in his palm, he felt a wave of warm energy surge throughout his body, an unprecedented sensation. Without a moment's hesitation, Uma swallowed the spirit fruit whole. Instantly, he experienced a powerful energy erupting within him, as if countless currents coursed through every nerve and muscle. Omu closed his eyes, immersing himself in the baptism of this newfound power. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. When he finally opened his eyes again, he sensed that his body had undergone a profound transformation. His combat prowess has surged to 150,000. Continuing on, Wumu felt the power coursing through his veins, and an involuntary smile of satisfaction graced his lips. He savored the remnants of the spiritual fruit, his vitality surging with each bite, conjuring a tempest around him. As he consumed the final fruit, the tumultuous energy within him receded. His combat power had reached 620,000. The enhancement from subsequent fruits had diminished. Yet this breakthrough to the transformation stage still granted him a combat power of 248,000. Reflecting on the disappointing increments from the fruits, he seated himself cross-legged, preparing for the transformation. Chapter 21. Saiyan, Planet Atabada. Having achieved the transformation stage, his combat power now stood at 248,000, allowing him to dominate the early rounds, with the exception of Frisia. Rising to his feet, he reveled in his newfound strength. Noting that it had been approximately 2.5 years since the last martial arts tournament, with the 22nd tournament approaching in 6 months, he recalled how Goku had not transformed into a gorilla to destroy the arena during the previous event. While the 22nd tournament might traditionally occur every 5 years, Yumo leaned towards the notion of narrative correction, believing there could be other reasons for it to shift to a 3-year interval. Now possessing a combat power in the millions, Yumo had no intention of returning to Earth to participate, unlike other transmigrators endowed with systems and missions. His singular focus was on growing stronger and transcending to a realm of invincibility. He resolved to journey to planet Adrat to seek alternative methods of cultivation. Knowing that King Kai's planet lay beyond this dimension and that a spaceship could not reach it, nor could it locate the God of Destruction's planet. Thus, Yumo prepared for his voyage, embarking on his spaceship towards planet Adrat, while also scouting for uninhabited planets along the way to plant seeds of the spiritual fruit tree. As Yumo's spaceship traversed the vast cosmos, stars flickered past him like blurred scenery along a roadside. His heart brimmed with curiosity for the unknown and an insatiable thirst for power. This time, he aimed to explore planet Adrat in search of new cultivation techniques to enhance his abilities. En route to planet Adrat, Yumo's ship unexpectedly detected an uninhabited planet, lushly covered in dense forests and teeming with life. He resolved to land and explore. Strolling through the forest, he absorbed the planet's unique vitality and discovered an open area where he decided to plant the seeds of the spiritual fruit tree. The seeds swiftly took root and sprouted. But soon after, the surrounding flora withered, transforming the land into a desolate wasteland. Observing this scene, Yumo lamented, "Alas, this spiritual fruit tree is truly formidable. Fortunately, I selected an uninhabited planet, lacking any extraordinary means to grow stronger. I had no choice but to resort to such methods." Though Yumo was not inherently malevolent, he maintained his principles, treating the benevolent with courtesy while adopting a different stance towards adversaries. To weaker foes, he expressed disdain, stating, "I cannot be bothered to converse with you. You are not worthy of my words." To formidable adversaries, he chose to evade confrontation, biding his time until he grew stronger to seek vengeance. Just as Yumo was lost in contemplation, a voice interrupted his reverie. "Who are you? What has happened here?" A towering Saiyan appeared before him, clearly astonished by the transformation of the landscape. Omu turned to face the Saiyan, a flicker of surprise stirring within him. He had not anticipated encountering a fellow Saiyan on such a remote planet. The Saiyan pointed at him in disbelief, exclaiming, "A Saiyan? You are also a Saiyan?" Ganas inquired with excitement. In response to the questioning, Omu calmly replied, "I am not a Saiyan. I am a human from Earth." The other appeared skeptical, presuming him to be an envoy sent by King Vegeta. Omu, unwilling to elaborate further, was aware of the destruction of planet Vegeta and the near extinction of the Saiyan race, yet he found no inclination to explain this to the individual before him. "I do not believe you. Are you sent by King Vegeta to retrieve me?" The Saiyan pressed. "Planet Vegeta has been annihilated. There are no Saiyans left," Omu stated expressionlessly. While he knew there were a few surviving Saiyans, he was disinclined to elaborate. "How is that possible? We are a warrior race. How did planet Vegeta meet its end?" Tell me. Ganas shouted incredulously, his voice steeped in disbelief and shock. Omu regarded him with a cold gaze. A shimmering energy sphere gathering in his hand, his tone a chilling warning, "Silence, do not disturb me. Otherwise, I shall ensure the complete extinction of your kind." Ganas, nervously observing his scouter, felt a wave of unknown fear as the displayed power level highlighted the vast disparity between them. He swallowed hard, striving to regain his composure. "I apologize for my earlier outburst. May I follow you, my lord? Though my power level is merely 12,000, I am eager to serve you." Omu pondered for a moment, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "I do not require subordinates. However, given your apparent lack of malevolence, I shall allow you to remain by my side." He then beckoned Ganas to sit with him, awaiting the ripening of their plans. "And what is this chi?" Ganas inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, the so-called chi is the energy you speak of. Our people can perceive its intensity," Omu explained. Subsequently, he revealed to Ganas the truth behind the destruction of planet Vegeta and the survival of Saiyans such as Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and his father, along with Vegeta's trio. Omu also learned of Ganas' past. He had been dispatched to govern another planet as a child, but had crash-landed here due to a meteor strike, surviving on wild fruits and beasts ever since. Reflecting on this, Omu felt a tinge of incredulity. Ganas had managed to survive alone on this planet, boasting a power level of 12,000, reminiscent of Broly's circumstances. So, there are still surviving Saiyans. What is the current strength of Prince Vegeta? Ganas inquired with curiosity. Barring any unforeseen developments, Vegeta's power level should now be around 18,000. He is likely serving Frieza at present, Omu replied. 18,000 power level? The prince is indeed extraordinary, Ganas marveled. Did he know that Frieza had destroyed planet Vegeta? Or was it that Ganas fell into contemplation before he could finish his sentence? Omu glanced at him, interrupting his train of thought. Whether to endure humiliation and bear the burden, I cannot ascertain. Yet, with a battle power of merely 18,000, even multiplied 100-fold, it would still be insufficient to vanquish Frieza. It is imperative to understand that Frieza's power reaches a staggering 120 million. Even Omu felt a tinge of despair at this thought. In the forthcoming 8 years, before the saga on Namek unfolds, he must elevate his power to the millions and, through the breakthrough of the Dan energy, achieve an 8-fold enhancement. There is no need to overthink. The Saiyan King is no more, and you have chosen to follow me. I shall not treat you unjustly, yet I must clarify. The openly acknowledged power of Frieza stands at 120 million, while my own is 248,000. Beyond that, I have not heard of any other beings with power exceeding 100,000, at least not in the public eye. 120 million? My lord, you too possess over 200,000 in battle power? Ganas gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape. Omu sighed. This was still far from sufficient. In the future, mightier warriors will undoubtedly emerge. Your potential is immense. If within these years you can attain 300,000 in battle power, I shall teach you to become a Super Saiyan. At that time, your strength will soar to 150 million. He then gazed enviously at Ganas, whose talent was commendable, devoid of excessive malice, and who would rapidly grow stronger through the passive abilities of a Saiyan. Super Saiyan, does it truly exist? My lord, you possess such profound knowledge. Ganas was filled with admiration. It was a matter of chance that I learned of it. The Super Saiyan transformation occurs when a Saiyan's battle power reaches 300,000, under specific conditions, allowing for a 50-fold transformation, Omu elucidated. He then ceased further discourse, quietly observing the spirit fruit tree nearing maturity, his heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 22, Planet Adrat. After several days of prolonged waiting, those precious fruits finally ripened. During this time, Omu spared no effort in training Ganas, often pushing him to the brink of death, only to revive him with the sacred beans, causing Ganas' power to surge to 700,000. Although they attempted to enhance their strength through passive skills, it was evident that this method was becoming untenable. When Omu cautiously plucked the ripe fruits and discovered only 6, he felt a pang of regret but accepted the reality. Ganas, this fruit is for you, Omu said, tossing one of the spirit fruits to Ganas. In truth, Omu had once contemplated indulging in these fruits alone, for apart from them, he had no other external aids to rely upon, unlike Ganas, who possessed an infinitely replenishing passive skill. However, ultimately, considering Ganas' loyalty and companionship, he decided to share a fruit with him. Without hesitation, Ganas consumed the fruit, having already learned from Wumu about its miraculous effects, and understood that Wumu had come to this planet precisely for these fruits. Boom. The moment he ingested the fruit, The energy within Ganas erupted like a wild stallion, a powerful wave of force radiating outward. My combat power has now surpassed 900,000. Just a few days ago, I was merely at 12,000. This is utterly unbelievable. Ganas stared at his hands in astonishment, unable to fathom it all. This is your first consumption, coupled with your inherent talent. Thus the effect is particularly pronounced. However, subsequent effects may not be as remarkable, Wumu explained with a smile, before consuming the remaining 5 fruits. His combat power soaring to 3 million. It felt as if he had touched some limit, seemingly unable to make further breakthroughs in the short term. Although 3 million in combat power was formidable, it appeared to fall short of his expectations. If he could now break through to the Dan level, his power might reach 24 million, yet this was still far from his goal. Wumu chose not to dwell on it further and decided to take Ganas away from this planet to continue their training on Yadalat Star. Ganas observed Wumu, who had grown even stronger, nodded, and the two ascended the spacecraft together. After months of cosmic travel, they finally arrived at Yadalat Star. During this time, they had explored 2 uninhabited planets, acquiring 16 precious fruits. Wumu attempted to eat one, only to find that his power did not increase at all. Therefore, he gifted 3 of them to Ganas, deciding to reserve the remaining 12 for a future breakthrough to the Dan level. As the spacecraft landed and Wumu and Ganas disembarked, a blue-skinned Yadalat alien approached them. Greetings, esteemed guest from afar. My name is Pabala, an elder of Yadalat Star. What brings you to our humble abode? Pabala's appearance resembled that of a catfish from the deep sea, his gaze filled with curiosity. The original text mentioned that the Yadalat people were exceedingly friendly. I am Wumu, from Earth, and this is Ganas. We have come here to seek knowledge and training, Wumu replied politely. Oh, so you are here for training. We Yadalat people have always advocated for peace and are eager to share techniques of learning and development. Please, follow me, Pabala said, leading them toward the dwelling of the Yadalat people. Upon entering the spacious hall and taking their seats, Elder Pabala began. The utilization of Qi must reach the depths of the soul. Solely pursuing a surge of power cannot unveil the greater mysteries of Qi. I sense that your spirit has undergone training, yet it has not perfectly melded with the Qi within you. As for your companion, there flows a faint aura of ferocity within him, a malevolence stemming from an unrefined spirit. One must first refine their spirit before delving into other forms of cultivation. Upon hearing these words, Wumu and Ganas exchanged glances and nodded in unison, responding, very well, Elder Pabala. Thus, in the days that followed, they devoted themselves to the cultivation of spiritual power under Elder Pabala's guidance. Wumu was acutely aware that, in the realm of Dragon Balls, many underestimated the significance of spiritual training. However, for him, the breakthrough in the realm of national arts was intricately tied to the strength of the spirit. The rapid growth of his power during this period nearly caused him to overlook this truth. Just as the original text depicts Sun Wukong's unwavering commitment to spiritual practice, each of his mentors emphasized the importance of learning the spirit. Under the tutelage of Elder Pabala, Wumu and Ganas began to prioritize and cultivate their spiritual power. The environment of planet Adralat was tranquil and harmonious, enveloped by lush green forests, with the air suffused with the delicate fragrance of flowers, as if isolated from the world, making it an ideal sanctuary for cultivation. The elder led them to a secluded valley, a secret place where the inhabitants of Adralat honed their spiritual powers. At the heart of the valley lay a crystalline lake, its waters clear and transparent, with a massive platform at its center, intricately carved with complex patterns that emitted a gentle glow. This is our sacred site for cultivating spiritual power, known as the Lake of Spiritual Heart, Elder Pabala explained. Here, you will not only cleanse your spirit but also gain insights into deeper layers of strength. Wumu and Ganas complied, seated themselves upon the platform, closed their eyes, and began to attune themselves to their surroundings. Initially, they could only sense the breath within their own bodies. However, as time passed, they gradually became aware of the subtle changes in the surrounding natural world, including the sound of the lake's flowing water, the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, and even the distant breaths of animals. Wumu discovered that through the cultivation of the spirit, he could perceive the flow of energy within himself more profoundly, even sensing the delicate shifts in nature around him. This sensation was unprecedented. He began to comprehend that the enhancement of power transcended mere combatability, embodying a harmonious resonance between the spirit and nature. As their cultivation deepened, Wumu's state of mind began to transform. Those matters that once troubled him gradually faded. replaced by an unparalleled tranquility and peace. He felt as if his spirit had been cleansed, becoming more pure. Ganna's exhibited even more pronounced changes. The inherent ferocity within him was gradually tempered during this period of cultivation, supplanted by a gentle yet resolute strength. His gaze deepened, as if he could see into the hearts of others. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and under Elder Pabala's guidance, Wumu and Gannas not only cultivated their spiritual power, but also learned how to merge this strength with their own energy, yielding even more formidable results. Since departing from Earth 2 years ago, the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament must now be underway. I find myself in the dark regarding the current circumstances of Uncle Marlowe and the others. Next, the moment arrives for the appearance of the formidable King Piccolo, ultimately vanquished by Sun Wukong. In 3 years' time, the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament will commence, followed closely by the wedding of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. 5 years hence, Raditz will descend upon Earth, marking the official onset of the unfolding narrative. Should my strength be sufficient by then, perhaps I shall defeat Frisia with my own hands before Sun Wukong transforms. Chapter 23. The Top 8 of the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament on Earth. The venue of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament on Papaya Island resembles a resplendent pearl nestled within the azure heart of the ocean. The sun, akin to a blazing giant eye, casts its golden radiance upon the delicate, soft sands. Gentle waves caress the shore, producing a melodious sound reminiscent of celestial harmonies, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity for this grand event. At the heart of the venue, a vast arena stands majestically, surrounded by an ocean of spectators whose fervent emotions nearly rival the searing sun. Warriors from all corners of the world display a shared expression of anticipation and anxiety, their eyes shimmering with an insatiable yearning for victory. The air is infused with a distinctive blend of sea breeze and perspiration, complemented by the enticing aromas wafting from distant food stalls, enveloping the entire venue in a rich tapestry of life. From time to time, waves of applause and cheers ripple through this fervent ambience, infusing the martial arts tournament with an exhilarating fervor. Krillin, Yamchu, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, along with Master Rashi and Master Crane, gather at the entrance of the tournament. These two venerable masters, bound by past grievances, cast a subtle yet tense atmosphere around them. As proud disciples of the Turtle School, Krillin and Yamcha bear the weight of their legacy, while Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu represent the Crane School. Their gaze is sharp and competitive. With a hint of disdain and confidence, Tien Shinhan scoffs. Humph, a bunch of inept fools, do not be overly confident. This time, I am thoroughly prepared. His words revealed a bitterness influenced by the extreme educational methods of Master Crane during his formative years. Meanwhile, Krillin endeavored to alleviate the tense atmosphere, gently interjecting, ultimately, whether one belongs to the Turtle School or the Crane School, our shared objective remains the pursuit of transcending martial arts. He was reluctant to provoke conflict, striving to conclude the forthcoming quarrel on a harmonious note. Yamcha nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, we should learn from one another to elevate ourselves collectively." At that moment, Jiaozi, with an expression of indignation, directed his ire towards Tianjin Fan, proclaiming, "Tianjin Fan, we must demonstrate our true strength to them." Master Rashi, with a chuckle, interjected, "Ah, my dear disciples, while the competition holds significance, the opportunity to learn and foster friendship is the most invaluable." However, Sarusanin retorted with a cold smile, "Old turtle, are you expressing such sentiments out of concern for your disciples' potential defeat? Nevertheless, I anticipate that this competition will allow us to finally resolve our past grievances." Master Rashi calmly replied, "Sarusanin, let the bygone grudges dissipate into the wind. Now, we should focus on the growth of our disciples." Sarusanin provocatively remarked, "Are you already frightened?" "Old turtle," Master Rashi, momentarily overcome with emotion, retorted with flushed cheeks, "You stubborn old man, you remain as insufferable as ever." Under the watchful eyes of both disciples, Sarusanin and his adversary stood firm, their words fierce, until Sarusanin left with a resounding statement, taking Tianjin Fan and another disciple deeper into the venue. Soon after, Sun Wukong arrived, bringing with him a warm breeze of solace. After registering, they proceeded to their dormitory for a brief respite. As the next day dawned, the preliminary matches unfolded with fervor, numerous competitors brimming with ambition, successfully advancing to the quarterfinals. During the draw for the quarterfinals, the host's voice was filled with anticipation, while Tianjin Fan secretly signaled Jiaozi to utilize his supernatural abilities to cheat, aiming to manipulate the course of the competition. Ultimately, The results of the draw were revealed. Yamcha would face Tianjin Fan, Long would battle Male Wolf, Krillin would confront Jiaozi, and Sun Wukong would meet the newcomer, Xiao Jia, who had fallen in love with martial arts 3 years prior due to a chance encounter, had successfully navigated the preliminaries after 3 years of diligent training, albeit with some difficulty. When the names were called, the referee's voice resonated throughout the venue, and he stepped towards the center of the ring. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha began their warm-up, preparing for the impending contest. The first match of the quarterfinals commenced, with Tianjin Fan squaring off against Yamcha. As the host's exuberant call echoed, the two competitors stepped into the arena, and this extraordinary duel was set to unfold. On the stage, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha fixed their gaze upon each other. The audience held their breath, the air thick with tension and excitement. With a resounding cry from the host, the two competitors charged at one another like ferocious beasts. As the bout commenced, they clashed with the ferocity of battling wolves. Tianjin Fan's movements were swift and precise, each punch and kick landing heavily against Yamcha's defenses, resonating with a thunderous sound that sent vibrations through the arena. Yamcha, undeterred, unleashed his Super Wolf Fang Fist, the howling winds accompanying each strike as he launched an onslaught that seemed capable of tearing through the very air. Tianjin Fan's gaze gleamed with a chilling intensity, his actions rapid and accurate, each assault imbued with both power and speed. Despite Yamcha's relentless counterattacks, he gradually succumbed to Tianjin Fan's fierce barrage. The audience's breaths quickened, their eyes riveted on every movement of the fighters, fearful of missing any exhilarating moment. As the battle raged on, Yamcha resorted to his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. A brilliant blue sphere of energy coalesced in his palms, and with a fierce cry, it shot toward Tianjin Fan like a meteor. Seeing this, Tianjin Fan deftly evaded the lethal strike with astonishing speed, countering with a powerful punch that struck Yamcha squarely in the chest, sending him staggering backward. Ultimately, after an intense exchange, Yamcha was struck by a heavy blow from Tianjin Fan, causing him to lose his balance and teeter precariously. Without granting his opponent a moment's respite, Tianjin Fan followed up with a fierce kick aimed at Yamcha's leg. The force of the blow was chilling, accompanied by a sickening crack as Yamcha collapsed to the ground in agony, his leg shattered. The arena fell into a stunned silence, the crowd taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Tianjin Fan stood atop the ring, his breath slightly quickened, yet his expression remained impassive, seemingly devoid of excitement or satisfaction at his victory. Meanwhile, the defeated Yamcha lay curled in pain on the floor. In that moment, the entire arena was left in awe of Tianjin Fan's ruthless combat style. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into fervent applause and cheers, exhilarated by the spectacular showdown and awed by Tianjin Fan's formidable prowess. Chapter 24. Learning Special Skills. Yamcha. Worry etched across Bulma and her companions' faces as Sun Wukong darted toward the ring like a flash of lightning, urgently assessing Yamcha's injuries. Tears welled in Pulu's eyes as he soared onto the stage, his voice choked with emotion. Young Master Yamcha, I will take you to the hospital immediately. Transforming into a flying carpet, he hovered beside Yamcha and urged Sun Wukong, quick, help me get him up. Of course. Krillin, come lend a hand. Sun Wukong called out loudly as the two worked in unison to lift Yamcha onto the flying carpet. Pursuing swiftly, Pulu flew towards the hospital, followed closely by Bulma and Lan Chi. Sun Wukong glared at Tianjin Fan, exclaiming, you have gone too far. With indignation, he questioned, Yamcha has already lost consciousness. You were fully aware of this yet still chose to strike deliberately. Tianjin Fan, arms crossed and a smug smile plastered on his face, replied nonchalantly, Not taking his life directly is already a stroke of fortune. One could argue that I have shown considerable compassion. With that, he turned his back and departed the arena. Infuriating, Sun Wukong and Krillin glared at Tianjin Fan's retreating figure, their fists clenched in fury. Yamcha, I shall settle this score with him in the match, Sun Wukong vowed, his teeth gritted and his eyes glinting with rage. Haraha, dream on. You will never make it to the championship, Tianjin Fan scoffed, halting momentarily to cast a disdainful glance back at Sun Wukong. In the audience, Master Roshi beamed with pride upon witnessing Tianjin Fan's victory, his laughter filled with satisfaction. Well done. They shall soon realize just how formidable the Crane School truly is. I can hardly wait to see Master Roshi's grim expression, and moreover, Tianjin Fan's true strength has yet to be fully unveiled. The match for today has concluded splendidly, with the second round of the top 8 to continue tomorrow morning. In the lounge, upon entering, Tianjin Fan was greeted by Jiaozi, who exclaimed joyfully, "You emerged victorious." "That was inevitable," Tianjin Fan replied. "However, the Turtle School's fighters possess greater strength than I had anticipated. You must exercise caution." "Indeed, from my observation, that opponent named Yumucha is likely the most formidable among Master Roshi's disciples," Jiaozi assessed. "Thus, the championship is rightfully mine, while you are destined to be the runner-up," Tianjin Fan declared confidently, stroking his chin and displaying a triumphant smile at Jiaozi. The outcome of victory and defeat was already clear. Upon encountering Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, aware that tomorrow would be his turn to battle, encouraged, "Tomorrow? Give it your all, old man." "Indeed. However, your conduct just now is commendable. You restrained your impulses and did not interfere with the match. You have matured significantly." Master Roshi spoke with a deep sense of contentment. On the distant planet of Yadarat, far removed from Earth, Wumu and Gan has completed their training. This celestial body, suffused with the unknown and the mysterious, boasted a uniquely violet sky, where the stars shimmered in a manner entirely distinct from those of Earth, as if each star whispered ancient secrets. The ground was adorned with peculiar luminescent flora, which glowed at night, cloaking the entire planet in an enigmatic veil. Wumu and Gan's training ground was nestled within an ancient forest, where towering trees pierced the clouds, their trunks so wide that a dozen people would struggle to encircle them. The leaves emitted a faint blue glow. In this forest, time seemed to slow, and the air was imbued with a fragrance that brought a sense of tranquility to the spirit. For several days, Wumu had been honing the power of the mind, sensing that this inner strength would be crucial for transcending the void and achieving a state of invulnerability. He immersed himself in this mental cultivation until today, when his spirit and internal energy harmonized perfectly. His mastery of Bejiquan had reached a significant level, and he had become proficient in Tai Chi. He decided to focus solely on these two martial arts, believing that they were sufficient for his enhancement. Ganis, too, had found inner peace and learned to control his energy while grasping its essence. Seated side by side on a glowing meadow, Wumu and Ganis gazed up at the starry sky, where stars flickered in a manner unlike any on Earth, while the surrounding blue leaves swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a serene luminosity. Wumu inhaled deeply, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. "Ganis, through this period of training, I feel utterly transformed. The power of the mind is far more potent than I had imagined." Ganis nodded calmly, his gaze profound. "Indeed, I feel the same. I once believed that strength was merely physical, but now I understand that true power lies in inner peace and the mastery of energy." Upon completing their training, they made their way to Elder Pabala's abode. The residence of Elder Pabala was situated within a magnificent crystal palace, perched atop a colossal crystal mountain, resembling a giant gem embedded in the planet from afar. Inside, the palace dazzled with a kaleidoscope of colors as various crystals intertwined, casting dreamlike reflections. Wumu and Ganis stood before Elder Pabala, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and eagerness to learn the skills of this world. "Elder Pabala, we have completed our training. May we learn the skills of your planet?" Ganis' voice brimmed with anticipation, while Wumu stood silently beside him, his expression resolute. They conveyed their request to Elder Pabala. The elder's voice echoed through the crystal palace, as if it originated from a distant realm. "How swiftly you have progressed in your training. Very well. I shall teach you telepathy, force separation, mental communication, and healing techniques." "Telepathy? Does that mean we will be able to hear the thoughts of others?" Unable to contain his excitement, Wumu asked, a glimmer of enthusiasm flashing in his eyes. Many characters in the original text of mind-reading techniques possess such abilities, and Wumu had long coveted this skill, never expecting to learn it on the planet Adrat. Elder Pabala smiled faintly, adding, "Not only that, but you will also be able to sense their emotions and comprehend their true thoughts. However, remember, this skill must be used with caution to avoid infringing on others' privacy." Ganis nodded, inquiring, "What about the force separation technique? It sounds quite powerful." The force separation technique can temporarily detach a person's consciousness from their body, which is immensely useful in battle. However, it carries risks. A careless application may harm one's own soul. It can also separate those in fusion. Elder Pabala stated with a serious tone. "We will be careful, Elder," Wumu and Ganis replied in unison. "Lastly, we have the healing technique, a highly valuable skill that can aid in the recovery of oneself and those around you." Elder Pabala's voice was filled with warmth. The two exchanged smiles. "Thank you, Elder Pabala. We will study diligently and live up to your expectations," Ganis said earnestly. Elder Pabala nodded. Now, let us begin. Chapter 25, Turtle School Kamehameha. The following day. The scene of the World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth was once again bustling with excitement. Despite the mystery surrounding Wumu's whereabouts, the intensity of the martial arts competition remained undiminished. Here, the turning point for Tianjin Fan unfolded. Oh! The audience erupted in cheers, the atmosphere reaching a crescendo with the announcer's declaration. The male wolf and Master Rashi, two contenders, stepped onto the stage, ready to commence their duel. With a commanding signal, the match officially began. Boom! The sound of drums resounded, electrifying the crowd. The male wolf charged at Master Rashi with ferocious speed, launching a relentless attack. The male wolf, like a fierce beast, pounced upon Master Rashi with vigor. In contrast, Master Rashi stood with his hands behind his back, evading left and right with effortless grace, his figure gliding across the stage as if reveling in the joy of the competition. Despite the male wolf's rapid assaults, Master Rashi floated like a specter, skillfully dodging each critical strike. The audience was captivated, often bursting into gasps of astonishment. It seems I need to take this more seriously, the male wolf thought, his fighting spirit intensifying as a powerful aura erupted from within him, instantly enhancing his speed. In that moment, even Master Rashi's expression turned grave. He understood that the male wolf was about to unleash his ultimate technique. Wolf Shadow Transformation. The male wolf bellowed, transforming into countless phantoms that attacked Master Rashi from all directions. This technique was not only incredibly swift but also unpredictable, making it difficult to defend against. In an instant, the battle on the stage grew even more fierce, the male wolf's assaults akin to a torrential storm. At this moment, Master Rashi ceased to hold back. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them with determination. His hands moved swiftly, each strike landing with unparalleled precision upon the phantoms of the male wolf. With every blow from Master Rashi, the illusions began to dissipate, one after another. Ultimately, when all the phantoms had vanished, only the true male wolf remained before Master Rashi, appearing somewhat fatigued. Master Rashi smiled gently and remarked, "Young man, your speed is impressive. However, when faced with an experienced opponent, speed alone is not the sole key to victory. I accept my defeat with grace. Today's battle has been immensely enlightening," the male wolf stated earnestly. Master Rashi approached with a smile, patting the male wolf's shoulder. "Your strength is formidable. The path ahead is long, so continue to strive." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, thrilled by the splendid contest. Despite his defeat, the male wolf was undeterred, instead expressing his respect for Master Rashi, aware that he had learned much from this encounter. This scene diverges from the original tale. In the original narrative, due to the moon being pushed away by Master Rashi, the male wolf was unable to transform into a human, thus harboring malice towards him. Here, however, devoid of hatred, the male wolf's demeanor appeared far more natural. The resentment in the original work stemmed largely from his desire to become human to pursue romantic interests, mistakenly believing that the destruction of the moon would render him forever unable to transform, hence his animosity towards Master Rashi. Below, Tian Shinhan gazed intently at Master Rashi, who was disguised as Chun Long, solemnly stating, "So, my opponent in the semifinals will be this old man. His prowess is unfathomable. In my past battles, few have reached such a realm." With a puzzled expression, Kairatsu inquired, "You can deduce all this just from that?" Such skepticism was understandable, especially with Ub absent. Otherwise, he would have certainly commented on how Master Rashi had not showcased any techniques in the original work, leaving Tian Shinhan with little to analyze. Indeed, merely from his movements and breathing techniques, one can discern enough. His actions flow like the wind, concealing dragons and tigers within each breath, every aspect exuding the aura of a master. "Ah, my fighting spirit has been thoroughly ignited," Tian Shinhan elucidated. All right, you are indeed a martial arts master. Your prowess is impressive. In the early stages, strength truly relies on intuition." At this moment, the announcer stepped forward onto the stage, his voice resonating powerfully, declaring, "In this fervent and exhilarating atmosphere, let us press forward and directly commence the quarterfinals." Tian Shinhan turned to Kaiatsu, saying, "Kaiatsu, it is now your turn to take the stage." Following this, the third match was set to unfold, featuring a remarkable duel between Kaiatsu and Krillin. The announcer's voice echoed above the arena, heightening the pre-battle tension. The two competitors occupied opposite sides of the stage, their gazes piercing the void like arrows, locking onto one another. This was not merely a contest. It was an honorable clash between the Turtle School and the Crane School of Martial Arts. As the announcer's voice gradually faded, the atmosphere in the arena grew even tenser. Dumpling and Clin stood at opposite ends of the arena. Though they had yet to engage physically, the intensity of their gazes foreshadowed the fervor of the impending contest. As the gong sounded to signal the start of the match, Clin surged towards Dumpling with astonishing speed, his form a mere blur across the stage. Dumpling, however, remained composed, his body seemingly levitating, unbound by the force of gravity. As he gracefully maneuvered in the air to evade Clin's onslaught. Unwilling to adopt a passive approach, Clin unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike imbued with tremendous power that reverberated through the air, creating a cacophony even when they met only the void. Although Dumpling danced through the air with ethereal agility, he was compelled to respond with utmost caution to Clin's relentless assault, which threatened to engulf every corner of the arena. Just as Clin prepared to launch another attack, Dumpling suddenly revealed his extraordinary ability. With a decisive push of his hands, an invisible yet overwhelmingly potent force instantaneously immobilized Clin, rendering him unable to move. A look of astonishment crossed Clin's face as he realized he was suspended in midair, helplessly watching Dumpling prepare for his next strike. What is this? Clin stammered in panic. The audience erupted in gasps of awe, taken aback by Dumpling's unexpected mastery of such a formidable skill. Clin struggled to break free. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape the grip of Dumpling's supernatural control. Energy wave. Dumpling seized the moment to counterattack, gathering a dazzling energy at his fingertips before unleashing a brilliant wave towards Clin. Although immobilized, Clin refused to yield easily, exerting every ounce of strength to resist the surge of energy. The wave ultimately struck him, propelling him to the far side of the arena. Yet Clin remained resolute and undeterred. As Dumpling's power began to wane, Clin regained his freedom. He rose unsteadily to his feet, a resolute expression gracing his face. The two faced each other once more, the atmosphere between them charged with heightened tension. Dumpling silently observed Clin in midair, while Clin, unwilling to remain a passive recipient of blows, resolved to unleash his yet-to-be-mastered ultimate technique, the Turtle School's Kamehameha. He assumed a familiar stance. A powerful aura began to coalesce between his palms, and without hesitation, he unleashed it towards Dumpling. The Kamehameha Wave. Chapter 26. What is right and wrong? The Azure Kamehameha surged towards Dumpling, who, in a state of panic, retaliated with the Do Wave. The Azure Kamehameha and the Do Wave collided in midair, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. The confrontation between the energy waves was exceptionally fierce, yet ultimately resulted in a stalemate, evenly matched. Sun Wukong, observing the battle in the sky, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, Dumpling, how can you fly?" Master Roshi explained, "That is the Crane School's sky dance technique. Naturally, that old bird's disciple would possess it too." Upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan could not help but let out a scoff, addressing Master Roshi, "I didn't expect you, old man, to be so well acquainted with our Crane School." Sun Wukong's gaze returned to Dumpling, and as he observed the Do Wave, a memory struck him. That technique resembled the one used by Tao Pai Pai, whom I had previously defeated. Tien Shinhan, incredulous, responded, "How is that possible? How could you have killed Tao Pai Pai?" Sun Wukong retorted, "Why couldn't I have killed Tao Pai Pai?" Without further argument, Tien Shinhan turned to leave, warning, "Just wait until the match. You'll be in for it." Master Roshi, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but marvel at Sun Wukong's remarkable growth, which exceeded his expectations. On the arena, Dumpling removed his hat, revealing a bald head with only a single hair, and charged towards Krillin. "Ah," Krillin exclaimed painfully after being struck. "I can do that too." Saying this, he and Dumpling began to collide, but Dumpling's head was as hard as diamond, and Krillin quickly found himself unable to keep up, opting to evade instead. Although Krillin was continuously dodging, he was rapidly strategizing in his mind. Dumpling's headbutt, while powerful, always left a brief pause after each attack. This was his opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Krillin resolved to counterattack. Just before Dumpling's next strike, Krillin suddenly dashed forward, feigning a direct collision with Dumpling. Seeing this, Dumpling seized the opportunity and accelerated towards Krillin. At the moment of imminent collision, Krillin swiftly pivoted, evading Dumpling's attack, and quickly maneuvered behind him, launching a fierce assault on Dumpling's back with all his strength. Dumpling was caught off guard, stumbling forward, but quickly regained his footing and turned to confront Krillin. Their gazes clashed in the air, both sensing each other's extraordinary prowess. In the audience, Sun Wukong watched intently, Unable to restrain his admiration, Krillin has made tremendous progress, able to swiftly identify his opponent's weaknesses during battle. Master Roshi nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with pride. Indeed, this child's potential is finally beginning to manifest. The battle intensified, with both Krillin and Dumpling showcasing their extraordinary skills, unleashing brilliant bursts of light in the air, generating waves of energy with every clash. The two combatants moved with astonishing speed, their figures appearing as mere flashes of lightning darting across the arena. After an intense battle, both were panting heavily, yet neither was willing to concede. At that moment, a glimmer of determination flickered in Krillin's eyes. He knew it was time to bring this confrontation to a close. Gathering all his strength, he clenched his fists and began to harness his energy, not to be outdone. Goku readied his ultimate technique as well. Almost simultaneously, they unleashed their attacks, and powerful waves of energy collided in the air, resulting in a tremendous explosion that enveloped the entire stage in a radiant glow. Kamehameha Wave, Dodon Ray. As the brilliance gradually faded, the audience held their breath in anticipation of the outcome. On the stage, both Krillin and Goku lay exhausted on the ground, but Krillin raised his arm slightly, signaling that he still possessed a flicker of strength. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, lauding the extraordinary performances of both fighters. Tien and Goku stepped onto the stage, helping Krillin and Goku to their feet, with Goku cheerfully exclaiming, "What an incredible match, Krillin." Tien cast a somber glance at Goku and Krillin before silently descending from the arena. The sun in the sky gradually sank lower, casting golden rays that illuminated the stage and the faces of every spectator, etching this splendid moment into their memories. From this day forth, such an extraordinary martial arts tournament would be hard to find again. As the martial arts tournament concluded, Goku and his companions made their way to the hospital to visit Yamcha, who had been closely following the event on television. Although pleased to hear of Krillin's victory, Yamcha could not help but feel a pang of resentment as he glanced at his injured leg. "Hey, Yamcha, we've come to see you," Goku exclaimed with a beaming smile as he burst into the hospital room to share the good news. Soon after, the others joined in, gathering around Yamcha's bedside, the air filled with laughter and joy. "Congratulations, Krillin." Yamcha expressed his heartfelt wishes. "Oh, it's no big deal." "Ha ha ha," Krillin chuckled, patting his bald head with delight. Laughter resonated throughout the room as everyone shared in the moment. Amidst this warm atmosphere, Goku abruptly shifted the conversation. "It's quite strange. I wonder where that guy wished for his training ground to be. I've searched high and low over the past 2 years and found nothing. It's a pity he didn't attend the tournament. I was looking forward to a showdown with him." Master Roshi, taken aback, inquired, "Have you seen him recently?" "Indeed. He came to me seeking Dragon Balls to wish for a training facility. He mentioned it like this. Oh, by the way, Grandpa, Ub asked me to send his regards to you." Goku replied innocently. "I see. He is indeed a very earnest martial artist. As for his future accomplishments, even I cannot foresee them. I never expected he would remember this old man." Master Roshi was filled with profound emotions. "It is about time for you all to gain independence. After this martial arts tournament concludes, you should venture forth to hone your skills," he advised. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged excited glances, promptly nodding in agreement. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere surrounding Master Roshi, the mood near Master Shin was heavy and tense. Upon learning that his brother, Tao Pai Pai, had been brutally slain by Master Roshi's disciple, Master Shin's expression darkened, and he solemnly instructed Tien, "If you encounter them in the arena, do not show any mercy." "Yes," Tien replied resolutely, though a flicker of complex emotions danced in his eyes. As a disciple of Master Shin, he was acutely aware of the weight of responsibility he bore and the expectations of his master. Yet, within his heart, he harbored an unwavering dedication to the pure pursuit of martial arts. His aspirations transcended mere victory. He yearned to unearth the true essence of martial arts through combat. However, the extreme teachings of Master Shin left him feeling conflicted and troubled. He, alongside the Dumpling, was among the individuals taken in by the Crane Immortal, having clandestinely executed numerous secretive tasks for him, all stemming from a profound sense of gratitude towards the Crane Immortal. Chapter 27. Martial Arts the following day. At the venue of the martial arts competition, as dawn broke, the stage once again became the focal point of attention. On this day, the fierce battles of the quarterfinals continued, heralding an exhilarating contest between Sun Wukong and Xiao Jie, a rising star who had only stepped into the realm of martial arts 3 years prior, astounded all with his exceptional talent and unwavering diligence, securing his place among the top 8 and capturing the admiration of the crowd. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, the bronze medalist of the previous martial arts tournament, possessed undeniable strength, however. In the face of Xiao Jie, he opted for a demeanor that was not entirely earnest. With the referee's command, the match commenced. Sun Wukong stood on the arena with an air of ease, facing a visibly more anxious Xiao Jie. Despite his brief training period in martial arts, Xiao Jie's remarkable aptitude and hard work propelled him to rapid advancement, which was precisely why he found himself in this moment. Sun Wukong wore a smile, sensing Xiao Jie's tension and excitement. As the bell for the match rang, Sun Wukong refrained from immediate aggression, instead quietly observing Xiao Jie as if awaiting the arrival of a pivotal moment. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jie endeavored to suppress his nervousness, then charged towards Sun Wukong to launch his attack. Though his movements were swift, to Sun Wukong, they appeared to unfold in slow motion. With a graceful sidestep, Sun Wukong effortlessly evaded Xiao Jie's assault. As the match progressed, Xiao Jie began to experiment with a more diversified array of offensive strategies. Although he consistently failed to land a blow on Sun Wukong, he could palpably sense his own growth. Each attack and counter offered him profound insights into the true essence of martial arts, igniting a spark of hope within his heart. Ultimately, Sun Wukong concluded the match with a deft counterattack, elegantly sealing the contest. Though defeated, Xiao Jie held his head high, his eyes shimmering with a mix of determination and defiance. He understood that despite his loss today, the experiences and growth he had garnered were invaluable treasures on his journey toward the future. Sun Wukong approached Xiao Jie with a smile, saying, "You are impressive, Xiao Jie. You have demonstrated remarkable potential and are continually improving. You surpassed the version of me who trained under the old master. Brother Wukong, do you know Brother Wumu? I wish to learn martial arts from him." Xiao Jie gazed up at Sun Wukong, filled with reverence. "Ah, Wumu, I am uncertain of his whereabouts now, but I shall convey your wishes to him," Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. "Thank you, Brother Wukong." Xiao Jie bowed deeply in gratitude. Ha! Xiao Jie is the child that Wumu saved 3 years ago. Since then, he has trained at numerous martial arts schools, advancing rapidly, now unmatched among ordinary people. Xiao Jie looked at Sun Wukong, his eyes glistening with unwavering resolve. He knew this defeat was merely a minor setback on his path to martial excellence, with true challenges and glory awaiting him ahead. As the quarterfinals concluded, the drums of the semifinals reverberated. With the intermission at an end, the arena of the martial arts tournament once again became the epicenter of attention. The impending duel between Tianjin Fan and Chun Long quickened the heartbeats of all spectators. Chun Long, competing under the alias of Master Rashi, was the runner-up from the previous tournament, undoubtedly adding countless highlights to this martial arts event. With a resounding command from the host, the competition officially commenced. In the early stages, both participants exhibited exceptional prowess in their techniques, probing each other's limits. Tianjin Fan's movements were swift and incisive, each strike infused with astonishing power. In contrast, Chun Long, Master Rashi, responded with his profound martial arts foundation and extensive combat experience, rendering the battle on stage thrilling and unpredictable. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan retreated several steps, gathering his strength to unleash his signature technique, the Kiko Cannon. The audience's breath seemed to suspend at that moment, all eyes fixated on him. With a fierce roar, a massive wave of energy erupted from his hands, hurtling toward Master Rashi. Unfazed by this formidable assault, Master Rashi remained calm. He took a deep breath, extending his hands forward as he unleashed his signature technique, the Kamehameha wave. Two formidable energies collided in midair, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. The intense clash produced a tremendous shockwave that reverberated throughout the arena. As the energy wave dissipated, the two combatants returned to their fierce exchange of blows. Utilizing his aerial prowess with the Shunken ID, Tenshinhan launched an assault from above, while Chun Long adeptly countered on the ground with his nimble movements and extensive combat experience. Master Rashi understood that, although influenced by Crane Hermit, Tenshinhan's heart was not tainted. His passion for martial arts remained pure. Following a close-range confrontation, Master Rashi seized the moment and softly spoke to Tenshinhan, "Young man, the essence of martial arts lies not solely in the confrontation of strength, but in the communion and growth of the spirit. You possess remarkable potential that should not be shackled by hatred and prejudice." Upon hearing these words, Tenshinhan felt a profound tremor within his heart. He discerned that his opponent was no ordinary contender, sensing a profound care and guidance emanating from the other's words. As the match progressed, Tianjin Fan's offensive gradually weakened, prompting him to reflect on his understanding of martial arts and the path that lay ahead. Observing this, Master Rashi bellowed from the sidelines, "Tianjin Fan, what are you doing?" The sound of his teacher's voice jolted him back to reality, and he resolved to concentrate fully, deciding to ponder deeply after the conclusion of the bout. Although his momentum had diminished, Tianjin Fan continued to demonstrate his exceptional martial prowess. Master Rashi, with his vast experience and unfathomable strength, maintained a delicate balance with Tianjin Fan, rendering the contest even more exhilarating. At that moment, Master Rashi suddenly slowed his offensive, a faint smile gracing his face. He gracefully leaped back to the center of the ring and then proclaimed to the referee, "I concede." A profound silence enveloped the arena, swiftly followed by a cacophony of bewildered discussions. Many were perplexed as to why Master Rashi, in a position of advantage, had suddenly chosen to surrender. Tian Shinon stood upon the stage, gazing at Master Rashi's broad back, reminiscent of the vast sea, and was overwhelmed by a deep sense of respect and contemplation. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes shimmered with a complexity of emotions. Indeed, he began to reassess his understanding of martial arts and the path that lay ahead of him. Doubts began to creep in regarding the teachings of Master Crane. What was the true purpose behind the pursuit of martial arts? Although Tenshinhan had yet to fully grasp the answers, he was acutely aware that the challenge of the finals was imminent, his opponent being one of Master Rashi's two disciples. The instructions from Master Crane echoed in his ears. Yet the words of Master Rashi had sown seeds of uncertainty within him. Below the arena, Master Crane furrowed his brow, puzzled by the concession of a fighter named Chen Long, while simultaneously sensing the anomaly in Tenshinhan's demeanor. Chapter 28, Champion. Tenshinhan staggered towards Master Crane, his gaze rife with conflict and hesitation. Master Crane's brows knitted together, a clear displeasure flickering in his eyes as he inquired, "What transpired on the stage just now? Why do you appear so unsettled?" Tenshinhan bowed his head, his lips trembling, as if a torrent of words were poised on the brink of expression, yet ultimately, he remained silent. He was undergoing a profound internal struggle, as the actions and words of the turtle sage profoundly resonated within his soul. He realized that his understanding of martial arts was quietly transforming, yet at this moment, he found himself unable to articulate the myriad of thoughts swirling within him to his master. Just then, the voice of the announcer broke the silence. "Ladies and gentlemen, the semifinals are about to commence. This round of competition will feature two distinguished disciples of the Turtle School, Krillin and Sun Wukong. Please welcome the contestants to the arena." Seeing Tianjin Fan remain silent, Master Rashi chose not to press further, redirecting his gaze to the arena. Tianjin Fan lifted his head, understanding deep within that this match might provide the answers to his confounding questions. At this moment, all eyes in the arena converged once more upon the stage. As disciples of the Turtle School, the duel between Krillin and Sun Wukong promised to be captivating. They stood resolutely at the center of the ring, their bond of deep friendship juxtaposed with the competitive spirit of the bout. Krillin and Sun Wukong exchanged smiles, embodying the camaraderie of both brothers-in-arms and close friends. Lightly, they leapt onto the stage and performed a respectful bow customary among martial artists. The audience below was already electrified, eagerly anticipating this extraordinary confrontation. "Krillin, hold nothing back," Sun Wukong said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with the fervor of battle. "I shall not," Krillin replied earnestly, his demeanor underscoring the significance he placed on this contest. At the referee's signal, the two immediately plunged into an intense clash. Sun Wukong seized the initiative with his astonishing speed, launching a series of attacks, each blow a harmonious blend of power and rapidity. Krillin, undeterred, adeptly employed his skills and agility to deftly evade Sun Wukong's strikes, showcasing his intellect in counterattacks. As Krillin maneuvered with agility, seeking out any weakness in Sun Wukong's defenses, Sun Wukong responded to every assault with overwhelming strength and velocity. Their combat was rich in technique and strategy, captivating every spectator present. As the match reached a fever pitch, they exchanged blows in a thrilling display of offense and defense, mesmerizing the audience with their performance, which elicited waves of applause and cheers. "Wukong, let us see you try the Kamehameha," Krillin proclaimed, despite having only recently mastered it, eager to test his skills against Sun Wukong. "Yes, all right," Sun Wukong replied with a grin. They both assumed their stances and chanted in unison, "Kamehameha." Two azure waves of energy clashed fiercely in the air, holding their ground for a moment before Sun Wukong's energy wave overpowered Krillin's. Krillin, agile in his evasion, seized the opportunity to charge at Sun Wukong. Aware that his Kamehameha was unlikely to rival Sun Wukong's, Krillin had prepared for this. And the two resumed their fierce battle. As the contest progressed, their techniques intensified even further. Sun Wukong exhibited remarkable potential, each strike imbued with formidable strength and swift speed, compelling Krillin to exert greater effort in response. Ultimately, after an exhilarating contest, Sun Wukong, with a clever maneuver, successfully propelled Krillin out of the ring. "Wukong, you are indeed stronger. You have grown immensely powerful," Krillin remarked with a smile. Sun Wukong, grinning foolishly and scratching his head, let out a hearty laugh. The atmosphere erupted in fervor as the audience cheered for this spectacular match. Though defeated, Krillin earned honor through his performance, garnering the respect and admiration of all. Sun Wukong extended a hand to Krillin, assisting him to his feet, and the two exchanged smiles, showcasing the profound camaraderie between them as brothers. After the match concluded, Tianjin fans' emotions remained complex. He observed the camaraderie between Sun Wukong and Krillin, once again feeling the essence of something beyond martial arts, friendship, respect, and courage. His heart was brimming with questions and contemplations, pondering his future and the true essence of martial arts, leading him to engage in a more profound reflection. Tianjin fans' mind was awash with a myriad of complex thoughts. He understood that he needed time to contemplate these experiences and to seek the true answers within the depths of his soul. The impending finals undoubtedly represented another significant milestone in his spiritual journey. At this moment, the expression on Master Crane's face was as dark as water. He had never anticipated that Master Turtle's disciples could exhibit such astonishing prowess. He turned to Tien Shinhan and said, "Regardless of your inner calculations, when facing that Sun Wukong in the upcoming finals, do not hold back in the slightest." "I understand," Tien Shinhan replied resolutely. Cognizant that whether to avoid disappointing his master or to fulfill his own unwavering dedication to martial arts, he would exert every ounce of his strength. As the bell for the finals rang, the atmosphere surrounding the arena surged to a fever pitch. Tien Shinhan and Sun Wukong stood at the center of the stage, their gazes meeting, imbued with profound respect for one another, alongside the sparks of fierce competition. Master Roshi, having shed his disguise, returned to the audience. Bulma and Oolong, upon seeing him, could not help but inquire about his whereabouts. Yet, Master Roshi merely smiled nonchalantly, offering no direct answer. His focus unwaveringly fixed on the two combatants in the arena. Kaiatsu anxiously watched Tien Shinhan, vocally cheering him on. "Tien Shinhan, you must win." Meanwhile, Bulma and Krillin rallied for Sun Wukong, the atmosphere extraordinarily fervent. "Wukong, give it your all this time to clinch the championship." Tien Shinhan, "Let us engage in a fair contest," Sun Wukong declared with an innocent smile, his eyes shimmering with an insatiable thirst for battle. Tien Shinhan refrained from responding. His gaze cold, yet internally, he was undergoing a transformation. He understood that this battle was not solely for victory, but also a pursuit of his own understanding and appreciation of martial arts. As the match commenced, Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan immediately engaged in a fierce confrontation. Tien Shinhan first employed the sky dance technique, swiftly evading Sun Wukong's attacks, while simultaneously executing the four symbols fist, creating 3 clones to besiege Sun Wukong. Although surrounded, Sun Wukong maintained his innocent and cheerful demeanor, skillfully countering each assault. "Tien Shinhan, your prowess is truly formidable," Sun Wukong remarked with a smile amid their exchange, his attitude remaining lighthearted. Tien Shinhan felt a jolt within, his gaze flickering with a complex emotion that was swiftly replaced by a cold resolve. "Sun Wukong, you need not concern yourself with my thoughts. Now, receive my Kamehameha." Tien Shinhan clasped his hands together, channeling a powerful surge of energy and launching it towards Sun Wukong. Not one to be outdone, Sun Wukong promptly retaliated with his own Kamehameha, the two formidable energies colliding violently in the air, resulting in a tremendous explosion that left the audience breathless. As the battle progressed, both combatants revealed their limits. Tien Shinhan unleashed his Kamehameha, while Sun Wukong adeptly evaded with increasing speed. The intensity of their clash escalated, yet both began to feel the weight of fatigue. Ultimately, after a breathtaking exchange, Tien Shinhan, with a precise Kamehameha, successfully pushed Sun Wukong back, who staggered to the edge of the arena. The crowd erupted in cheers, exhilarated by the thrilling contest. Though Tien Shinhan had narrowly triumphed, he felt little joy, his eyes filled with contemplation and a quest for martial excellence. Chapter 29. The death of Krillin. Tien Shinhan slowly descended from the arena, beads of sweat cascading down his cheek, his heart heavy with complex emotions. Beside him, Master Rashi's countenance was as dark as water, clearly dissatisfied with Tien Shinhan's performance. He questioned in a chilling tone, Tien Shinhan, why did you not strike Sun Wukong with lethal intent? Tien Shinhan halted his steps, turning to face Master Rashi, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Master, I believe the essence of martial arts lies not in the struggle between life and death, but in the relentless pursuit of self-improvement and transcendence. Master Rashi paused momentarily then, filled with ire, turned away, leaving Tien Shinhan and Chaozu standing in place. Chaozu approached Tien Shinhan, offering gentle reassurance. Tien Shinhan, I support your perspective. At that moment, Master Rashi strolled over to Tien Shinhan, his gentle voice resonating as he spoke. Tien Shinhan, I watched your match with Wukong. It was truly spectacular. As you tread the path of martial arts, do not let hatred and violence cloud your vision. A true warrior is not solely defined by physical prowess, but by the strength of the spirit. Tien Shinhan listened intently, Master Rashi's words enveloping him like a warm spring breeze, dispelling the fog within his heart. Master Rashi continued, the pinnacle of martial arts lies in using one's strength to protect others, rather than to harm them. I understand the insatiable desire for power that resides within you, yet that strength should be wielded to safeguard all that you cherish. A flicker of enlightenment crossed Tien Shinhan's eyes as he gazed deeply at Master Rashi, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. In that moment, he comprehended the true essence of the martial path he sought. Drawing a deep breath, a renewed light of understanding shone in his eyes. Master, I am grateful for your guidance. I have gained insight. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Krillin had already made their way to a restaurant to celebrate their victory. Laughter filled the establishment as they gathered, relishing the delights of food and camaraderie. Wukong, your performance today was simply astonishing, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. Haha, actually, Tien Shinhan is incredibly strong. I almost lost him. Krillin interjected, Wukong, although you didn't win in the end, you always managed to showcase remarkable strength at crucial moments. Sun Wukong took a bite of a meat bun and laughed. Hee, perhaps it's because I enjoy facing challenges. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Tien Shinhan and Chaozu found a quiet corner to sit, Tien Shinhan pondering Master Rashi's teachings, new aspirations blossoming within. Chaozu, I believe I have come to understand that true martial arts is not about defeating others, but about transcending oneself, Tien Shinhan stated earnestly. Chaozu nodded. Tien Shinhan, I believe you can forge a martial path uniquely your own. The laughter of Sun Wukong and his friends gradually faded into the night sky as they finished their meal and prepared to depart. Just then, Wukong suddenly slapped his forehead. Ah, I left something at the restaurant. He anxiously turned to go back. Krillin immediately stopped him, saying, Hold on, Wukong, I'll retrieve it. With that, Krillin turned and dashed toward the restaurant. Sun Wukong called out to him, Krillin. Klein turned around as Sun Wukong continued, urging him to return swiftly. Klein smiled with understanding, replying, Got it, Wukong. With that, he quickened his pace towards the restaurant. He glided gracefully through the empty dining hall, the echoes of his footsteps gently reverberating in the tranquil space. He vividly recalled his seat and proceeded without hesitation in that direction. As anticipated, on the table lay the unique 4-star ball that Sun Wukong had inadvertently left behind. Just as Klein reached for the ball, preparing to leave, a piercing and harrowing scream suddenly shattered the night air, followed by chaos and panic. Wukong and the others stood outside the restaurant, the night breeze carrying a chill, and the stars twinkling brightly above. They were engrossed in discussions about the day's competition, sharing their feelings and future plans. However, an abrupt scream from within the restaurant shattered the serenity of the night. A sense of foreboding gripped Wukong as he rushed towards the interior of the restaurant. The scene inside left Sun Wukong speechless. Several individuals lay on the floor, the ground stained crimson with blood. Amidst this carnage, Klein lay silently, devoid of life. And the cherished 4-star ball was nowhere to be found. Sun Wukong knelt beside Klein, his heart heavy with grief and fury. He grasped Klein's hand tightly, softly calling out his name, but received no response. Overwhelmed with sorrow and rage, Wukong clenched his fists, tears glistening in his eyes. What on earth had transpired? Master Rashi and the others entered the scene. With tears brimming, Sun Wukong mournfully exclaimed, Klein has been murdered. At that moment, a trembling voice responded. A monster, a monster. It burst in and attacked everyone. We didn't have time to react. It took a strange orb adorned with stars and the martial arts tournament roster. Infuriated, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, engulfed by a sense of helplessness and wrath. He had never anticipated that a gathering after dinner would devolve into such a tragedy. Rising to his feet, determination flickered in his eyes. He understood that this was not the time for sorrow. He must locate the perpetrator, reclaim the 4-star ball, and avenge Klein. Bulma, do you have the Dragon Ball radar? Sun Wukong called out to Bulma. Confused, she retrieved the radar, and he swiftly snatched it from her hands and dashed out of the restaurant. Sensing something amiss, Master Roshi called out urgently, wait. Wukong. Ignoring him, Sun Wukong pressed on, with Master Roshi insisting, I command you to wait. This is a directive from your master. I must find that person, Sun Wukong replied angrily, shouting, Nimbus. A yellow cloud promptly appeared beneath his feet. He leapt onto the Nimbus, his heart brimming with a tumult of emotions. Anger, sorrow, helplessness, yet above all, an unwavering resolve. He must seek the answers, regardless of the cost. Wukong rides on his somersault cloud, pursuing the unknown direction. In his mind, memories surge forth, avenging Krillin and the other innocents. As the flying Nimbus darted through the night sky, Goku's thoughts raced alongside it. He recalled every moment shared with Krillin, from their initial encounter, through countless training sessions, to the days spent fighting side by side. Each recollection sliced through his heart like a sharp blade. Goku was engulfed in confusion. Why had all this transpired? Who harbored such deep-seated hatred? What were their aims? Was everything directed solely at him? The Nimbus sped through the night, and Goku's mood grew heavy. The events of this night would etch an everlasting pain within him. Yet, he also understood that this was yet another trial on his path to martial mastery. He needed to become stronger, not just for himself, but to protect all that he held dear. Such a tragedy would never occur again. A resolute expression graced Sun Wukong's face as he gazed ahead. Chapter 30. The Origin of the Killer. A collective dismay. The eyes of the gathered crowd were filled with worry and unease, fixated on the receding figure of Sun Wukong. Their hearts heavy with the dread of the unknown. Tianjin Han tenderly closed Krillin's eyes, attempting to provide his friend with a semblance of solace through this gesture. The scene was profoundly melancholic, each soul internally unsettled by the impending challenges that awaited Goku. At that moment, Master Roshi's gaze fell upon a piece of paper on the ground. He slowly approached and bent down to pick it up. Upon reading its contents, he was struck with shock, nearly losing his balance. What is this? He cried out in terror, his eyes filled with disbelief. The ominous character encircled on the paper evoked memories of a horrifying past from many years ago. The exclamation from Master Roshi captured the attention of the crowd, drawing them closer. Even the typically taciturn Tien and Kairatsu could not resist approaching. Bulma, intrigued, leaned in to examine the sheet of paper. What is this? She inquired, her face a canvas of confusion. This question echoed the thoughts of all present as they gazed at Master Roshi, hoping he might provide clarity. The elder's hands began to tremble, his voice quavering as he spoke. This is the emblem of King Piccolo. At this juncture, he seemed to be lost in recollection of those dreadful times, his complexion paling significantly. King Piccolo? The group echoed almost in unison, many hearing the name for the first time. Yet, from Master Roshi's expression, they sensed an unprecedented gravity. Tien's voice was laden with weight. I have heard of him. He was a dark sorcerer from long ago, a demon king said to plunge the entire world into a chasm of terror. His words were imbued with a profound reverence for that historical epic. Master Roshi recounted the terrifying deeds of King Piccolo with a measured tone. Indeed, he was a dreadfully formidable figure. 3 centuries prior, he and his minions launched assaults on martial artists, decimating armies, rendering even tanks ineffective against them. This account sent a chill through every individual present, as they struggled to fathom that such a malevolent entity had once ravaged the world. It was only through the sacrifice of our teacher, Master Matedo, that he was ultimately sealed away. Master Roshi's voice resonated with admiration and nostalgia for Master Matedo. Tien's expression grew complex. These events had never been revealed to them by their mentor, Master Crane. His voice carried a hint of regret and confusion, pondering why their master would choose to remain silent on such significant history. The turtle sage let out a deep sigh, reluctant to revisit that dreadful past. It was also a catalyst that drove Ahe to stray onto the path of darkness. From that moment on, Ahe began to perceive the utter powerlessness of justice in the face of overwhelming strength. His words were imbued with profound helplessness and sorrow, encapsulating the eternal themes of justice versus evil and strength versus weakness. Yulong could not help but inquire, what happened next? The turtle hermit replied solemnly, subsequently, the medium through which Master Matedo sealed the demon King Piccolo was personally cast by me into the depths of the ocean. By all accounts, it should be impossible for him to resurrect, absolutely impossible. His tone was resolute, as if he were attempting to persuade himself while also seeking to comfort those around him. Dumpling suddenly gasped in terror, speculating, could it be that Master Crane retrieved him? This conjecture struck like a bolt of lightning, stirring profound ripples within the minds of the crowd. However, Master Turtle turned to Dumpling and firmly countered, "No, that is impossible." He is well aware of how fearsome King Piccolo truly is. His words were imbued with a profound understanding and trust in Master Crane. Despite Master Crane's previous foray into the path of darkness, Master Turtle firmly believed that he would not resort to such a reckless act in this matter. His words seemed to bring a modicum of reassurance to the crowd. However, Yamcha, with a furrowed brow, expressed his deep concern. Yet, if the one who killed Krillin truly is one of the minions of the great Demon King, his words, though uncompleted, instilled an ineffable fear in everyone present. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as Yulong, trembling, uttered, "Then, doesn't that mean Goku is in danger?" This inquiry plunged all into a deeper silence. Their hearts burdened with concern for Goku. Deep within Master Roshi's soul, a silent prayer emerged. "You must not perish, Goku." Plu's voice trembled with trepidation as his gaze swept across each individual in the room, seemingly searching for a glimmer of understanding and support. If that terrifying being were to be resurrected, his words hung in the air, an ominous premonition already permeating the atmosphere. Yulong immediately seized the opportunity to continue. His tone slightly frivolous, yet a glimmer of seriousness shone in his eyes. "Thus, the situation has become dire." This seemingly simple statement struck the hearts of those present like a hammer. Each person comprehended the catastrophic consequences they would face if that individual truly returned. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute yet tinged with anxiety, acutely aware of the gravity of their predicament. At this juncture, all we can do is hope that Goku does not locate that individual. Lan Shi, however, wore an expression of unease and urgency. She vividly recalled Goku's indomitable spirit. "He will find him. Have you forgotten? Goku possesses the Dragon Ball radar." Her words conveyed a sense of helpless truth. For Goku's possession of the Dragon Ball radar undoubtedly bestowed him with a significant advantage in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Master Roshi, at this moment, appeared particularly silent. His gaze profound, his concern stemming not only from the possibility of Goku finding that individual but also from deeper, more intricate reasons. Additionally, "I am particularly concerned about the items they have taken, the Dragon Balls and the roster of the World Martial Arts Tournament." His voice betrayed a profound sense of concern. The theft of the Dragon Balls and the roster of the World Martial Arts Tournament undoubtedly suggested that the schemes of that individual were far more intricate and terrifying than they had previously imagined. Although the Dragon Balls and the list of the world's foremost martial artists appeared to be unrelated, their forcible removal by certain individuals hinted at deeper mysteries. Master Roshi understood well that the power of the Dragon Balls was immense, and the roster contained vital information about numerous formidable warriors. The ramifications of these two artifacts falling into the wrong hands were too dire to contemplate. At this moment, Tien was utterly bewildered, urgently pressing for clarification. What exactly is going on? What are you saying about the balls and the radar?" His voice was imbued with confusion and urgency. He inherently grasped the gravity of the situation, yet found himself utterly bewildered by the unfamiliar concepts of Dragon Balls and Dragon Radar. Master Roshi let out a gentle sigh, gazing into the distant night sky, as if his eyes pierced through the fabric of time and space, glimpsing a future yet to unfold. He murmured to himself, pondering the enigmatic thoughts of that individual. His voice was deep, imbued with an endless sense of worry and unease. In this pivotal moment, every heart was laden with confusion and dread, uncertain of what was to come and unable to foresee the calamity that would ensue upon the revival of that formidable being. Chapter 31. King Piccolo in an unnamed fringe. A colossal airship hovered in the sky. This vessel was unlike any other, its exterior adorned with enigmatic symbols, as if it were an emissary from another realm. Inside the airship, a mysterious figure clad in a dark robe sat upon a uniquely crafted chair resembling a skull. His skin exhibited an unusual green hue, and two slender antennae sprouted from his head. Prominently embroidered on his chest was the character for Demon, revealing his extraordinary identity as King Piccolo. Nearby, a humanoid crow stood, not imposing in stature, but exuding an air of shrewdness and vigilance that commanded respect. Indeed, King Piccolo murmured to himself, his voice resonating with awe and satisfaction over a significant discovery. "Collecting 7 Dragon Balls grants the ability to fulfill any wish?" he inquired slowly, a hint of curiosity lacing his tone. Upon hearing this, Pilaf chuckled nervously, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. "Of course, my lord." Your desire must surely be to conquer the entire world? He ventured cautiously, his hands fidgeting and his gaze flickering uncertainly. Huh. The conquest of the world does not necessitate the power of the Dragon Balls, King Piccolo replied, gently shaking his head. A confident and enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if the entirety of the world lay within his grasp. What, then, do you wish for? Pilaf asked with curiosity, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. King Piccolo's gaze suddenly deepened, and he spoke slowly. What I desire is eternal life and everlasting youth. A body that never ages. With that, this world will remain under my dominion forever. Upon hearing this, Pilaf erupted into laughter. The king truly possesses foresight. He chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features as he sought to divert the conversation. There is one more matter. Pilaf suddenly appeared somewhat flustered, his voice tinged with tension. What is it? King Piccolo asked impatiently, a flicker of irritation crossing his expression. After much toil, I managed to retrieve the sealed rice cooker that holds your essence, allowing for your revival, and I even disclosed the secret of the Dragon Balls. Pilaf spoke cautiously, while his companion stood pale with fear, too terrified to utter a word. What exactly are you trying to say? King Piccolo's voice bore a chilling sharpness that sent shivers down the spine. Well, it's not. It's not anything of great significance, Pilaf stammered. Pilaf hastily waved his hands, as he and his two companions vehemently denied any wrongdoing, inwardly lamenting the grave predicament they had unwittingly stumbled into. But, great Demon King, once you conquer the world, if only you would, Pilaf said, rubbing his hands together with a forced chuckle. His voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of greed. What is it? The voice of King Piccolo resonated low and powerful, as if emanating from the depths of the earth, sending chills down their spines. If I could receive half of the world in return, then, Pilaf attempted to mask his ambition with humor. However, as his words unfolded, his laughter grew increasingly awkward. He suddenly realized that the piercing gaze of King Piccolo was fixed upon him, sending a chill racing up his spine, prompting him to hastily add, moreover, regarding the world's foremost martial arts tournament, I was the one who informed the king. Grant me 1/3 of the world, and before he could finish his sentence, beads of cold sweat had already formed on Pilaf's brow. What? King Piccolo's voice grew even more frigid. No. A mere quarter would suffice. Pilaf quickly amended his words, his tone rife with desperation as his legs involuntarily retreated, as if poised to flee from this terrifying presence. King Piccolo fell silent, his abyss-like eyes locked onto Pilaf, seemingly attempting to see straight through him. Pilaf felt an unprecedented weight of pressure, his heart brimming with fear and unease. Under such oppressive circumstances, he hastily revised his statement, his voice quivering as he said, "It's all right if it's not that much. My lord." As he spoke, he retreated step by step, with each backward movement intensifying the fear that resided within his heart. He silently lamented his predicament, questioning how he had fallen to such depths. Confronted by the formidable King Piccolo, an unprecedented sense of helplessness enveloped him. At that moment, King Piccolo finally spoke. His tone indifferent. I shall consider it. Yes, indeed, that was it. He felt utterly reliant on this. Pilaf seemed to grasp at a lifeline, hastily nodding and bowing, his face a mask of obsequiousness. By the way, has Dambalin not yet arrived? King Piccolo's sudden shift in topic shattered the oppressive atmosphere. He sat in the expansive command chair, his gaze traversing the control panel ahead, seemingly in search of something. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Pilaf felt as if he had been yanked back from the precipice, hastily turning his head towards Xiaowu. Instantly, Xiaowu perceived the glimmer in Jelif's eyes and nimbly darted towards the control panel. As she pressed a button, a display screen materialized within the airship, revealing a luminous dot in motion. With a deft touch, Xiaowu pressed a protruding button, illuminating another section of the display. On the screen, a bright point was steadily advancing towards their location, smoothly making its way toward them. It should be arriving soon, Xiaowu reported softly, her voice tinged with a barely discernible tension. Pilaf seized the opportunity to inquire, seeking solace amidst the delicate atmosphere. But why do you desire the roster of the world's foremost martial arts tournament? His words were carefully chosen, as if he feared disturbing some sensitive nerve. What did you say? The voice of King Piccolo suddenly resonated, his hand propped against his face as he lazily lifted his gaze towards Giraffe. Within that glance lay an imperceptible sharpness, dissuading one from meeting his eyes directly. Pilaf and the others broke into a cold sweat, silently lamenting the formidable aura of the Dark King. Yet, King Piccolo appeared indifferent to their fear, his attention shifting disdainfully towards the rice cooker nearby. his tone brimming with contempt and fury. Martial artists with their inexplicable and bizarre spells have imprisoned me in this peculiar contraption. How detestable. A flash of white light ignited in his eyes, and the rice cooker erupted in a violent explosion, as if the pent-up anger within him had finally found its release. I shall send every martial artist to the depths of hell. King Piccolo's voice was frigid, imbued with an undeniable resolve, as though his hatred had reached a boiling point, ready to erupt at any moment. Pilaf and the others exchanged glances, filled with confusion and dread regarding King Piccolo's plan, yet they could only feign calmness and tremulously respond. Then please do your best. Chapter 32. Pursuing the culprit after a prolonged, intense search, Sun Wukong finally spotted the loathsome figure hovering over a desolate valley. Sunlight pierced through the sparse clouds, casting mottled shadows upon him, a creature radiating a green luminescence, with a pair of enormous wings unfurled behind him, clutching tightly the coveted Dragon Balls and in seemingly ordinary ledger. Indeed, this was none other than King Piccolo's formidable aide, Tambourine. I found you. Sun Wukong's voice reverberated through the empty valley, saturated with uncontrollable rage and determination. He soared upon the cloud of somersaults, approaching with the swiftness of a shooting star. His eyes, brimming with strength, firmly locked onto Dambalin. Do not flee. Halt. Sun Wukong urged as he hastened on the cloud. Dambalin seemed to sense something amiss. He slowly turned around, his indifferent gaze colliding with that of Sun Wukong. He hovered in midair, seemingly taken aback by the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong. What do you want? Who do you think you are? Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his gaze intense, suddenly noticing the 4-star ball in Dambalin's hand. It was the most cherished memory in his heart, a relic from his grandfather, and an indelible bond between him and Krillin. In that moment, his heart brimmed with sorrow and indignation, as if all his emotions erupted in an instant. My 4-star ball. It was indeed you. He nearly roared, each word saturated with boundless fury. What are you talking about? Dambalin's voice betrayed a hint of confusion, but more prominently, impatience. Return my Dragon Ball and Krillin's life. Sun Wukong shouted with every ounce of strength, his tail bristling, his entire being resembling a beast poised to strike. The anger and resentment capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Krillin? Dambalin feigned confusion, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Stop pretending, you killed him. Sun Wukong's voice was charged with accusation and rage, his body taut, as if on the verge of exploding. Humph. You mean that damned little brat who dared to defy me? Dambalin laughed, his laughter dripping with scorn and disdain, as if Krillin's life was as insignificant as that of an ant. I see. That little brat is dead. That is indeed fortunate. He continued with a cruel and cold demeanor, a flicker of arrogance flashing in his eyes. What did you say? Sun Wukong's fur bristled in fury upon hearing this. His fists clenched tightly. Every fiber of his being seemed to boil with pent-up energy, ready to unleash. You are the murderer of Krillin, and I demand you return his life. Sun Wukong assumed a battle stance, his eyes resolute, emanating a formidable aura as he prepared to engage Dambalin in a fierce confrontation. So, is that the reason you pursued me? How amusing. Dambalin licked his arm dismissively, his movements dripping with contempt, as if he cared not for the impending battle. If we are to fight, then let us begin. His voice was steeped in provocation. The two clashed in the air, exchanging blows at a speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Dambalin caught Sun Wukong's punch. Do you truly believe those sluggish fists of yours can defeat me? His tone was laced with derision, and he then lifted Sun Wukong, kicking him down from the sky, showcasing his overwhelming power and speed. Master Roshi crouched down, meticulously examining Krillin's lifeless body, a grave expression etched upon his face. A single fatal blow. Krillin had suffered a devastating strike to the head, leading to his untimely demise. He slowly rose to his feet, his voice imbued with a barely perceptible tremor. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and silence enveloped the scene, as if the air itself had solidified. Yamcha, in disbelief, shook his head, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes glimmering with a myriad of emotions. How could it be possible that someone of Krillin's prowess was defeated in a single move? His voice was almost a whisper. Yet each word struck the hearts of those present like a hammer. A fearsome adversary. Immediately, Bulma gazed into the distance with a troubled expression, her eyes brimming with anxiety and unease. Goku, she murmured softly, her hands clenched into fists, silently praying that this dreadful foe would not inflict upon Goku the same fate. Meanwhile, Chaozu stood quietly beside Krillin's lifeless body, his gaze unwavering and intense. His face was devoid of expression, yet his eyes sparkled with a complexity of emotions that no one could decipher. Sun Wukong plummeted from the skies, crying out in unbearable agony, cloud somersault. In that moment, his brow furrowed as he inwardly cursed, damn it. just as he teetered on the brink of disaster. The cloud's somersault appeared beneath him, breaking his fall. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong helplessly remarked, "I have exhausted all my strength at the martial arts conference." Ha ha. Damblin erupted into uncontrollable laughter, as if he had heard the most hilarious joke in the world. "Little monkey," he chortled, "the phrase overestimating oneself was crafted just for you." His laughter was imbued with sarcasm and disdain. Sun Wukong's expression darkened as he retorted with indignation, "Enough of the prattle. The contest has only just begun." With that, he clenched his fists tightly, determination etched across his face, and charged toward Damblin. He harnessed the rapid movement of the cloud, swirling around Damblin like a beam of light, seeking a flaw in his defenses. Just as he was poised to strike, Damblin inexplicably twisted his head 180 degrees, revealing a grotesque grin, and suddenly extended his tongue, several meters long, ensnaring Sun Wukong and violently hurling him towards the ground. As Sun Wukong plummeted, the cloud appeared just in time to catch him. At that moment, Damblin looked down with a mocking smile. "Do you understand? With the strength of your kind, you cannot hope to defeat our demon clan." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept this fate. "Damn it, if I weren't so famished, I would never succumb to you." Damblin let out a cold chuckle, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Humph, stubborn little monkey, I shall silence you forever." With that, he unleashed a crimson energy wave, aimed directly at the cloud. Sun Wukong watched helplessly as the cloud was shattered, losing its support for flight, and he fell. Utterly defenseless. His heart was filled with shock and disbelief. The Nimbus was indeed. At this critical moment, Damblin swooped down and delivered a powerful punch to Sun Wukong's head, causing his descent to accelerate dramatically. The ground loomed perilously close, and Sun Wukong hastily drew out his staff from behind, shouting, "Extend, Rui Bang." The Rui Bang elongated swiftly, but Damblin seized one end and forcefully discarded it. Without the support of the staff, Sun Wukong continued to plummet helplessly. Sun Wukong landed heavily on the ground, causing it to tremble as if in response to his fall. He lay motionless, seemingly having lost consciousness. Following this, Damblin also descended from the air, his knee crashing forcefully onto Sun Wukong's back, a blow that was undoubtedly a cruel addition to his plight. The sensation of killing was truly agonizing. A cruel smile lingered at the corners of Damblin's mouth, as if he savored this moment, yet internally, he grumbled, "What a hassle. Why is this fellow so difficult to deal with?" He believed that Sun Wukong had lost all signs of life, and thus, he flapped his wings, preparing to depart from the battlefield that had begun to wear on him. However, at that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly reached out his hand and firmly grasped Damblin's foot. His entire body ached, yet his eyes burned with unwavering determination as he struggled to lift his head, addressing Damblin. "I shall avenge Kekelin, mark my words." Enraged, Damblin had not anticipated that Sun Wukong still possessed the strength to resist. In a fit of fury, he seized Sun Wukong and unleashed a relentless barrage of blows upon him, each strike infused with immeasurable wrath. Subsequently, he hurled Sun Wukong into the air, soaring after him, fist raised high, and then came crashing down upon him with tremendous force. Sun Wukong struck the ground once more with a heavy thud, his arm slightly lifting as if to make an attempt at defiance, but ultimately, he fell back, motionless. Damblin descended, surveying the fallen Sun Wukong, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Humph, you have squandered my time." With that, he flapped his wings and departed from the scene. Chapter 33, The Demise of the Martial Artist. So this is the Dragon Ball? King Piccolo gazed at the four-star ball in his hand, a glimmer of barely concealed excitement flickering in his eyes. It was indeed the resplendent Dragon Ball that Damblin had returned to him, radiating the brilliance of the brightest star in the night sky, exuding an aura of mysterious yet formidable power. Yes, the Dragon Ball is precisely where these individuals indicated, Damblin remarked, casting a confirming glance at Pilaf. His tone was tranquil, yet it concealed a sense of satisfaction regarding the successful completion of his mission. As a loyal aide to King Piccolo, locating the Dragon Ball was a notable achievement for him. Right. Just as I said, I was not mistaken. Pilaf chuckled with glee, his face brimming with pride. While he often appeared somewhat comical, his insights were frequently remarkably accurate at crucial moments. King Piccolo, fixated on the Dragon Ball, proclaimed, "Once I gather all 7 of these orbs, I shall attain eternal youth and life." His voice was imbued with a yearning for the future and an insatiable desire for power. Unlike King Piccolo, the Dragon Balls represented not merely a symbol of immense strength, but also a beacon of hope for his rejuvenation and revival of life. Indeed, that is certainly marvelous. Pilaf said awkwardly. Although his understanding of the Dragon Ball's power did not reach the depths of King Piccolo or Dambalin, he could nonetheless sense the gravity of the matter, and thus endeavored to express his support and enthusiasm. Soon, my body will regain its former overwhelming strength, declared King Piccolo. In his gaze flickered memories of the past and hopes for the future. Within his heart, the Dragon Balls represented not only a chance for rebirth but also a means to reclaim the unparalleled strength he once possessed. This was the roster of participants for the world's foremost martial arts tournament in nearly a decade, and coincidentally, the Dragon Balls were also present. Thus, this journey could be deemed a twofold gain. Dambalin produced the list and remarked. His tone was imbued with a hint of calculated excitement. For them, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was not merely a platform to gain insight into the martial artists of this era, but also an exquisite opportunity to seek the Dragon Balls. Very well, affix the roster to the wall, declared King Piccolo. His voice resonated with conviction, and his gaze shimmered with unwavering confidence in the plan and a fervent desire for victory. To him, this roster represented not merely information about adversaries, but the crucial key to the Dragon Balls and the fulfillment of wishes. Subsequently, Dambalin, alongside the crewman who stood by the malevolent Piccolo, affixed the roster. HM? He casually glanced at the list and then scoffed. Is this fellow truly formidable among them? Dambalin, who had affixed the names, spoke with a tone laced with disdain. Do you know him? Inquired King Piccolo. No. There is no need to keep this name on the list, for I have effortlessly dispatched him, Dambalin replied nonchalantly, as if mentioning a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Shiwu held a list with astonishment written all over her face. King Pilaf, look at this name, this person. Her voice brimmed with disbelief and shock. So that's it. No wonder he is so powerful. He has participated in the martial arts tournament for 2 consecutive years, securing 3rd place once and 2nd place another time, remarked Pilaf, gazing at the name of Sun Wukong in Shiwu's hand. There is no need to keep him listed either. He has already met his end at my hands. Dambalin's tone remained cold. Dead. The trio of Pilaf was utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend. Sun Wukong had caused them immense trouble, and they had never envisioned such a conclusion. It cannot be mistaken. That little brat was pathetically weak, dealt with in mere moments. Dambalin's words dripped with contempt, as if Sun Wukong's strength were of no significance in his eyes. I see, that little brat was a runner-up. Lord Demon King. It seems there are no worthy martial artists left in this world. Dambalin's summation filled the air with a sense of victory. Ha ha ha. This is splendid news. However, for safety's sake, we must proceed with caution. I do not wish to be sealed again. Eliminate all the martial artists on this list, and those who resist must be dealt with as well. Do you understand? King Piccolo proclaimed with a laugh that concealed an undeniable ruthlessness. Yes. Dambalin and the crewmen responded in unison, their voices steeped in resolve. Once we gather the Dragon Balls, we shall conquer the world. Ha ha ha. King Piccolo's ambitions were grand and audacious, his laughter echoing throughout the space. King Pilaf, it seems we have unleashed someone we ought not to have. Do you feel a twinge of regret? Shiwu, Pilaf, and Axie whispered in a corner, their tones filled with concern and remorse. Will he truly share half the world with us? Axie's voice resonated with doubt and unease. In the dojo of King Joppa, silence reigned. He furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing through the darkness ahead like a bolt of lightning, as he gravely inquired, Who are you? Yet, no response was forthcoming. Only an eerie laughter echoing through the shadows, chilling to the bone. Suddenly, the figure in the darkness launched an attack with a ghostly swiftness that was utterly incomprehensible. Although King Joppa was highly skilled in martial arts, he found himself caught off guard by this abrupt assault. He struggled valiantly against the onslaught, yet within mere moments, he was struck by an overwhelming force, his body hurtling through the air like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Chaos erupted instantaneously. Witnessing this, the disciples of King Joppa roared in fury as they surged forward, vowing to avenge their master. However, their adversary proved to be insurmountably powerful, rendering each of them as fragile as ants, falling one after another beneath the hands of this enigmatic visitor, none managing to escape. The victor, Dambalin, stood amidst the sea of corpses, tilting his head back to unleash a triumphant cackle. He cackled ominously. The next destination is here. He lowered his gaze to the list in his hand, already stained with several patches of blood, as if to confirm his next target. This list contained the names of martial artists marked for extermination, a task bestowed upon him by the formidable demon King Piccolo. Completing this list would signify the eradication of all martial artists from this world. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as Dambalin tucked the list away. swiftly transforming into a shadow, soaring towards the next target cloaked in the night's darkness. Behind him lies a realm of silence and devastation, however, regarding the impending events. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. All of this is orchestrated by the malevolent King Piccolo. He commanded Damblin to complete the roster before proceeding to eliminate all martial artists in this world, thereby fulfilling his ambition of world domination. The name Damblin is destined to become a nightmare in the realm of martial arts. Chapter 34. The Tenacious Sun Wukong. With all his might. Shao Jie delivered a powerful kick to the neck of the green monster before him. His brows furrowed tightly, and disbelief filled his eyes. For his assault had proven utterly ineffectual. He stepped back, his heart filled with trepidation, and tremulously inquired, "What manner of creature are you?" Despite Shao Jie possessing considerable talent in martial arts, he often lamented the absence of a worthy mentor and the insufficient duration of his practice. He had long desired to take the enigmatic Wumu, who had rescued him 3 years prior, as his master. Before him stood the monstrous Damblin, a sinister smile curling at the corners of its mouth, emitting a chilling, mocking laughter that seemed to deride Shao Jie's helplessness. He spoke with biting sarcasm, "Little one, your strength is truly lacking." Immediately after, his sharp claws swept through the air, effortlessly tearing apart Shao Jie's chest, causing blood to spatter in all directions. Shao Jie gasped in agony, his heart brimming with resentment and fear, yet overshadowed by an overwhelming dread of this unknown creature. He yearned to resist, yet discovered that his strength appeared utterly insignificant in the presence of the terrifying monster. Damblin seemed quite pleased with his creation, casting a glance around before murmuring to himself, "There are still a dozen or so." Having uttered these words, his figure vanished into the night like a fleeting breeze. Young Jay lay on the ground, feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his chest, his heart brimming with boundless confusion and dread. He could not comprehend how such a creature could exist in this world. His vision gradually blurred, and his consciousness began to wane, yet within him, a fervent desire for survival and a profound fear of the unknown remained. "The melon soda you requested has arrived." Shao approached gracefully, her hands delicately cradling a large basin of vibrant green liquid exuding a refreshing aroma, as she stood before Lord Piccolo. In her gaze lingered a hint of reverence. Lord Piccolo reclined in his seat, exuding an air of superiority, and made a gesture as if to draw the liquid towards him. To the onlookers' astonishment, the liquid in the basin seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually diminishing in quantity. "Might I inquire, esteemed Lord Piccolo, your thoughts on the collection of Dragon Balls?" asked the Crow Man, standing nearby, his tone respectful yet tinged with caution. We shall enlist another warrior to undertake the task of gathering them," Lord Piccolo replied after a moment of contemplation, articulating his command with deliberation. His voice was devoid of warmth, as if he had meticulously orchestrated all that was unfolding. "Another one." This announcement caused the faces of the Pilaf trio to pale, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Ashu stealthily leaned towards Pilaf's ear and whispered, "He is going to perform that again. I really don't want to witness it. It will spoil my appetite." Pilaf furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath, "No, great Demon King, if you lay an egg now, it will deplete your stamina and accelerate your aging. You might perish before conquering the world." The Crow Man hurriedly intervened, his voice tinged with concern for the Demon King's well-being. "Nonsense. Just a little more patience, and we shall obtain the Dragon Balls. Using magic a few more times before acquiring them won't lead to death," the Demon King Piccolo retorted nonchalantly, seemingly resolute, with unwavering confidence in his endurance and magical prowess. With that, Demon King Piccolo summoned all his strength, reciting an incantation. Suddenly, he expelled an egg the size of a dinosaur's, still glistening with saliva, an astonishing yet slightly repulsive spectacle. This scene prompted a silent barrage of internal critiques from everyone present, as the Demon King's actions were truly outrageous, yet none dared voice their thoughts, merely lamenting inwardly. "Awaken. Your name shall be Simbalu," commanded the Demon King Piccolo, his tone infused with anticipation and authority. The enormous egg quivered before cracking open, revealing a dragon-like head, which opened its eyes and gradually rose. "Are you awake, Simbalu?" Piccolo inquired again, his gaze shimmering with satisfaction and expectation. "Yes, great Demon King," replied Simbalu, his voice imbued with reverence and loyalty. "You understand your mission, do you not?" Piccolo reiterated, his tone grave. "Your command is to gather the remaining Dragon Balls." Simbalu responded clearly, demonstrating comprehension and determination to execute the order. "What is the location of the next Dragon Ball?" Piccolo turned towards Pilaf and the others, his gaze piercing like a searchlight, leaving no room for evasion. Upon hearing the Demon King's voice, Xiaowu hastily checked the radar, her movement swift and tense, as if engaged in a monumental task. Pilaf then relayed the location of the nearest Dragon Ball to Cymbaloo, who bid farewell to Piccolo before soaring out of the airship, his figure streaking across the sky like a meteor, vanishing into the distant horizon. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong lay on the ground, slowly opening his eyes. In his blurry vision, he perceived a frog hopping about, creating multiple afterimages. He strained to prop himself up, his body trembling slightly as he rose. Right, I was. Before he could finish his thought, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and he uncontrollably sank back to the ground. He clutched his head, his brows furrowed in discomfort. How long had he been ensconced in this slumber? Suddenly, his stomach emitted a rumbling sound. Sun Wukong scanned his surroundings, seeking something to satiate his hunger. His gaze suddenly brightened upon discovering several enticing fruits hanging from a tree not far away. He immediately dashed over, effortlessly plucking a fruit and placing it into his mouth. Hunger rendered this simple morsel extraordinarily delectable. Yet, a mere piece of fruit could hardly satiate his ravenous appetite. He felt only a slight alleviation of his hunger, while his stomach remained hollow. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Following the scent, Sun Wukong beheld a large fish roasting over an open flame not far away. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he lunged forward, unhesitatingly sinking his teeth into the succulent flesh. The exquisite taste of the fish compelled him to exclaim in genuine admiration, "Wow, delicious." In mere moments, the once plump fish was reduced to nothing but a skeleton. Sun Wukong reclined on the ground, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Ah, this meal was utterly delightful. He spoke while contentedly patting his belly, as if expressing gratitude to his own stomach. After lying down for a while, he suddenly sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, stretching his body and feeling that he had regained his vigor. This time, I am determined not to be defeated by him again, he shouted with unwavering confidence. Nimbus Cloud. Nimbus Cloud. His voice echoed through the vast valley. Yet the elusive Nimbus Cloud remained absent. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. How could I have forgotten? The Nimbus Cloud was shattered by that creature. Sun Wukong's spirits plummeted from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. Infuriating. Even the Nimbus Cloud was slain by him, an unforgivable act. Just as his fury reached its peak, a massive stone hurtled towards him. With remarkable agility, Sun Wukong leaped upward, landing securely on a small rocky outcrop. Who dares to challenge me? Show yourself, he bellowed, his voice laced with dissatisfaction and wrath. At that moment, a rotund figure ambled into view, wearing an expression of disdain. Who are you calling a scoundrel? That title rightly belongs to me. The newly appeared rotund man expressed his displeasure, his voice tinged with palpable anger. You stole my fish. A most despicable act. Your fish? That fish was already there. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. Fool, does a fish come to roast itself on its own? You vile scoundrel. The rotund man fumed, his fists clenched tightly, poised as if ready to engage Sun Wukong in battle. Sun Wukong nimbly jumped down from the rocky outcrop, landing gracefully before the man. That was my breakfast, nearly ready to be consumed when you pilfered it, the rotund man retorted. You dare to speak? Sun Wukong countered, recalling how the rotund man had hurled a stone at him upon his arrival. His gaze suddenly fixed on the gleaming Dragon Ball hanging from the man's neck. Is that my Dragon Ball? I see now. You are in league with those monsters, aren't you? Monsters? Silence. Stop your nonsensical accusations. You are clearly the fish thief. The rotund man retaliated angrily, assuming a combat-ready stance. I shall teach you a lesson, little brat. Don't come crying to me later. What? You a mere fat man? Sun Wukong replied defiantly, his tone brimming with provocation. The term fat man struck a nerve, causing the rotund man's cheeks to flush crimson with rage as he charged at Sun Wukong. Their brief skirmish sparked with intensity, each clash igniting a flurry of energy in the air. Sun Wukong deftly evaded the rotund man's blows while delivering precise counterattacks. Though the rotund man was large, his movements were surprisingly swift, summoning all his strength to confront Sun Wukong's challenge. After several exchanges, both combatants momentarily retreated, eyeing each other warily. This little rascal, seemingly unassuming, was indeed not to be underestimated. Then they clashed once more, two figures entwined tightly, the mingling sense of dust and sweat permeating the air. The battle between Sun Wukong and the rotund opponent intensified, each encounter seemingly probing the limits of the other. Before long, the stout one's head suddenly lunged towards Sun Wukong's, striking with a resounding thud. The sound echoed as if stone had met stone. How painful! It felt as hard as granite, utterly excruciating. Sun Wukong crouched on the ground, clutching his head in agony. Do you understand now the severity of my strength? The rotund one chuckled triumphantly. Yet, Sun Wukong was not one to concede easily. He bore the pain throbbing in his head, a glimmer of stubborn defiance flickering in his eyes. Behold my counterattack. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he thrust his head forcefully towards the hefty individual. The sound of impact echoed, and this time it was the rotund man who staggered backward, clutching his forehead in distress. Your head is the real stone, the hefty one retorted, a look of incredulity etched on his face. The two stood locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere suddenly charged with anticipation. The rotund man scrutinized Sun Wukong, an earnest glint in his gaze. Who on earth are you? You cannot be an ordinary thief. I am no thief. I am Sun Wukong, declared Sun Wukong with utmost seriousness. Humph, what a peculiar name, the hefty one scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. And what might your name be? Sun Wukong inquired. I shall not divulge that to you, the hefty man replied defiantly. How despicable! Infuriating! Enraged, Sun Wukong lunged forward, entangling himself once more with the hefty fellow. At that moment, he caught sight of a Dragon Ball nestled against the rotund man's chest, halting his movements abruptly. Ah, that is a star one. It is not the one that was stolen from me. Where did you acquire that? Speak quickly. I found this 3 years ago. Do you have a problem with that? The hefty man retorted coldly. I see. Sun Wukong scratched his head, an awkward smile spreading across his face. My sincerest apologies. It appears I have misjudged you. I do not know what you are babbling about. Do not think a smile will suffice. Return my fish. The rotund man's voice dripped with dissatisfaction. What? What do you mean? Spit it out now. His voice grew increasingly louder. Just then, Sun Wukong pointed into the distance. No, that is, what is that? The hefty man turned to look, spotting an oddly shaped flying object rapidly approaching. It was Simbaloo, the one in search of the Dragon Balls, descending before them like a streak of green lightning. Simbaloo cast a cold glance at them. You little brats, answer me. You resemble that person, yet you are not him, Sun Wukong observed, recalling the green figure that had previously bested him. What manner of creature are you? To be so arrogant? The hefty man grumbled, displeased by Simbaloo's words. Simbaloo's voice dripped with menace. Listen well, if you do not speak the truth, I shall bring about your demise. Have you seen a glass sphere with stars nearby? The rotund man's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. Is this how you seek answers? It is indeed that one. Shinbalu's gaze fixated upon the Dragon Ball adorning the neck of the portly figure, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Sun Wukong, keenly aware of Shinbalu's peculiar demeanor, felt a stirring within and swiftly connected the dots, suspecting that Shinbalu might indeed be an accomplice of the enigmatic individual. Do you have a companion who resembles this? Sun Wukong smirked, elongating his voice in a deliberate manner while mimicking an odd posture as he addressed Shinbalu. With large wings and a foul temper. Speak up. Shinbalu hesitated, contemplation dawning upon him. Could it be that you were referring to Dan Balin? You truly are in league with him. So what? Enough chit-chat. You rotund fool. Hand over the ball. Shinbalu retorted impatiently, waving his hand dismissively, his tone icy. Rotund fool. How despicable. Why should I heed the words of a villain like you? The portly figure's face turned ashen with fury as he gripped his weapon tightly. Wait. I'll handle this one. Sun Wukong interjected, stepping resolutely in front of the portly figure, his expression unwavering. Stay out of this. The portly figure shot a disgruntled glance at Sun Wukong, muttering in dissatisfaction, do you not realize that my friend was slain by his accomplice? Yet, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with vengeful resolve. That is of no concern to me. He is my prey, to be savored as breakfast in place of roasted fish. The portly figure huffed in disdain, evidently unimpressed by Sun Wukong's words. No, I shall take action. You are truly bothersome. Very well, let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Agreed. Rock, paper, scissors. Shinbalu stood aside, watching the two of them ignore his presence as they engaged in their game, his expression one of astonishment and ire. He shouted in anger. How dare you look down upon me? I am a subordinate of the great Demon King. Unfazed by his words, the stout man continued to engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors with Sun Wukong. Ultimately, the stout man emerged victorious, leaping with exhilaration. Wonderful. I've won. Leave it to me, he declared. He approached Zenbalu with a disdainful expression and said, Come on. Let's do this. Although he seemed rather unpalatable, Zenbalu let out a cold laugh, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph. You will regret not handing the ball over to me. I see the one who will regret is you. The hefty one roared as he charged at Zimbaloo. The ensuing battle was exceedingly fierce. The hefty one aimed a kick at Zimbaloo's jaw, striving for a decisive blow. However, Zimbaloo deftly dodged, retaliating with a powerful lash of his tail that sent the hefty one flying. How about that, you fatso? The hefty one rolled and scrambled back to his feet, dusting off his clothes, and upon glancing at Sun Wukong, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Today is truly peculiar. I keep encountering formidable opponents." He then turned back to Zimbaloo, determination shimmering in his eyes. "I am not called Fatty, I am Yakalobii." With that, he drew his knife and swiftly slashed towards Zimbaloo. Before Zimbaloo could react, he struck a fatal blow to the throat. Sun Wukong observed this scene, marveling. He is indeed quite formidable. Chapter 36. Every second counts on the island of the Turtle Hermit. The sun shone brightly, and the waves gently caressed the shore. Inside the Turtle Hermit's abode, a group of individuals sat together, the atmosphere thick with tension and anticipation. "You mentioned the Dragon Balls?" Tiaozi inquired, his brow furrowed with uncertainty. Tianjin stood upright with arms crossed, affirmatively stating, "So, as long as we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, any wish can be granted?" "Exactly. But only one wish can be fulfilled," Bulma replied languidly, reclining on the sofa, her coffee cup swaying gently with her movements. "What if we wish for the eternal dragon to eliminate Demon King Piccolo?" Yamcha tightly gripped his teacup, his eyes flickering with a mix of hope and confusion. "Given what we know, Demon King Piccolo is far beyond our capability to handle. This seems to be the best course of action," he concluded. "I heard that once the wish is granted with the Dragon Balls, for a year, everything turns to stone," Pulu interjected cautiously, his voice low as if afraid to shatter the tranquility of the space. "If that's the case, won't it take a long time to revive Krillin?" Oolong lamented, gripping his head in distress, his tone revealing a sense of helplessness and urgency. "In such a scenario, the body will decay," Lanchi remarked, frowning. "Rest assured on that front." Bulma responded confidently, her demeanor relaxed. "Light gray? What do you mean?" Pulu asked, looking perplexedly at the Turtle Hermit. "What sort of battle plan is this?" The teacher remarked. Yamcha's gaze was firmly fixed upon Master Roshi, eagerly anticipating a definitive answer. Master Roshi, seated on the ground, faced Bulma, who was elegantly cross-legged in her form-fitting mini-skirt. Abruptly, Master Roshi exclaimed, "No. I mean Bulma's underwear." This statement rendered the previously serious discussion rather awkward. Bulma instantly grasped the implication, her expression transforming into one of fury as she uncrossed her legs and delivered a sharp slap across Master Roshi's face. "Where are your eyes wandering? What time is it? And yet you dare to sneak a glimpse of my undergarments. You lecherous old man." "Wait, I merely intended to lighten the atmosphere," Master Roshi stammered, awkwardly touching his face in an attempt to justify himself. "Who needs you to lighten the mood? How infuriating." Bulma retorted vehemently. Master Roshi swiftly abandoned his jesting demeanor, adopting a serious tone as he stated, "In any case, we must locate the 7 Dragon Balls. Although perilous, we can only do our best." At that moment, the television broadcast announced that numerous martial artists had been slain by the same individual, leaving behind a symbol of demon at the scene. This news shocked everyone. Who would have thought it would happen so swiftly? They began to engage in discussions about various coping strategies, contemplating how to reach out to the remaining survivors. However, the list had been taken away, leaving them devoid of contact information and addresses, which plunged them into a predicament. Ultimately, Master Roshi made a decisive resolution. Staying here could pose dangers. In any case, let us relocate to another place. His voice resonated with determination. He then turned to Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, how long will it take to create a new radar?" After a moment of contemplation, Bulma swiftly calculated the time required in her mind and finally replied, "If I work diligently, it will take at least half a day." "Half a day. All right, please proceed promptly," Master Roshi instructed after a brief moment of reflection. "Yes, once the radar is complete, we shall set forth." Subsequently, the group departed the island aboard their spacecraft, aiming for the uncharted island. The vehicle traced a brilliant arc across the sky before gracefully landing on the mysterious land. As everyone disembarked, the surroundings appeared both novel and unfamiliar. Master Roshi surveyed the area and addressed the group. "In this place, we are unlikely to be discovered easily. However, you must remain vigilant." "Understood. By the way, I hope you can gather all the Dragon Balls swiftly, faster than the Demon King Piccolo," Bulma exclaimed. "Indeed," Poor remarked to Chaozu, "we must exercise caution on our journey." A hint of concern laced his tone. "All right," came the resolute reply from Jiaozi. "Damn it. If my foot weren't injured, I could have joined you, Yamcha lamented. I hope you can rest well here. If we meet our demise, you will be the only one left to rely on, Master Roshi remarked. Ah, teacher, Yamcha urged anxiously. Hey, you. Lan Shi stormed towards Tianjin Han with fierce determination. Tianjin Han, if you dare to perish, I will not forgive you. Whether your head is shattered or your stomach pierced, you must return to me alive. Otherwise, I shall end you. Blushing, Tianjin Han shyly replied, yes. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Lan Shi and Tianjin Han, causing Lan Shi to redden under their gaze. Subsequently, Tianjin Han piloted the aircraft, carrying Master Roshi and Jiaozi in search of the Dragon Balls. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the sky, leaving behind the collective anticipation of their success and boundless imaginings of the future. Oolong remarked, I hope they succeed. It would be splendid if they could vanquish that formidable demon, Piccolo. Very well, I shall commence the creation of a refrigeration capsule to safeguard Krillin's remains. Bulma tossed a capsule, which transformed into a house. She entered, followed closely by the others, awaiting news of what was to come. In that moment, though fraught with uncertainty and peril, their hearts brimmed with trust in their friends and hope for the future. Piccolo, the Demon King, reached out telepathically to Shinbaru. Shinbaru, respond swiftly. Yet, the only reply was a profound silence, heavier than any words. Indeed, he was dead. Shinbaru, his offspring born from suffering, had perished in but a few days, igniting a firestorm of rage and resentment within Piccolo. He quickly shifted his focus, using his psychic abilities to seek out Dambalin. Dambalin. Meanwhile, Dambalin had located Bulma's hiding place, his gaze icy, his energy poised to sever Yamcha's life force. Yes, my lord, I am proceeding according to plan. Only a handful of martial artists remain. Excellent work, but I bear unfortunate news. The one seeking the Dragon Balls, Shinbaru, has been slain. A weightiness accompanied Piccolo's voice. How is that possible? Dambalin exclaimed, disbelief etching his features, his eyes wide with shock and incredulity. You must immediately eliminate the one who killed Shinbaru. I shall provide you with the coordinates, WSC 2933, Piccolo instructed further. Understood, I shall confront that individual at once. Dambalin prepared to depart, then severed the telepathic link with Piccolo, turning coldly to Yamcha. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall grant you a reprieve for now. His voice was laced with disdain and mockery, and then transformed into a shadow, swiftly heading towards its destination. Chapter 37. The Personal Arrival. As Dambalin soared towards the WSC's location 2933 with astonishing speed, Sun Wukong was already there, awaiting him in silence. The air around them was thick with tension and a sense of impending crisis. Sun Wukong's gaze was unwavering, his entire presence ablaze with an intensity akin to raging flames, heralding the fierce battle that was about to unfold. At last, he has arrived, Sun Wukong murmured to himself, his piercing eyes fixed intently on the approaching shadow in the distance. His fists were clenched, muscles taut, poised to engage at a moment's notice. Achilleo. This one shall not be relinquished to you. Achilleo chuckled softly in response. Very well. You may handle this individual, but the matter of sustenance is mine. His tone was relaxed, seemingly dismissive of the adversary before him. Dambalin eventually descended to the ground, a cruel glint flickering in his eyes. So it turns out that it was you who killed Zinbalu. What a useless bunch you are, to be defeated by mere children. His voice dripped with disdain and contempt. How infuriating. Who are you calling children? Yakalob retorted, clearly incensed by Dambalin's remarks. Dambalin gazed at Sun Wukong, smirking mockingly. Do you still dare to challenge me? You are utterly ineffectual. It appears you truly have a death wish. His thumb arrogantly pointed at himself, his gaze brimming with defiance. Sun Wukong's aura intensified, and he resolutely replied, this time I am thoroughly satisfied, far surpassing my previous state. His voice exuded an undeniable confidence. Oh, what difference does it make? Allow me to witness it. Dambalin sneered, clearly dismissive of Sun Wukong's words. Just watch, you have harmed my friend, and I shall not let you escape unscathed. Sun Wukong roared, the aura surrounding him intensifying. In his eyes blazed the flames of vengeance, each cell bracing for the impending confrontation. The gazes of the two adversaries collided with the ferocity of lightning, and in an instant, Sun Wukong surged towards Dambalin, his fist striking with a resounding whoosh. Dambalin, quick to react, unfurled his wings and deftly evaded Sun Wukong's assault, yet Sun Wukong swiftly countered with a powerful palm aimed squarely at Dambalin's chest. The impact sent Dambalin staggering back, a flicker of astonishment evident in his eyes. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from Sun Wukong. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, each infused with tremendous power and speed, leaving Damblin struggling to keep pace. Your strength exceeds my expectations, but it is still far from sufficient. Damblin bellowed, as a surge of potent energy erupted around him, forcefully propelling Sun Wukong away. Sun Wukong regained his footing, inhaling deeply, the flames of determination burning even more fiercely in his eyes. He understood that this battle was intimately tied to Qin's vendetta, and he could not afford to fail. Behold! Sun Wukong exclaimed, as he concentrated all of his energy into his hands, manifesting a colossal orb of light. He charged forward with great strides, directing this formidable energy straight at Damblin. Damblin attempted to resist the force with his own energy, yet the power of the luminous sphere exceeded his expectations, and the fierce impact rendered him nearly defenseless. Amidst the resounding explosion, Damblin was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Jackalope, witnessing this scene from a distance, couldn't help but murmur to himself, it would be wise to avoid provoking Sun Wukong in the future. With great difficulty, Damblin rose from the ground, his body battered and bruised. He let out a furious roar, unleashing a potent energy wave that surged directly towards Sun Wukong. Unfazed by this onslaught, Sun Wukong crossed his arms before him, steadfastly enduring the energy wave's assault. As the energy dissipated against his defense, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to launch another charge at Damblin. His fists echoed like the sound of breaking air, each strike inflicting profound agony upon Damblin. Ultimately, Damblin found himself too weary to continue the battle, attempting to flee the battlefield. Sun Wukong, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity for vengeance on behalf of Krillin, wielded the Rui Jingu Bang, which instantaneously elongated to pursue Damblin. Gathering all his strength, Sun Wukong bellowed, Kamehameha. A powerful azure wave of energy erupted from his palm, directly striking Damblin. The tremendous force utterly vanquished Damblin, causing his body to explode in midair, disintegrating into countless fragments. Beneath a heavy shroud of ominous clouds, King Piccolo's airship laboriously cleaved through the low skies, the surrounding cloud layers resembling a ferocious black beast, greedily devouring the meager light. Inside the airship, the dim yellow lights flickered, casting shadows across King Piccolo's wrathful visage, rendering him even more formidable. The two warriors I painstakingly nurtured have been slain. King Piccolo's voice resonated within the confined space, brimming with fury. His hands were clenched into fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, and a dangerous glimmer flickered in his eyes. Regardless of who it may be, just wait and see. I, Piccolo, shall personally take action to reveal the true terror of the Dark Lord. As he spoke, the ferocity in his gaze intensified, his entire being trembling as if he were on the brink of unleashing a formidable power. Meanwhile, Pilaf, while deftly maneuvering the airship, cautiously monitored the radar display on the screen. He suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, his voice tinged with anxiety and urgency, "A few Dragon Balls have gathered here, Demon King. What shall we do if they find those Dragon Balls before us?" King Piccolo turned around, his gaze icy and sharp as a blade sweeping over Pilaf. His voice deep and commanding, "There is no need for concern. They cannot possibly gather them all. After all, one is firmly in my possession." He retrieved a 4-star Dragon Ball from his pocket, its soft glow illuminating his features as he delicately toyed with it, a glint of cunning dancing in his eyes. "It is advisable for anyone to gather the remaining Dragon Balls first, for this would spare me considerable trouble. I shall collect them all at once when the time comes." In the midst of his musings, the tone of King Piccolo abruptly shifted to one of stern urgency, setting aside all else. The paramount task now is to uncover the identity of the assailant responsible for the deaths of Simbal and Damblin. We must hasten to track them down. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes, clearly indicating the gravity of the situation at hand, which could not afford to falter. "Yes, my Lord Demon King." Pirav immediately responded, his fingers dancing swiftly across the console, deftly adjusting the airship's course towards the Dragon Ball signal displayed on the radar. Following his victory over Damblin, Sun Wukong had been waiting here, and at this moment, he too realized that both Damblin and Sinbalu were merely working for others. He languidly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, persistently refreshing the data. At that moment, Akar Beto, lifting the Dragon Ball that hung from his neck, remarked, "If you win, do let me know, and I shall generously bestow this Dragon Ball upon you." Huh? Sun Wukong gazed at the Dragon Ball radar, a look of confusion crossing his face. Akar Beto, rising to his feet, inquired with dissatisfaction, "Are you listening? Have you understood? It's nearby. A Dragon Ball is approaching this vicinity." Sun Wukong focused intently on the radar. Beep. 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 The sound of the Dragon Ball radar grew increasingly frequent. It's coming. Sun Wukong scanned the surroundings, yet saw nothing. Above you. Sun Wukong suddenly looked up, only to behold a hovering airship directly overhead. He fixed his gaze intently on the airship, at which moment the hatch swung open, and a figure leapt down unprotected, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing. Chapter 38. The Despairing Demon King. It was evident that this Dragon Ball was not taken by the Demon King Piccolo. Master Roshi scrutinized the radar in his hands, murmuring to himself, "Hurry down, Tien." Tien, piloting the craft, maintained a sharp focus ahead. Yet his mind was consumed by profound uncertainty. What on earth was the Mafuba? Even Master Mateto harbored trepidation towards it. It could seal away the formidable abilities of the Demon King Piccolo. I merely wish to witness the Mafuba with my own eyes, then. What is the matter? Tien? Master Roshi noticed his unease and inquired with concern. Tien snapped back to reality. "Ah, it's nothing. I will descend immediately." No sooner had he spoken than he deftly maneuvered the craft to land steadily amidst the stone forest. As he touched down, the dust gradually settled, revealing the malicious eyes of the Demon King Piccolo. "Tell me, did you kill Krillin? Did you lead the charge in stealing my Dragon Balls?" Goku stepped forward, his voice imbued with undeniable seriousness. With his hands clasped behind him, the Demon King Piccolo spoke with a calm, yet indifferent tone. "So it is you. No wonder you possess a Dragon Ball. This particular Dragon Ball originally belonged to Yajirobe, who, sensing impending danger before Piccolo's arrival, entrusted it to Goku and swiftly fled the scene. It's you. This time, I shall not let you escape," Goku declared with unwavering conviction. "Do you intend to not forgive me?" "Ha ha," Piccolo mocked with a derisive laugh. "Really, no forgiveness at all?" Goku furrowed his brow. "What are you laughing at? It seems your skills are indeed commendable. Even my 2 warriors could not subdue you." Piccolo smirked wickedly. "I shall defeat you both and reclaim the Dragon Ball you possess." Goku's eyes shone brightly, his spirit invigorated. Piccolo raised an eyebrow. "How intriguing. It appears you still do not comprehend the terror of me, the Demon King Piccolo. For I have been lying in wait for quite some time. I have no desire to understand someone like you." With a fierce roar, Sun Wukong's eyes shimmered with resolute determination as he charged at the Demon King Piccolo, his fist striking like bolts of lightning. Yet, with each punch that landed on Piccolo, it seemed to merely stir an invisible wind, inflicting no tangible harm upon him. A hint of disdain flickered across Piccolo's face, his body remaining steadfast against Sun Wukong's onslaught. Suddenly, his counterattack unleashed with the ferocity of thunder. A single punch struck Sun Wukong squarely in the chest, sending him reeling backward. The surrounding air trembled with the force of the blow, dust and debris swirling in the aftermath. Despite Sun Wukong's relentless efforts over several exchanges, Piccolo's strength clearly exceeded his expectations. After an intense clash, Sun Wukong found himself felled to the ground by a single blow from the Demon King. Rising to his feet, Piccolo wore a mocking grin, remarking on how he had been brought low, truly deserving of the title of one who could slay my 2 subordinates. As he spoke, he removed his cloak, revealing his formidable physique, and the aura around him began to swell dramatically, powerful gusts of energy lifting dust from the ground, forming swirling dust storms. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the earth, striving to resist the overwhelming pressure of the wind. Piccolo's figure flickered in and out of the dust-laden haze. And then, in a flash, he materialized before Sun Wukong, delivering a crushing blow to his chest. Sun Wukong felt a surge of agony as he was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Without granting him a moment's respite, Piccolo swiftly closed the distance, seizing the fallen warrior and coldly declaring, "Impressive, you still cling to life." In response to the pain, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and retorted, "Of course." But before he could finish, another punishing fist struck his face, sending him sailing like a marionette with severed strings, crashing to the earth, bloodied and battered. Despite being drenched in his own blood, the indomitable spirit of battle continued to blaze within Sun Wukong's eyes. He struggled to rise, once again confronting the formidable Demon King Piccolo. Their movements were blindingly swift, appearing as mere shadows flitting through the air. Sun Wukong sought opportunities amidst the chaos, his fists and feet unleashing a tempest of strikes, forcing Piccolo to retreat repeatedly. Astonishment etched across his face. However, it was not long before he regained his composure, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, indicating that he had yet to reveal all his cards. The battle raged on. Despite his grievous injuries, Sun Wukong resolutely endured the pain, rising each time he was felled, determined to continue the fight. Within the stone forest, The clash of these two titans was extraordinarily fierce, each strike imbued with the power to rend the very fabric of the earth. The surrounding stone pillars crumbled under the aftershocks of their battle, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. For the next few minutes, they exchanged blows in a relentless contest. Though Sun Wukong was drenched in blood, the indomitable light of defiance still shone in his eyes. His movements became increasingly swift, rendering his figure nearly indistinguishable. Suddenly, he concentrated all his strength and unleashed a formidable wave of energy towards King Piccolo. Taken aback by this unforeseen assault, King Piccolo was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a massive rock. The ground trembled violently from the tremendous impact, sending dust swirling into the air. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong felt his body reach its utmost limits, every cell within him groaning in agony. Yet, he understood that surrendering was not an option. He bore the weight of Krillin's vengeance and the stolen Dragon Balls that he must reclaim, slowly rising from the rubble. King Piccolo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. Sun Wukong, you have rekindled my appreciation for the thrill of battle. His voice resonated with a deep and commanding timbre, and in that moment, his presence exuded an even greater aura of power. The gazes of the two men clashed once more, saturating the atmosphere with a palpable tension and fervor. The surrounding scenery appeared to freeze in time, leaving only the sounds of their breaths and heartbeats echoing through the stone forest. Suddenly, the sky darkened, heavy clouds gathered, and a fine drizzle began to fall like delicate threads, filling the air with the fragrant scent of damp earth. Amidst the somber ambience, the figure of King Piccolo stood out strikingly. He stood upon the damp, muddy ground, his eyes shimmering with fervor and rage, roaring as he summoned forth his formidable energy. You shall not evade this move, he declared with a chilling sneer. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream escaped from Sun Wukong as his eyes glazed over, his body collapsing backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the muddy earth. Witnessing this, the Demon King Piccolo's lips curled into a cruel smile as he slowly approached the fallen Sun Wukong, plucking the radiant Dragon Ball from his chest. Then, employing his flight technique, he transformed into a shadow and soared toward the distant airship. At that moment, a Kairob, who had been lurking in the shadows, revealed himself, his brow furrowed and his eyes brimming with disbelief. It's over. I never imagined he would be so easily vanquished. It's his fault for choosing the wrong opponent. A Kairob murmured as he approached Sun Wukong, preparing to dig a grave. He doesn't appear to be a simple meal after all. Thud, thud, thud. Just as a Kairob bent down to commence his excavation, a sudden, intense heartbeat resonated, growing louder and more thunderous, shaking the very soul. A Kairob, astonished, leaned closer to Sun Wukong's chest, confirming that astonishing heartbeat. No way. How can this be? He shook Sun Wukong, attempting to rouse him. Water. Sun Wukong struggled to utter a single word. A Kairob immediately scooped up Sun Wukong and hurried to the nearby river, carefully coaxing him to drink. As the water flowed into his mouth, Sun Wukong's complexion gradually improved. I can't believe your vitality is so resilient. You can even come back to life. Sun Wukong let out a bitter smile, his voice weak yet resolute. It's infuriating. I have no means to contend with that Demon King Piccolo. It's not your fault. The Demon King Piccolo is, after all, a monster, a Kairob consoled him. Sun Wukong slowly rose to his feet, his gaze resolutely fixed on a Kairob. Hey, take me to a place where I can recuperate. Where? Make sure to let me feast when the time comes, a Kairob replied. Sun Wukong smiled faintly. Rest assured. I want to let you go hungry. Chapter 39, Master Roshi faces the Demon King. Ah, I found it. The dumpling exclaimed excitedly, his voice echoing throughout the vast valley. He joyfully lifted the shimmering, softly glowing Dragon Ball, its surface refracting the sunlight into dazzling rays. At that moment, Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan, alerted by the sound, hurriedly approached from the other side of the hillside. As he walked, Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses and glanced at the Dragon Ball in Gyoza's hand, nodding in satisfaction. This was the fifth one. His voice bore a hint of undeniable excitement. Tien, however, furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern flashing across his eyes, indicating that one of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls was in the hands of the evil King Piccolo. His tone carried a subtle unease, making the atmosphere around them feel palpably tense. We must be cautious from now on, Master Roshi stated gravely, picking up the Dragon Radar and pressing the refresh button. The tiny lights on the radar began to flicker, revealing the locations of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Wait, the last 2 are clustered together and heading towards us. His voice laced with surprise and alertness. Tien clenched his fists, his heart brimming with resolve for battle. He silently mused, "Come on, great demon." Though he maintained a facade of calm, the tension and excitement within him were impossible to conceal. Master Roshi turned to Tien and Gyoza, his tone firm and serious. Even a direct confrontation would likely end in defeat. We must seize the 2 Dragon Balls by surprise, and with our 5, we can summon the Eternal Dragon and wish for King Piccolo's eradication from this world. Each word he spoke resonated with weight. Understood, Tien nodded, his gaze resolute, signaling his comprehension and agreement. An air of suspense and tension enveloped the trio as they set up camp in a concealed spot within the valley, awaiting King Piccolo's arrival. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting mottled shadows on the ground. The distant calls of birds echoed, seemingly attuned to the impending tension. On the vast plain, Yachirobe's hovering car zipped through the grass and sky like a silver lightning bolt. Inside, Goku lay in the passenger seat, his complexion pale and breathing shallow, as if he might pass away at any moment. Outside, the wind howled, and the rustling of grass blended with the roar of the engine, creating a symphony of the wilderness. Yachirobe glanced at Goku with a hint of sarcasm and said, "Honestly, I've never seen anyone as foolish as you, going solo against King Piccolo." His voice carried a barely perceptible concern, but more so, a sense of helplessness and reproach. Goku weakly coughed, a flicker of stubbornness and guilt flashing in his eyes. "I thought, Yachirobe, I never expected you wouldn't help me." His voice was deep and hoarse, each word seemingly extracted with immense effort. Akalobe snorted softly, redirecting his gaze to the road ahead, though the twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his inner turmoil. "Of course, the thing I despise most is death. I would never willingly embrace it." His tone, though flippant, concealed a genuine concern in his eyes. "Which way should we go?" Akalobe suddenly inquired, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Sun Wukong slightly tilted his head, summoning all his strength to point ahead, just a bit more to the left. Akalobe promptly adjusted his course, the hovering vehicle carving an elegant arc across the grassland. "However, Akalobe, your car is truly impressive," Sun Wukong said with a faint smile, attempting to alleviate the tension. "Isn't it fantastic?" "I borrowed it, ha ha ha." Akalobe replied with a proud grin, pressing the accelerator, causing the car to surge forward like an arrow released from a bow, stirring up clouds of dust and grass. "Nonetheless, I sincerely hope you refrain from challenging that fellow again. He is formidable." Akalobe's tone shifted to one of gravity, a flicker of worry crossing his gaze. Sun Wukong fell silent for a moment before slowly asking, "Have you heard of him?" Akalobe nodded, his voice laden with weight. "I have only heard tales. In summary, he is a nefarious demon intent on world domination, subsequently sealed away by a warrior." His words were imbued with reverence for the legend. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with a blend of admiration and defiance. Incredible. What must one do to defeat such a being? Above the endless azure sky, the clouds churned ominously, the sun a blood-red orb, while the airship of King Piccolo loomed like a dark fortress, foreboding and enigmatic. Xiaowu stood before the control panel, her expression grave as she reported, "Lord King Piccolo, we have arrived above the location of the Dragon Ball's energy signature." King Piccolo rose slowly, his figure casting a long shadow within the tense cabin. "Very well, I shall commence my actions now." His voice was deep and resonant with authority as he grasped 2 shimmering Dragon Balls imbued with an enigmatic glow, swallowing them in one swift motion before striding purposefully towards the hatch. Meanwhile, on the ground, the discordant voices of Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan shattered the tranquility of the air. Tien's face was taut, his eyes glimmering with an indomitable spirit. "Please, allow me to duel with King Piccolo, Master Roshi." Master Roshi shook his head, a blend of resignation and resolve etched upon his visage. "Fear not, I shall not perish. I have consumed the elixir of immortality." His tone was serene, yet his gaze betrayed a hint of complexity. Tien's brow furrowed, poised to utter a response, but was abruptly interrupted by a cloud of mist expelled by Master Roshi. The mist, laced with a subtle fragrance, enveloped Tien, who felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over him, causing his body to succumb and collapse to the ground. With a soft sigh, Master Roshi bent down and gently lifted Tien, carefully placing him into a concealed alcove. He murmured softly, "I am truly sorry. Please rest for a while. After all, we no longer wish to sacrifice innocent lives." His voice was tinged with a sense of resignation and gravity. The turtle hermit stood upright, his gaze unwavering as he looked upon the unconscious Tenshinhan, his voice low yet resolute. "There is no elixir of immortality. I deceived you. If I were to perish and Goku were absent, you would become our only hope against the great demon lord." This declaration seemed to echo a silent vow, as well as a reluctant confession. He then turned, his expression earnest, embodying the aura of a true master, and stepped out of the cave. His steps were steady, each footfall resonating with remarkable firmness. He arrived before another cavern, where he quietly instructed the dumpling concealed within, canceling the previous battle plan and imploring that no matter what transpired, it must remain hidden. A tremulous yet resolute voice emerged from the depths of the cave. Yes, I understand. Subsequently, he strode purposefully to a position directly beneath the airship of King Piccolo, his silhouette cast against the desolate valley, evoking a profound sense of solitude. The turtle hermit gazed upward at the airship, his voice booming with power, as though it could pierce the dark clouds and reach the heavens. Descend, Piccolo. All the Dragon Balls are here. Upon hearing this proclamation, King Piccolo raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. He stood at the edge of the airship, gazing down at the elder below, a flicker of astonishment igniting within him. Oh, he actually knows that I am his opponent and still dares to step forward and challenge me. What audacity. Subsequently, the Demon King Piccolo unleashed his flight technique, his body gracefully ascending, akin to a delicate leaf drifting down to the earth. As Piccolo's feet met the ground, dust billowed around him. He locked eyes with Master Roshi, his voice cold and measured as he spoke. Your courage is commendable. His tone was deep and resonant, echoing throughout the desolate valley. In the face of the Demon King Piccolo, Master Roshi's expression turned grave, his aura becoming increasingly composed. Slowly, he assumed a combat stance, his feet firmly planted apart, fists clenched, ready to confront the impending battle. Chapter 40. The Vanishing of the Wish Demon King. Piccolo regarded Master Roshi's defensive posture with disdain, a smirk deepening at the corners of his mouth. A flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes as he suddenly took a step forward, his speed astonishing, nearly imperceptible within the blink of an eye. The air around him whistled softly in response to his movement, as if time itself had momentarily halted. The turtle hermit could barely register the blur before him, as the Demon King Piccolo manifested silently like a specter, looming right before him. He hastily raised his hand to block, and the collision of their fists produced a deafening sound that reverberated through the air. In that moment, it seemed as though the very fabric of space trembled in response. Thus, the battle erupted. Each of King Piccolo's attacks was imbued with ferocious power, every punch and kick resonating with the force of thunder and wind. In contrast, Master Roshi met these onslaughts with his profound martial arts skills and extensive combat experience. Though his movements lacked the swiftness of King Piccolo's, each evasion and counterattack was executed with remarkable precision. Each encounter between them was accompanied by intense fluctuations in the air, with swirling dust obscuring the heavens and rocks in the valley scattering in all directions. This battle was not merely a contest of strength, but a duel of wills. Amidst this fierce confrontation, Master Roshi could not help but feel a bittersweet smile emerge within him. Confronted by such a formidable foe, he was acutely aware of his predicament. Yet he understood that retreat was not an option. Each clash with King Piccolo ignited the flames of life within him, and every dodge and counterattack presented a challenge to the limits of his own abilities. As the battle raged on, it seemed that even the storm felt the fervor of their struggle, growing increasingly tempestuous. The fierce winds whipped up more dust, and dark clouds churned in the sky as if to engulf the entire world. In this tumultuous environment, the confrontation between Master Roshi and King Piccolo escalated to a fever pitch. After a particularly intense exchange, Master Roshi stepped back, steadying himself, his eyes flashing with determination. Even in the face of such a formidable adversary, his gaze betrayed no hint of retreat. Hey, are you all right? You've perspired quite a bit. Yachirobe observed Sun Wukong with concern, his voice tinged with worry. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow and weakly replied, "Hurry and take me to Karen Tower." His voice was low, revealing his weariness. "It seems there is a powerful doctor there." Yachirobe responded while driving, "Let us get you to Master Karen." Sun Wukong's tone grew slightly urgent. "So the doctor is named Karen." Yachirobe seemed to realize, a hint of curiosity crossing his face. "It's a cat." Sun Wukong's voice was subdued, his gaze somewhat distant. Yachirobe stole a glance at Sun Wukong before turning back to focus on the road, thinking he must have a fever, muttering nonsensical words. "You should be able to recall this upon seeing it." Master Roshi pressed a button on a universal capsule, tossing it onto the ground. The capsule instantly transformed and expanded into an ordinary rice cooker. King Piccolo's voice was filled with terror. A rice cooker. A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes as his hands trembled slightly. "No, this is impossible." King Piccolo's voice barely rose above a whisper. an inexplicable fear welling up within him. He recalled that it was a long time ago when Master Wutaido had sealed him using the same method. He had not anticipated that the seemingly harmless elder before him possessed the same skill. The magic sealing wave Master Wutian intended to unleash it. Indeed, Master Wutian could execute the magic sealing wave. This meant that he was preparing to face his demise. Tianjin Fan had regained consciousness while the Turtle Hermit and Demon King Piccolo were engaged in battle. Though his body was utterly fatigued, he lay at the cave's entrance, his eyes fixed intently on the conflict outside. It seems you still remember the time when Master Wutaida sealed you, the Turtle Hermit spoke calmly. Yet his tone bore an unmistakable resolve. He assumed his stance, his aura beginning to coalesce. The Demon King Piccolo retreated in fear, his complexion turning a sickly green. Cold sweat pouring from him, the panic in his eyes akin to prey being pursued by a ferocious beast. At that moment, the clouds in the sky swirled rapidly, and the ground began to crack open around the Turtle Hermit as if the entire world were responding to his power. The Turtle Hermit was enveloped in a radiant white light, and then he unleashed a beam of green light towards the Demon King Piccolo. The Demon King was tightly ensnared by the green magic sealing wave, screaming in terror as he slowly ascended towards the rice cooker. The Turtle Hermit waved his hands downward, and the Demon King Piccolo plummeted like a kite with its string cut, rapidly descending towards the rice cooker. Dong! Released from the binding of the magic sealing wave. The Demon King Piccolo sat on the ground, gasping for breath as if reborn. His heart brimmed with dread and confusion. In that moment, he experienced an unprecedented terror. This is disastrous. How could it go awry? What a pity. The voice of Master Rashi was frail, his eyes betraying a hint of regret. However, if you think this will grant you peace, you are gravely mistaken. I believe there will always be someone capable of vanquishing you. With those words, Master Rashi closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. Teacher Wutian, Tianjin Fan, and Dumpling, witnessing this scene at the cave's entrance, were overwhelmed with sorrow and reluctance. Meanwhile, seated in the vehicle, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart, his complexion paling. What is wrong with you? Is it still painful? Yakalob gazed at him, filled with concern. It seems there is something I am unaware of, Sun Wukong murmured, a foreboding feeling gnawing at him. You are indeed a peculiar individual. Has the injury flared up again? Yakalob, driving, spoke with an undertone of care and worry. He. The Demon King Piccolo, observing the fallen Master Rashi, suddenly burst into laughter. He has finally perished, the foolish one. Even so, I too shall meet my end. I never anticipated someone could wield the Mafuba, yet he is gone now, ha 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 ha. He then retrieved the remaining Dragon Balls and arranged them together. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light, casting the sky into darkness. Arise, Shenron. On the other side, the sky was shrouded in profound darkness, the stars obscured in their luminescence. Bulma anxiously gazed at the horizon, her eyes glimmering with unease. She tightly grasped the detector in her hand, her heart laden with uncertainty and worry, pondering who had successfully acquired the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong also sensed the change, standing atop a massive rock. He fixed his piercing gaze into the distance, fully aware that this must be the handiwork of the Demon King Piccolo. Clenching his fists, he wore an expression of defiance. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan lay on the cold ground, his body drained of strength, and could only communicate with Dumpling through telepathy. His voice was frail yet urgent. Jiaozi, listen to me. I am rendered immobile by Master Wutian's potent drug. The evil aspirations of King Piccolo are on the verge of fruition. You must wish before he does, erasing him from this realm. Upon hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Jiaozi, though trembling with fear, understood the gravity of his responsibility. He stammered in response, I will do my utmost. At this critical juncture, a brilliant light cleaved the heavens, and a colossal divine dragon manifested before King Piccolo. Its massive form glimmered with an enigmatic radiance. The dragon's eyes sparkled like 2 resplendent gems, its voice resonating with authority, echoing in every corner. Speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall grant it. King Piccolo stood before the dragon, a euphoric smile spreading across his face as he opened his arms, envisioning the dawn of his triumph. Then I shall declare, please allow me to. Just as he was about to utter his wish, a figure suddenly dashed forth like lightning. Jiaozi cupped his hands in a trumpet shape and shouted with all his might to the dragon, O dragon, I implore you, let King Piccolo vanish from this world. In an instant, terror engulfed King Piccolo's visage. He had not anticipated anyone would thwart him at such a crucial moment. Chapter 41, The Dragon is dead. Terrified beyond measure, King Piccolo sensed an unprecedented threat. his eyes flickering with unease. In this dire moment, he hastily unleashed a powerful energy blast, hurtling directly towards Jiaozi. The energy wave sliced through the air, emitting a dazzling light, striking Jiaozi with a speed that was almost imperceptible. Jiaozi's body lost its balance instantly, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, his voice faltering, leaving behind a sense of despair. Ultimately, he drew his last breath, his eyes gently closing as he slipped into eternal slumber. Standing nearby, King Piccolo wore an expression of relief. How fortunate, he mused, never anticipating the presence of an accomplice. He felt a surge of gratitude while cautiously surveying his surroundings, wary of any additional threats. At that moment, the voice of the dragon resonated once more, shattering the tense atmosphere. Speak quickly, what is your wish? The dragon's tone exuded undeniable authority. King Piccolo immediately composed himself and replied solemnly, Restore my youth. Return me to that vibrant era. Can you accomplish this? A glimmer of yearning flickered in his eyes. A trivial matter, the dragon responded, its eyes flashing with a crimson light, a testament to its immense power. Subsequently, a radiant white light enveloped King Piccolo, and within it, his form began to transform. As the light gradually dissipated, his muscles appeared significantly more robust, and his visage regained its youthful allure. Aha! This is the essence of youth. I have returned, King Piccolo exclaimed, his laughter brimming with uncontainable joy. Your wish has been granted. Farewell, the dragon uttered softly, preparing to vanish. However, an insidious smile suddenly emerged on King Piccolo's face. What a pity, he cackled. With that, he unleashed a formidable wave of energy aimed directly at the dragon. The dragon was struck, emitting a piercing cry of agony. Dust erupted around them, stones flying chaotically, as the entire scene descended into disarray. When the dust settled, the dragon's remains lay scattered, completely vanishing, leaving only 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone. Now they are merely ordinary stones. Ha ha ha. The dragon is dead. Ha ha ha. King Piccolo laughed triumphantly, his voice resonating with the arrogance of a conqueror. Now, nothing can threaten my existence. Meanwhile, from a distance, Tien Shin'an witnessed the entire event, his expression one of incredulity. How could this be? He murmured, his voice filled with shock and confusion. Yet, overwhelmed by the dual assault on his mind and body, he ultimately collapsed, losing consciousness. King Piccolo, filled with pride, utilized his flying technique, soaring toward the distant airship, leaving chaos and bewilderment in his wake. On an unknown island, the Kame house sat quietly. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the roof, intertwining with the sound of waves gently lapping at the shore, creating an atmosphere of mystery and tranquility. It's gone, Bulma frowned, her gaze fixed intently on the dragon radar in her hand, where the once glimmering dots had vanished entirely. Her voice was imbued with disbelief and urgency. Yamcha, Lan Chi, and the others exchanged glances, each face etched with confusion and concern. Lan Chi bit her lower lip nervously and inquired, So, who has succeeded in this matter? Yamcha took a deep breath and speculated, if it was Master Wutian and his comrades who summoned the dragon, then the Demon King Piccolo must have vanished. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Oolong interjected with a resolute tone, Indeed, it must be so. Generally, it is the forces of righteousness that prevail in the end. He endeavored to console everyone in this manner. Yet his somewhat comical expression betrayed his own lack of conviction in his words. Bulma sighed, her voice heavy with concern as she remarked, if only that were the case. A flicker of unease passed through her eyes. For a moment, the room was enveloped in silence, with only the sounds of the crashing waves and the gentle breeze resonating in the air. Suddenly, Pura broke the stillness, his voice tinged with curiosity and apprehension. But if it is Lord Piccolo who summons the dragon, what wish could he possibly make? His question landed like a heavy bomb, casting a somber shadow over the atmosphere. Yamcha swiftly rose to his feet, resolutely declaring, in summary, Bulma, please tell me the location where the Dragon Ball signal has vanished. I shall investigate. His tone conveyed an undeniable conviction. Bulma hurriedly grasped Yamcha's arm, her voice laced with concern as she urged, but if Master Roshi and the others succeed, they will contact us shortly. Let us wait a moment. Her eyes brimmed with imploring anticipation. Yamcha furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with this passive stance, muttering under his breath, Damn it. Yet, he resignedly returned to his seat. Yajiro piloted the hovering car, his gaze piercing through the windshield towards the gradually brightening sky, involuntarily exclaiming, Ah! The sky is becoming brighter once more. Seated in the passenger seat, Goku gripped the Dragon Ball radar tightly, his brow furrowed, his attention unwavering from the diminutive screen. The previously flickering signal points on the radar abruptly vanished, igniting a wave of unease within him. The Dragon Ball's responses had indeed faded, confirming that individual was making a wish. His fists clenched tightly, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Yajirobe's gaze shifted slightly, and he responded softly, "The Eternal Dragon, huh? I would very much like to see that." Goku's voice was low and contemplative. What kind of wish would such a formidable being make? His words were tinged with profound curiosity and an undercurrent of concern for the unknown desire. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew increasingly tense as their dialogue unfolded. The scenery outside rapidly receded, the hovering car gliding steadily over the plains, surrounded by sparse trees and occasional hills, the morning dew glimmering upon the leaves. At that moment, Yajirobe suddenly pointed ahead, his voice tinged with excitement. "Look, there it is. That must be Korin Tower, right?" Goku swiftly lifted his gaze towards the distant, elusive tower. Yajirobe promptly pressed the accelerator, the hovering car surging forward with the swiftness of an arrow aimed at Korin Tower. The cacophony of wind and machinery intertwined, crafting a symphony of urgency and tension. Goku, with the radar firmly in hand, felt a tumult of anxiety within, yet his resolve remained unwavering. He understood that, regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, he must confront them. Chapter 42. Arrival at Kalinta after a protracted journey. The vehicle of Akalobe finally came to a gradual halt at the foot of Kalinta. The door creaked open, and Akalobe was the first to leap out. He surveyed his surroundings, a frown creasing his brow. Here it was indeed. He spoke with uncertainty, soon accompanied by a hint of discontent and a touch of curiosity. It was truly hard to believe. Could there really be any delectable cuisine here? Sun Wukong then gracefully alighted from the vehicle, taking a deep breath as a flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes. This place was indeed reminiscent, unchanged in the slightest. His voice carried a subtle blend of joy and reminiscence. 2 years ago, it was in this very place that he triumphed over Tao Bai Bai and forged a friendship with the Bra family. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered Goku's reverie. "Goku." UPA's tone brimmed with surprise and excitement. He approached from a distance, his footsteps light and hurried, as if eager to reach Wukong with utmost speed. "It has been so long, I am overjoyed." UPA's eyes sparkled with delight. Wukong smiled and patted UPA's shoulder, inquiring, "How have you been? You've grown so much." UPA chuckled heartily, clearly elated, indeed. He turned and called out loudly into the depths of the forest, "Father, it's Wukong. He has come to find us." At that moment, Yakalobe leaned close to Wukong's ear and whispered, "Listen carefully, do not forget my delicacies." Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I am aware." Bola emerged slowly from the woods, and upon seeing Wukong, joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, Wukong." His voice brimmed with surprise. "Bola." Wukong responded with equal enthusiasm, and they began to reminisce. During their conversation, UPA learned that Wukong had sustained injuries from battle and needed to seek the healing of Master Karen. UPA gazed at Wukong with concern. Such severe wounds. "How will you manage to climb?" His eyes reflected deep worry. Wukong waved his hand dismissively, reassuring him, "Do not fret, Yakalobe will assist me. Everything will be just fine." Although Yakalobe possessed sufficient strength, he clearly wished to avoid this troublesome endeavor. However, when Wukong mentioned the delicacies at Karen Tower, Yakalobe's eyes immediately lit up. And he readily agreed, "I shall lend you a hand." Bola eagerly offered, his tone resolute and sincere. Subsequently, Yakalobe hoisted Wukong onto his back, and Bola lifted them both with great effort, directing them towards the peak of Karen Tower. Yakalobe and Wukong swiftly ascended into the sky, and as their momentum waned, they clung tightly to the pillar of Karen Tower, continuing their rapid ascent. Meanwhile, Pilaf rubbed his hands together, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and respectfully addressed the seated King Piccolo, "Your Majesty, congratulations on regaining your youth. This will enable you to rule the world for an extended period. When that time comes, do not forget to share half with me." King Piccolo slowly turned his head, his abyss-like eyes surveying Pilaf with a sardonic smile, before erupting into a booming laugh filled with arrogance and confidence. "Ha!" His laughter echoed throughout the room, sending chills down spines. Suddenly, his laughter ceased, and his expression turned cold as he fixed an evil gaze upon Pilaf and his companions, stating icily, "I do not wish to see you again." The Pilaf trio, taken aback by this sudden threat, huddled together, their bodies trembling involuntarily as fear tinged their voices. "We will leave at once." Yet their feet remained rooted, hesitating to move. King Piccolo, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. his voice colder still. "I have said, I do not want to see you." Suddenly, he rose and strode towards the airship's hatch, flinging it open. A powerful gust of wind immediately swept the three of them out into the open air. At that moment, a figure clad in a black cloak emerged from the shadows. The raven-like man held a detailed map in his hand and spoke in a calm voice. "Great Demon Lord. According to the latest intelligence, the reigning king has divided the earth into 43 regions." He pointed to a location on the map, indicating the realm of King Kessler and his city. Enough. No need for further elaboration. The Dark Lord Bick interrupted him, his tone tinged with annoyance. It was simply too tedious. The Raven Man immediately bowed his head, responding with a single word. "Yes." The Dark Lord Bick's gaze sharpened once more, his eyes suddenly emitting crimson lasers that obliterated the photograph of the royal palace he held. As the airship drew near, they had reached the skies above the Kessler Palace. The Dark Lord Bick rose to his feet, invigorated, proclaiming this to be a moment to behold, the first step towards world domination, destined to be a memorable occasion. He and the Crow Man approached the window, gazing down at the bustling scene below. The Crow Man suddenly remarked, "Today marks the 20th anniversary of the reigning king's rule. It seems these fireworks are celebrating on your behalf, my lord." The great demon king, with a sinister grin, utilized the art of flight alongside the Crow Man, gently descending. He coldly replied, "Let them celebrate." His voice dripped with sarcasm and disdain, as the celebratory fireworks would soon transform into the pyrotechnics of conquest. Upon landing, the great demon king strode forward with heavy, resolute steps towards the king's castle. The surrounding wind appeared to grow more frigid at his arrival, suffusing the air with an oppressive aura. "This shall become my castle, not too shabby." His voice resonated low and commanding, like an echo emanating from the abyss, sending shivers down spines. Upon witnessing this, a young guard clad in silver armor swiftly positioned himself in front of the great demon king, his expression tense as he implored, "Halt! You cannot enter this place." The great demon king showed no sign of pause, seemingly deaf to the guard's words, and advanced without hesitation. As he passed the guard, he abruptly struck the guard's neck with a single blow, disbelief flashing in the guard's eyes before he collapsed lifelessly. Another guard, gripped by terror, hastily drew his pistol and fired. The bullet struck the great demon king as if against an iron barrier, proving utterly ineffective. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands trembling as the sound of missed shots echoed ominously in his mind, heralding his demise. The great demon king cast a scornful glance at him, then with a single blow sent him hurtling through the air, his life extinguished in an instant. With two piercing screams, alarm bells echoed throughout the palace, and all the guards, as if electrified, hurriedly assembled, rushing to the scene. The great demon king stood in the castle's courtyard, his eyes suddenly glowing with a terrifying crimson light. Beams of laser-like energy, akin to the scythe of death, swept through, leaving the guards powerless to resist as they fell one after another. Simultaneously, in the palace's rear courtyard, the Dog King stood upon a small stage, addressing the crowd with fervor. His voice was passionate, his expression resolute. "As long as I draw breath, I shall devote my life to the cause of peace, love, and justice for eternity." A group of young maidens, dressed in festive attire, prepared to present flowers. The sudden turmoil plunged the scene into chaos. The great demon king advanced step by step, his heavy tread seemingly shaking the earth. Troops and tanks mobilized in a desperate attempt to thwart this unwelcome intruder. Yet they were effortlessly obliterated, as if these advanced weapons were mere fragile toys in his presence. Upon learning of the monstrous intrusion, the king's face blanched, and he hastily commanded the crowd to disperse before retreating deep into the palace. His heart was besieged by fear and unease, yet a flicker of hope remained, a yearning for someone to avert this impending calamity. However, the tyrannical King Piccolo pursued the sin of terror with the relentless fervor of death itself, ruthlessly annihilating every guardian that dared to stand in his path. The king stood with his back to a window, his body trembling slightly, his eyes brimming with dread and despair. His lips quivered, attempting to articulate something, yet ultimately no sound escaped his mouth. A glimmer of mockery flashed in King Piccolo's eyes as he approached the king, each step resonating ominously in the king's heart. His voice, deep and chilling, declared, "This castle now belongs to me." Chapter 43. The awakening of all within the valley. Shadows danced, enveloping the area in a somber atmosphere. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, whispering a mournful lament. Tien Shin'a meticulously arranged the bodies of Master Rashi and Kaiatsu side by side, his movements tender and deliberate, as if fearing to disturb their eternal slumber. He stood quietly to the side, his gaze profound, as if penetrating through time and space to confront the inner anguish and fear. A myriad of complex emotions flickered in his eyes. A blend of anger towards King Piccolo and trepidation. He inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Suddenly, the roar of an aircraft shattered the valley's tranquility. Tianjin Han abruptly turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the horizon. The plane drew closer, the vibrations of its body becoming increasingly distinct. Here it was, the location where the Dragon Ball response had vanished. Bulma's tone betrayed a hint of urgency as she gripped the aircraft's controls tightly, her eyes brimming with anticipation and anxiety. Launching her grip on the submachine gun, Lan Chi resolutely replied, "All right, let us go down and take a look." Her voice was firm, exuding undeniable courage. Yamcha, however, displayed greater caution, maintaining a steady hover of the aircraft as he gravely stated, "No, let us assess the situation first. There may still be enemies lurking." His gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Oolong, standing nearby, grumbled, "Isn't this going to be problematic? I warned against coming here." Ignoring Oolong's complaints, Bulma's focus remained fixed outside the window, and suddenly, her eyes lit up. "That's Tianjin Han," she exclaimed almost involuntarily. With Yamcha swiftly maneuvering the aircraft to land, everyone rushed out, hurrying to Tianjin Han's side. Yamcha was the first to spot Master Roshi's lifeless body. His complexion drained of color as he crouched down, voice choked with emotion. "Master Mateto, how could this happen?" The group gathered, tears welling in their eyes. Faces etched with sorrow, the air heavy with an oppressive grief. Lan Chi and Tianjin Han stood silently to the side, the latter's eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness and resolve. Wiping away his tears, Yamcha rose, his tone resolute and filled with indignation as he addressed Tianjin Han. "Now, it's just the two of us left. We must unite our efforts." A steadfast gleam shone in his eyes. Tianjin Han nodded slightly, his voice low and determined. "Yamcha, listen to me. There is something I must accomplish." His gaze was unwavering, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Yamcha watched Tianjin Han with anxiety, noticing his hesitation before he finally spoke. I must learn the Mafuba technique. No matter what, I must defeat King Piccolo." Yamcha responded eagerly. "Then if you are doing that, I will train in Mafuba as well." Tianjin Han shook his head, his tone heavy. "No, Mafuba must be witnessed firsthand to be learned." "It's not that simple." A deep disappointment washed over Yamcha's face as he opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but before he could formulate his words, Tianjin Han resolutely turned away, striding towards the parked spacecraft. His movements were swift and resolute, as if all hesitation and reluctance had been cast aside. The roar of the aircraft's engine shattered the silence, and soon, he piloted the craft, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he sped away. The onlookers stood in muted reverence, watching as Tian's vehicle gradually vanished into the distant horizon. Yamcha's face was etched with a mixture of frustration and concern, his hand unconsciously clenched, fingertips paling slightly. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, stirring the dust around him, yet it could not dissipate the dense fog of uncertainty in his heart. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others busied themselves, carefully wrapping Master Roshi and Kaiatsu's bodies in cloth bags, each motion imbued with profound respect and sorrow. The expressions on their faces revealed a disbelief that was almost palpable, struggling to accept that such a formidable presence as Master Roshi could indeed fall. In a sudden surge of emotion, Yamcha rushed towards the now empty aircraft, urgently activating the communicator to reach Tien. "Tien, come back. I want to practice the Mafuba too. I will defeat King Piccolo." His voice rang with determination and urgency. On the other end, Tien answered the communicator, yet remained silent. At that moment, Bulma interjected, "Tien, if we find the Dragon Balls again, we can wish for Master Roshi and Kaiatsu, as well as Krillin, to be revived." However, Tien's response fell like a cold deluge, extinguishing all hope. "It is too late. Shenron has been killed by King Piccolo." "Shenron, dead?" The news struck each person present like a thunderclap, leaving them speechless as they exchanged incredulous glances. Yamcha quickly regained a semblance of composure and spoke again into the communicator. "In that case, I must train even harder in the Mafuba. Tien, are you listening?" Tien paused for a moment before hastily disconnecting, his thoughts echoing, "One death is enough. I can bear this burden alone." His heart was heavy with helplessness and guilt. Yet alongside that burden was a resolute spirit of the solitary warrior. Bulma murmured sorrowfully, "Could it be that Goku is truly gone?" A glimmer of tears shone in her eyes as her voice fell into a somber tone. "I have a feeling Goku is still alive," Poor softly interjected. "I share your sentiment," Yamcha replied. Ultimately, Bulma sighed, For now, let us return and wait. Her tone was tinged with resignation and fatigue. They then boarded the aircraft, carrying the bodies of Master Roshi and Kaiotsu, departing from the land steeped in battle and mourning. As night descended, the silvery moonlight bathed the pillars of Korin Tower, where Yajirobe, panting heavily, finally reached the summit with Goku slung over his back. Master Korin, it has been a long time. Sun Wukong leaped down from the back of Yajirobe, rubbing his sore shoulders as he greeted the nearby Karen sage with a smile. Yajirobe regarded the seemingly ordinary cat with a look of confusion, pondering how this creature could be the legendary sage. Is this fellow truly a sage? He couldn't help but inquire aloud. Sun Wukong began to explain, but Karen Sage waved his hand, interrupting him. You needn't elaborate. I am already aware of everything. What do you know? Sun Wukong asked, leaning in with curiosity, his eyes brimming with bewilderment. In your battle against King Piccolo, you were utterly defeated, were you not? Karen Sage slowly approached Sun Wukong, his tone imbued with an undeniable certainty. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know so much? Karen Sage chuckled softly. Out of sheer boredom, I often gaze down from here. He gestured to a spot beside the tower. Hearing this, Yajirobe, driven by curiosity, hurried to the edge of the tower to peer down, but all he saw was a thick mist, obscuring everything below. Can you see down from here? He questioned. Of course not, Karen Sage replied playfully, then pointed to a jar on the other side. It's over there. Over here? Yajirobe dashed over and lifted the lid of the jar. The water inside revealed the scene below, where King Piccolo confronted Dog King, mockingly declaring that Dog King was his puppet and that the future would be under his control. Meanwhile, the trusted Dog King expressed his inability to comply, eliciting a derisive laugh from King Piccolo. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and turned to Karen Sage, stating, I must defeat King Piccolo. Please allow me to train once more. Wait a moment. First, let us tend to your injuries. Karen Sage pondered briefly before retrieving a large jar of senza beans from a corner, tossing one to Sun Wukong. Here, eat this. Is this not a senza bean? Sun Wukong exclaimed as he gazed at the bean. Yajirobe, upon hearing this, felt deceived and exclaimed excitedly. Is this really a senza bean? The food of sages? You tricked me. Sun Wukong chuckled helplessly. Indeed, it is. What sort of delicacy is this? Yajirobe fumed, snatching the jar from Karen Sage's hand. I endured so much for this wretched thing. It is truly infuriating. In a fit of frustration, he seized a handful of heavenly beans and stuffed them into his mouth, feeling unsatisfied and shoving in several more, grumbling that they were utterly tasteless. Karen and Sun Wukong stood there, dumbfounded, as Yajirobe suddenly froze, his belly swelling painfully as he lay on the ground, crying out in distress. One of these heavenly beans can stave off hunger for 10 days, Sun Wukong explained, consuming a bean himself, his injuries instantly ameliorating as he gazed in disbelief at his hands. What do you think? Has your condition improved? Karen inquired. Indeed. Karen, could you teach me once more? Sun Wukong asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation. I'm afraid you have surpassed me. The chasm between you and King Piccolo is far too vast. And even Master Roshi has passed away, Karen said earnestly. Grandfather? How could this be? Sun Wukong was left utterly stunned, memories of Master Roshi's teachings flooding his mind. His fist clenched in anger, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush forth and eliminate King Piccolo. Yet, at that critical moment, Karen's voice wafted through the haze in Sun Wukong's heart like a gentle breeze. If you are prepared to face death, then drink the super divine water. Karen's gaze was resolute and profound, as if he could foresee the tumultuous tides of destiny. Super divine water? You mean something akin to holy water? Sun Wukong queried, scratching his head in confusion. Karen smiled slightly, shaking his head. Not at all. It's nothing like that childish trick. He then turned and led Sun Wukong towards another vessel, gently twisting the lid off, an ancient aura emanating forth, beckoning Sun Wukong to enter. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Wukong ultimately decided to step into the container. His body was enveloped by a mysterious force, and in an instant, he found himself in the far north. This was a frozen realm, where snow blanketed the earth, the howling wind pierced the air, and the biting cold compelled one to retreat. Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings, only to behold desolation, a surge of solitude and unease swelling within him. Meanwhile, the celestial being Karen was casting a spell in the distance, his staff gently swaying as he chanted incantations. Soon, the abdomen of Yajirobe began to gradually recede, returning to its normal state. A satisfied smile graced Karen's face, and then he and Yajirobe sat quietly, awaiting the outcome from Sun Wukong. Chapter 44. The conclusion of training. Before the final battle as night descended, the stars adorned the sky, and in a tranquil forest, the crackling of a small fire broke the silence. The flames danced gracefully in the gentle breeze, illuminating the countenance of Tianjin Fan, revealing his serious and focused expression. He sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly shut, hands forming seals, as if isolated from the world, wholly absorbed in his inner meditation. In his mind, scenes of Master Rashi employing the Mafuba technique replayed incessantly. As his thoughts returned, Tianjin Fan slowly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and rose to his feet. He adjusted his breathing, concentrated his mind, and began to mimic Master Rashi's movements. His arm gradually ascended, the tips of his fingers gathering an emerald glow that intensified with the fluidity of his gestures. However, at the moment he unleashed the magical seal wave, the radiance abruptly deviated from its intended path, ultimately tracing a graceful arc in the air and failing to strike any target. Infuriating, Tian Shinon muttered through clenched teeth, his brow furrowed and a flicker of resentment and anxiety flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware that each utilization of the mystic sealing wave would deplete his precious vitality, yet an inner urgency compelled him to swiftly master this skill. The looming threat of King Piccolo hung over him like a sword poised to strike, leaving him unable to find solace. He must hasten his growth and fortitude to safeguard himself and his friends from impending peril. He closed his eyes once more, endeavoring to recall every intricate detail of the Turtle Sage's Mafuba technique. Was it his gestures that lacked precision, or was it a miscalibration of power? He pondered repeatedly, striving to uncover the reasons behind his failure. Then, he attempted again, his hands radiating an even brighter light, and his expression more resolute. The light surged forth once more. Swifter and more accurately directed, though still not perfect, there was a marked improvement. Yet, it was still insufficient. Tian Shinon remained dissatisfied with his performance. By the fire, his silhouette appeared all the more solitary and determined amidst the flickering flames, as he practiced relentlessly, pouring his heart into each effort. The night deepened. The stars continued to twinkle, and his resolve burned as brightly as the celestial bodies above, unyielding and eternal. On a remote, nameless island, the turtle house stood quietly. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the path leading to the abode. This place was once a serene paradise, yet at this moment, the atmosphere within was fraught with tension. The disappearance of Sun Wukong had left everyone in a state of anxious urgency. Tian Shinhan had ventured alone to an unknown location to practice the Mafuba, leaving only Yamcha with the strength to fight. Each individual inside was anxiously awaiting news, the air thick with an unsettling aura. At that moment, the television suddenly crackled to life with a news broadcast. On the screen, the visage of Dog King appeared, his expression one of deep concern as he addressed the camera urgently. People of the world, I have an announcement to make. Please gather before your screens. I have been forcibly removed from my throne, and this world has fallen into the hands of the malevolent King Piccolo. Should this fiend ascend to kingship, our world shall plunge into ruin. Hurry, we must eradicate this vile creature. As his words intensified, the Dog King's voice grew more fervent. His eyes filled with panic and helplessness. Before the television, Bulma and the others were rendered speechless by this sudden revelation. Bulma clutched the remote tightly, her brow furrowed, unable to fathom the gravity of the situation. I should have warned you not to speak out of turn. A deep, authoritative voice interrupted the Dog King's plea. The figure of King Piccolo materialized on the screen, gripping the Dog King's throat with one hand, lifting him aloft, his gaze cold and merciless. You wouldn't want to be killed, would you? His voice was icy, sending shivers down the spine. King Piccolo then violently threw the Dog King to the ground and turned towards the camera, his eyes ablaze. All inhabitants of this world, hear me clearly. I am your new king, King Piccolo. As for my power, just look at the devastation I wrought upon Kakarot, and you will understand. He then proclaimed his ambitions. Let us listen to the aspirations of the new king. First and foremost, I must express my disdain for justice and peace. I harbor no intentions of restraining or sanctioning the populace. What I mean is, you may indulge your desires as you please. The profession of policing is abolished. War, violence, and murder are all acts of freedom. Feel free to pursue them. Yamcha clenched his fists, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as he muttered curses at the television's depiction of the great demon King Piccolo. How infuriating. As Piccolo's words came to an end, it was as if a signal had been released to criminals across the globe, prompting them to wreak havoc and engage in looting. The police were utterly powerless against this sudden uproar. From a distance, Tian Shinhan, training, felt an unprecedented sense of urgency upon hearing the broadcast. He understood that only by mastering the Mafuba could he hope to halt this catastrophe. Unable to bear the tragic scene before her, Bulma switched off the television and sank to the floor in despair, cradling her head in her hands, her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. At that moment, Launch gently patted Bulma's shoulder, attempting to comfort her, saying, "Do not worry, we have Tien Shinhan. Once he learns the Mafuba, everything will be all right." However, Yamcha abruptly lifted his head, a shadow of concern crossing his features. "But do you remember? Master Roshi once said that the one who performs the Mafuba will die?" A profound silence enveloped the room, each face etched with worry. Following several chaotic days, acts of violence escalated worldwide, with righteous individuals stepping forth to thwart this rampant destruction. Amidst this tempest of chaos, the great demon King Piccolo announced a chilling plan. He would annihilate one city each day. His voice was cold and merciless, with a mere wave of his hand. A powerful energy wave sliced through the sky, heading towards the horizon. Boom! With a resounding blast, a city was obliterated, reduced to ashes, leaving only billowing smoke and ruins in its wake. Piccolo hovered in the air, surveying the scene of devastation, laughing maniacally. "This is today's sacrifice." In that desolate stone forest, Tien Shinhan appeared particularly solitary. After countless days and nights of arduous training, he had finally discovered the key to success amidst repeated failures. The pebble in his hand, under the gaze of his resolute eyes, was gradually enveloped by an invisible force, ultimately being successfully sealed within a translucent, crystalline vial. He exclaimed with fervor, "At last, we have succeeded." His voice resonated with an uncontrollable excitement and a sense of relief. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, his expression resolute and brimming with determination. He strode purposefully towards the parked spacecraft, the sound of his resolute footsteps echoing across the vast expanse. At the moment the vehicle was ignited, he took a deep breath, silently affirming to himself, "I have arrived, King Piccolo." The roar of the engine surged forth, propelling him towards the palace of King Piccolo, a realm teeming with uncertainty and peril. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was enduring a grueling trial at Karen Tower, ultimately acquiring the coveted super divine water. After he drank it all, Master Karen immediately cast a spell to assist him in emerging from the jar. Sun Wukong felt a powerful force surging rapidly within him. His muscles swelled, and his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. He was so exhilarated that he nearly charged out of the tower to seek vengeance against King Piccolo. "Wait!" Master Karen timely intercepted him, summoning a vast expanse of flying nimbus. Sun Wukong gazed at the nimbus with delight, and Master Karen gestured for him to take it. He selected a small cloud, fondly rubbed it, and exclaimed, "Great! He is out there. This time, I feel I can defeat him." Standing atop the nimbus, he sensed King Piccolo's location with his newfound strength. "You can sense that?" Master Karen inquired in astonishment, deeply impressed by Sun Wukong's transformation. Sun Wukong nodded resolutely, declaring, "I'm off, Master Karen, and a Kairob." Master Karen nodded, entrusting everything to him. A Kairob then expressed concern, "Be careful." Sun Wukong stood atop the nimbus as it swiftly soared towards King Piccolo. In the sky, the nimbus left a long yellow trail, like a ray of hope piercing the heavens. On this path toward a decisive battle, Sun Wukong's heart brimmed with the fervor of confrontation and the uncertainty of the future. Yet his gaze remained steadfast, devoid of any inclination to retreat. Chapter 45. The Demon's Demise. The following day, Tien arrived first at King Piccolo's palace, his figure appearing insignificant before the grand edifice. The palace's gate tower loomed high. Tien stood before it, took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and then boldly shouted, "King Piccolo, come out and face me." King Piccolo emerged from the shadows, his towering form and green skin appearing even more sinister under the sunlight. He regarded Tien with a glint of disdain and contempt in his eyes, saying, "I do not wish to engage today. Let Dorum have a word with you." With that, King Piccolo opened his mouth, and a massive egg emerged, landing on the ground before cracking open to reveal a towering figure, Dorum. This creature, birthed by King Piccolo, was muscular and fierce-eyed, unmistakably a formidable adversary. His arrival seemed to momentarily freeze the air. The battle erupted swiftly. Dorum's movements were rapid and brutal, each strike accompanied by the sound of cutting wind. Although Tien was highly skilled, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage in terms of strength. He attempted to compensate with agile maneuvers, yet he was still overpowered by Dorum. The constant evasion and counterattacks gradually left Tien feeling overwhelmed. With each dodge, he internally lamented, Why is this guy so difficult to deal with? Finally, in a moment of miscalculation, Dorum landed a punch on Tien, sending him crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. The Demon King Piccolo observed the scene before him, a faint, cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to depart. Tien, struggling to rise from the ground, was momentarily consumed by a sense of unwillingness. Hastily, he retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and hurled it to the ground. The capsule instantly transformed, morphing into a rice cooker. Gritting his teeth, Tien unleashed the formidable technique he had been honing during his training, the Demon Sealing Wave. However, due to severe exhaustion, his attempt faltered, resulting in a backlash that left him grievously injured. He collapsed onto the ground, his heart brimming with a sense of defeat. I have failed? Lying in the dust-laden battlefield, Tien Shinhan lay motionless, his gaze fixed upon the approaching foe. Dolam, a towering figure, swung his fist, akin to a boulder, heavy with intent, toward Tien Shinhan. In that moment of dire urgency, a blinding light cleaved through the sky, sending Dolam hurtling away, crashing violently against the palace wall with a resounding crash. Goku. Tien Shinhan struggled to lift his head, and there stood Son Goku, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve and determination. Goku glanced at Tien Shinhan, the corners of his mouth curving into a reassuring smile. It seems I arrived just in time. Goku stood steadfast, like an immovable mountain, his gaze sharp, unwaveringly fixed on the menacing figure of King Piccolo. Dolam slowly regained his footing, his eyes glinting with a more ferocious light. Witnessing this, Tien Shinhan urgently called out to Goku, "Be careful, Goku." Yet Goku appeared to have anticipated this moment. Just as Dolam's fist was about to descend, he kicked backward without a glance. The force of his kick propelled Dolam away, slamming him into the palace wall, leaving a massive dent in its surface. Tien Shinhan stared in astonishment, inwardly lamenting, when did this guy become so powerful? King Piccolo, witnessing the scene, let out a disdainful sneer, his tone dripping with mockery. "I never expected you, Son Goku, to come seeking your demise again." Without hesitation, King Piccolo lunged toward Goku, launching a fierce assault. Goku effortlessly deflected each strike. Amidst their exchanges of blows, the palace reverberated with the sound of explosive air currents. During the skirmish, Goku seized an opportunity, delivering a punch that sent King Piccolo soaring, yet the demon quickly regained his stance, his face twisted in fury. King Piccolo unleashed his full might, engaging Goku in a fierce duel. He repeatedly unleashed energy blasts, but Goku skillfully blocked each attack. As the battle intensified, Piccolo was once again launched into the air, colliding with a nearby Crow Man, causing the latter to lose consciousness. King Piccolo clumsily rose from the ground, his expression stormy, his aura surging ominously as he bellowed, "Son Goku, I shall unleash all my power." His voice echoed across the battlefield, infused with boundless rage. The clash between the two reignited. This time, Son Goku evidently held the advantage, each of his strikes forcing King Piccolo to retreat step by step. In a fierce exchange, Goku adeptly dodged Piccolo's assault, countering with a punch to the demon's abdomen, sending him flying. As King Piccolo's energy surged dramatically, the pressure in the air escalated correspondingly. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, gathering an overwhelming energy sphere in his hand that radiated in suffocating power. A blue glow flickered in his palm before he unleashed it violently towards Sun Wukong. The energy sphere tore through the sky, creating a fierce gust of wind, plunging the scene into chaos as a colossal cloud of dust billowed forth, as though the entire battlefield had been consumed by this force. Once the dust settled, Sun Wukong was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he had leapt into the air, gathering a formidable golden energy in both hands. Facing Piccolo, his brow furrowed, his eyes shone with unwavering resolve. He then let out a mighty roar and unleashed his signature Kamehameha wave. The blue energy surged forth like a tempestuous wave, propelling towards Piccolo and forcing him back several steps. Amidst the swirling dust, Piccolo's expression was one of shock and disbelief as he stammered, "Are you a monster?" The battle erupted once more, with Sun Wukong and Piccolo exchanging fierce blows, their combat reaching an extreme intensity. Each collision was accompanied by the explosive sound of air being displaced. Despite his injuries, Sun Wukong's eyes burned with indomitable fighting spirit. In the midst of a vigorous clash, Piccolo suddenly shot forth two piercing beams from his eyes, targeting Sun Wukong's right knee. With a cry of pain, Sun Wukong fell to the ground, and Piccolo sneered, "You have but one leg left." However, Sun Wukong optimistically retorted, "But I still have one leg, don't I?" With that, he drew his Rui Jingu Bang from behind, using it to support himself as he struggled to rise. At that moment, Piccolo was enveloped in a radiant golden light, launching energy blasts from all 10 fingers. One struck the Rui Jingu Bang, sending it flying, while another accurately hit Wukong, knocking him down once again. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo unleashed a devastating energy wave. Tian Shinan, witnessing this, exerted every ounce of his strength to teleport in and rescue Sun Wukong, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. The aftermath was a colossal mushroom cloud explosion, leaving the entire area desolate. Within a radius of several miles, nothing remained unscathed, only a haunting silence filled with remnants of destruction. Having forcibly saved Sun Wukong, Tian Shinan lay exhausted on the dust-laden ground. Piccolo, his eyes glinting with the flames of vengeance, brutally seized Tian Shinan by the head, using him as a hostage to threaten Sun Wukong. His voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Wukong, should you take another step forward, his life will be forfeit. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, and in the face of Piccolo's threat, his left hand was suddenly struck by a rapidly spinning stone, followed by a blow to his left leg, the pain forcing him to kneel upon the ground. Observing this, Piccolo's lips curled into a cruel smile. Believing that Sun Wukong was now without the strength to retaliate, he discarded Tianjin Fan and, employing his flight technique, ascended into the sky like an arrow released from its bow, poised to deliver a fatal strike. At that moment, despite his grievous injuries, Sun Wukong's eyes still blazed with indomitable fighting spirit. With great difficulty, he moved his right hand, beginning to gather a sphere of blue light, which coalesced around him into a resplendent orb of energy. He positioned the energy sphere beneath himself and unleashed a powerful wave of energy, using its force to propel himself skyward. In the air, Sun Wukong executed the fist that penetrates heaven and earth, striking through Piccolo's chest. Piccolo's face reflected disbelief as he felt the swift passage of life, knowing his end was near. In his final moments, he summoned all his strength to expel an egg containing the essence of his vengeful hopes, casting it into the distance. This was Piccolo Jr., a continuation of his vengeance and aspirations. Subsequently, Piccolo chose to self-destruct, the ensuing explosion shaking the entire battlefield, causing Sun Wukong to plummet rapidly. Just as fate hung in the balance, an unexpected rescue occurred. Yachirobe sped onto the scene in a hovering vehicle, leaping from the car to catch the descending Sun Wukong just in time. At that moment, Tenshinhan also arrived, dragging his weary form, a look of relief gracing his face. He proposed a rematch at the next martial arts tournament to assess their growth. Observing this, Yachirobe smiled and drove away with Sun Wukong, leaving the battlefield behind. With the demise of King Piccolo, the land once shrouded in fear was destined to embrace new hope and peace. Chapter 46. The Enlightenment of Wumu. In the path ahead, time flew by. It had been 2.5 years since the tumult surrounding King Piccolo subsided. Sun Wukong, injured, was taken by Yachirobe to Karen Tower for healing. Subsequently, upon the recommendation of Master Karen, he learned of a temple floating above the tower, the abode of deities. Driven by curiosity, he climbed there, where he encountered a deity resembling King Piccolo. After grasping the full context, Sun Wukong, under Mr. Popo's guidance, embarked on a prolonged training regimen. Meanwhile, Bulma hurriedly arrived to take Tenshinhan away. Later, the deity restored the dragon, allowing Bulma and the others to retrieve the Dragon Balls. With their wishes, those slain by King Piccolo were resurrected. The revived individuals began the reconstruction of their homes, and the deposed Dog King regained his throne, ruling over his kingdom once more. On planet Yardrat, Wumu and Ganis had trained for nearly 3 years, mastering all the skills available there. Ganis had sustained serious injuries during training, yet he had reached a battle power of 3 million, akin to Wumu. In contrast, Wumu appeared somewhat anxious. As an ordinary practitioner without external enhancements, he could not elevate his power as swiftly as a scion. Even the Grand Elder of Namek would likely be unable to unlock further potential for him, and the gains from the spirit fruit were minimal. Thus, Wumu resolved to investigate how to transcend the Dan gene and prepare for his journey across the cosmos. Sitting upon a smooth boulder, a contemplative light flickered in his eyes as he mused. This Dan gene was merely a construct of fiction in his previous life, distinct from Ming gene and Hua gene, representing an exceedingly profound martial arts technique. However, since I have traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, it is plausible that the realms depicted in these novels might also manifest into reality. He closed his eyes, endeavoring to sense each breath flowing within his body. The Dan technique, reputed to be an advanced skill surpassing the Hua gene, involves the nurturing of the golden elixir, manifesting in perfect harmony. One must embrace the elixir and sit cross-legged, allowing the entirety of one's essence, vitality, and marrow to condense into a singular point, reminiscent of the minuscule universe unfolding at the dawn of creation. This practice, though it may sound exceedingly esoteric, essentially requires the practitioner to concentrate their strength in the dantian and then unleash it in a sudden, explosive manner. The tighter the concentration, the greater the force of the eruption. Upon successfully embracing the elixir, one can attain the realm of controlling one's vital energy with intention, transcending the limits of the human body. Yet, Wumu recognized that merely mastering these techniques was far from sufficient. His combat prowess had stagnated at this level for many years. Thus, he resolved to experiment with a more radical approach, seeking to amalgamate chi, spirit, and mind in an attempt to forge the golden elixir. With this intention, Wumu guided the flow of energy within his body using his mental strength, gradually congregating it at the location of his heart. Given his uncertainty regarding the precise position of the dantian, he chose to take an alternative route, designating the heart as the focal point for energy convergence. As time passed, Wumu felt the energy within him becoming increasingly dense, as if all his power was gathering at the heart, poised for a momentous eruption. A look of both anguish and resolve etched upon his visage. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Yet, his gaze remained remarkably steadfast, as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of a breakthrough. In this moment, he was utterly oblivious to the external world, completely immersed in the realm of cultivation, where only he and the immense energy surging within him existed, poised in the silent cosmos, awaiting the arrival of that pivotal moment. Time flowed like a silent river, imperceptibly erasing the traces of the years. Throughout this prolonged journey of asceticism, Ganas stood unwaveringly by his side, entirely unaware of the subtle transformations taking place within Yuwood. A month slipped away quietly. During this time, Yuwood experienced a qualitative leap. His cultivation had finally reached fruition. At this moment, he radiated a resplendent white light, curiously devoid of any aura escaping into the surroundings. Yuwood slowly opened his eyes, revealing a shimmering silver light that mirrored the profound depths of the starry sky, mysterious and far-reaching. Observing this transformation, Ganas could not help but step forward, his eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion, as he inquired, "My lord Yuwood, has your cultivation been completed? Why can I not perceive your aura?" Yuwood gently retracted the brilliance enveloping him, his eyes gradually returning to a profound black, and with a smile, he elucidated. "I'm not entirely certain. I merely sense that my life essence appears to have undergone a metamorphosis, although it seems there remains a slight gap." His voice was deep, imbued with an air of mystery and tranquility. "The level of existence? What is your current strength?" Ganas inquired, curiosity shimmering in his eyes. Ebony shook his head, a smile gracing his lips that hinted at transcendence. "Strength has become less significant. I have discovered a path that truly belongs to me." His words exuded a serene confidence. Ebony's gaze drifted into the distance, as if he could envision the path of his future, a path illuminated by light and hope. In this breakthrough, Ebony concentrated his essence and spiritual power at the heart, forging a golden elixir. Now, his aura transcended mere energy, resembling the divine might of a destroyer. Though he remained unaware of the cultivation methods employed by such beings, like him, ordinary people could not perceive their essence. His strength bears both resemblance and divergence from the divine power of the god of destruction. The ascension path devised by Wumu appears to be markedly distinct from theirs. The deities existing beneath the god of destruction manifest more as a fusion of aura and divine energy. In the original text, Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement allows him to sense the presence of any life form, except for the god of destruction and the supreme Kai. According to Wumu's estimation, his life essence, although imperceptible, is comparable to that of the earth deity, Bik. However, Wumu has now combined aura with spirit, fortifying his heart. This heart pulsates with a force akin to vital energy, continuously augmenting his combat prowess, and this enhancement is gradual yet persistent. In the future, Wumu's path to strength will predominantly rely on the absorption of vital energy. Nonetheless, the only technique capable of absorbing this energy is the Hunyuan wave, an inadvertent creation of his that intertwines vital energy with aura. Yet, this skill lacks purity, prompting Wumu to seek the supreme Kai to explore methods of cultivating vital energy blasts, aiming to devise a more effective absorption technique. Wumu has transcended the limits of his previous capabilities, and his strength remains poised to double, though he remains uncertain of the exact realm he has achieved. He senses that even if his previous combat power of 3 million were to multiply eightfold, it would still not rival his current abilities. The sensations from his previously learned techniques of instantaneous movement and cloning, now executed using vital energy, feel entirely transformed. Turning to Ganas, he said, "Nas, we have nearly completed our training. It is time to bid farewell to Elder Pabala and return with me to Earth, where I shall assist you in your transformation into a Super Saiyan." Upon hearing this, Ganas was filled with exhilaration, nodding eagerly as he followed Wumu to Elder Pabala, his heart brimming with boundless anticipation and dreams for the future. Chapter 47. Returning home. Wumu stood in the expansive courtyard, sunlight filtering through the sparse clouds, casting a warm and gentle glow upon his face. His silhouette stretched long, resembling a solitary shadow against the backdrop of the day. With unwavering determination in his gaze and a glimmer of resolve illuminating his eyes, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Elder Pabala, I am profoundly grateful for your guidance and care over the years. I have made the decision to leave this place and return to my homeland." Despite having surpassed Pabala in strength, he continued to harbor a deep respect for the elder. Beside him, Ganas followed suit, bowing his head in a gesture of reverence. Elder Pabala offered a faint smile, a flicker of comfort passing through his eyes. He gently waved his hand, his tone warm yet tinged with concern. "It is quite all right, Amu. I understand your decision. However, regarding the changes you have undergone, although I am not entirely familiar with the intricacies, I wish to offer you a piece of advice." He paused briefly before continuing. "In our universe, numerous deities exist, embodying both benevolence and malevolence, their emotions ever fluctuating. In my youth, I had the fortune of hosting a destroyer known as Beerus, whose temperament is notoriously unpredictable. Your actions may well capture their attention. Regardless, when you venture forth, exercise utmost caution." Ebony listened intently to the elder's words, astonished to learn that Pibra had personally entertained this Beerus and emerged unscathed. He nodded gently, contemplating inwardly. If Yuwu's thoughts were not misguided, it was conceivable that through the cultivation of vital energy, one could ascend to the realm of divinity. At that juncture, devoid of the universal king's conferment of godhood, he mused whether he might be regarded as a mere wild deity, uncertain if they would take notice. The god of the realm, Shin, was manageable, yet the potential interference of Beerus and Whis loomed ominously. Subsequently, Yuwu bid farewell to Ganas and utilized instant transmission to depart from the planet Yardrat. After several transitions, they finally arrived on Earth. Yuwu's current version of instant transmission, powered by vital energy, did not rely on sensing others' auras but rather connected with the planet's spiritual essence, rendering him nearly incapable of losing his way. The celestial bodies of the universe responded to Yuwu and guided him accordingly. In the northern galaxy, upon the cerulean orb of Earth, Yuwu materialized within a lush, verdant forest. He inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp air, and a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Although Yuwu was not a native inhabitant of this world, since his arrival, he had resolved to regard it as his homeland. "Is this truly your homeland, Lord Yuwu?" Ganas inquired, casting a curious glance around, captivated by the stark contrast of this place compared to the rest of the cosmos. Yuwu smiled, a hint of amusement dancing in his gaze. "Indeed. It shall become exceedingly vibrant in the future." His laughter bore an air of mystery. Ganas scratched his head, perplexed by the notion of vibrancy. "Vibrant?" he echoed, then, with curiosity, asked, "Where shall we go now?" Yuwu pondered for a moment, his gaze deepening. "I intend to visit an elder who has shown me kindness. You may choose to accompany me or explore on your own, but remember, refrain from employing any powers." "Then I shall explore Lord Yuwu's homeland," Ganas resolved. Yuwu nodded, then closed his eyes, initiating a communion with the spirit of Earth. His body trembled lightly, as though engaging in a silent dialogue with the very soul of the planet. Meanwhile, far away in the temple, the divine being sensed the fluctuations of Earth's spiritual essence. He gazed down at the mortal realm, his brow furrowing slightly. Is that not the young martial artist from a few years past? How much he has changed." Despite his astonishment, the immortal refrained from intervening further. He recalled the days when Omu practiced in Kalinta, feeling quite reassured about Omu's character. He had once contemplated appointing Omu to the divine position when the time was ripe, but it seemed that such measures were now unnecessary. After establishing communication with the spirit of Earth, Omu's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Gazing at the absence of Omu, Ganas shrugged and activated his aerial technique, soaring towards the distant city. The urban landscape contrasted starkly with the serene mountains and forests as towering skyscrapers rose majestically, adorned with flickering neon lights. Ganas flew over the city, curiously surveying every nook and cranny. He occasionally gasped in wonder, his heart brimming with curiosity and excitement for this novel world. Though he had been admonished against wielding power, His imagination still soared boundlessly within this technologically advanced realm. Peach Blossom Island, a small island embraced warmly by the morning sun, cradled the village of Peach Blossom at its heart, surrounded by lush greenery and soft sandy beaches. The morning air was perfumed with a delicate floral scent mingling with the briny kiss of the sea breeze. "Alaga, come back for dinner," Marlowe called out from the entrance of their wooden cottage, his voice imbued with paternal concern and urgency as he addressed Alaga, who was practicing stances in the yard. "I know, Dad," Alaga replied in response. Inspired by Marlowe's passion for martial arts and the influence of Yewud, Alaga had developed a profound interest in the discipline herself. Thus, she began her training at a tender age, with the stances being a legacy Yewud had left for Marlowe to strengthen his body, now passed down to Alaga. Alaga gently shook her body, stirring the dormant blood within, before gradually standing upright. She understood that one should not immediately cease a stance after prolonged practice, as it could harm the body. Hence, she first loosened her limbs before slowly withdrawing, a gesture of respect and care for her own physique. Suddenly, Yewud's figure appeared in the yard, and Alaga instantly recognized the former neighborly brother. She blinked to confirm her sight, and then exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Yewud." "Dad, Brother Yewud has returned." Upon hearing the call, Marlowe emerged, briskly wiping the sweat from his brow with his hand. As he beheld the ebony wood, a radiant smile illuminated his face. "Ebony, you have finally returned. How have these past years treated you? There has been no news of you." Ariga leaned in, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, Brother Ebony, where have you been all this time? You missed the last martial arts tournament, and so much has transpired since." Ebony chuckled lightly. His tone relaxed as he replied, 5 years ago, I made a wish with the Dragon Balls to venture into the cosmos in search of a place to cultivate." His words left both Marlowe and Ariga somewhat astonished. Subsequently, Marlowe ushered Ebony into the house. Inside, a wooden table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes, while Maria busied herself in the kitchen. Before long, Maria emerged, carrying steaming plates of food, and with a smile, nodded at Ebony, saying, "As long as you are safe." Marlowe slapped his forehead in realization. "Oh dear. You returned so suddenly, I didn't prepare properly. I shall go next door to borrow some pork." As he spoke, he made to leave, but Ebony quickly grasped his arm. "Uncle Marlowe, do not trouble yourself. You know me well enough. When I was a child, I arrived here with no one to rely on, and it was you who supported me. I am eternally grateful, and besides, how could your cooking be anything but exceptional?" Laughter erupted as Marlowe joyfully responded, "All right, let us eat." He happily seated Ebony, with Ariga settling beside him and Maria joining Marlowe. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the dining table. Marlowe gazed at Ebony, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. "Ebony, you have grown taller and matured significantly." Ebony smiled, his heart brimming with sentiment. This place had become his second home. The memories of his past life had faded into oblivion, and in this life, he vowed to cherish the people before him. Chapter 48. A Formidable Foe? Garnaz set foot on the land of the West City, his curiosity piqued by the towering skyscrapers and hovering automobiles. On planet Vegeta, technology was predominantly harnessed for warfare, lacking such splendor. Moreover, having once been ensnared on a wild planet, he had no opportunity to witness other technological worlds. As he walked, marveling at his surroundings, he exclaimed, "The planet where Lord Ebony resides is truly magnificent." Just as he immersed himself in this realm of technological wonder, a figure resembling Ultraman suddenly charged forth. Armed and aiming a weapon at Garnaz, he anxiously shouted, "Ties, quick, flee. This individual is an evil Saiyan." Garnaz felt a surge of irritation at being inexplicably targeted. Although firearms posed no threat to him, the sensation of being aimed at was disconcerting. With an imperceptible swiftness, he snatched the weapon away, effortlessly reducing it to dust. Ties, witnessing this spectacle, trembled in fear. "Gak, what shall we do now?" she anxiously inquired. Tyce had not anticipated that a few days ago. Returning to Earth to celebrate Bulma's birthday and taking a brief respite, today she merely wished to explore West City with her cosmic companion, the interstellar detective Gak. However, they found themselves embroiled in an unexpected predicament. If this Scion truly harbored ill intentions towards Earth, there would be no one capable of thwarting him. Ganis gazed at the trembling duo and remarked nonchalantly, "I assure you, I have done nothing, yet you suddenly point your weapons at me." Gak, quaking, responded, "Aren't you a Scion? What is your purpose on Earth?" Ganis, at a loss for how to elucidate his intentions and feeling rather disinterested, chose to depart. He left. Gak and Tai Si collapsed onto the ground, exchanging glances, and resolved to return and inform Bulma that a formidable adversary might have arrived on Earth. Meanwhile, Gannis soared through the skies, having exited the confines of West City and arrived over the vast expanse of the ocean. He silently lamented within. That fellow was undoubtedly a cosmic patrolman. It was quite unexpected to encounter them on Earth. However, I am no longer the Saiyan who knew only combat. Perhaps it would be best not to trouble Lord Umu. After dinner, Umu sat quietly by the window, listening to the whispers of the wind, his mind a tapestry of thoughts. The Piccolo incident was now a thing of the past, and the Sun family's caretaker had already arrived. The coming years heralded the arrival of the Saiyans. Yet, for Son Goku, these matters posed no concern, leading Umu to resolve not to interfere further. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to personally address the issue of Frisia, as it was a way to express his gratitude for the elder's assistance on Namek. Without resolution, his heart would remain in turmoil. Suddenly, Alaga approached excitedly, grasping Umu's arm, her eyes shimmering with fervent desire. "Brother Umu, please teach me martial arts. I wish to participate in the martial arts tournament." Her voice brimmed with anticipation. Umu gazed into Alaga's eager eyes and smiled, a gentle wave of warmth rising within him. "Of course. I have a set of techniques perfect for you, known as the 8 trigrams palm." His tone was soft and inviting. He rose to his feet and began to demonstrate the martial arts under the faint moonlight. His movements fluid and dynamic, akin to a soaring dragon, graceful as a swan. He moved with a lightness of step, as if each stride contained profound philosophy. "Alaga, perceive my movements, for therein lies the essence of this martial art." His voice floated through the night breeze, imbued with an indescribable allure. Alaga fixed her gaze intently upon the graceful motions of Umu, striving to capture every nuance. Umu deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Alaga to discern the transitions of each action with greater clarity. After demonstrating 3 sets of the 8 trigrams walking palm, he halted, his gaze piercing as he turned to Alaga. "Have you comprehended it?" A hint of challenge laced his tone. "I have," Alaga replied, her voice tinged with a trace of uncertainty. Umu nodded, continuing his instruction. "In practicing this footwork, one must incorporate breath control, elevating the energy to the dantian while grounding one's center. Once accustomed, one must then advance to stance training." His words exuded rigor and earnestness. Alaga, contemplating, nodded thoughtfully and began to imitate Umu's movements. Though her actions were somewhat clumsy, her eyes radiated determination, clearly filled with fervor for this martial discipline. Umu observed closely, occasionally correcting her missteps, each piece of guidance delivered with precision and appropriateness. As night deepened, the moonlight bathed the training ground, casting a silvery glow upon the 2 figures that continued to move in the stillness, as if weaving a dreamlike dance of martial artistry. With the dusk settling and the last vestiges of sunlight fading from the horizon, Umu gazed at the darkening sky and softly remarked, "All right, let us conclude for today." His voice drifted through the air with the gentle breeze, carrying a hint of subtle loneliness. Alaga paused her actions, the sweat on her forehead gradually cooling in the night wind. She gently wiped it away, her eyes filled with reluctance as she gazed at Ebony, softly inquiring, "Brother Ebony, are you leaving?" Her voice held a trace of uncertainty. Ebony sighed lightly, his gaze distant, as if lost in reminiscence, and slowly replied, "In a few days. I shall be departing. I need to visit an elder." Alaga's eyes dimmed slightly, and she asked in a hushed tone, "Oh, well then. Will you return for the martial arts tournament in a few months?" Ebony smiled faintly, his gaze tenderly resting on Alaga, as if he could see through her delicate thoughts. "I will return." "Are you preparing to participate in the tournament? You are only 11. Perhaps it would be wise to train for a few more years before venturing forth." His words, though gentle, bore an undeniable conviction. Had it not been for the martial arts tournament, the fated clash between Piccolo Jr. and Son Goku would surely have compelled Ubu to allow Alaga to participate. Yet, the child would undoubtedly find a way to sneak in despite being told otherwise. Nonetheless, in the presence of Ubu, Piccolo would not be able to stir much commotion. Alaga, clearly unwilling to concede, pouted with a hint of defiance and confidence, retorting, "Don't underestimate me. I am certain I can reach the top 8. After all, didn't that Son Goku compete at just 12? Her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, reflecting her profound self-assurance in her abilities. Ubu smiled helplessly, gently ruffling Alaga's hair, his tone brimming with affection. "Very well, I shall watch you from the sidelines and cheer you on." His gaze was filled with affection and anticipation for the little girl. Only then did Alaga reveal a contented smile and turn to enter the house. At that moment, Marlowe emerged from within, looking at Ebony with gratitude and saying, "I truly appreciate your help, Ebony. Alaga has always admired you." Ebony responded with a smile, "It's no trouble at all, Uncle Marlowe. You should return and get some rest." His voice was gentle, and his gaze reflected deep respect for the elder. Marlowe nodded and added, "You should return home and check on things. I will join you shortly." Umu bid farewell to Marlowe and slowly made his way towards his wooden cabin nestled in the mountains. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a pristine and orderly interior, which stirred a warm feeling within him. Over the years, Uncle Marlowe must have tirelessly come here to clean, and his heart brimmed with gratitude. Umu gently tidied up a bit before lying down on the bed. Staring at the ceiling, under the serene night sky, his heart seemed to find a moment of tranquility. Chapter 49. The sound of the sea breeze at sunset. Buma furrowed her brow, looking at Jack with skepticism, and asked, "You say aliens came to Earth to conquer it? Then upon seeing you, they simply let you go and fled? How is that possible?" Her voice was filled with disbelief. Jack nodded firmly, a hint of urgency in his eyes. "It's true. You must promptly inform the powerful beings of your planet to gather and resist. The Scions are the most brutal race in the universe. They frequently invade other planets and then sell them off." His voice was deep and urgent, betraying a grave seriousness. Bulma remained skeptical, turning to her sister Ties for confirmation, her eyes pleading. "Sister, is what Gak said truly the case?" Ties nodded hesitantly, her tone laced with uncertainty. "Indeed. But I sense that the Scion may not be as terrifying as the rumors suggest." Her brow furrowed, as if lost in contemplation. Regardless, Bulma resolved to take action. She stepped into the courtyard, retrieved a universal capsule from her pocket, and with a gentle toss, it instantly transformed into an aircraft. She turned to her sister and Gak, saying, "Follow me. We shall consult with my friend regarding our strategy." The trio swiftly boarded the plane, with Bulma at the helm. As she activated the aircraft and set a course for Kame House, Gak inquired curiously, "Bulma, is your friend truly formidable?" Without glancing back, she replied nonchalantly, "They are arguably the most powerful on our planet. If even they cannot resolve this, we shall have no choice but to accept our fate." With a sigh, she pondered, "It has been merely over 2 years since the Demon King Piccolo incident, and now another crisis looms. Our planet is indeed fraught with tribulations. I hope it does not unfold as Gak fears." Throughout the journey, her mood was melancholic and filled with apprehension. Master Roshi took a sip of tea, reflecting, "I see. So Ubu has ventured into the cosmos these past years." His gaze revealed a hint of complex emotions as he pondered. "I never anticipated his rapid growth. When I first encountered him, I sensed that his inner strength would eventually surpass mine, yet I did not foresee him venturing into the cosmos." Ganna sat opposite, cradling a teacup in his hands, his eyes calm and focused. After departing from the West City yesterday, he intended to seek solace in a new place, but unexpectedly came across a small island, home to a venerable elder with formidable prowess. He descended to learn more about the homeland of Wumu. Upon discovering that Wumu had once sparred with the elder before him and had benefited from his guidance, Ganna held deep respect for the old man. Thus, he seated himself obediently, engaging in conversation with the turtle hermit. "Where is Lord Wumu now, and what brings him back this time?" inquired the turtle hermit. Lord Wumu mentioned he was visiting an elder who had once cared for him. Ganna replied, then shook his head. "As for what Lord Wumu intends to do, I am not entirely certain." Ganna gently nodded, his gaze drifting through the window, observing the waves lapping against the shore, seemingly in search of inner tranquility. Turtle hermit, could you share more about Lord Wumu? I can't shake the feeling that he carries a sense of urgency. The sea breeze wafted in, bringing a slight chill, as the turtle hermit smiled faintly. "Wumu, you see, I have only shared one encounter with him. At that time, I recognized the vast potential within him. His techniques were unlike any I had previously encountered, and he was remarkably astute, growing rapidly with the slightest nudge. I confronted him with my Kamehameha, and he, at that moment, devised a technique rivaling my own. I knew then that this child would inevitably surpass me." A glimmer of admiration flickered in the turtle hermit's eyes. "However, regarding his sense of urgency, I cannot say for certain. I once believed he was simply pursuing martial arts for its own sake." Ganna listened intently, his grip on the teacup tightening, causing the liquid to gently ripple. Could it be that his urgency stems from a profound sense of responsibility? He inquired. Perhaps. The turtle hermit sighed. They fell into silence for a moment, and then Ganna suddenly stood, moving towards the window to gaze at the vast expanse of the sea. Seemingly deep in thought, turning to face the turtle hermit, he said, "I believe I am beginning to comprehend Lord Wumu's choices. He is not merely in search of power. He is seeking a path that belongs to him. The turtle hermit nodded slightly, rising to pat Ganas on the shoulder. Young man, each person's path is distinct. You too shall discover your own, just as Wumu has. Ganas returned a smile, determination glimmering in his eyes. Thank you, esteemed elder. They resumed their seats, continuing their conversation over tea. The wind outside gradually intensified, carrying with it distant calls, as if responding to their conversation and harboring unspoken hopes for the future. As the afternoon sun pierced through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the cerulean sky, a silver-gray airplane streaked across the horizon, gently descending onto a tranquil island. Bulma skillfully maneuvered the aircraft, transforming it back into a versatile capsule, which she then tucked into her pocket. At that moment, Master Roshi emerged from the dwelling, a distasteful grin plastered across his face, his steps buoyant as he approached Bulma. With a playful tone, he remarked, "Hehehe. Bulma, have you come to pay a visit to this lonely old man?" Bulma frowned, suppressing her emotions, and suddenly delivered a sharp punch to Master Roshi's head, her voice piercing, "You old lecher." This sudden act startled Goku and Krillin, who gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Goku mused inwardly, this old gentleman, truly amusing. Then Krillin caught sight of Goku and, with a sudden jolt of anxiety, pointed at him, his voice trembling, as Saiyan. Bulma turned to look, spotting a towering man, approximately 2 meters tall, with a somewhat handsome face, and her gaze instinctively drifted downward to notice a tail. A tail? Bulma examined once more, confirming her observation. Goku gently lowered his head to glance at his own tail and explained, "We Saiyans are naturally born with tails." Bulma and Master Roshi exchanged thoughtful glances. And then Bulma directly broached the subject. "Have you come to Earth with intentions of conquest?" Krillin murmured softly from the side, "Isn't that a bit too direct?" As he finished speaking, Ganas interjected with an explanation. "You misunderstand. The Saiyans are nearly extinct, and we no longer engage in the trade of planets." His voice carried a hint of resignation, and his eyes reflected a subtle sadness. At that moment, Master Roshi chimed in. He was brought back by Yuwood. Yuwood? Bulma echoed, the familiar name stirring memories of times long past, 5 years ago. So it was him. This is all a misunderstanding. It's all right now. Her tone relaxed, and a smile of relief graced her face. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, why not stay and chat for a while? I'm still getting used to being alone again. With that, he slowly walked into the house. Bulma pondered for a moment before following him inside. Ties Gak and Ganas followed suit. As they entered, Gak deliberately maintained some distance from Ganas, quietly inching closer to Ties. Inside, the wooden chairs scraped against the floor, producing faint sounds. Everyone found their seats, and Bulma surveyed the room before asking, "Where are Krillin and the others?" Her voice revealed a mix of curiosity and disappointment. Master Roshi smiled slightly, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. "During the last martial arts tournament, I promised them they could venture out on their own for training. Tenshinhan stayed with me for a while before deciding to challenge Karinta and launch one along with him." His tone was gentle, imbued with concern and anticipation for his students. Bulma nodded, then turned to Ganas, inquiring about their adventures, seeking a different narrative from that of her sister. Ganas recounted his experiences, and upon hearing his tale, Gak finally eased his guard and felt less apprehensive. Chapter 50. A reunion after long separation. The morning sun filtered through the sparse trees, casting dappled shadows upon the earth. The fresh air carried the sense of damp soil and verdant grass. Alaga stood resolutely before a sturdy oak tree, her silhouette exuding strength under the sunlight. Ha, ha, ha. With each strike, the sound of force accompanied her movements, as her palm power sent ripples through the air. That morning, Yuwood had required her to maintain a stance for an hour and a half. This stance practice was part of the Baguazhang, composed of 8 sets: Tai Chi stance, 2-yin stance, 3-element stance, 4-image stance, 5-element stance, 6 harmony stance, 7-star stance, and the 8 trigram stance. Following the stance, she practiced her footwork repeatedly until every movement was executed with precision. Now, she commenced her training in palm power, a deepening of her morning practice. Each strike required the concentration of her entire being, and with each impact, the tree shuddered slightly. Beneath her palms, the bark began to show signs of indentation, a testament to her formidable strength. Yuwood stood nearby, his gaze sharp and observant, scrutinizing every action and detail of Alaga's practice. His voice was low and resolute. "Alaga, from now on, adhere to this training regimen daily." Alaga's palm struck the tree with renewed vigor, her actions relentless as she softly uttered a weary yet resolute "good." The sound, laced with a hint of fatigue, conveyed her unwavering determination. She understood that each practice session was a step toward her own empowerment. Observing Alaga's adept control over her strength, Will nodded with a faint smile of satisfaction. Then, without a sound, he vanished, leaving Alaga to continue her solitary training. In Corinta, for martial artists engaged in a fierce duel, Tianjin Fan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Jiaozi. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a dappled glow upon their sweat-drenched faces. Yamcha and Krillin, having traveled extensively, explored the myriad mysteries of martial arts. They had heard tales of Wukong's cultivation in Corinta and embarked on a journey to seek this elusive place. Upon finally discovering it, they found that Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had been training there for quite some time. Thus, the four of them decided to engage in training together, continuously honing their martial arts, which ultimately culminated in the chaotic brawl that ensued. The sounds of battle echoed incessantly as the four exchanged blows, the clash of skill and strength producing a series of explosive sounds. In the fray, Jiaozi was the first to be repelled, his figure tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Soon after, Krillin was also caught off guard and pushed back. Now only Tianjin Fan and Yamcha remained, locked in a tense standoff. Tianjin Fan's gaze was resolute, while Yamcha's eyes sparkled with a challenge. Suddenly, Yamcha halted, taking a deep breath, and then solemnly addressed Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, prepare to experience my new technique. There was an undeniable determination in his voice. Yamcha tightly grasped his left wrist with his right hand, and a sphere of blue light began to coalesce in the palm of his left hand, swirling and expanding ever larger. His brow furrowed, he concentrated intently on the gathering of energy. Spirit bomb, he bellowed, as the orb of azure light surged forth like a released arrow, hurtling towards Tien Shinhan. Sensing the imminent danger, Tien swiftly sidestepped, his movements both agile and precise. Yet, Yamcha was undeterred. Extending his right hand, he flicked his fingers like a sword, causing the energy sphere to alter its trajectory mid-air, relentlessly pursuing Tien. Tien glanced back, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He quickly pivoted, thrusting his hands forward and shouting loudly, unleashing a powerful gust of energy that dissipated the chasing ball. The battle raged on, and Tien couldn't help but internally grumble. This guy always has new tricks up his sleeve. It's truly relentless. However, a smile of appreciation graced his face, clearly revealing his thrill and anticipation for the clash. Though the four were engaged in a fierce contest, each understood that this was not merely a simple duel. It was a trial of friendship, respect, and self-transcendence. Omu employed the technique of instant transmission, his figure traversing space like a fleeting shadow, materializing within the confines of Kame House. The sea breeze wafted in through the window, carrying a briny scent that intertwined with the fragrance of tea within. Aside from Gannis, the others were taken aback by Imu's sudden appearance, their eyes wide with disbelief as if witnessing the extraordinary. Omu too was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated the presence of so many, including Tais and Gak. Here on Earth, he scratched his head slightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment, and then courteously greeted Master Rashi. Mr. Turtle, it's been a while. Master Rashi sat upon a low stool, cradling a steaming cup of tea. Upon hearing Omu's voice, he gently set down the cup and, through his sunglasses, scrutinized Omu with eyes that seemed to perceive everything. His voice was steady and resonant. Omu, what technique did you just employ? Omu chuckled lightly. Ah, that was instant transmission, a technique from another planet. Master Rashi's eyes narrowed slightly behind his sunglasses, sensing the changes within Omu. His voice carried a hint of amazement. You have truly become unfathomable, akin to an abyss, imperceptible to all. His words were laden with admiration. Omu smiled faintly in response. Mr. Turtle, you flatter me. I had intended to visit you a few years ago. However, I was rather eager in my training and could not arrive sooner. Master Rashi raised an eyebrow, seizing the opportunity to inquire, Omu, why the urgency to grow stronger? Omu fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Gannis and Bulma, before finally resting on Master Rashi. He spoke slowly. During my martial arts training, I sensed a profound psychic warning, as if the Earth were on the brink of an unprecedented crisis, one that could lead to its annihilation. I find myself at a loss on how to avert this impending catastrophe. Thus I implored the divine dragon for guidance, yearning to uncover a remedy. Upon hearing this, Bulma's complexion turned pallid. She clasped her hands to her face, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, What? The Earth is destined for destruction? How can this be? I, a beautiful maiden, have yet to fully relish the joys of a romantic life. That Yamcha fellow is perpetually engrossed in training, making him virtually inaccessible. Listening to her, felt a wave of exasperation. Even now, Yamcha was entrenched in his training. But when the time came for him to abandon martial pursuits in favor of frivolous pursuits with women, Bulma would find herself even more disheartened. Later, when she sought Vegeta, she would still be deprived of a meaningful romantic experience. However, that was of little concern to Immu. Master Roshi, having absorbed this exchange, pondered momentarily before inquiring, I see. So, upon your return, do you possess the means to prevent this calamity? Bulma shook his head. Not yet. My purpose in returning is to seek out a celestial being, to accompany me in paying homage to another. He then called out to Ganis, who promptly rose and took his place behind Ummu. Turning once more to Master Roshi, Ummu bowed deeply, expressing, Master Roshi, this visit is to express my gratitude for your earlier guidance. What I have discovered during my cosmic travels is a miraculous fruit capable of enhancing one's strength. As he spoke, he presented 2 crystalline spiritual fruits. Roshi accepted the fruits, astonishment flickering in his eyes, for he had not anticipated the existence of such wonders. Following this exchange, Ummu bid farewell to Roshi, and with Ganis, they vanished in an instant. Chapter 51. Tranquility of the Sky. Swiftness of lightning. The serenity of the mind resembles an infinite sky, vast and profound. The swiftness of action is akin to lightning cleaving the heavens, ever-changing in a heartbeat. Son Goku sat cross-legged within the tunnel of time, eyes closed in deep contemplation, his heart pulsating silently with each breath. 2 years prior. After vanquishing the formidable demon King Piccolo in a fierce battle, he had arrived at this temple, embarking on his journey of cultivation. Mr. Popo, the guardian of the temple, imparted to him this profound mental discipline, and since then, he had immersed himself in endless training. Throughout this period of cultivation, Goku traversed the past multiple times, engaging in duels with legendary martial artists such as Master Mateto. Each confrontation posed a formidable challenge, elevating his understanding of martial arts to new heights. He also observed the fishing techniques of the old fishermen, witnessing the breathtaking speed of lightning as it tore across the sky. These experiences gradually unveiled to him the essence of tranquility akin to the sky and the swiftness reminiscent of lightning. Now, Goku was no longer the inexperienced youth he had been 2 years ago. He had grown to a height of 175 centimeters, his muscular form more defined. Although his garments had been specially reinforced, they felt as light as feathers in the face of his burgeoning strength. With each breath, he could feel the surge of energy within him, and every movement he made was marked by precision and vigor. Suddenly, a wave of hunger washed over him, interrupting his meditation. He opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion and resignation crossing his features. How can I be hungry again? It appears it is time to seek sustenance. Sun Wukong gradually rose to his feet, stretching with a languorous yawn, each motion exuding an unparalleled grace and swiftness. He stepped forth from the time portal, his footsteps light, yet resolute, each stride resonating with a crisp sound against the stone slabs of the temple. Upon arriving at the sanctuary, he discovered Mr. Bobo, who had been awaiting his presence. Mr. Bobo, the rigors of cultivation are quite the hunger-inducing endeavor. Is there anything delectable to savor? I feel as though I could devour an entire dinosaur. Sun Wukong exclaimed, playfully pinching his belly to emphasize his exaggerated hunger. Upon hearing this, Bobo remained silent, as was his custom, and turned to head toward the kitchen, leaving Sun Wukong to chuckle merrily in his stead. At that moment, a shadowy figure materialized, accompanied by a Garnas, causing Wukong to tense up immediately, his gaze fixed warily on the unexpected apparition before him as his focus sharpened. A look of surprise illuminated his face as he exclaimed, Wumu, wow, where have you been all these years? Wumu smiled gently, a flicker of nostalgia and warmth gleaming in his eyes. It's been a long time, Wukong. Then, Sun Wukong quickly approached Wumu, curiously poking him with his finger. Wumu, why can't I sense your energy? His brow furrowed slightly, as if pondering some profound mystery. Wumu merely smiled softly, offering no response. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's enthusiasm surged, and he assumed a combat stance, exclaiming with excitement, well, no matter. Wumu, let us have a contest. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Sun Wukong had long been intrigued by Wumu, and now that they had finally reunited, he set aside any contemplations of tranquility, fixated solely on the prospect of a challenge. Wumu observed Sun Wukong in his ready posture and did not decline his invitation. He cast a glance at Ganis, who, understanding the unspoken cue, nodded subtly and quietly stepped aside, though he could not comprehend the reason behind accepting what appeared to be a mundane challenge. Come at me, Wukong, Amma said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, Sun Wukong remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon Umu's seemingly unguarded demeanor, his heart brimming with uncertainty. Umu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, appearing to be riddled with vulnerabilities, yet Sun Wukong dared not place his trust in such an illusion. He thought to himself, this won't do. I must probe his defenses first. With this resolve, Sun Wukong lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Umu. However, Umu moved with the grace of a willow leaf in the wind, effortlessly evading the strike. Observing this, Sun Wukong swiftly transitioned to his sweeping kick in an attempt to topple Umu. Yet, Umu leaned back, again dodging with remarkable ease. In the subsequent exchanges, Umu continued to evade Sun Wukong's attacks with astonishing agility. As he witnessed this spectacle, Umu recalled the scene from Dragon Ball Super, where Sun Wukong first challenged Beerus. A flicker of wicked amusement stirred within him, compelling him to give Sun Wukong a playful tap on the back of the head. This seemingly gentle nudge, however, sent Sun Wukong flying, causing him to tumble upon landing. In the shadows at the entrance of the temple, the deity and Bobo stood quietly, observing the unfolding events. The deity recognized that Sun Wukong had grown immensely powerful, surpassing him by a great margin, and was aware of Umu's strength. Although he could not sense any aura, he was taken aback by the ease with which Umu had bested Sun Wukong in a single strike. Rubbing the back of his head in pain, Sun Wukong struggled to rise. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Umu. Ouch, that hurt. Umu, you've become incredibly strong. How have you trained? Umu, silhouetted against the setting sun, stood leisurely with his hands behind his back, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips. He inquired softly, is another contest necessary? Indeed, it is. Sun Wukong replied. Allow me to demonstrate this. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly assumed a combat stance, his hands firmly resting at his waist. As his energy began to coalesce, a breathtaking blue light emanated from his palms, and a formidable aura erupted with the ferocity of a tempest. Kamehameha! Sun Wukong shouted, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged toward Umu like a ferocious beast. Umu observed the approaching energy wave with calm composure, his heart tranquil amidst the turmoil. He pondered, this energy is indeed formidable, possessing a battle power of approximately 500, significantly surpassing the description in the original text. I wonder if Piccolo has grown stronger. In any case, Raditz is bound to face a beating ahead. A glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes, as if he had long anticipated the unfolding events. Subsequently, with a grave expression, the ebony figure slowly raised his right hand, his movements deliberate and measured. As the wave of energy reached his palm, he gently closed his fingers, effortlessly crushing the potent swirling force as one might crumple a fragile piece of paper. Sun Wukong and the observing deities were left astounded, scarcely able to believe their own eyes. In his astonishment, Sun Wukong could not help but exclaim, Umu, you are simply incredible. You cannot even allow a speck of dust to touch you. In response, Umu merely smiled faintly and humbly replied, it is merely luck. The individuals I have encountered over the years have awakened my potential. You will catch up in due time. He gazed at Sun Wukong with a hint of envy. Sun Wukong's expression held a trace of confusion as he regarded Umu. At that moment, the deity and Bobo slowly emerged. The deity wore a gentle smile, greeting, Umu. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. His voice was calm and warm, imbued with wisdom and compassion. Beside him, Ganis exclaimed in astonishment at the deity's green complexion, a Namekian. Chapter 52, The Heavenly Realm, The Serpent Path a Namekian? Me? The deity paused, a look of bewilderment crossing his features, with his brow slightly furrowed as he attempted to comprehend this sudden revelation of identity. His fingers unconsciously stroked his chin. Observing this, Oma chuckled and explained, Deity, your skin tone and features closely resemble those of the Namekians. They are a remarkably unique race within the cosmos. Umu mused internally, surprised by Ganis's reaction, which had inadvertently revealed the deity's lineage, rendering the future course of events increasingly unpredictable. In a shock, the deity's eyes shimmered with a hint of reflection. So, I am an alien. I had always believed myself to be merely an extraordinary earthling. His voice trembled slightly. His hands clenched tightly, a whirlwind of emotion swirling within him. He gazed up at the starry sky, as if he could glimpse the distant planet Namek. I long to return to Namek, he expressed, his voice imbued with yearning. The deity's gaze solidified with determination. Yet a hint of resignation crept in. As the guardian of Earth, I cannot depart easily. His shoulders sagged slightly, revealing the weight of responsibility. His eyes conveyed a profound sense of duty, intertwined with an undeniable helplessness regarding his own fate. O Divine One, I have a request. Wu Mu's voice suddenly took on a serious tone. I need a journey to the heavenly realm to seek the King of Worlds. Could you accompany me? A resolute glimmer sparkled in his eyes, underscoring his earnestness. The deity inhaled deeply, contemplating for a moment before finally nodding. Wu Mu, you wish to seek the King of Worlds? Wu Mu affirmed. Indeed, there are pressing matters I must discuss with him. If possible, I would be grateful for your assistance. The deity pondered for a moment longer, then nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall aid you. He then turned to Bobo beside him, saying, Bobo, I will take them to the netherworld to meet Yama. I shall return shortly. Bobo's dark face remained expressionless as he mechanically nodded, his movements slow and deliberate, as if time itself had solidified around him. At that moment, Sun Wukong excitedly patted Wu Mu's shoulder, exclaiming, Wu Mu, I will grow stronger. Wu Mu offered a gentle smile, tinged with mystery and anticipation, and nodded lightly in response. Sun Wukong and Bobo bid their farewells as the deity, Wu Mu, and Ganas were transported to the netherworld. In the heavenly realm and the netherworld, rows of majestic palaces stood, each radiating a distinct aura of sanctity and solemnity. Before the first palace, a winding path was lined with an endless queue. The souls within this procession appeared as ethereal clouds, light and translucent. At the beginning of the line, a small blue-faced spirit, with two sharp horns atop its head, shouted through a large trumpet, Ladies and gentlemen of the spirit world, please maintain order and proceed in an orderly fashion. His voice echoed through this enigmatic space, and despite their varied forms, all the souls exhibited an extraordinary obedience. At the end of the path stood a grander palace. Within, a king of immense stature, resembling a small mountain, sat at a vast table, wielding a vermilion brush as he scrutinized the life stories of these souls. His presence loomed like an insurmountable mountain, evoking awe. At that moment, a celestial being arrived with two special visitors, Wu Mu and Ganas, who suddenly appeared in this solemn gathering through a mysterious teleportation spell. Wu Mu and Ganas surveyed their surroundings with curiosity, everything appearing so foreign yet overwhelmingly striking. Wu Mu could not help but exclaim, This sensation is entirely different from watching an anime. The authentic experience is truly breathtaking. The King of Hell possesses an imposing stature, and one might wonder what sustenance he partakes in regularly. He keenly sensed the presence of the living, and his voice erupted like thunder. Living beings? Such resonance was potent enough to astonish the celestial beings, who promptly bowed their heads and replied, Indeed, it is I, a humble deity, who has brought them. The King of Hell surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the celestial being at his feet. With a voice imbued with undeniable authority, he intoned, Ah, so it is you, the deity of earth. What brings you before me, accompanied by two living souls? The celestial being appeared somewhat awkward, stammering as he explained, Well, this is Yu Wood, along with his companion. My intention was to guide them through the serpent's path to meet the King of Realms. The King of Hell pondered for a moment, then picked up a ledger from the table, his gaze once again resting upon Yu Wood and Ganas. He spoke slowly, I shall make an exception for the living, but I must caution you, do not fall. Below lies the abyss of hell. His words conveyed a gravity that was impossible to dismiss. Yu Wood nodded slowly, then turned to gaze deeply at the celestial being beside him, subsequently stating earnestly, Thank you for bringing me here, dear deity. Once I have accomplished my task, I shall take you to visit Namek. A complex smile graced the celestial being's face, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betraying the passage of time. He sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his tone. I appreciate your kindness, Yu Wood. However, Earth still requires my presence for the time being. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if contemplating some profound matter. Yu Wood silently observed the celestial being without uttering a word, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of understanding. He understood that the deities were concerned about the matters regarding Big Two, and that speaking too much at this moment would yield little clarity. Thus, he nodded once more and stated calmly, I shall take my leave first. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wu Mu stepped onto the winding serpentine path. Ganas followed closely behind. Their journey revealed numerous unprecedented wonders. Although Ganas was brimming with curiosity, he recognized that this was not the time for idle chatter and thus chose to silently accompany Wu Mu, his heart filled with reverence. The celestial being watched as Wu Mu gradually faded into the path's embrace, his gaze reflecting a profound and ineffable complexity of emotions. He then turned to Yan Wang and softly remarked, The young deity shall return first. His voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet was imbued with a measure of resolve. Yan Wang, with his deep-set eyes, cast a fleeting glance at the celestial figure before his gaze shifted away. A low rumble emanated from his throat. as if he were pondering some enigmatic query. The deity, as if fleeing, swiftly employed a teleportation spell, leaving a brief luminescence in his wake before vanishing entirely. After the celestial departed, Yen Wang remained seated, his eyes once more cast towards the serpentine path, his brow slightly furrowed. He pondered inwardly. This Ebony is indeed a mysterious individual. There exists not a single record of him in the Book of Life and Death. Nor can his power be sensed. Even his life level transcends that of an ordinary being. The scion accompanying him is no ordinary character either. The King of Hell shook his head, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Well, these matters are not for a minor deity like myself to concern. Chapter 53. Guess what I know on the winding serpent road Ebony and Ganas had traversed for over 2 hours. The surroundings were shrouded in a hazy expanse, with twinkling lights in the distance resembling the eyes of another realm quietly observing them. Ganas' steps gradually slowed, his brow furrowed, clearly filled with confusion and curiosity. My Lord Ebony, I never imagined there truly exists an afterlife. Is this place meant for managing the souls of earthlings or those from the cosmos? Ganas could not help but inquire. Ebony turned his head, a gentle smile illuminating his face, his gaze profound, as if he could see through Ganas' inner turmoil. This entire universe falls under the dominion of that King of Hell. Regardless of one's might in life, the king can suppress them in death. The wicked descend into hell, while the virtuous ascend to heaven. Upon hearing this, Ganas was taken aback, a tumultuous wave rising within his heart. He had not anticipated such wonders in this world. Given the conduct of my scion people, we would surely all be destined for hell. He pondered internally, simultaneously feeling a tinge of relief for having never invaded any planets, and for having encountered Wumu, with whom he had cultivated his spirit. Just as Ganas was about to inquire once more, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated through the air. Wumu. Wumu. The sound appeared to emanate from all directions, both insubstantial and tangible, leaving one bewildered. Wumu's steps faltered momentarily, his brow furrowing in evident perplexity at this unexpected voice. He glanced around, only to find the scenery on either side of the serpent path still shrouded in mist, devoid of any trace of life. In this realm, I am not acquainted with many, nor has anyone perished. Thus, it is improbable that someone would call my name from the underworld, especially since this is the path leading to the King of Worlds. Deep in thought, Wumu remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings in an effort to identify the source of the voice. Wumu and Ganas exchanged a glance, each discerning a hint of unease in the other's eyes. Sensing an unspoken understanding, they continued onward, their footsteps echoing in the desolate serpent path, seemingly harmonizing with the enigmatic call. Before long, Ganas suddenly halted, pointing ahead in astonishment. My Lord Wumu, look ahead. He pointed ahead, astonishment etched upon his visage. On the serpentine path, a figure appeared to be gliding closer, enveloped within a play of light and shadow, enigmatic and unpredictable. Wumu stood upon the serpentine trail, his gaze piercing through the dissipating luminescence, revealing the silhouette of a middle-aged man with a crew cut, clad in an orange martial arts uniform. A circle emblazoned with the character for bird adorned his left chest, sporting spectacles and a gentle halo encircling his head. He bore a warm smile as he regarded Wumu and Ganas. Wumu, the mysterious middle-aged man softly called. Wumu scrutinized the individual before him, a sense of DJVU washing over him. In disbelief, he inquired, could you possibly be Mr. Toriyama? What brings you to this place? Wumu was genuinely astonished. He never anticipated that the creator deity of the Dragon Ball universe would manifest here. Was it true, as netizens jested, that even in death he traversed the serpentine path? Yet, he had passed away prior to Wumu's arrival. He ought not to be present. Mr. Toriyama chuckled, scratching the back of his head with an endearing demeanor. Ah, Wumu, do not be startled. I did not anticipate being here either. Ah, but it is indeed rather magical. Wumu pressed further. Is there a purpose for your waiting here? His tone bore a hint of anticipation and curiosity. With a serene smile, Mr. Toriyama replied earnestly, there is nothing particularly significant. I merely wish to convey that you overthink matters. This is your shortcoming. Ever since you arrived in this world, I have been observing you. There is no need for worry or anxiety. Consider this a miraculous journey. Upon hearing this, Wumu felt a wave of astonishment. Truly, the creator deity retained privileges even in this realm. He pondered Mr. Toriyama's words, striving to decipher their profound implications. Just as Wumu prepared to inquire further, Mr. Toriyama vanished, leaving only his voice echoing in the air. Pursue your desires without concern for the consequences. We shall meet again. Wumu stood in silence, enveloped in contemplation, while Ganas beside him dared not intrude. During this period, he had witnessed an array of astonishing phenomena, gradually recognizing that this world was far more complex than it appeared. Above the highest dimensions of the 12 universes lay a mysterious realm known as the Omniverse. In this realm, the conventional notions of time and space appear to have been utterly suspended. The Hall of the All-King, an immense palace constructed from pristine white crystal, majestically towers within the void, surrounded by an array of celestial bodies and nebulas, each twinkling with resplendent brilliance. Within the main chamber of the hall, a seemingly youthful All-King occupies a lofty throne. His form resembles that of an ordinary child, yet his profound gaze conceals an omnipotent force capable of penetrating all existence. Flanking the All-King are two tall and slender guards, their expressions solemn and their eyes vigilant, prepared to confront any unforeseen occurrences. Before the throne lies a vast chessboard, quietly displaying an assortment of vibrant spheres, each symbolizing the myriad planets and powers of the universe. The All-King extends his small hand, casually grasping a red sphere, which he tosses lightly. Upon colliding with a blue sphere, it emits a crisp sound, and both spheres shatter simultaneously, transforming into a cascade of colorful light. At that moment, a high priest, pale in complexion with silvery hair, gracefully enters the hall. A mysterious azure halo encircles his head, and his steps are steady and dignified. Upon reaching the All-King, he immediately bows in reverence, his voice imbued with undeniable respect. "My lord All-King, the insignia upon the being from another realm has vanished." The All-King responds with a bright, melodic tone, an air of indifference lacing his words. "Do not be concerned, High Priest, I have already encountered him, and we shall leave it be." His fingers gently tap the edge of the chessboard, seemingly pondering some profound dilemma. The High Priest inclined his head slightly, his brow furrowed in contemplation, as he quietly inquired, "Since he has already encountered that individual, should I provide some clarification regarding this?" The king waved his hand dismissively, his gaze returning to the celestial bodies on the board. "No need to concern yourself. Let Vis continue to observe that being from another world. It should not be long before he formally meets us." His voice carried a hint of playful intrigue, as if brimming with anticipation for the events about to unfold. The high priest responded affirmatively, "Yes, my lord," before turning to gaze at the cosmos beyond the palace, a flicker of complex emotions evident in his eyes. He couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Ever since the Salama incident, the universe had remained tranquil for many years. It now appeared that it was on the brink of becoming intriguing once more. Chapter 54. Cold jokes in the aftermath of that incident. Omu and Ganas hastened their pace, burdened with a sense of duty as they sped towards the King's planet. Soon, they arrived at the end of the serpentine path. There, a diminutive celestial body floated in the vastness of space, akin to a speck of dust in the void. The figures of Omu and Ganas descended upon this planet like shooting stars, and upon landing, they were met with a sudden and oppressive gravity that caused their bodies to momentarily falter. Ganas furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings in astonishment, and exclaimed, "My lord Omu, is this truly the abode of the king? I am astonished that the gravity here mirrors that of planet Vegeta, yet this planet is remarkably small." Omu did not respond immediately, for his attention was captured by a curious sight. A small red sports car was racing across the surface of the planet, piloted by none other than the king himself. Beside the racetrack stood a massive gorilla and a grasshopper, clearly Baburus and Gregor. Noticing the arrival of Omu and Ganas, Gregor hurriedly reported to the king, "We have visitors." The king halted the vehicle, leaping out with a clumsy grace that emphasized his plump physique under the weight of gravity. Adorned in a flowing black robe emblazoned with the characters for king, and sporting sunglasses, two antenna-like appendages quivered slightly atop his head. He approached the ebony figure, scrutinizing it from head to toe before taking a deep breath. A living soul? How curious that one has ventured into the realm of the dead. Ha ha. What a delightful jest. The ebony figure and Ganas exchanged glances, both displaying an awkward smile. The king of the realm suddenly ceased his laughter, adopting a serious demeanor as he inquired, "What brings you here?" Omu cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "Your Majesty, I have heard of your prowess as a formidable martial artist. My companion and I wish to learn the techniques of the spirit bomb and the king's fist from you." The king chuckled heartily at Omu's flattery, his laughter echoing across the diminutive planet. "Though you speak so highly of me, I shan't impart my knowledge so readily. What conditions must we meet for you to teach us?" Ganas asked eagerly. The king's expression shifted to one of gravity as he cast a sidelong glance at Ganas and solemnly stated, unless you can make me laugh. Gannis's expression faltered. And he whispered to Omu, is this person reliable? Omu, having anticipated this, cleared his throat and began to recount a joke. A toad has recently lost interest in food and even refrains from catching mosquitoes. The other toads, curious about its plight, sought an answer. The eldest toad suggested, catch a swan, and you shall be satisfied, for the toad yearned for swan meat. As soon as he finished, Omu himself shivered slightly, while Gannis regarded him with a peculiar gaze, pondering whether it was indeed amusing. Yet, the king erupted into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, well, you have passed." Omu and Gannis exchanged relieved glances, surprised by how easily they had elicited laughter from the king. I can teach you the king's fist, he declared, his voice deep and resonant, shifting his gaze between the two before finally resting upon Gannis. However, the spirit bomb can only be learned by those who possess a heart of righteousness. His gaze was profound, seemingly able to penetrate the very essence of one's soul. Gannis felt the weight of the king's scrutinizing stare, a slight tension gripping his heart as he sensed the king's thoughts. Omu, aware of his own lack of pure righteousness, cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and earnestly asked, might you enlighten me on the principles behind the spirit bomb? His eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. The king nodded, gesturing for them to follow him. He turned, hands clasped behind his back, and strolled towards his humble abode. Omu and Gannis hastily followed, their steps revealing a hint of tension and anticipation. Beside the cottage, a rudimentary table stood forlornly, appearing somewhat out of place. Once the king of the world seated himself, he beckoned them to do the same. Omu and Gannis exchanged a glance before taking their seats opposite the king. The king's gaze softened as he began to elucidate. The spirit bomb is, in essence, quite simple. Every living being harbors a vital essence, and indeed, all things in the universe embody this. The spirit bomb is formed by harnessing the energies of these beings. Vital energy has existed since the very inception of the universe. Omu nodded, a contemplative expression gracing his features. He pondered whether there existed a method to absorb this essence into his own being. The king regarded Omu with a knowing look, pausing for a moment before slowly stating, there is indeed a way. As I mentioned, vital energy is the force that came into being with the universe itself. When I first discovered this energy, I considered absorbing it to augment my own power. However, I soon realized that my body could not withstand such force, leading me to abandon that pursuit in favor of exploring its application in the spirit bomb. The king then retrieved 2 ancient tomes from behind him, leafing through their pages as if reminiscing about bygone days. His gaze turned profound as he looked at Omu and declared, these contain my methods for absorbing vital energy and the training regimen for the king's fist. Omu accepted the books, bowing slightly in gratitude. The king nodded, stating, I cannot teach you much more. You have already taken that crucial step. You may examine the methods within and learn from them. Omu understood that despite the king's often humorous demeanor, he was a true deity with remarkable insight. At that moment, Omu's heart surged like an unceasing engine, continuously supplying energy, allowing his physical prowess to grow day by day. He realized that to become stronger, he must persist in absorbing vital energy until his body reached a state of saturation, and only then seek the potential for breaking through to the next stage. Relying solely on the energy from his heart was far too slow. Omu declared with conviction, then, King, we shall take our leave for now. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and made his way outside. Gannis cast a bewildered glance at the king before promptly following suit. He caught up with Omu and inquired, Lord Omu, are we truly departing like this? Is there not a lesson to be learned? Omu halted his steps, turned around, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. The objective has been achieved. The pursuit of knowledge was merely a pretext. With that, he and Gannis simultaneously executed the technique of aerial flight, soaring upwards along the serpentine path with the swiftness of a released arrow. The king of the realm stood still, observing the departing figures of the two. A spark of insight flickered beneath his sunglasses, as if he were contemplating something profound. Chapter 55. Return. Omu and Gannis flew side by side above the winding serpentine path, the surrounding scenery retreating swiftly like flowing water. Gannis cast a curious and perplexed glance towards Omu, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. He turned his face slightly, hesitatingly inquiring, Master Yuwood, what exactly are the techniques of the Kaioken and the spirit bomb? Gazing at the conversation between Yuwood and the Kao, Gannis was left perplexed. Yuwood smiled gently, a flicker of profound light shimmering in his eyes, and he began to elucidate. The Kaioken is a technique capable of significantly amplifying one's strength in a short period. However, its use results in intense pain throughout the body. In contrast, the spirit bomb is an energy sphere formed from the natural essence, which can only be wielded by those with a heart full of righteousness. Malevolent beings are unable to withstand this pure force. Even if the spirit bomb inadvertently strikes a righteous individual, it will inflict no harm. Upon hearing this, Ganna's eyes widened further, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. He had witnessed the utilization of energy on planet Odrat, yet he never anticipated encountering such extraordinary techniques under the guidance of the King of Worlds. Reflecting on the Scion's previous approach, direct and solely focused on destructive power, he could not help but feel a twinge of bitterness and helplessness. Silently lamenting that the Scions were indeed rather unrefined, Omo sensed Ganna's confusion and slightly tilted his head, a gentle glimmer in his eyes. So, Gannas, what do you believe is my purpose in coming here to cultivate these skills? Taken aback by this sudden inquiry, Gannas paused, then earnestly contemplated the question, his brow furrowed, clearly striving to find a reasonable answer. After a moment, he cautiously ventured, then, Lord Omo, are you truly here solely to refine these techniques? A complex light flickered in Omu's eyes as he was about to respond, but at that moment, they had already flown to the end of the serpent path. With a graceful turn, Omu descended first at the entrance of the Hall of Yama, with Gannas following closely behind, his mind brimming with curiosity about Omu's unfinished words. Yet he understood that some thoughts might remain unspoken within Omu's heart. Within the dim and solemn Hall of Yama, the imposing figure of Yama sat regally upon a lofty throne, engrossed in revising the ledger of souls with a crimson brush. Each name bore the weight of a life lived, and every stroke of correction held significance for a soul's fate. An air of reverence permeated the chamber. Omu and Gannas slowly entered the grand hall, approaching the feet of Yama, where Omu looked up with a hint of awe in his gaze. Great Lord Yama, may I trouble you to summon the celestial deity? Please ask him to meet us. Omu's voice resonated in the vast hall, echoing slightly in the stillness. Although Omu had mastered the skill of instantaneous movement, the feeble energy on Earth and his yet-to-be fully realized power limited his capabilities. Moreover, the underworld and the cosmos did not inhabit the same dimension, rendering his instantaneous movement nearly ineffective in this realm. He intends to return to Earth this time and thoroughly reflect on all his skills, seeking opportunities for enhancement. The King of Hell glanced down at Yuwood. His eyes, deep as black holes, seemed capable of perceiving all truths. Ah, it is you. Have you located the King of the Realms? His voice resonated with a deep and powerful timbre as he summoned the deities of the heavens and earth to convene here. Soon, a figure swiftly materialized within the grand hall. It was the celestial deity, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. You are ready so soon. Have all matters been settled? His mouth agape, he appeared genuinely impressed by Yuwood's efficiency. Yuwood nodded and smiled gently, requesting, might I trouble you to escort us back? The celestial deity acquiesced, turning to the King of Hell, Your Excellency, since their affairs are in order, I shall escort them away. Yuwood and Gannas bowed slightly in gratitude to the King of Hell. The king merely responded with a nonchalant grunt, continuing to scrutinize the roster in his hands, as if their departure was but a mundane occurrence. Under the guidance of the celestial deity, Yuwood and Gannas gradually vanished beyond the grand doors of the King of Hell's hall. The hall returned to its prior tranquility, the only sound being the king's low scribbling echoing through the vast chamber. In the realm of Earth, within the sacred temple, the forms of the celestial deity, Yuwood and Gannas slowly materialized at the center. The celestial deity, staff in hand, bore a countenance tinged with hesitation and anticipation. He turned to Yuwood, inquiring, Yuwood, what are your plans moving forward? Will you depart from Earth again? Yuwood, slightly taken aback, raised an eyebrow in curiosity regarding the celestial deity with intrigue. It seems you harbor some concerns. Do not hesitate to express them. The celestial deity slowly maneuvered his staff, seemingly organizing his thoughts before finally speaking. In truth, I have resolved that once the martial arts tournament concludes, I intend to find a successor for my position. At that time, would you accompany me to Namek? I wish to witness the visage of my homeland with my own eyes. Yuwood nodded affirmatively, responding with a smile, of course. I also plan to attend the martial arts tournament. A grateful smile graced the celestial deity's face. Thank you, Yuwood. Yuwood waved his hand lightly, his tone unpretentious. No need for thanks. I also intend to visit the Grand Elder of Namek. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuwood began to survey his surroundings. As if searching for something, he turned to the celestial deity, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Might you guide me to the room of spirit and time? I wish to engage in some training there. The celestial deity appeared slightly taken aback. He was puzzled as to how Yuwood knew of the room's existence but refrained from questioning further, simply nodding in agreement. Very well, follow me. With that, the celestial deity turned and strode into the depths of the temple, his step steady and enigmatic. Yuwood followed closely, his pace light, while Ganis silently trailed behind. Eyes brimming with curiosity as the three of them entered the sacred temple together. As they moved, the interior of the temple gradually unfolded before them. The mural depicts ancient mythological tales, while the stone pillars are intricately adorned with elaborate patterns, each step seemingly traversing the river of time. The air is imbued with an aura of antiquity and sanctity, compelling one to lower their voice involuntarily, with a heart brimming with reverence. They ultimately arrived at a seemingly ordinary room that concealed endless secrets. The deity halted, pointing towards a door adorned with mysterious symbols. This is the room of spirit and time, where you may immerse yourself in training. Time here flows differently than in the outside world. I hope you find it fruitful. Yuwood nodded, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination, fully aware of the significance of this training. Before entering the room, he turned back to the deity and offered a grateful smile, then stepped into the enigmatic door alongside Ganis, vanishing into the light. Chapter 56. Training within the room of spirit and time. As Yuwood entered, he strode forward while Ganis surveyed their surroundings, which appeared vast and desolate. Despite the thin air, oppressive heat, and extreme temperature fluctuations ranging from 50 degrees Celsius to -40, with gravity 10 times that of the outside world, the room was replete with every necessity: food, water, and shelter. Curiously, Ganis inquired, Master Yuwood, what makes this room so special? Yuwood turned to Ganis and elucidated, this is a miraculous place on Earth. The room of spirit and time. Here, 1 year corresponds to merely 1 day outside. Each individual may only remain for 2 days in their lifetime, meaning we can use this time to cultivate for 2 years. I intend to utilize this period to help you surpass your limits and become a Super Saiyan. Ganis, elated by this revelation, exclaimed, Master Yuwood, you are finally willing to impart the secrets of transforming into a Super Saiyan. The prospect of having 2 years within this room left Ganis awestruck, contemplating the strength he would attain thereafter. Yuwood smiled and nodded. Previously, he had harbored concerns that should Ganis transform into a Super Saiyan and surpass his own power, he might betray him. However, those worries had dissipated. Yuwood's strength had reached unfathomable heights, with the energy provided by his heart continuously growing each day. In this unique space, he merely needed to adjust his training direction, enabling him to attain power close to that of a Super Saiyan at level 2, considering his battle power had already exceeded 100 million. Yuwood elaborated. There are 2 methods to transform into a Super Saiyan. Saions develop a type of cell called S cells in a tranquil environment. The first method involves triggering the growth of S cells through extreme anger to achieve transformation. The second method entails directly locating the S cells and concentrating them at the lumbar region. As he spoke, he gently placed his hand on Ganis' lower back. These methods were derived from the original text, and throughout the years, Ganis had trained his spirit under Yuwood's guidance, maintaining inner peace. Yuwood gazed earnestly at Ganis, continuing, You need not worry about these prerequisites. You have already fulfilled them. Your spiritual cultivation is commendable, though you must continue to uphold it. Ganis nodded, silently reflecting, realizing that transforming into a Super Saiyan required both a tranquil mindset and extreme anger, explaining why no Saiyan had succeeded before. I understand now, Master Yuwood. Ganis respectfully replied. Wumu nodded and suggested, find a place to experiment with these 2 methods. If they do not yield results, return to me, and I shall assist you with the first approach. Ganis nodded once more, while Wumu continued, if you find yourself hungry, come here, there is an abundance of food. With that, Wumu ventured deeper into the house. Upon arriving at an open area, he began to contemplate the techniques he had mastered. In addition to being proficient in the martial art of Baji Quan, he had also devised 3 formidable energy techniques, the Hunyuan wave, the divine wind wave, and the star-shattering wave. Each of these techniques possessed its own unique strengths. The Hunyuan wave and the divine wind wave were particularly powerful, while the star-shattering wave exhibited unparalleled penetration ability. At that moment, Wumu realized he lacked a technique with exceptional cutting power. The Qi Yuan slash from the original text seemed suitably potent, and he resolved to endeavor to master this skill. Furthermore, through transactions with the Adrat Star and the Divine Dragon, he had acquired special abilities such as teleportation, telepathy, mind communication, healing arts, and force separation techniques. He also possessed the energy blasts and the training methods for the King Fist obtained from the King of Worlds. Contemplating this, Wumu stroked his chin and mused. If I could master a cutting skill and further refine the energy blasts and the King Fist, my strength would ascend to new heights. While his current teleportation relied on natural energy sensing, it appeared he still lacked something to achieve the caliber of the King of Worlds' teleportations. This matter would have to be set aside for the time being. Subsequently, Wumu raised his right hand, and a vortex began to coalesce at the center of his palm, swirling and gradually solidifying. Observing the vortex in his palm, Wumu furrowed his brow, noting its resemblance to a spiral sphere, indicating that further energy compression was required. After several attempts, he finally formed a disc-shaped vortex in his palm. Raising his hand above his head, the vortex expanded further, and he decided, I shall name it the Spiral Slash. He spoke, casting forward. The Spiral Slash swiftly flew out, then returned in a graceful arc. Wumu quickly gathered the primordial wave to strike at the returning Spiral Slash, and at the moment of contact, the primordial wave was precisely sliced apart. Wumu caught the returning Spiral Slash, and with a gentle squeeze, crushed it, nodding in satisfaction at its impressive power. He then retrieved the cultivation method of the energy bomb, intending to absorb energy in a manner reminiscent of the mystical realms, creating a cultivation technique akin to that of the Dragon Ball universe. According to the King of the Worlds, this natural energy of the Dragon Ball realm appeared alongside the universe, and absorbing it could overwhelm the body. Deities like the King of Worlds, although possessing a life level above ordinary beings, could only be considered demigods, as they had yet to attain the realm of the god of destruction and thus could not absorb such high-level energy. In contrast, the god of destruction could accomplish this effortlessly. The reason energy can elevate one's life level is due to its amalgamation of high energy levels and vital essence, thereby enhancing the body comprehensively, allowing one to transcend the limits of mortality. In the original tale, Sun Wukong inadvertently absorbed the energy bomb, subsequently reaching the state of the ultimate intention, indicating an intrinsic connection. However, Wumu did not intend to merely replicate this process. In his previous life's fantasy novels, cultivators often enhanced themselves through the circulation of energy, while Wumu now utilized his heart's golden core to continuously intake and expel energy, filling his entire being with it. Despite the inefficiency of this method, as the heart primarily governs blood circulation, the energy could traverse this pathway, albeit insufficiently. Wumu resolved to attempt unblocking his meridians to establish a complete circulatory system. Wumu seated himself in a lotus position, meticulously studying the energy absorption process recorded in the king's texts, finding the method rather simple, merely sensing the abundant energy in nature, attracting it towards himself, and then inhaling and exhaling it. Regarding the meridians, Wumu had garnered knowledge during his martial arts training in his previous life, and energy existed not only within this temporal space but in any corner of the universe. Closing his eyes, Wumu began to absorb energy, a process reminiscent of his instantaneous movement technique, and he quickly grasped the essentials. Energy flowed towards him ceaselessly, the white energy being inhaled through his nostrils. Wumu held his breath, controlling the energy to circulate within his body. Beads of sweat began to form as he labored for a quarter of an hour, exhaling deeply before repeating the process. Chapter 57. Ganesh transforms. Arrogance and pride. Ganesh found an open space and began attempting to trigger the transformation into a Super Saiyan. He endeavored to invoke transformation through the utmost fury, as instructed by Lord Ebony. Lord Ebony had emphasized the necessity of profound anger. With a hint of hesitation in his tone, Ganesh assumed a martial stance, his hands clenched into fists, and his entire physique tensed with anticipation. He closed his eyes, and a series of anger-inducing memories surged within his mind. His body involuntarily began to unleash an energy, and the surrounding air was stirred into a tempest by the aura emanating from him, causing his hair to rise with the currents. Ganesh continued to roar, and as his cries intensified, the energy within him grew ever stronger. Were it not for the blankness of the spirit time house, devoid of any reference, an outsider could nearly tangibly sense the immense power that Ganesh was unleashing. Finally, as the prolonged roar subsided, Ganesh gradually ceased his outburst. His hair fell back down, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. Was it still insufficient? Perhaps the trials he had endured were not ample enough, for I do not harbor enough anger within me. Towards Lord Ebony, I feel nothing but gratitude. Were it not for his assistance, I might still be struggling to survive on some desolate planet, far from the strength I possess today. Ganesh gazed at his palms, murmuring to himself, "It seems I must attempt another approach." Unwilling to accept defeat, Ganas closed his eyes once more, maintaining his previous posture, and concentrated his thoughts on his lumbar region. Soon, the energy within him began to surge wildly once again. Ready to erupt, his hair began to flutter, transitioning from ebony to a lustrous gold, before reverting once more to black. Ganas let out a thunderous roar. His eyes wide open, revealing only the sclera, his expression grotesque. His garments trembled violently in response to the surging energy, as the power around him coalesced into a radiant golden hue. Ultimately, his hair settled in a striking golden stance between black and gold. The roar ceased, and Ganas straightened his body, gazing intently at his hands. Is this the might of a Super Saiyan? This overwhelming force makes me feel invincible. Haraha. Ganas laughed boisterously, a hint of arrogant malice lacing his mirth. Gradually, he ascended into the air, soaring towards the horizon in search of the figure of Omu. Lord Omu. I am on my way. Ganas smirked wickedly. Meanwhile, Omu was meditating, absorbing and channeling vital energy, as a meridian slowly opened within him. At the current pace, it would take half a year to open a single meridian, requiring a total of 6 years for all 12 primary channels. By then, the small heavenly cycle would be established. Staying in this time chamber for 2 years while 4 years pass outside coincides perfectly with Radit's arrival on Earth. Omu mused to himself. He suddenly sensed a formidable aura emanating from afar and smiled faintly. It seemed that Ganas had succeeded, transforming at a speed even swifter than anticipated. At this early stage, the two of us could be deemed the strongest in the universe. With Cell and the androids yet to make their appearance, the most powerful beings at present were indeed the father and son duo, Frisia. Wumu rose to his feet, his gaze firmly fixed on the approaching figure of Ganas, assuming he was coming to deliver good news. However, upon Ganas' arrival, he swiftly raised his hand and unleashed several golden energy blasts, hurtling directly towards Wumu. Furrowing his brow, Wumu waved his hand, conjuring a spiraling slash that clashed violently with the energy waves, resulting in a thunderous explosion. A cloud of smoke erupted between them as the spiral slash sliced through the haze, hurtling towards Ganas. With a narrow escape, Ganas managed to evade it, though a few strands of his hair were severed. In his heart, Ganas cried out in disbelief, "Impossible. How could this be? I have become so powerful." In a state of astonishment, he suddenly plunged downward, with Yuwood soaring towards Ganas. Observing Ganas' current form, Yuwood instinctively realized that his adversary had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and an inner arrogance began to swell within him. Ganas, a pure-blooded Saiyan, had cultivated his mind over the past few years, tempering his temperament. Yet the newfound strength remained insufficient to quell his inherent hubris. Yuwood contemplated that this was a prime opportunity for him to gain clarity. For Yuwood, facing an enemy with a combat power exceeding 100 million was a trivial matter, as his own vitality had surged significantly, bolstered by the ever-increasing energy provided by his heart each day. In a brief moment, their fists collided, the resulting shockwave of energy radiating outward, tousling their hair in the process. "How can you be so powerful?" Ganas exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, before clenching his teeth in frustration. "Impossible. A Super Saiyan should be invincible." Before he finished speaking, he continued to unleash a barrage of punches. Wumu effortlessly deflected Ganas' strikes and remarked, "Are you satisfied with merely becoming a Super Saiyan? There is still a second phase to consider." Ganas halted his assault, suspended in midair, lost in contemplation. Wumu continued, "While transforming into a Super Saiyan may double your energy, it dissipates just as swiftly. Your heart may swell with arrogance. Yet you must learn to maintain inner tranquility in such a state. Only then can you achieve the full potential of a Super Saiyan. I can guide you into the next phase." Gradually, Ganas emerged from his shock. Despite his reluctance, he gazed intently at Wumu, expressing his desire to test his strength. Wumu inwardly chuckled, realizing that gentle persuasion had proven futile. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving Ganas wide-eyed and searching the surroundings. As Wumu's aura was undetectable, Ganas endeavored to catch a glimpse of him with his naked eye. However, Wumu had silently appeared behind him, delivering a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground, causing tremors that rippled through the air. Immediately, Wumu followed with a foot planted firmly on Ganas' chest, eliciting a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. Ganas' body contorted in agony, resembling a shrimp dumpling, as he gasped and expelled a mixture of bile and blood. Soon after, his hair reverted from golden to its ordinary black hue, and he lay on the ground, panting heavily. Wumu stood nearby, his gaze indifferent, casually tossing a senza bean that landed quietly beside Ganas. He struggled to move his left hand, trembling as he grasped the celestial bean and swallowed it. In an instant, his injuries were healed. Ganas exerted himself to rise, gazing down at Lord Omu. Chapter 58. The formal acceptance of Ganas. Lord Omu. Ganas attempted to defend himself. However, Omu raised his hand gently, interrupting Ganas' words, his tone calm and unperturbed. There is no need for excessive dialogue. It appears that you still harbor some resistance within. The state of a Super Saiyan merely amplifies the voice of your innermost thoughts. If you cannot confront your heart, I would not hesitate to remove you. To me, the presence of followers holds little significance. Even the cultivation of new followers would be a mere trifle. Do you comprehend my meaning? Omu's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed intently upon Ganas. Ganas lifted his head, parted his lips, and ultimately let his shoulders droop in resignation. I understand. Lord Omu. Omu cast a glance at Ganas, shaking his head lightly, and casually tossed him 2 mental fruits. If you are able to follow me diligently, I shall not treat you poorly. The strong you see now may be forgotten in a few years. If you wish to avoid being discarded, you must demonstrate your resolve and awareness. At that moment, Ganas' determination solidified within him, reflecting inwardly, yes, without Lord Omu, I might still be struggling at a power level of 12,000. Thus, Ganas nodded emphatically. I understand, Lord Omu. I now know what I must do. Omu displayed a hint of a smile. Since you have grasped this, spend this time practicing your transformation in the previous location. Endeavor to live in the state post-transformation, allowing your heart to find peace. Do not disturb me unnecessarily. As for your meals, manage them yourself. Understood, Lord Omu. I shall take my leave now, Ganas replied. Omu waved his hand, and Ganas transformed into a beam of light, soaring back to the place where he had previously practiced. Omu watched Ganas depart, a complex light flickering in his eyes. I hope you truly comprehend this. Without wisdom, you lose your worth. After a moment of contemplation, Omu resolved to temporarily set aside his energy cultivation to refine his usage of the King's Fist. The King's Fist could unleash one's potential in a short span, resulting in formidable combat power. However, its aftermath left the body aching, akin to the effects of adrenaline. Yet, this method could not be relied upon indefinitely. As my life level continues to evolve, I must maintain the perfection of my body and improve upon this detrimental technique. Omu mused to himself. The 8 gates technique from my previous life, as seen in Naruto, is quite impressive. It seems to unseal latent vitality in exchange for temporary strength. Yet, for now, relying solely on energy cultivation is sufficient to confront all impending foes. Deep in contemplation, Yumo finally shook his head. What concerns me is the possibility of confronting Beerus in over 20 years. By then, I might attain a similar level of existence, reaching the divine tier. Yet, even so, there remains a disparity in divine powers. After all, Beerus, as the mightiest god of destruction, has cultivated his strength for billions of years. If I cannot significantly enhance my abilities in a short span, it may prove challenging to catch up. However, will the Kaioken truly be effective by that time? Yumo finds himself unable to grasp the answer. At that moment, a fleeting spark of inspiration flashed by. He suddenly realized that each time he practiced breathing exercises, a portion of his vital energy dissipated into the air. What if he could harness and store this released energy, allowing him to unleash it when necessary? With this thought in mind, he resolved to act without hesitation and began to put his idea into practice. He settled into a cross-legged position, initiating the flow of vital energy. As this energy coursed through his body, it navigated the meridians, with a portion escaping through his pores. The ebony would swiftly directed this energy towards his spine, allowing it to gather there. Over time, one of his vertebrae began to transition from white to a mesmerizing blue-white hue, exuding an aura of mystery. In this manner, the ebony would not only maximize every ounce of vital energy, but also continuously unblocked the meridians and fortified the spine. As his cultivation deepened, he sensed a gradual enhancement in his physical constitution, filling his heart with joy and excitement, which spurred him to devote himself even more fervently to his practice. The vital energy surged around him like a tidal wave, forming a spherical blue halo that enveloped him completely. Sitting at the center of this luminous sphere, as it slowly ascended, it appeared from a distance like a shimmering orb of energy. In the sacred training space of the mental time chamber, time passed inexorably. And before long, half a year had elapsed. Yuwood gently opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He had finally unblocked a meridian, and among the 26 vertebrae, 7 had been enriched, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his strength. He mused to himself, pride evident in his tone. According to the calculations of combat power, my strength should now exceed 270 million. This single meridian has granted me an increase of over 50 million in combat power. Such a surge is indeed gratifying. He then surveyed the surrounding sphere of vital energy, feeling a hint of surprise. However, he quickly grasped the reason behind it and dismissed the thought, closing his eyes once more to resume his cultivation. In this mental time chamber, every second was invaluable and could not be squandered. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ganas maintained his Super Saiyan form, seated at the dining table, voraciously indulging in food, with 7 or 8 stacks of empty bowls piled around him. He pondered, uncertain of Yuwu's progress in cultivation. I am significantly stronger than before. Since my injuries healed 6 months ago, my power has seen a slight increase. I am gradually acclimating to this transformation state, but I wonder how far I am from reaching full power. As Ganas dined, he engaged in quiet contemplation. Over the past half-year, he dedicated considerable time to familiarizing himself with his transformed state, ultimately maintaining it consistently. Initially, he often exerted excessive force when handling objects. But gradually, he mastered the art of delicately managing his actions, now able to conduct daily activities with remarkable ease. Beyond merely eating and sleeping, he continued to hone his combat skills and cultivate his mental prowess while remaining in this state. Upon finishing his final bowl of rice, he rose slowly and walked to a nearby clearing, where he settled cross-legged, immersing himself in the practice of mental cultivation. Following his meal, he intended to complete his spiritual training before once again dedicating himself to the practice of martial techniques. Thus, within the confines of this temporal sanctuary, Ebony and Ganas cherished every fleeting moment, transcending their former selves through relentless training. Chapter 59. The conclusion of training and a surge in power within the secluded expanse of the temporal sanctuary. Ebony and Ganas were deeply engrossed in their cultivation, as if the passage of time outside held no relevance to their realm. At last, as this period drew to a close, Ebony gently opened his eyes. He sat cross-legged in midair, the surrounding spheres of primordial energy having vanished without a trace, replaced by a silvery aura emanating from his being. This ethereal glow reverberated through the vast expanse, illuminating his silver eyes and hair, which had also transformed into a lustrous white. The stark contrast between his flowing silver locks and the dark martial attire created a striking visual impact. Over the past 2 years, his hair had grown to cascade down to his shoulders, and a light stubble adorned his cheeks, bestowing upon him an air of maturity and composure. Excluding the time spent in the spirit time room, he was now 23 years old in the real world, 5 years senior to Sun Wukong. A profound sense of accomplishment filled his heart as he reflected on his cultivation achievements. He had successfully opened 4 meridians, with all 26 segments of his spine now infused with primordial energy. Each liberated segment doubled his combat power, leading to a staggering potential increase of 26-fold upon complete release. Nonetheless, he pondered whether it could synergize with the Kaioken technique, and if so, further improvements to the technique would be necessary. Currently, his combat prowess had reached an astounding 500 million, with 200 million gained through the enhancement of his meridians, while the remainder stemmed from the energy provided by his heart during this period. Gradually, he rose to his feet, floating in the air, his long hair billowing in the wind. He glanced at his flowing locks before binding them with primordial energy, leaving 2 wisps to dance gracefully at his forehead. This gesture served both to facilitate combat and to reveal a hint of his untamed spirit. His gaze drifted towards the horizon as he contemplated. It's time to see how Ganas is faring. I must depart from this place. He gently placed his fingers on his forehead, briefly sensing his surroundings, before employing instant transmission, causing his form to vanish in an instant. This action was partly a tribute to Sun Wukong, as using such a technique was a spontaneous whim for him, unnecessary for his usual endeavors. At Ganas' training ground, he materialized slowly, enveloped by an intense aura that caused the ground to tremble slightly from the energy fluctuations. Ganas, in his Super Saiyan form, exhibited well-defined muscles under the brilliant light, his eyes closed in deep concentration as he harmonized the energy within him, seemingly merging with the surrounding air. Standing to the side, a faint smile graced Ilmu's lips as he softly remarked, "It appears he has fully mastered the full power of Super Saiyan. How goes your training, Ganas?" His voice interrupted Ganas' focus. Upon hearing the voice, Ganas gradually opened his eyes, unleashing a powerful aura that enveloped the vicinity. He turned around, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Lord Ebony, I have maintained this form until now. Is it full power?" His voice was laced with anticipation and uncertainty. Lord Ebony nodded, a glimmer of acknowledgement in his gaze. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan at full power. It appears you have achieved perfect control over your energy, and your mind is truly at peace. His words were imbued with admiration. Ganas, with a hearty grin, scratched his head and replied, "Yes, Lord Ebony. I have certainly endured my fair share of hardships." His smile bore a hint of pride, as if all the hardships he endured had transformed into glorious medals of honor. Ebony shook his head with a smile, saying, "You truly are one to take advantage while pretending otherwise, if you find it arduous. I shall refrain from divulging the details of the second phase." His tone was imbued with a hint of mockery, seemingly teasing Ganas. "Ah, no, no, no. I was merely jesting, Lord Ebony." Ganas hastily waved his hands, appearing somewhat flustered. Observing Ganas' demeanor, Ebony couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, we must take our leave, lest we find ourselves trapped here." Ganas nodded, but suddenly, as if recalling something, he curiously inquired, "By the way, Lord Ebony, it seems you haven't consumed any sustenance in the past 2 years, have you?" His eyes brimmed with concern and curiosity. Ebony shook his head, smiling as he elucidated. "I no longer require food to replenish my energy. However, I still yearn for delectable cuisine, though I would rather abstain from the offerings in this temporal chamber. Let us proceed. It is time to exit." Noticing Ganas' intention to further question him, he preemptively spoke and turned towards the exit. Ganas, observing that Ebony wished to avoid the topic, scratched the back of his head and followed suit, filled with awe at Ebony's mystery and might, while also brimming with anticipation and curiosity for the forthcoming second phase. Upon exiting the mental time chamber, the deity awaited them outside, taken aback by Ebony's appearance. Ebony and Ganas strolled leisurely to the deity's side, whereupon Ebony inquired with a smile, "Deity, have you been waiting here for us all this time?" The deity shook his head, his expression grave as he responded, "I calculated the time, and it seemed about the moment you would emerge, so I made my way here. By the way, what is this?" The deity gestured towards Ebony's silver-white hair. His tone carried a hint of perplexity, as though he were pondering how, upon entering, his hair was dark, yet now it had transformed to white. Those unaware might assume he had spent decades in the Hall of Time. Wumu offered a faint smile and waved his hand, exclaiming, "Ha, I am not entirely certain myself. It must be due to my cultivation. Nevertheless, I feel remarkably well." The celestial being nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and suggested, "Let us go. It is precisely mealtime. We should find something to eat." With that, he turned and led the way toward the plaza outside the temple. Wumu and Ganas followed closely behind, walking to the temple square. In the distance, Sun Wukong was voraciously devouring meat, with mountains of empty bowls conspicuously piled beside him. Beside him stood Mr. Bobo, clad in traditional Arab attire, with a complexion as dark as ebony. Ganas gazed intently at the food that Sun Wukong was consuming, then furtively glanced at the celestial being, seemingly on the verge of speaking yet hesitating. At that moment, the deity beckoned to Mr. Bobo, instructing, "Bobo, please prepare some food for these two as well." In the distance, Mr. Bobo turned his head, nodded, and promptly set about preparing the meal. Hearing the commotion, Sun Wukong lifted his head to see Yumo waving his oil-stained right hand and calling out, "Hey, Yumo." Yumo flashed him a smile. The celestial being then addressed Yumo and Ganas, saying, "Yumo, please hold on a moment. Bobo has gone to prepare the food." Yumo nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards Sun Wukong. Ganas quietly inquired, "Lord Yumo, is that individual the scion you mentioned before?" Yumo smiled and nodded, realizing the truth. Ganas chuckled softly, noting the absence of a tail and the individual's relatively low power, which rendered him inconspicuous. Suddenly, a sense of urgency surged within Ganas as he pondered. There was already a scion on this earth, and it appeared that Lord Yumo shared a cordial relationship with him, having previously offended Lord Yumo in the hyperbolic time chamber. It seemed imperative that he conduct himself with greater propriety henceforth, lest. He lifted his gaze towards Sun Wukong, a glimmer of resolute determination flashing in his eyes, as if he had made a significant decision. Umu turned his head to glance at Ganas, a hint of amusement crossing his features, thinking, "It seems he is not beyond redemption. Perhaps he should devote himself to learning on Earth." Even Vegeta from the original tale managed to turn over a new leaf. Your malice is not so profound, so surely you can too. Chapter 60. Umu? Umu and Ganas slowly approached Sun Wukong, taking a seat beside him on a stone bench. Sun Wukong was engrossed in devouring his food, his cheeks bulging, presenting a rather comical sight. With his mouth stuffed, he mumbled indistinctly to Umu, inquiring about the arrival of the pungent something. Oma chuckled softly, shaking his head as he gently reminded, "Speak less while eating, Yukong." He paused for a moment before continuing. 2 days ago, we arrived here to cultivate. Sun Wukong swiftly swallowed the food in his mouth, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face as he stretched lazily and remarked, this feels delightful. However, Wumu, you are indeed quite peculiar. Wasn't your original hair unappealing? Why have you suddenly changed it to white?" He curiously blinked, his gaze fixed on the ebony strands of hair. A twinge of helplessness swept through Yumo's mind as he muttered, "Do not rush. Changing hair color is not as frequent as you Saiyans do." With a shift in topic, Yumo could not suppress a couple of coughs, attempting to divert the conversation. "Ahem, let us not dwell on that, Goku. What are your plans after the martial arts tournament?" Son Goku's expression suddenly turned serious as he replied earnestly. During this martial arts tournament, the deity mentioned that the son of Demon King Piccolo would also participate. "I intend to resolve this grudge, and afterwards, I will continue my training." Yumo pondered for a moment, a glimmer of contemplation passing through his eyes. "I see, Goku. I have an idea. I wish to establish a martial arts school, enabling ordinary people to learn martial arts. Although I have not experienced the events surrounding Demon King Piccolo, I have heard tales of it. If ordinary people can master some self-defense techniques, it would certainly enhance their safety. I would like to invite you to be the instructor at my school." Son Goku scratched the back of his head, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. "Oh, may I come to train with you often?" Yumo nodded, smiling as he responded, "Of course." Upon hearing this, Son Goku beamed with a radiant smile. "Then I accept." Yumo reciprocated the smile, and the two sat there, watching as Son Goku continued to enjoy his meal. This decision was not made on a whim. During his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Yumo had already contemplated this matter. He understood that after traversing into the world of Dragon Ball, the narrative was no longer confined to the simplistic storyline of the original work, nor did he need to tread carefully in following its progression. Now, Yumo was no longer preoccupied with the threat posed by Frieza, for even Goku could contend with him alone. What truly concerned Yumo was the perspective of the higher deities, such as Whis and others. He could hardly believe that he had arrived in this world without the notice of its overseers. VES, in particular, was ever vigilant, observing the cosmic dynamics with keen interest. Thus, with the pressure from Frieza dissipated, Yumo resolved to embrace life in this realm. As for the divine, transcending those heights was not an immediate prospect. Therefore, he would relish life boldly and without reservation. After all, since his arrival in this world, he had been in a constant state of tension, honing his skills, and it was now time to unwind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden and crimson hues bathed the sky, casting a warm glow upon Yumo and Ganis. Mr. Popo approached with a tray laden with delectable dishes, presenting them before the two with courteous grace before stepping back a few paces. Yumo, with an air of elegance, lifted his utensils, savoring each exquisite bite with deliberate slowness, his movements unhurried, as though he were attending a solo performance dedicated solely to the palate. For him, this meal resembled a celebration of culinary artistry rather than a mere means of sustenance. In stark contrast, Ganis exhibited an entirely different demeanor. His manner of eating was reminiscent of Sun Wukong, voracious and hasty, driven by an overwhelming urgency. The food rapidly diminished under his assault, as if these delightful dishes were merely instruments for replenishing his energy. Their contrast is akin to the stillness and movement amidst a tempest, each exhibiting their distinct attitudes towards food. After the meal, Ganis, much like Sun Wukong, reclines on the ground, their bellies swollen and prominent, resembling small hills. Sun Wukong gently pats his abdomen, releasing a contented sigh. "Ah, you possess an impressive appetite. You are the second person I have encountered with such voracity." "The second one?" A sense of unease grips Ganis. Could there possibly be a Saiyan as well? He sat up, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Who is he?" "Ah." Sun Wukong rose to his feet, a glimmer of reminiscence sparkling in his eyes. "He was indeed a formidable character, known as a Chirolobe, and a very dear friend," he chuckled. "By the way, I am Sun Wukong. I am yet to learn your name," he asked inquisitively. Ganis fell silent for a moment, casting a glance at Sun Wukong before lowering his head in contemplation. He pondered silently. This individual is named Sun Wukong, which does not resemble a Saiyan name. And that Akairobe does not seem to be a Saiyan name either. However, Lord Omu has asserted that Sun Wukong is indeed a Saiyan, suggesting that there may be reasons for his abandonment or forgetfulness of his Saiyan identity. Ganis turned to look at Omu, who was observing them with a faint smile. Ganis then turned back, rose to his feet, brushed off the dust from his attire, and murmured to himself, "Well, this has little bearing on me. I am now a follower of Lord Imu, and my sole concern is to accompany him." He then addressed Sun Wukong. "My name is Ganis." At that moment, Imu stepped forward and said to Sun Wukong, "Very well, Wukong, focus on your training. I will attend the martial arts tournament when the time comes. We have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." Upon hearing the name Akairobe, Imu felt a stir within, recalling the destroyer of the mystical beings. He had previously devoted himself to becoming stronger, paying little attention to the original storyline. Now, he needed to hasten and check how many magical beings remained. Although Yuwood had acquired healing abilities, they could not compare to the rapid effects of the magical beings. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, and Yuwood addressed Mr. Bobo, saying, "Mr. Bobo, we shall take our leave now. Please inform the heavenly god that we can set off as soon as the martial arts tournament concludes." Mr. Bobo responded with a stoic expression. Yuwood and Ganis instantly teleported to Corinta, situated beneath the temple, leaving behind a tranquil atmosphere filled with contemplation. At Corinta, the Corinta sage stood nearby, contentedly munching on dried fish, while his small eyes scrutinized every detail. Not far from him, Tien Shin'an, Yamcha, and Krillin were earnestly immersed in their training. Their movements were fluid and powerful, each punch accompanied by the howling of the wind, each step resonating with a subtle tremor of the ground. Yachirobe appeared somewhat disinterested, lazily cradling a jar of senza beans, occasionally tossing one into the air only to deftly catch it again. At that moment, an unexpected distortion rippled through the air, and the figures of Ganas and Ubu suddenly materialized before the crowd. This unforeseen occurrence caused Tien and the others, who were engrossed in their training, to abruptly turn, their expressions brimming with alertness and curiosity. Yamcha and Krillin were particularly astonished, rubbing their eyes as they scrutinized Ubu's unfamiliar appearance. Krillin hesitantly spoke, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "You, Ubu?" Chapter 61. The Senza Beans Acquired. Ubu replied, his tone deep and laced with a hint of nostalgia. "It is I. Long time no see, Krillin, Yamcha." His gaze shifted, resting upon Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, and he nodded slightly. One of the remarkable aspects of the Dragon Ball world is that once an impression is formed through a meeting, and as long as the relationship is not too strained, there lies an opportunity to reminisce upon subsequent encounters. Krillin and Yamcha, upon hearing a familiar voice, could hardly contain their excitement, rushing over with eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Master Karen, too, diverted his attention from the fish jerky, slowly approaching to partake in the reunion. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of confusion. They were unaware of Yuwood's identity and could only wait silently, observing the unfolding scene. Yachirobe, indifferent to the circumstances, was solely preoccupied with the prospect of delectable food. Yamcha, eyeing Yuwood with a furrowed brow, inquired with perplexity, "What is going on with you? Why can't I sense your energy?" Krillin, equally anxious, nodded in agreement, pressing further, "Indeed, Yuwood, how much stronger have you become? Are you planning to participate in the martial arts tournament this time?" His voice carried a blend of anticipation and concern. Nearby, Master Karen quietly attuned himself to the inscrutable energy emanating from Yuwood, his gaze profound as if lost in contemplation. Yuwood shook his head, his demeanor calm, and reiterated the words he had previously shared with Son Goku. Upon hearing this, Yamcha and Krillin exhaled in relief, subsequently introducing Yuwood to Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, elucidating his identity. Yuwood also recounted the origins of Ganis. The group, upon hearing this revelation, was taken aback, astonished to learn that extraterrestrial beings truly existed. The immeasurable presence of Ganis left everyone in attendance in a state of awe. They marveled at the formidable power of Ganis, and their curiosity was further piqued by the strength of Ebony. Turning, Ebony gazed at the immortal Karen, his tone tinged with urgency. "Karen, how many celestial beings do you still possess?" At that moment, Yachirobe in the corner keenly caught the mention of celestial beings and hastily concealed the jar behind him, wishing to keep it hidden from prying eyes. Immortal Karen responded, "I believe there is still one jar left, though the yield has been rather insufficient in recent years." He turned to Yachirobe and urged, "Yachirobe, quickly reveal it." However, Yachirobe clung tightly to the jar, resolutely resisting, "I refuse. This is all mine." In a fit of anger, Karen rushed forward to wrestle the jar from Yachirobe, who howled in protest. Ultimately, Karen succeeded in seizing the jar, while Yachirobe squatted on the ground, a visage of dejection. Approaching Wumu with the jar in her arms, Karen said helplessly, "This is all there is." Wumu glanced down at the jar and then decisively declared, "Karen, I shall take 2/3. Karen nodded in agreement. Wumu gestured, and a silvery aura enveloped two-thirds of the celestial beings, forming a sphere that gradually diminished in size before being absorbed into Wumu's body. The onlookers were astonished by the miraculous display of Wumu's newfound abilities, as well as intrigued by the sudden emergence of such power. Although Ganas was taken aback, he quickly regained his composure, seemingly accustomed to the extraordinary. Wumu's training in the hyperbolic time chamber had clearly borne fruit. His desire to store energy within his spine endowed him with the capability to accomplish remarkable feats. Wumu then inquired of Krillin and the others, "What are your plans after the martial arts tournament?" Yamcha shook his head, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he murmured, "I haven't thought about it yet." In contrast, Krillin appeared resolute, crossing his arms and speaking with determination. "I may continue to stay with Master Roshi to keep him company." Din looked up at Tenshinhan, who exhibited a hint of confusion and hesitation in his gaze. He slowly began to speak. "I originally intended to establish my own sect, but now..." Before he could finish, a faint blush crept onto his face. For over 2 years, Lan Chi had remained by Tianjin Fan's side, a stark contrast to the events depicted in the original narrative. In this lifetime, Lan Chi persistently pursued Tianjin Fan, ultimately winning his heart. While Tianjin Fan diligently practiced in Kalinta, Lan Chi meticulously prepared meals below the tower, their lives imbued with warmth amidst the mundane. Day after day, Tianjin Fan was profoundly moved by Lan Chi's gentle and unwavering devotion. Of course, Lan Chi's dual personalities also introduced a fair share of complications into their relationship, leaving Tianjin Fan feeling somewhat helpless at times. He intends to seek the Dragon Balls in the future, wishing to separate them, hoping to resolve the troubles that beset him. Krillin and Yamcha, upon witnessing the bashful expression on Tian's face, exchanged a glance and could not help but break into mischievous smiles. Oh, they have cultivated here for many years and are naturally aware of the companionship between Lan Chi and Tianjin Fan. Observing this scene, Wumu felt a twinge of curiosity and turned to Krillin for clarification. "What is the situation?" Krillin elaborated on the matters concerning Tianjin Fan and Lan Chi. And upon hearing this, Wumu couldn't help but display a knowing smile. To his surprise, many who had once felt unfulfilled in their previous lives found resolution upon his arrival. Seeing this, Tianjin Fan shyly lowered his head, his ears flushed with embarrassment. The others, noticing his demeanor, erupted into laughter, filling the air with merriment. Afterward, Wumu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "I intend to open a martial arts school and hope you all will join as instructors." Goku has already agreed. Yamcha and Krillin exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Yamcha gently patted Krillin on the shoulder, nodding earnestly. "We have no objections. Since Goku has consented, we shall also participate." Krillin nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. Satisfied, Wumu turned his gaze toward Tianjin Fan, who stood quietly to the side, his expression calm as water. Yet his eyes shone with determination. After hearing Wumu's words, he gently stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding. "I have no objections either," Wumu declared. "Then it is settled. Do your best. I shall attend the martial arts tournament." Subsequently, Wumu turned to Master Karen and deeply bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Farewell, Master Karen. Thank you immensely for your previous guidance." His voice brimmed with sincerity and appreciation. Master Karen smiled and shook his head, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. "I have not contributed much. Your insights and strength should now surpass mine." Wumu shook his head, his gaze resolute and sincere. "Your assistance has been invaluable, laying the foundational stone for my journey." His words were imbued with profound respect and gratitude toward Master Karen. Chapter 62, Secrets of the Universe. Treasure hunting, where are we headed now? Ganas inquired, soaring through the azure sky, glancing at Wumu for direction. His voice floated gently in the wind, while the melodious chirping of birds occasionally resonated from the forest below. After bidding farewell to the immortal Karen, Yumo and Ganas departed from Karinta. Yumo's gaze was resolute, fixed upon the distant mountains, as if he had already envisioned their destination. They sought treasure, intending to present themselves before the king and subsequently establish a martial arts academy. Ganas furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "My lord Yumo, I hesitate to ask, but what is the true purpose behind the establishment of this martial arts academy? Do you not find it excessively laborious?" A glimmer of doubt flashed in his eyes. Ebony smiled subtly, a smile imbued with a touch of intrigue and profound significance. He did not directly answer Ganas' question. Instead, he countered with a query. "Ganas, having accompanied me for such a long time, you must have encountered numerous individuals and deities. Correct? How do you perceive your own strength now?" After a moment of silence, Ganas slowly replied, "If we adhere to your assessment that Frisia's combat power is a mere 120 million, then I must say I have surpassed him. As for the deities, while they are indeed enigmatic, they do not appear particularly formidable in my eyes." His voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty, as if he were perplexed by the matter concerning the ebony wood. Upon hearing this, Ebony's gaze deepened, as though he were transported back to a distant past. Frisia was indeed formidable, yet not in his current form. In ancient times, there existed a demon, controlled by a malevolent sorcerer. During that era, there was no being in the entire universe capable of thwarting him. He continued to recount the tale. Subsequently, the supreme deity of the universe, the king of all realms, emerged. Accompanied by 4 other realm kings, he valiantly confronted the malevolent sorcerer and the demon. Ultimately, at a harrowing cost, they succeeded in sealing the demon and vanquishing the sorcerer, leaving only 1 realm king remaining. Each word spoken by Umu was imbued with strength, as if he had personally experienced that fierce battle. Ganas furrowed his brow, gazing deeply at Umu, pondering the true extent of the demon's power. He inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of unease and curiosity. Ebony shook his head, admitting, "To be honest, I cannot ascertain the exact details either. However, I estimate that his combat power exceeds at least 26 billion. Should he unleash his full potential, the reverberating force would resonate throughout half the universe." Upon hearing this, Ganas' mouth fell agape, momentarily rendered speechless, his astonishment palpable. 26 billion? He echoed, waves of shock surging within him. Where, then, is the fiend Majin Bu sealed? Ganas swallowed hard, striving to regain his composure. Even the mightiest of deities has made sacrifices. Ebony shook his head again, his expression grave. I too am utterly ignorant of the precise location of the seal. He paused, his gaze piercing as it swept across Ganas' face. Yet, your earlier assertion is somewhat flawed. The Supreme Kai, though a high-ranking deity, is not the most formidable. Confusion marred Ganas' features, his brow furrowing. Not the most powerful deity? But you just said, Ebony interjected with a faint smile, interrupting Ganas' words. What I meant was that the Supreme Kai holds a lofty position within this universe, primarily responsible for creation rather than combat. Ganas appeared puzzled. What is the distinction? Ebony continued, in this universe, alongside the god of creation, there exists the god of destruction. The god of destruction is the true warrior. If he were to confront Majin Bu, the matter would be resolved with ease. However, the god of destruction is capricious and enjoys prolonged slumber, which is why he did not appear at a critical juncture. Ganas' eyes brightened, curiosity reigniting within him. Then, just how powerful is this god of destruction? He pressed eagerly. Ebony's demeanor grew more solemn, his voice low and resonant. His power transcends conventional measures of combat strength. We do not exist in the same dimension. Even if Majin Bu's combat prowess were to multiply 100-fold, he would remain incomparable to that enigmatic god of destruction. Indeed, he is the most potent entity within this universe. Ganas nodded, a glimmer of incredulity in his gaze, unable to fathom the vast secrets concealed within the universe. He gazed pensively into the distance, where stars twinkled, as if each celestial body were narrating its own tale. By the way, Lord Ebony, you have frequently mentioned this universe. Is it true that other universes exist? Ebony smiled enigmatically, shaking his head slightly, his eyes deep as the cosmic sea. Such matters will be revealed to you in due time. Now, let us return to your previous inquiries. He paused momentarily before continuing. Originally compelled by Frisia's pressure to swiftly augment my strength. In that process, I inadvertently forged a path to divinity uniquely my own. Now, I have far surpassed Frisia, and I need not concern myself with such matters any longer. Omu hesitated briefly before slowly speaking again. As for the gods of destruction, they remain exceedingly distant from us. In the short term, we cannot hope to reach such heights. During this period, I have been diligently training, and now, as I relax a bit, I wish to seize this opportunity to impart knowledge to others, while simultaneously revisiting and enhancing my own understanding, as the saying goes, reviewing the old to know the new. Ganas, feeling perplexed, furrowed his brow and inquired, Lord Omu, have you now ascended to become a deity? His tone was imbued with both awe and curiosity. Omu smiled gently and shook his head, not quite. While my life essence parallels that of a celestial being, I do not hold an official title. His voice was light, seemingly indifferent to this identity. Very well, we have arrived. No sooner had he spoken than his gaze shifted forward, revealing a vast expanse of ocean. The sea breeze caressed them, carrying with it a briny aroma, while the waves gently lapped against the rocky shore, producing a soothing symphony. Omo inhaled deeply and then unleashed a formidable aura, his form plunging into the surging waters like an arrow released from a bow. Prior to this moment, Omo had engaged in profound communion with the earth through his vital energy. The earth's spirit responded, revealing the hidden treasures buried deep beneath its surface or concealed beneath the sea. Now, Omu could confidently claim an intimate knowledge of many treasures on earth. Observing Imu's actions, Ganas, not wishing to lag behind, swiftly followed him into the ocean. The underwater realm was a kaleidoscope of wonders, with vibrant corals and seaweed resembling a fantastical forest, teeming with life. The marine creatures observed the two unexpected guests with curiosity, swimming or lingering in their presence. Omu and Ganas embarked on a treasure-hunting adventure beneath the waves, their silhouettes flickering in and out of view like two agile fish, freely navigating this uncharted aquatic territory. Chapter 63. How could this not be a win-win situation? In the profound, azure depths of the ocean, Omu and Ganas enveloped themselves in energy, resembling two pearls adrift in the deep sea. They meander through these uncharted waters, each movement of their limbs stirring forth a cascade of bubbles. Suddenly, Ganas' gaze becomes fixed. He points toward a nebulous shadow ahead, his eyes glimmering with the brilliance of newfound discovery. He turned to Ebony, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. Master Ebony, there lies a dilapidated vessel. Could it be the very site of the treasure we seek? Ebony's gaze sharpened instantly, and he replied in a deep tone, "Let us investigate." No sooner had he spoken than he cleaved through the waves, heading towards the shadowy silhouette, with Ganas closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the battered ship, Ebony's eyes roamed over the splintered planks and the tattered remnants of a flag. It was an ancient skull and crossbones, seemingly narrating tales of former glory now shrouded in desolation. A faint smile curled at the corners of Ebony's lips as he murmured to himself, "It appears we have found the right place. This must be the resting ground of the pirates' treasure." They ventured deeper into the bowels of the ship, where the underwater illumination was dim, and Uwood and Ganas could only rely on the radiance emitted by the energy orbs in their hands as they navigated the narrow passages. At long last, they arrived at the captain's quarters. The room was sparsely furnished, dominated by a wooden table at its center, behind which sat a skeletal figure, its garments long since decayed, leaving only tattered strips clinging to the bones. It was evident that this was the captain's remains, his final honor being the guardianship of these treasures. Beside him, 3 large wooden chests stood ajar, their surfaces rotting, with jewels and gold spilling from the crevices, glimmering enticingly. Ganas' breath quickened as he cautiously approached Uwood, whispering, "My lord Uwood, how shall we transport these treasures? The chest will collapse with the slightest touch." Uwood fell silent for a moment, his right hand slowly rising, a silvery glow emanating from his palm, sparkling like the stars above. With a gentle wave of his hand, the 3 wooden chests were enveloped in a silvery glow, slowly ascending until they hovered before Omo. "Let us proceed. The treasure is now secured." Umo turned, exuding an undeniable calmness, and glided outward. Ganas was still awestruck by Umo's prowess, scratching his head and blinking in disbelief. Is that possible? He then followed Umo, swimming toward the surface of the sea. The two surged forth like arrows released from their bow, breaking through the water's surface and momentarily suspended in midair. Droplets sparkled in the sunlight, as if the very air surrounding them had come alive. Umo, standing tall with piercing eyes, soared toward a nearby island. His figure traced an almost imperceptible arc across the sky. Upon reaching the island's heart, he paused, hovering in the air, his gaze sharply scanning the surroundings. "Ganas, descend and see if there is anything we can use to store this treasure." Umo's voice was firm and commanding, gesturing toward the 3 floating chests. Ganas nodded gently, his form gracefully descending like a feather onto the island. His landing was as silent as a whisper, akin to a nimble cat, disturbing not even a single fallen leaf. The island was enveloped by dense trees, bursting with verdant vitality. Ganas' footsteps resonated with an oddly jarring sound in this tranquil realm. His eyes scanned the surroundings with the sharpness of a hawk, seeking any potential clues or resources within this uncharted land. However, his initial exploration did not unfold as he had hoped. A slight furrow appeared on his brow as he sensed a hint of frustration. Yet, he did not yield to despair. Instead, he pressed deeper into the island with resolute steps. As he ventured further, a pair of crimson eyes glimmered in the underbrush, fixated intently on the silhouette of Ganas. These eyes belonged to a colossal creature of the island, silently observing the uninvited guest, poised to act when the moment called for it. Ganas sensed an unusual atmosphere permeating the air, and he instinctively slowed his pace, feigning nonchalance while his inner vigilance heightened. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled through the treetops, carrying with it an almost imperceptible low growl. In an instant, Ganas pivoted, only to behold a massive lion lunging toward him like an arrow. He swiftly seized the lion's forepaw, and with a powerful motion, the immense creature traced an arc through the air before crashing down and splintering several trees. The lion rose to its feet, shook its head, and defiantly charged at him once more. Confronted by the lion, Ganas was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. He hesitated to employ excessive force, fearing that a moment's carelessness might reduce this majestic being to mere ashes. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his gaze as he spotted the lion, and his mind was already contemplating how to exploit the creature's pelt. He instantly appeared above the lion, forcefully pinning it to the ground, eliciting a reluctant roar of defiance from the beast. With remarkable swiftness, Ganas severed the lion's head with a precise strike, silencing its cries. Subsequently, he commenced the meticulous task of handling the lion's carcass. He carefully peeled away its pelt, then employed a unique energy to incinerate the fur, ensuring that no trace remained. The evening glow on the horizon blazed like blood, and in the twilight's embrace, Ganas discovered several resilient vines. His hands, as nimble as dancing flames, deftly intertwined the vines into a rope, subsequently stringing together the lion's hide to craft a bag that was both rugged and utilitarian. The texture of the bag was coarse, exuding a primal beauty, as if one could still sense the majesty and strength of the lion in its lifetime. Ganas caressed the freshly completed bag, a flicker of satisfaction and concern shimmering in his eyes. He murmured softly to himself, "This should suffice, right?" Then he lifted his gaze towards the vast sky and called out loudly, "Lord Ebony, I have procured a leather pouch." Soon, a gust of wind arose, and the figure of Ebony descended from the clouds, gently alighting upon the ground. His gaze first fell upon the enormous leather pouch before shifting to the skinless corpse of a lion. "Well done." Ebony's voice resonated, ethereal and nonchalant, yet imbued with affirmation. As his words echoed, he gracefully waved his arm, and the 3 wooden chests nearby seemed to succumb to an unseen force, shattering instantaneously. Gold, silver, and jewels cascaded down like a waterfall, each treasure glimmering with resplendent brilliance in the light of the setting sun, akin to stars scattered across the earth. Ebony waved his palm once more, and a silvery energy surged forth from his hand, agile as a living vine, deftly collecting the treasures from the ground and gently depositing them into the pouch beside him. Ganas stood by, his eyes fixated on every movement until the last treasure nestled securely within the leather pouch. He then secured the mouth of the bag tightly with rough vines, shouldering the heavy leather pouch and feeling the weight of the treasures within. "Let us proceed. It is time to meet the king and discuss the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy." Omu's voice was calm as still water. Ganas merely nodded, a sense of confusion stirring in his heart, uncertain whether the king's approval was necessary for establishing such an academy on Earth. Yet he understood that following Omu was the right course. The 2 figures gradually ascended, soaring towards the direction of the Kaislu Palace. During their flight, however, Omu's thoughts wandered elsewhere. He hoped the king would assist in promoting the martial arts school, not to establish any form of power, but simply to earn a modest income through his own abilities, as a means to repay his ever-supportive Uncle Marlowe. In this era dominated by the technological giants of the Bulma family, the inventions of ordinary individuals went largely unnoticed. Thus, Wumu saw his only opportunity to make a living through the establishment of a martial arts school, leveraging his expertise in martial arts. Furthermore, he did not intend to personally oversee the instruction extensively, as Ryukong and other friends would suffice in imparting the martial skills and combat experience. A glimmer of cleverness and foresight flickered in Wu Mu's eyes. He understood that, within the original narrative, Ryukong and his companions did not earn any income. By inviting them to work at the martial arts school, he could not only assist them in improving their lives but also enhance the reputation of his establishment and attract clientele. Indeed, this was a win-win situation. Wu Mu mused to himself, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Chapter 64. Audience with the king. The vast expanse of the Great Plains was open and unyielding, strewn with stones, reminiscent of a desolate battlefield. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth, while the air was thick with a parched scent, as if even breathing invited the friction of sand grains. Amidst this silent wasteland, a 16-year-old youth diligently threw punches, sweat trickling down his cheeks, falling onto the arid ground, vanishing without a trace. This was the grown-up Xiao Jia. Over a year ago, Bulma and her companions had wished upon the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who perished during the battle with Demon King Piccolo, and thus Shao Jie was reborn. Since that moment, he had embarked on a quest to discover ways to become stronger. Hey ha! Hey ha! Shao Jie shouted as he punched, seemingly using his voice as motivation. Each strike sliced through the air, and every kick left deep imprints in the earth. His movements were swift and powerful, as if he sought to shatter the very atmosphere around him. Shao Jie paused, gazing into the distance, his brow furrowed. He recognized that he was still not strong enough, far from being able to contend with the monstrosity of 3 years prior. Despite his awareness of the existence of masters such as Master Rashi, Sun Wukong, Tian Shinhan, and Wu Mu, he found himself unable to locate them. Not strong enough. I'm still not more powerful than that monster from 3 years ago. Shao Jie gritted his teeth, fists clenched, knuckles turning white. His heart was filled with resentment and fury, and the sense of helplessness still lingers, causing him to tremble with unease. He reminisced about that brutal battle, feeling utterly powerless before the might of the Demon King Piccolo. The sense of helplessness still haunted him to this day. Each recollection of that scene gripped his heart as if ensnared by an invisible hand, rendering him breathless. Little Jet continued to throw punches, his clothes drenched in sweat, yet he showed no inclination to pause. Each of his punches was imbued with immense strength, and each kick resonated with unwavering conviction. Shao Jie's movements quickened, as though he sought to unleash all the pent-up resentment and fury within him. I must become stronger, he vowed silently, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. As time slowly passed, the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue across the sky. Yet, Shao Jie's actions showed no signs of abating. He was driven solely by a singular belief: to grow stronger, to attain greater strength. Not enough. I must be even stronger, he exclaimed, as if striving to release all his inner discontent. His gaze radiated tenacity and determination, reminiscent of an indomitable beast. At that moment, a wild gust of wind swept through, as if attempting to lift the entire prairie into the heavens. The grasses bowed low, seemingly paying homage to the fierce breeze. The stones in the stone forest, too, refused to yield, rolling and clashing with a deep, resonant sound. Shao Jie raised his arms to shield his eyes, struggling against the force of the wind. Through the gaps in his arms, he caught sight of 2 figures soaring swiftly across the distant sky. His eyes widened like brass bells, his mouth slightly agape, as he murmured in astonishment, "What kind of power is this?" He was aware that in this world, there were individuals capable of flight, as well as those who could wield the power of airwaves. Although he himself lacked such abilities, he had never contemplated that the pressure generated by those soaring through the sky could indeed reach the ground. The ones flying above were Omu and Ganis. They hastened their pace, resembling 2 meteors streaking across the heavens. Though they possessed the ability to teleport, Omu felt no sense of urgency. Instead, he chose to savor the exhilarating sensation of flight. The scenery below whizzed past them, and before long, Omu and Ganis found themselves hovering above the palace of Kaislo. They gradually descended before the gates of the royal palace, where 6 vigilant guards immediately raised their weapons in their direction. In the aftermath of the Dark Lord incident, the number of guards had increased, and their alertness had heightened. Although the guards were aware that their firearms posed little threat to superhumans, they dutifully stood their ground. One of the guards, with palpable tension, shouted, "Who goes there?" No unauthorized persons are allowed to approach. Garnaz glanced at Emu, who looked back at him in confusion. With a smile directed at the guards, he said, "We are martial artists from Earth, here to meet the king regarding matters of planetary protection." Upon hearing this, the guard used the intercom on his chest to call for the inner palace guards, reporting that 2 martial artists had arrived at the palace gates, seeking an audience with the king about safeguarding Earth. A voice responded through the intercom, "Continue to guard the entrance. I shall inform the king." Turning to Omu and Garnaz, the guard instructed, "You 2 wait here and refrain from any rash actions." Omu nodded, casting a curious glance at Garnaz, and remarked, "Garnaz, what kind of look is that?" Clearing his throat, Garnaz coughed softly and gazed at Omu with a mournful expression, saying, "My lord Omu, sometimes I wonder if you are too agreeable. When I first met you, you didn't seem so amiable. Am I not amiable?" Omu frowned, fixing his gaze on Garnaz, who trembled in fear. With his hands clasped behind his back, Omu replied, "You do not understand. I reserve my words for my enemies." Garnaz looked at Omu with eager anticipation, softly requesting, "My lord Omu, might you be a tad more cordial towards me in the future?" Omu shivered involuntarily at this, waving his hand dismissively. "Go away." The 2 engaged in light-hearted banter before the palace gates, momentarily easing the atmosphere. At that moment, The guard's intercom crackled to life, and he picked it up. Hearing the command, "Let them through. The king has granted them entry." Upon receiving the directive, all guards promptly holstered their weapons, swiftly forming an orderly line at the sides of the grand entrance, which they then opened. One guard respectfully addressed Omo and Garnas, saying, "Gentlemen, you may enter." As they stepped into the palace, the opulence of the surroundings unfolded before them. The palace was resplendent, adorned with intricate carvings and gilded decor, each detail showcasing the grandeur of the kingdom of Kaislu. They traversed the lengthy corridor, their footsteps echoing throughout the vast palace. At last, they arrived at a spacious hall. In the center of the hall, King Kaiser sat regally upon his throne, flanked by several ministers. Stepping forward, Omo introduced himself. "Your Majesty, I am Omo. And this is Ganas." King Kaiser bestowed a faint smile upon them, nodding to invite them to take a seat. "Please, be seated, gentlemen." His gaze lingered on Wu Mu for a brief moment, as if lost in reminiscence. "Wu Mu? The champion of the 21st martial arts tournament?" Wu Mu nodded affirmatively, responding, "It is I, Your Majesty." King Kaislu furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of perplexity in his tone as he inquired, "Why did you suddenly vanish? You did not participate in the 22nd martial arts tournament, nor did you emerge during the Great Demon King incident. What brings you here this time?" Wu Mu then recounted his adventures in the cosmos from 5 years prior, showcasing his formidable prowess. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "Your Majesty, the Great Demon King Piccolo is but a minor adversary. In the vastness of the universe, there are numerous malevolent cosmic bandits who specialize in seizing and trafficking habitable planets, possessing the strength to effortlessly obliterate an entire world." Ganas looked at Wu Mu with a sense of resignation. The king, taken aback, asked in a tone tinged with alarm, "How do you intend to protect Earth?" "I plan to establish a martial arts academy following this tournament, inviting formidable martial artists such as Sun Wukong to join. I will require Your Majesty's assistance in promoting this endeavor and providing some financial support, as these martial artists, engrossed in their training, are unable to earn a living." Wu Mu replied. A flicker of nostalgia crossed King Kaislu's eyes as he recalled the young boy who had vanquished the Great Demon King 3 years prior, a smile gracing his face. "Sun Wukong, indeed. I remember him well." He nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Was establishing a martial arts academy truly enough to safeguard the Earth? With unwavering determination in his eyes, Omo explained that while complete protection of the Earth might not be achievable, it would significantly enhance its martial prowess. The potential of Sun Wukong and his companions was immense. Through mutual growth, their strengths could be amplified. Ultimately, it was they who would defend the planet, with ordinary people benefiting from an added layer of security. King Kaislu paid little heed to the emphasis on their role in protecting the Earth. He merely nodded and remarked that after the martial arts tournament concludes, he would convene a speech, at which point he would announce this matter. Subsequently, Omo and the king meticulously discussed various details, with the king expressing great interest in martial artists and persistently inquiring, to which Omu patiently responded. Once all matters were settled, Omu and Ganas rose to bid farewell. King Kaisla smiled and nodded, watching them depart. Chapter 65, Tai Chi. Is this truly the residence of Lord Omu? Ganas stood before the quaint wooden cabin, his eyes reflecting a blend of astonishment and curiosity. His gaze swept across the modest little cottage, yet he could not help but marvel inwardly. Such a humble abode, indeed, was the residence of the esteemed Lord Ebony. They had just bid farewell to the king when Yuwood instantaneously transported Ganas back to his abode. The quaint cabin, nestled deep within the forest, enveloped by towering trees, exuded an air of tranquility and solitude. Yuwood pushed open the door and entered first, with Ganas following closely behind. The furnishings within the cabin were exceedingly simple, consisting merely of a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a modest bathroom. Nonetheless, the immaculate surroundings imparted a sense of comfort and warmth, as if tended to by a diligent caretaker daily. Ganas pondered silently. After our days of travel, how could this place remain so pristine? Yuwood turned his gaze towards Ganas and remarked, "It's just one bed. How do you propose we sleep?" Ganas scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. "I'm fine with it, Lord Yuwood. This bed appears sufficiently spacious. We could manage to squeeze in together." Yuwood raised an eyebrow, regarding him with a peculiar expression. "I am not accustomed to sharing a bed with a man." He gestured towards a corner of the room, where there was still space, instructing you to venture outside and fell a tree to craft a bed to place there. The ebony cabin, aside from the bathroom, boasted approximately 20 to 30 square meters of space, and adding a bed would not render it cramped. Ganas followed the direction indicated by the ebony, discovering that indeed there was room for another bed in that corner. He turned away with a hint of regret, exiting the dwelling. Ah, very well. Yumo sat on the edge of the bed, observing Ganna's despondent expression, unable to suppress a bemused smile. How curious that he felt a sense of loss. Fortunately, Yumo's humble abode was nestled in the mountains, surrounded by towering, verdant trees, making resource gathering quite convenient. Ganna approached a sturdy tree, gently placing his fingers against its trunk. In an instant, a circle of white light enveloped it, causing the tree to fall with a resounding thud. He skillfully caught the massive trunk and laid it down carefully. Contemplating the late hour, it would be prudent to avoid making too much noise, as there were villagers below still resting. Reflecting on the time spent with Yumo, Ganna couldn't help but marvel at his own transformation. In the past, such details would have been of little concern to him. Ganna pressed his palm against the tree, and with a flash of white light, the bark swiftly peeled away, branches snapping off the top, producing a gentle rustling sound. He meticulously cleared the fallen leaves and twigs, then began to shape the trunk into a bed with the energy he had gathered in his hands. The night was profound, with moonlight filtering through the leaves like scattered silver upon the ground, casting dappled shadows that exuded an air of tranquility amidst the darkness. At last, after enduring a long wait and toiling diligently, a simple yet sturdy wooden bed took form. Ganna gently lifted the bed, striving to make no sound, and cautiously made his way back to the cabin. He placed the wooden bed in a corner of the room, brushed off the sawdust from his hands, and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Yumo rose and approached the bed, scrutinizing it with a nod of approval. Very well, it's time to rest. After 2 years of relentless training in the time chamber, it was indeed time to unwind. With that, he returned to his own bed, lay down gently, and closed his eyes, as if instantly drifting into slumber. Ganna watched as Yumo succumbed to sleep, scratching his head before removing his oversized martial arts uniform. His tail swaying behind him, he extinguished the light, turned onto his side on the bed, feeling the firmness and coolness of the wooden structure. The room was serene, with only the occasional chirping of insects from outside. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, warm and gentle, draping the entire room in a golden veil. Yumo slowly opened his eyes, the restful sleep from the previous night leaving him with an unprecedented sense of comfort. Turning his head, he noticed Ganna already up, engaging in physical activity outside. Yumo stood and stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease. Stretching, he felt every cell in his body rejoicing. Good morning, Lord Yumo. Ganna greeted him enthusiastically upon seeing him awake. Good morning, Ganna, Yumo replied with a smile. The previous night had been the most restful he had experienced in years, rejuvenating both his body and spirit. Yumo surveyed his surroundings. The morning breeze caressed him. Birds chirped joyfully among the treetops, and the distant mountains were shrouded in morning mist, appearing both mysterious and serene. He turned to Ganna and said, There are numerous creatures in the mountains. Should you find yourself hungry, feel free to catch a few without concern for me. He then resumed his Super Saiyan form and attempted to fish. Ganna nodded in response, a flicker of excitement illuminating his face. He erupted with rage, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, a golden aura flickering around him. His gaze sharpened, and he seemed to be imbued with boundless power. Subsequently, he soared into the air, vanishing amidst the mountains and forests. In front of the door, Ebony stood still, taking a deep breath, savoring the refreshing coolness of the morning breeze brushing against his cheek. He stood with his feet slightly apart, as steady as a mountain, his hands gently raised, as if cradling an invisible cloud. He commenced his practice of Tai Chi, each movement flowing like a serene stream, unbroken and continuous. The first posture, the initiation. His ebony hands traced an arc before his chest, his body subtly sinking, resembling a trunk deeply rooted in the earth. His breath synchronized flawlessly with his movements, exuding an effortless grace. Each gesture encapsulated profound internal strength, as if it could harness the energies of the universe. The second movement, the wild horse parts its mane. His right hand extended slowly, while the left retracted, his body rotating as if a noble steed galloped across the prairie. His motions were both light and powerful, imbued with the rhythm of nature. In this moment, he seemed to merge with his surroundings, utterly focused, attuned to every subtle change. The third posture, the white crane spreads its wings, his arms unfurled like wings, his body leaning slightly forward, reminiscent of a white crane poised to take flight. In this instant, he felt an unparalleled tranquility and strength, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. The fourth movement, embracing the knee and twisting step. His right foot stepped forward, the left hand pressed down, while the right hand swept from the side, as if encircling a colossal tree trunk. His movements flowed seamlessly, each detail exuding strength and beauty. The fifth posture. Hands waving the pipa. His left hand drew an arc before his chest, while the right gracefully waved at his side, as if performing a melodious pipa piece. At this moment, he reached a new zenith of inner peace, as if engaging in a dialogue with the cosmos, experiencing an ineffable harmony and serenity. Gradually, his movement slowed, culminating in a concluding stance. His body leaned slightly forward, his hands frozen in the air like a robust sculpture, embodying strength and poise. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling. At that moment, his mind resembled a tranquil lake, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. He sensed the flow of energy within him, a sensation of fullness that instilled a profound sense of contentment and serenity. Gradually opening his eyes, his gaze became deep and serene, shimmering with a hint of silver light. The Eight Extremes fist had already reached a significant level of mastery. Now he awaited the day he could similarly perfect Tai Chi. For he had an intuition that new revelations awaited him. Chapter 66, Alaga learns Chi in the realm of Dragon Ball. Martial arts techniques gradually lose their significance in the latter stages of combat. It is the profound mysteries and the strength of energy that truly determine the outcome. As a traveler from another world, he brought with him the rich heritage of his previous life's martial arts into this Dragon Ball universe. By integrating the vital energy of this world, he devised a method to elevate the essence of life, transcending the initial realms of power. His choice to specialize in Tai Chi and the Eight Extremes fist stemmed from the fact that these martial arts not only boast a long and illustrious history on Earth but also encompass boundless profundities. He believed that once he thoroughly comprehended these profound principles, he might one day attain the realm of divine mastery and effortless skill. Subsequently, Wumu continued his practice. Gradually raising his hands to commence the execution of Tai Chi, his movements flowed gently like water, as though each gesture engaged in a delicate communion with the energy permeating the air. Silently reciting the mantra of Tai Chi, he became acutely aware of the energy coursing through his body. His breath gradually synchronized with his movements, leading him into a state of selfless transcendence. Tai Chi gives rise to duality. Duality births the four symbols, and the four symbols generate the 8 trigrams. Wumu silently contemplated. Immersing himself in the essence of Tai Chi, his motions grew increasingly fluid, as if he had merged with the cosmos. There were no discernible fluctuations of energy. The air around him swirled with his movements, forming miniature whirlwinds. However, as he completed several sets of movements, the tumult settled, and Wumu furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. He had diligently practiced the explosive power of Baji Quan at the beginning, and later refined his skills to achieve mastery. Yet despite mastering both the soft and hard aspects of Tai Chi, he pondered why he had yet to experience a breakthrough. He pondered deeply, contemplating the underlying opportunity within. Is it possible that the Tai Chi I have been practicing is incomplete? Or could there be an alternative mindset? Tai Chi, unlike other martial arts, boasts a multitude of distinct schools, of which Wumu is merely acquainted with one. Yet, this should not be the case. Wumu refuted, asserting that regardless of the style, the form of martial arts he is currently practicing is not erroneous. Whether it achieves mastery is merely a matter of proficiency and comprehension of the art. Just as Wumu was lost in thought, a sudden whoosh echoed from the sky. To his astonishment, Ganna soared back, cradling a colossal dinosaur in his hands. Thud. The dinosaur was heavily placed upon the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Gannas began to gather wood to ignite a fire, while Wumu gazed at the enormous creature, internally musing about the peculiar connection between science and dinosaurs. Despite his extended time here without encountering one, Gannas managed to capture one effortlessly. The original tale of Sun Wukong also resonates. When Gohan was trained by Piccolo, dinosaurs had become a delicacy exclusive to science. After relishing a sumptuous meal of dinosaur meat, Gannas maintained his Super Saiyan form and turned to fish. Wumu, standing atop the mountain, surveyed the picturesque scene below, contemplating a descent to visit Alaga, and to observe her progress in Baguazhang, while imparting knowledge about energy manipulation and the divine wind wave. The view below was serene and beautiful. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Alaga was practicing Baguazhang in a clearing, her movements both agile and graceful, each posture brimming with strength and rhythm. As Wumu approached, he admired her focused expression with quiet approval. "Alaga, how are you feeling today?" Wumu inquired with a smile. She halted her movements, wiped the sweat from her brow, and beamed with surprise. "Brother Wumu, you're back. I feel increasingly adept now. My strength has grown immensely." Wumu shook his head with a smile. "Since you feel more proficient, I shall begin teaching you to harness your energy today. Energy? Alaga asked, her face painted with curiosity. Indeed, energy, Wumu elucidated. You witnessed the martial arts tournament. The Kamehameha wave utilized by Sun Wukong and his companions is a manifestation of energy techniques. Do I possess energy as well? Alaga inquired. Absolutely. Everyone has energy, Wumu affirmed, gesturing for her to sit. Sit on the ground, place your hands before you, and envision the energy gathering there. Alaga complied, sitting cross-legged on the ground with her hands resting on her chest. Closing her eyes and striving to imagine the sensation of energy coalescing between her palms. Her brow furrowed slightly, and her cheeks gradually flushed, clearly focused on her endeavor. Alaga's face turned crimson, yet her hands remained still. Opening her eyes, a hint of defeat appeared on her face. Wumu approached her gently, offering reassurance. Do not be anxious, simply relax and gradually guide the energy within you. His voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, imbued with a hint of encouragement. Yali took a deep breath, striving to relax. She closed her eyes, feeling the soft caress of the breeze against her cheeks, accompanied by the rustling of leaves in her ears. Her breathing gradually steadied, and in her heart, she silently recited the guidance of the ebony. Endeavoring to focus her attention and sense the faint energy within her, time seemed to stand still in that moment, with only the whisper of the wind stirring the leaves. Ebony stood nearby, quietly observing. His gaze was both focused and gentle, as if he could see the changes occurring within Yali through her very skin. He sensed the energy within Alaga gradually converging. Though faint, it was beginning to take shape. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flickered between Alaga's hands, a symbol of the energy. Her heartbeat quickened, and her hands began to tremble slightly. She endeavored to harness that force, attempting to coalesce it within her palms. However, the energy seemed to possess a will of its own, pulsating restlessly. Calm down, Alaga, focus, murmured Umu, his gaze fixed intently on her hands. Alaga took a moment to steady her emotions, striving to quell her anxiety. At last, a small, round orb of energy gathered between her hands. A flicker of joy illuminated her face, and she silently celebrated her success. Yet, just as she relaxed, the energy orb suddenly expanded wildly, nearly eluding her control. In a moment of panic, Alaga's hands shook as if on the verge of explosion. Observing this, Umu swiftly stepped forward and propelled the energy orb into the air. Boom! The energy erupted, illuminating the sky with a brilliant burst, a sight both awe-inspiring and overwhelming. Alaga stood in stunned silence, a hint of fear creeping into her heart. Umu turned to her, his expression gentle. Do not worry, this is entirely normal. It is common for the first use of energy to be somewhat uncontrollable. Taking a deep breath, Alaga endeavored to calm herself. Umu, was that energy just now? Indeed, Umu nodded. This is merely the beginning. What you need now is practice to master it. For the subsequent month, under Umu's guidance, Alaga practiced diligently each day. Her progress was evident. From her initial unsteady energy to now being able to wield it with burgeoning proficiency. Once Alaga had a grasp on the energy, Umu began teaching her the art of aerial dance and the divine wind technique. Alaga, the key to aerial dance lies in the precise control of energy. You must concentrate the energy beneath your feet, then use its reactive force to suspend yourself in midair, Umu patiently explained, demonstrating the technique. Alaga watched intently, mentally noting every detail. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to mimic Umu's movements, focusing the energy beneath her feet as her body began to lift slightly off the ground. However, just as a sense of pride washed over her, the energy spiraled out of control, causing her to lurch forward, nearly toppling to the ground. Umu stepped forward to steady her. Take your time, there's no rush. Mastering energy requires patience and practice. Days passed, and Alaga's progress became increasingly remarkable. She had become proficient in aerial dance, even executing simple maneuvers in the air. With only 2 days remaining until the martial arts tournament, Umu advised Alaga. Balance your training with rest. Today, refrain from practice and take the time to rejuvenate at home. Chapter 67, The Eve of the Tournament Corinta. Solar Fist. Yamucha shouted loudly, his hands gathering energy in front of his forehead. In an instant, a blinding ray of light erupted, surrounding the area in a dazzling whiteness, as if the entire world had been consumed by this brilliance. Caught off guard, Krillin found himself unable to open his eyes against the intensity of the light. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, but it was too late. With a resounding thud, he was struck by Yamucha's fist, crashing heavily to the ground. Groaning in agony, a fleeting sense of regret flickered within him as he silently chastised himself for failing to anticipate that maneuver. Yamucha, you are resorting to underhanded tactics once again. Krillin's voice resonated with palpable anger and helplessness. As the brilliance gradually faded, Yamcha stood to the side. A wicked grin plastered across his face, his eyes glinting with mischief. He chuckled. This solar flare devised by Tien is truly effective. Tien and Kaiatsu soared in from a distance, landing beside them. Tien patted Krillin on the shoulder, his tone imbued with concern. All right. The martial arts tournament is set to commence tomorrow. Our skills have significantly improved. It's time we head back. Krillin rose from the ground, brushing off the dust. A glimmer of anticipation lighting up his face. Speaking of which, I wonder how Goku is faring. When he sees my current strength, he might be utterly astonished. Haha. Yamcha, with a mischievous smile, looked at Krillin, crossing his arms and teasing him. What astonishment. You can't even defeat me. At these words, Krillin's expression darkened as he retorted angrily. That's not true. You're the one who cheated. Tien chose to ignore their playful bickering. Turning his gaze towards the sky beyond Korin Tower, his mind swirling with thoughts. Goku, how much stronger have you become now? Have I managed to catch up to you? Meanwhile, the clouds in the sky drifted lazily, sunlight filtering through the layers to illuminate the ground, bestowing a tranquil beauty upon the entirety of Korin Tower. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a refreshing air, as if preparing for the impending martial arts tournament. Krillin stretched his limbs, the pain on his face gradually dissipating. He approached Yamcha, extending his hand. All right, Yamcha, this time you win. However, at tomorrow's martial arts tournament, I shall truly demonstrate my strength. Yamcha smiled as he grasped Krillin's hand, replying, Sounds good. I'll be waiting for you. But don't let me down then. Tenshinhan stood nearby, arms crossed and gaze resolute. Let us head back and prepare. Tomorrow is the day of the competition. Suddenly, an idea struck Krillin, and he suggested, how about we race using the flight technique to see who reaches Master Mateto first? Yamcha's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Hee, that sounds great. Tenshinhan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. You two go ahead. I have something else to attend to. What do you mean by something else? You just want to spend time alone with Launch, Yamcha teased, wrapping his arm around Tenshinhan's shoulder. Come on, let us go. We won't disturb him. Tenshinhan's face flushed instantly, leaving him speechless. Launch glanced at Tenshinhan and hesitantly said, Well then, I won't join you. A hint of despondency and reluctance resonated in his voice. Tien nodded in agreement, urging, You may go ahead. Subsequently, the four bid farewell to Master Karen, and Tien descended from the tower to seek out Launch. Meanwhile, Krillin and his companions began to stretch and prepare for the impending contest. Suddenly, Yamcha unleashed a burst of energy and soared out of Karen's tower. Krillin, wide-eyed, exclaimed, How infuriating. You dared to make a run for it. He and the dumplings hurriedly pursued. Ha. The sound of Yamcha's laughter echoed from a distance, replete with self-satisfaction. Karen leaned on her cane, a benevolent smile gracing her features as she observed the departing crowd. Suddenly, she turned to see a Kyrabai preparing to pilfer some fairy beans, and in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, You rascal, you too must leave. She rushed over and kicked a Kyrabai out of the tower. Landing on the ground, a Kyrabai stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and pouted, How stingy. It's just a few beans. Noticing Lanchi and Tianjin Fan gazing at him, he blinked his large eyes, scratched his head, and chuckled awkwardly, Ha. You haven't left yet? We were about to depart, and what about you? Tianjin Fan inquired, a hint of confusion and curiosity in his eyes. I'm just feeling cooped up and wanted to step outside for some fresh air, a Kyrabai replied, his eyes betraying a flicker of guilt. Tianjin Fan remained silent for a moment, saying nothing further, merely nodding, Very well, then we shall take our leave. He retrieved a versatile capsule from his pocket and gently tossed it. Upon striking the ground, it erupted into a small aircraft. Lanchi stood beside him, offering a subtle smile as she and Tianjin Fan boarded the plane. The engine's roar gradually intensified, and the aircraft ascended slowly, heading towards the direction of the Kame House. Meanwhile, in the sky, a fierce chase was underway. Krillin and Dumpling exerted all their might to pursue Yamcha, their figures leaving fleeting shadows in the air. Krillin silently lamented Yamcha's cunning nature. Glancing back, Yamcha spotted Krillin and Dumpling desperately closing in, a smirk of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he accelerated, his body shooting forward like an arrow, swiftly increasing the distance between them. Observing this, Krillin and Dumpling unleashed their full potential, their speed surging to match Yamcha's. As dusk enveloped the sky, the sun's dying rays cast a golden glow over the earth, cloaking the world in a resplendent hue. The Kame House stood serenely by the seaside, exuding an air of tranquility. Master Roshi sat leisurely on a chair outside, cradling a warm cup of tea as he gazed into the distance. Suddenly, he noticed three figures hurtling through the sky, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. "You have returned," he murmured softly. Krillin, Yamcha, and Dumpling landed gracefully, standing in unison before Master Roshi. "Master Roshi," Krillin addressed him respectfully, his voice tinged with excitement. Setting down his teacup, Master Roshi surveyed the trio and remarked, "It seems you have all made significant progress in tomorrow's tournament. Give it your all and hold nothing back. Let me witness the changes you have undergone over the years." They nodded in unison, their hearts brimming with anticipation and anxiety for the forthcoming competition. "By the way, where is Tianjin Fan?" Master Roshi suddenly inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. "He is flying the plane with Lan Chi," Yamcha replied with a chuckle, a teasing undertone in his voice. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi's expression froze, revealing a look of profound despair. Noticing the reaction, Krillin could not help but softly ask, "Master Roshi, are you all right?" He sighed helplessly, rose to his feet, and silently entered the Kame house, turning on the television before lying down to watch an educational film. Chapter 68. No Suspense. At the registration site for the World Martial Arts Tournament, a gentle rain fell from the sky, its delicate droplets creating an atmosphere that was both refreshing and tranquil. Master Roshi and his disciples stood patiently at the registration desk, awaiting their turn. Tien Shinhan and Krillin had already completed their registration and were engaged in casual conversation nearby. Not far off, a taxi came to a slow stop, and as the doors swung open, Puar and Bulma stepped out. Bulma was adorned in a form-fitting purple dress, her feet elegantly clad in high heels, a delicate umbrella in hand, and her lips painted in a vibrant hue, exuding a mature and captivating charm. Her entrance instantly captivated the attention of all present. Master Roshi stared at Bulma, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, his heart racing with excitement. "Wow, Bulma has truly become more beautiful." He could not help but emit a slight cough, endeavoring to mask his moment of embarrassment. Bulma approached Master Roshi, offering a gentle smile before turning her gaze towards Tenshinhan and Launch. She observed the pair standing closely, their faces adorned with playful grins, and teasingly remarked, "Launch, it seems you've captured his attention." Her voice carried a hint of jest. Tenshinhan immediately flushed, diverting his gaze elsewhere, while Launch erupted into laughter, declaring, "The man I set my sights on, no matter what, I shall pursue." Bulma stifled a giggle with her hand, her eyes shifting towards Krillin, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "Krillin, have you grown taller?" Krillin scratched his head, a proud smile illuminating his face. "Ah ha 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 ha." His vanity was immensely gratified. Bulma then inquired, "Has Goku not arrived yet?" The turtle hermit lifted his gaze towards the distant sky and replied languidly, "He should be on his way." At that moment, Yamcha leaned closer to Bulma, a smile gracing his face. "It's been a long time, Bulma." Bulma scoffed, her brow furrowed and her eyes brimming with discontent. "You still remember how to speak to me? I wonder what I saw in you back then. You abandoned me to pursue your training, and we haven't seen each other in years. Not even a phone call." Her tone was laden with resentment and reproach. Yamcha awkwardly scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. "Don't worry, it won't happen again." He endeavored to alleviate the atmosphere, remarking that they had encountered Yu Wu this time. He had undergone a significant transformation and was even preparing to establish a martial arts school, inviting me to serve as an instructor. Bulma's brow relaxed somewhat, yet her tone retained a hint of coldness as she replied, "So you two have met." Her gaze drifted into the distance as if reminiscing. Yu Wu was accompanied by an individual who was an alien, complete with a tail. Tianjin Fan remained silent, while Krillin and Yamcha appeared to have an epiphany. "Ah, I see now. I was wondering how Earthlings could transform into monsters," Yamcha mused, stroking his chin as if contemplating a profound mystery. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly pierced the air, and Yu Wu, alongside Ganis and the Ariga family, appeared before everyone with a swift movement. Yu Wu's arrival was like a bolt of lightning, instantly capturing the attention of all present. "Master Wu Tian," Yu Wu greeted the turtle hermit politely, then nodded to the others. His movements were graceful and fluid, as if every detail had been meticulously choreographed. Both the turtle hermit and Bulma were captivated by Yu Wu, whose long silvery hair shimmered brilliantly. Unable to contain herself, Bulma exclaimed, "The last time we met, you had short black hair. How is it possible that you've changed so much in just over a month?" Yu Wu smiled slightly, a glimmer of mystery in his eyes. "Perhaps it's just a boy's growth spurt." Bulma rolled her eyes in exasperation, muttering, "Oh please, a growth spurt." Clearly, she was reluctant to dwell on that topic for too long, and her gaze shifted to the lovely Ariga beside Yu Wu, momentarily dazzled. "What a beautiful little sister." Ariga smiled sweetly, responding politely, "Thank you, big sister." Her voice was as melodious as silver bells, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze that warmed the heart. Yuwood affectionately patted Ariga's head, his gesture tender and indulgent. Go and sign up. Joyfully, Ariga dashed off to register. Marlowe approached Yuwood, saying, Yuwood, we are off to book a hotel. Yuwood nodded, watching Marlowe depart before turning back to the others, his faint smile still in place. She is participating in the competition? Bulma asked, astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, do not underestimate her. She is quite comparable to a first-time competitor like Sun Wukong, Yuwood replied with a smile. Wait? That girl? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Yuwood nodded, just as he was about to elaborate further when his expression shifted, his gaze directed toward the distance. Here they come. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a figure approaching under an umbrella, walking with a steady and powerful stride. As the person lifted the umbrella slightly, a familiar face emerged. Grandpa, you come back to life. I'm so happy. And how is everyone? Could it be Wukong? Astonishment enveloped the crowd, their eyes brimming with disbelief. The ebony figure had already sensed Sun Wukong's presence, a faint smile gracing his lips. Krillin rushed to Sun Wukong's side, measuring their heights in surprise, exclaiming, Wow, you've grown so tall. Sun Wukong looked down at Krillin and replied with a chuckle, Krillin, it's good to see you again. You've changed so much. Oolong, standing nearby, marveled at the transformation, his eyes wide with wonder. Bulma gazed at Sun Wukong with a dreamy expression, softly murmuring, could this really be the little sun? In the distance, Yamcha observed Sun Wukong, noting a significant enhancement in his strength. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan beamed with excitement, eagerly stating, this is going to be an exhilarating showdown. Master Roshi stepped forward, clapping his hands, and said with a grin, all right, Wukong, go register. I've already booked the hotel. We can all catch up and relax later. Sun Wukong nodded, his face alight with joy, and hurried towards the registration area. Ubu and Ganis followed the crowd to the hotel, while Yalaga had already been taken away by Uncle Marlowe after registering. Along the way, Ubu intermittently sensed the combat abilities of all the participants. Quietly calculating in his mind, Sun Wukong, 726, Tien Shinhan, 281, Krillin, 248, Yamcha, 255, Chaozu, 190, Yalaga, 88, Chi-Chi, 92. Suddenly, Ubu detected a power level exceeding 100. And his brow furrowed slightly, filled with curiosity. He focused his mind and sensed in that direction, discovering a somewhat familiar face. Yet he could not recall who it was at that moment. Beside him, a green figure caught the attention of Umu, who concentrated his senses towards it. Bic, for 108. He mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he thought to himself that there seemed to be no doubt about Sun Wukong's impending victory. Chapter 69. The Peculiar Girl. The next day, after an enthusiastic exchange of memories, the group finally arrived at the long-anticipated martial arts tournament. Umbu and Uncle Malo's family chose to watch the competition from the audience, while Alaga had already gone to the preliminary contest venue, preparing to face the challenges ahead. Sun Wukong and his companions donned their brand-new martial arts uniforms, bidding farewell to Master Roshi before stepping into the grand hall of the tournament. The atmosphere inside was bustling with voices, vibrant and lively, as Sun Wukong and his group navigated through the crowd. Tianjin fans' gaze was suddenly captivated by a green figure in the center of the arena. His heart suddenly sank, and he exclaimed inwardly, how could it be him? Sun Wukong also noticed that figure. His gaze hardened and grew resolute, as he thought to himself, indeed, it is the Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo seemed to sense Sun Wukong's scrutiny. He turned his head, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a flicker of disdain gleaming in his eyes. Before he nonchalantly turned and walked away, Tien Shinhan approached Sun Wukong and whispered, Wukong, could that person be? Yes. Indeed, he is my family's caretaker. Sun Wukong replied humorously. He nodded, his eyes still fixed on Piccolo's retreating form. Indeed, that is the son of the Demon King Piccolo. However, he continued in a lowered voice, this matter must remain a secret, otherwise, it could cause quite a stir. At that moment, Krillin approached, his face a mask of confusion. Wukong, do you know that person? Yamcha could not help but interject. By the look of him, he doesn't seem like an ordinary individual. Sun Wukong turned around, feigning nonchalance as he replied, no, we merely find him quite formidable, right, Tien? Tien Shinhan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, managed an awkward smile. Unwilling to say more, Krillin and Yamcha exchanged bewildered glances, their minds brimming with questions. Just then, a gentle tap on the shoulder interrupted their conversation. Sun Wukong turned to find an adorable girl standing before him. She smiled sweetly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Sun Wukong. Taken aback, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, the girl's expression changed abruptly. She trembled slightly before angrily shouting at Sun Wukong, "You fool!" With that, she stormed away, leaving Sun Wukong bewildered. What was that about? Krillin watched her retreating figure with envy, exclaiming, "Wukong, you were truly lucky." Sun Wukong scratched his head, utterly perplexed by the situation. Tien Shinhan and Yamcha could not contain their laughter, lightening the atmosphere considerably. However, the sound of the pre-qualification bell shattered the momentary tranquility. Sun Wukong and the others swiftly approached the host to draw lots. Tien Shinhan communicated telepathically with Kaiatsu, instructing him to separate them into different groups. Kaiatsu nodded, closed his eyes, and quietly unleashed his psychic powers, resulting in each of them drawing lots for different groups. The preliminaries officially commenced. Tien Shinhan ascended the stage, facing off against a plump-massed opponent. As the match began, the two charged fiercely towards one another, their fists and feet colliding, filling the air with an intense atmosphere. Tien Shinhan was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Although there was something oddly familiar about him, he launched another assault, while his opponent struggled to respond, grumbling under his breath about the damned martial arts tournament that prohibited weapons. However, Tien Shinhan seized the opportunity and defeated his opponent with a single strike. He stepped forward with a smile and said, "Akalobe, so you meant breathing fresh air refers to participating in this competition." Akalobe's face flushed, and he glanced aside, muttering, "How dull," before rising and descending from the stage. Sun Wukong also encountered the girl from earlier. As the match commenced, she charged at Sun Wukong, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks like raindrops. Sun Wukong merely dodged slightly, confusion evident in his eyes as he asked, "Why are you so angry?" Upon hearing this, the girl's face turned even redder, her fury intensifying as she retorted, "Have you forgotten our promise?" "What promise do we have?" Sun Wukong inquired, bewilderment etched on his expression. "Let me remind you," the girl said through gritted teeth, "you promised that when I grew up, you would marry me." Sun Wukong scratched his head, even more perplexed. "What is a bride?" The girl, infuriated, stamped her foot, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Who are you, really? Please tell me." Sun Wukong asked curiously. "Humph. I will tell you once you defeat me," she huffed, adopting a fighting stance. "Very well, I shall commence my attack," Sun Wukong declared, preparing his stance and throwing a punch forward. The force of his blow rushed past, sending the girl flying off the stage, where she fainted upon hitting the ground. Meanwhile, other competitors were eliminating their opponents one by one, leaving only Dumpling embroiled in a fierce battle. Tianjin Rice stood at the edge of the stage, fists clenched, his gaze fixed intently on the arena. He gazed at his opponent, a surge of unease and panic swelling within him. "Master Tao Bai," he murmured, his voice tinged with a subtle tremor. Upon the arena, Tao Bai's figure appeared particularly ruthless and unyielding. Much of his body had been transformed into a frigid machine, shimmering with a metallic luster. He gazed coldly at the dumplings, his voice as frigid as ice. "You traitors have dared to betray the Crane Hermit School." Upon hearing these words, Dumpling felt a pang of guilt, his eyes dimming with sorrow. At that moment, Tao Bai launched a sudden attack, catching Dumpling off guard, and he fell to the ground. "Dumpling, do not let it trouble you," Tianjin Fan shouted from the sidelines, his voice resonating with unwavering determination and encouragement. "We have not betrayed the Crane Hermit School. We merely disagree with Master Crane's methods. We have not allied ourselves with the Turtle Hermit School." Tao Bai's gaze then shifted to Tianjin Fan, a flicker of anger and disdain crossing his eyes. "And you, young man," with a cold sneer, he declared, "once I deal with the Dumpling, I shall attend to you." The Dumpling, struggling to rise from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealed a glimmer of determination in his gaze. The battle between the two resumed, with the Dumpling exerting every ounce of his strength. Each punch and kick emanated immense power and resolve. Although Tao Bai was formidable, the Dumpling's relentless assault forced him into retreat. How can he be so strong? Tao Bai seethed with fury, unwilling to be subdued by a mere junior. Suddenly, he raised his mechanical arm, the metal gleaming with a chilling light, revealing an aperture. "Ding ding wave." Tao Bai roared, unleashing a golden energy wave that surged toward the Dumpling. Unyielding, the Dumpling extended a finger, his gaze unwavering as he shouted, "Ding ding wave." The two energy waves collided in midair, the resounding clash echoing throughout the arena. The forces were locked in a stalemate, each unwilling to yield an inch. "Ah!" The Dumpling bellowed, an explosive surge of energy erupting from within him, shattering the balance of the energy waves. His power swiftly suppressed Tao Baibai's attack, driving inexorably toward him. With a tremendous boom, Tao Baibai was hurled away by the overwhelming energy wave, crashing heavily to the ground. Unconscious. On the arena, the dumpling panted heavily, sweat trickling down his cheeks. He gazed at the fallen Tao Baibai, a complex swirl of emotions welling up within him. In this intense and fierce elimination round, after several rounds of fierce competition, the top 8 were finally determined. Xiao Jie versus Alaga, Klin versus Bic, Tianjin Fan versus Yamacha. Dumpling versus Sun Wukong. Chapter 70, Alaga versus Xiao Jie. As the quarterfinals commenced, Alaga and Xiao Jie ascended the stage side by side. In the audience, Uncle Marlowe and his companions waved their arms, fervently cheering for Alaga, their voices thunderous. In a corner of the stands, Umu sat, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Jie. A slight furrow in his brow as he muttered to himself, "This person seems familiar." Fleeting, indistinct images flitted through his mind. Yet he could not ascertain their meaning at that moment. On the stage, Alaga and Xiao Jie exchanged respectful bows, their demeanor courteous yet laced with rivalry. The host's voice resounded, announcing the commencement of the competition, reverberating throughout the entire venue. The two competitors swiftly assumed their stances, their gazes sharp as hawks, fixated upon one another. Alaga, unable to contain the tempest within her heart, broke the stalemate, her emotions swirling like a restless volcano. She surged forward with remarkable agility, her movements as swift and graceful as a cheetah. Her palm strike sliced through the air, aimed directly at Xiao Jie's face. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Jie's eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure, pivoting his body just in time to narrowly evade the oncoming blow. He swiftly adjusted his posture and delivered a powerful punch to Alaga's abdomen. Quick-witted, Alaga raised her right hand to deflect Xiao Jie's attack. The two exchanged blows, their movements flowing like a serene river, and the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixated on every motion on the stage. Uncle Marlowe clenched his fists, anxiously rooting for Alaga. Deep inside, Alaga felt a rising urgency. She knew she must find a flaw in Xiao Jie's defenses or risk being rendered powerless. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly altered her rhythm, feinting with her left hand before launching a fierce kick with her right leg. Caught off guard, Xiao Jie was swept by the force of her leg, stumbling backwards several steps. A golden opportunity. Elation surged within Alaga as she pressed the attack. Her palm struck like a tempest, relentlessly bombarding Xiao Jie. Gritting his teeth, he quickly regulated his breathing, his hands moving in an alternating defense to barely withstand Alaga's onslaught. This woman's prowess was indeed formidable, he silently marveled. But he understood that he could no longer afford to remain on the defensive. He suddenly exerted force, pushing with both hands to forcefully separate Alaga's palms. His body swiftly lunging forward, his right fist aimed directly at Alaga's chest. In the air, a low rumble akin to distant thunder echoed, his fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, bore down upon its target. Caught off guard, Alaga was struck by the punch, her body soaring from the ring like a kite severed from its string. A flicker of astonishment crossed her gaze, but she quickly regained her composure. Before Xiao Jie could catch his breath, his attention was captivated by the figure soaring through the air. Alaga had stabilized herself mid-flight, employing the art of aerial maneuvering to hover gracefully. Her long hair billowed in the wind, and her striking gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, looked down upon Xiao Jie in the ring. She could fly. A wave of frustration surged within him. He understood that Alaga possessed a legitimate lineage, unlike himself, who had learned bits and pieces from various dojos, supplemented by self-study. Alaga gently descended onto the ring, her feet touching down as lightly as a feather alighting upon water. The corners of her mouth curled upwards, inviting the next move. A fierce determination ignited within Xiao Jie. He took a deep breath, slightly crouched, and assumed a defensive stance. Alaga's figure darted towards him like a bolt of lightning, her movement swift as the wind. She unleashed the great rock, spreading its wings from the 8 trigrams palm, her arms extending like the wings of a great bird, exuding an unparalleled momentum. Xiao Jie hurriedly sidestepped, yet Alaga's onslaught was relentless, akin to a torrential storm. Each of her actions was precise and fierce, as if honed through countless trials. The audience surrounding the ring held their breath, intently observing the fierce confrontation. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above the ring, casting mottled shadows upon the two combatants. Sweat trickled down Xiao Jie's forehead, his breaths quickening, yet his gaze remained resolute. Alaga's offensive showed no signs of waning. Her eyes sparkled with calm confidence. Each of her movements embodied both strength and grace, reminiscent of a meticulously choreographed dance. A sudden wave of helplessness washed over Xiao Jie as he recognized the disparity between himself and Alaga. However, he refused to concede defeat. Xiao Jie, you must remain calm. He silently urged himself, striving to regulate his breathing and search for an opportunity to counterattack. Just as Alaga launched another assault, he mustered his strength, gripping her wrist with both hands, leveraging her momentum to neutralize her attack. A flicker of surprise crossed Alaga's eyes, but it quickly transformed into composure. She swiftly repositioned herself, striking towards Xiao Jie's shoulder with a backhanded palm. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder, forcing him to stumble back a few steps, yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely stabilizing his stance. Xiao Jie stood panting in the center of the ring, sweat cascading down his forehead. His legs quivered slightly, but he compelled himself to maintain his position, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Alaga across from him. He pondered within himself, she possesses the ability to fly. Surely she must also have mastery over techniques akin to the wave energy skill. Yet, thus far, she has not employed any of them. For now, I can only endure with great difficulty. He clenched his fist tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palm, as waves of anxiety and unease surged within him. If this move proves ineffective, I shall face defeat. He gritted his teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jie recalled the majestic mountains and vast seas he had once encountered, from which he had derived this technique. He murmured to himself with a heavy heart, mighty fist. Then, with a sudden and fierce roar, he summoned every ounce of strength to launch a powerful punch at Alaga. Witnessing the overwhelming force akin to a mountain's avalanche emanating from Xiao Jie, Alaga felt a twinge of panic within her. She furrowed her brow in anxiety, hastily adjusting her stance in an attempt to counter this formidable power. However, her movements appeared somewhat hasty. From the audience, Ebony subtly shook his head, murmuring to himself, "It seems her mental fortitude still needs improvement." Xiao Jie's fist, propelled by a force that sliced through the air, soared towards Alaga's face. She hurriedly attempted to defend herself, yet her defenses seemed inadequate. Moments later, Alaga was struck by Xiao Jie's punch, her body flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. The atmosphere in the arena seemed to freeze instantaneously, with the audience holding their breath, anxiously watching the scene unfold. Alaga struggled to rise, but her body lacked the strength to support her, leaving her resigned to lie on the ground. The host raised the microphone high, his voice resonating boldly. "The victor is Xiao Jie." Upon hearing the announcement, Xiao Jie exhaled in relief, dragging his weary body as he slowly descended from the stage. Below, the audience rose in unison, applauding enthusiastically and cheering for Xiao Jie's triumph. Ebony, seated among the spectators, followed Xiao Jie with his gaze as he left the arena, a subtle smile gracing his features. "It seems you are forging your own path now," Ebony murmured softly, his tone low and gentle. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling who Xiao Jie truly was. Chapter 71. A Sneak Attack. The old comrade in the bustling atmosphere of the martial arts tournament. The cheers of the crowd surged like waves. The host announced with vigor, "Next up, we have the performer Piccolo against contestant Krillin." Krillin and Piccolo ascended the stage together, the air thick with tension. Krillin assumed a serious stance, his gaze fixed intently on Piccolo, feeling the immense pressure weighing upon him. In contrast, Piccolo appeared relaxed, arms crossed over his chest, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you not going to make a move?" Piccolo taunted, his voice laced with provocation. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Krillin's cheek. He understood that his opponent was deliberately trying to incite him. Gritting his teeth, he launched himself towards Piccolo like an arrow released from its bow. A gentle breeze stirred, as if heralding the fierce confrontation about to unfold. Piccolo remained where he stood, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. With a subtle shift of his body, he effortlessly dodged Krillin's initial strike. Krillin's fist grazed Piccolo's cheek, creating a whooshing sound in the air. Piccolo's smile deepened, his gaze brimming with contempt. He swiftly adjusted his stance and launched another attack against Piccolo. This time, his movements were even more rapid, the wind from his punches howling, as if he intended to utterly defeat Piccolo. Yet, Piccolo remained composed and unperturbed, his figure gracefully darting across the arena, effortlessly evading each of Krillin's strikes. Krillin's fists repeatedly met nothing but air, and the anxiety and unease within him intensified. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his breath quickened. "Damn it, where did this guy come from?" Krillin cursed inwardly. He leaped backward, grounding himself in an effort to regain composure. Assuming a poised stance, he gathered energy in his hands and thrust forward, sending forth two waves of orange energy towards Piccolo. Piccolo scoffed disdainfully, dismissing it as mere trifles. He leapt lightly into the air, yet the energy wave followed in reverse. Piccolo, slightly taken aback, furrowed his brow and waved at the energy wave. Boom! The energy wave detonated in the distance, unleashing a powerful shockwave that stirred up a cloud of dust. Piccolo's expression shifted slightly, intrigued. He murmured softly to himself. At that moment, Krillin had already soared behind Piccolo and suddenly kicked towards his back. Caught off guard, Piccolo was sent tumbling towards the arena. Just before hitting the ground, he utilized his flight technique to hover gracefully in midair. Krillin descended as well, his expression serious. Locking eyes with Piccolo, determination gleaming in his gaze. Piccolo regarded Krillin coldly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems I must unleash my true strength now, Bald One. I advise you to concede, lest you lose your life. Unyielding, Krillin retorted icily, enough with your nonsense. Show me your true power. Upon hearing this, Piccolo paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. It seems that kind words cannot persuade a damned fool. His eyes suddenly flickered with a crimson gleam, his muscles swelling instantaneously, rendering him even more formidable. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the arena. Dark clouds gathered ominously above, and thunder rumbled, as if heralding the might that was about to be unleashed by Piccolo. His aura surged dramatically, akin to an immense mountain bearing down upon Krillin. Suddenly, Piccolo elongated his arm, swiftly grasping Krillin's leg, only to retract it with force, drawing Krillin towards him. Before Krillin could fully comprehend the situation, Piccolo seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch, sending Krillin hurtling through the air. Following closely, Piccolo launched another kick at Krillin, who momentarily halted midair. Gazing upward at the approaching Piccolo, Krillin swiftly gathered his energy, hands clasped at his waist, and roared, Kamehameha. A brilliant azure wave of energy surged forth, striking towards Piccolo, radiating light and obscuring the scene within. Yamcha and the others expressed their astonishment, exclaiming that it had hit. However, Goku wore a grave expression, anxiously warning, beware of what is behind you, Krillin. As the brilliance faded, Piccolo's form vanished from sight. At that instant, he materialized behind Krillin, his fist pressed together, channeling power for a decisive blow to Krillin's back. Uncontrolled, Krillin plummeted downward with a resounding thud, crashing headfirst onto the arena floor, causing it to tremble and dust a billow. Goku and the others gazed at Krillin on the stage with deep concern, their hearts heavy with anxiety and trepidation. Piccolo descended slowly, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he mused inwardly. Now is not the time. But you two are an obstacle to my dominion over the world. I shall deal with you first. Krillin struggled to rise, yet his body fell limply to the ground. His vision blurred, and he could hear Piccolo's chilling laughter echoing in his ears. A pang of bitterness filled Krillin's heart, despite exerting every ounce of his strength. He found himself unable to conquer Piccolo. He collapsed helplessly onto the ground, supporting himself with his hands, gasping for breath as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead and fell to the earth. Klin lifted his head to gaze at Bick, hoarsely exclaiming, I concede. His heart brimmed with resignation and self-mockery, pondering how it seemed that fortune consistently eluded him. Observing this, the host raised the microphone high and proclaimed in a resounding voice, Congratulations to contestant Bick for his victory. This match was truly exhilarating. His voice resonated throughout the martial arts arena, eliciting a chorus of cheers and applause from the audience. The host continued to announce with fervor, Next up, we have the contestant Tianjin Fan facing off against Yamcha. Upon hearing his name, a subtle smile graced Yamcha's face, and he felt a surge of excitement within. At last, it is our turn. He stepped onto the arena, stretching his limbs with agility, reminiscent of a wolf poised to hunt. Tianjin Fan wore an expression of eager anticipation, his eyes glinting with the fervor of battle. As the signal for the match echoed, Tianjin Fan swiftly launched his assault. His speed was akin to a gust of wind, appearing instantaneously before Yamcha, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Yamcha's abdomen. Yamcha deftly retreated, evading the blow with remarkable agility, while simultaneously retaliating with a high kick directed at Tianjin Fan's head. The exchange between the two was as instantaneous as a flash of lightning, their fists and feet colliding with a resounding thud. The audience held their breath, intently observing every movement on the stage. Tianjin Fan's attacks were fierce and relentless, each strike imbued with tremendous force, as if intent on overpowering his adversary. Meanwhile, Yamcha, with his nimble footwork, continuously evaded, resembling a swift swallow darting through Tianjin Fan's onslaught, seeking opportunities to counterattack. Suddenly, a mischievous glint appeared in Yamcha's eyes as he launched a ki blast concealed in his palm. Realizing the impending danger, Tianjin Fan swiftly sidestepped, inwardly cursing. This fellow is truly cunning. A key blast. The energy wave altered its trajectory, closely pursuing Tianjin Fan. Recognizing he could not evade it, he recalled their training together, where he had become familiar with this technique. He was caught off guard by Yamauchi's cleverness, who had concealed the energy wave behind him. He turned around. His hands enveloped an energy as swift as lightning, and with a mighty roar, propelled the energy sphere forward. A thunderous sound erupted, smoke swirling around, as if the entire arena was torn apart by a tremendous force. Yamauchi understood that this technique would not yield results, and subsequently unleashed a Kamehameha wave into the mist. From within the haze came a voice, Dodome Wave. The collision of immense energies lifted the arena's floor, fragments scattering like confetti, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Both fighters simultaneously screamed, and the energy columns thickened, resembling two colossal dragons entwined in the sky, tearing at one another. Ultimately, the two forces canceled each other out, resulting in a massive shockwave that sent both combatants flying, crashing heavily onto opposite ends of the stage. The audience watched in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they were mesmerized by the ferocity of this battle. Chapter 72. The ruthless Piccolo Tianjin Han struggled to rise from the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Yamauchi across the arena. He silently lamented how swiftly this opponent had grown over the years, concealing his true strength during training. Yamauchi also rose slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Despite the exertion from their recent clash, he remained filled with fighting spirit. He took a deep breath, regulating his respiration, and contemplated inwardly, if I can endure just a little longer, victory shall undoubtedly belong to me. The two adversaries faced each other once more, the atmosphere thick with tension. The spectators' gazes were riveted upon the arena, fearful of missing any minutiae. Every heartbeat seemed to resonate with the rhythm of the battle, rendering even their breaths cautious. The host, captivated by the fierce contest, exclaimed with palpable excitement, "This match is truly spectacular. Both competitors have exhibited remarkable performances. Let us await the outcome to see who will ultimately triumph." Tianjin Fan and Yamauchi were nearing the limits of their stamina. The ensuing skirmish would rely solely on their martial prowess. Yamauchi fixed his gaze upon Tianjin Fan, determination gleaming in his eyes. "This time, I shall surely defeat you." A flicker of exhilaration crossed Tianjin Fan's eyes as he smiled slightly. "Then let us settle this once and for all." With a fierce roar, Tianjin Fan suddenly split into three identical doppelgangers, who swiftly charged at Yamauchi. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. "Ah, is this an illusion? Tianjin Fan has suddenly multiplied into four." The host exclaimed in astonishment. The spectators below widened their eyes, unable to believe their own vision. Yamauchi, acutely aware of his precarious situation, knew he must muster all his strength to counter the assaults of the four Tianjin Fans, dodging left and right. However, even the strongest fists cannot withstand the onslaught of many hands. Although Yamauchi managed to send one Tianjin Fan flying, he could not evade the strike from another, which struck him forcefully, rendering his body rigid in place. Following this, the remaining two Tianjin Fans swiftly delivered their blows, and ultimately, the one who had been knocked back rose, launching a kick that sent Yamauchi tumbling off the stage. Yamauchi crashed heavily to the ground, his body racked with pain. He unsteadily rose to his feet, casting a resigned smile at Tianjin Fan, uttering, "Once again, you emerge victorious. I had hoped for a chance to battle against Wukong." Subsequently, the three manifestations of Tianjin Fan vanished, leaving him panting heavily in place, a feeble smile gracing his lips. "Well then, it appears our contender Tianjin Fan is the victor," the host proclaimed with palpable excitement. "Next, we welcome back our old friend, contestant Sun Wukong, who will face off against contestant Dumpling. Sun Wukong has undergone a remarkable transformation. The first time I beheld him, he was but a small child." As Tianjin Fan descended from the arena, he and Yamauchi supported each other as they made their way to the resting area. Dumpling floated gracefully through the air, landing lightly on the stage to confront Sun Wukong. The audience's gaze once again fixated on the arena as the host announced loudly, "Now, the match officially commences." Sun Wukong, wearing a smile, nodded apologetically at Dumpling, saying, "My apologies, Dumpling. This time, there are pressing matters to attend to." With a slight push of his feet, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging straight towards the Dumpling. Upon witnessing this, the Dumpling's expression changed drastically, and it hastily ascended into the air, extending its index finger. A rapid surge of piercing energy coalesced, hurtling towards Sun Wukong with a sound that sliced through the air. Sun Wukong raised his gaze to the dazzling light, his eyes betraying not a hint of panic. With a gentle strike, he sent the wave of energy soaring, causing a brilliant explosion of light in the distant wilderness, where a colossal mushroom cloud ascended in an instant, evoking a profound sense of awe. The expression on Jiaozi's face was etched with terror, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Before he could react, Sun Wukong appeared before him like a specter. Dumpling, in a state of panic, threw a punch, which Sun Wukong effortlessly caught. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong pulled Dumpling into his embrace and softly murmured, "I'm sorry, Dumpling." In an instant, his hand struck precisely at the back of Dumpling's neck, causing him to lose consciousness and slump gently into Wukong's arms. Cradling Dumpling, Sun Wukong descended gracefully onto the arena, his movements as delicate as placing a precious porcelain piece. Everything in the arena seemed to be suspended in time, enveloped in an indescribable stillness. In the audience, Tian Shinhan, Yamcha, Krillin, and others stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Krillin murmured to himself, "Has Wukong truly become this powerful?" Their hearts were tumultuous, difficult to calm. It is important to note that the strength of the Dumpling was not vastly different from theirs, yet Sun Wukong effortlessly defeated him. In the corner, Piccolo leaned against the wall, his brow furrowed, and a hint of gravity shone in his gaze. He gently clenched his teeth and murmured, "Sun Wukong." At that moment, the host, having regained composure from his astonishment, hastily raised the microphone and exclaimed with fervor, "The contestant Sun Wukong emerges victorious." It is truly astounding that Sun Wukong concluded the match so swiftly. Sun Wukong delicately placed the Dumpling on the ground, turned to the host with a nod, his face still adorned with a subtle smile. His gaze swept across the audience, landing on Tianjin Fan and Yamcha, as well as Krillin, his eyes reflecting a blend of apology and resolve. Tianjin Fan took a deep breath, striving to quell the shock within him. He understood that Sun Wukong's prowess had far surpassed their expectations, yet he remained unwilling to concede so easily. He clenched his fists, silently vowing, "I shall surely catch up to you, Sun Wukong." Yamcha furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with a myriad of complex emotions. He had always regarded Sun Wukong as his rival, yet at this moment, he had to concede that Sun Wukong's prowess far surpassed his own. He sighed, contemplating, "Perhaps it is time for me to reevaluate my aspirations." Meanwhile, Krillin fixed his unwavering gaze upon Sun Wukong, determination emanating from his eyes. He resolutely resolved, "I too must grow stronger. I can no longer be a hindrance." As the semifinals commenced, a troubled Little Jet ascended the stage. Watching as Piccolo soared onto the platform, Little Jet was acutely aware that he was no match for such an opponent. They were simply not of the same realm. Nevertheless, stepping onto the stage, he knew he must exert his utmost effort. He could not abandon the martial path he had pursued. Once one surrenders within, progress becomes an impossibility. Thus, he gritted his teeth, leaning forward, and charged at Piccolo. His fist whistled through the air, aimed squarely at Piccolo's face. Each step was imbued with strength and resolve, this blow encapsulating his entire conviction. Mighty fist. Piccolo let out a derisive grunt, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his palm, effortlessly intercepting Little Jet's punch. In that instant, Little Jet felt as though his fist had struck solid steel, utterly ineffective. A cry of anguish escaped him, reverberating across the arena. Piccolo seized his arm, mercilessly twisting it. A 720-degree rotation shattered the bones in Little Jet's arm, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain nearly rendered him unconscious, his complexion paling as cold sweat streamed down his face. Piccolo regarded Little Jet with a chilling stare, devoid of any trace of compassion. With a powerful kick, he sent Little Jet flying, who landed heavily outside the ring. Little Jet's body traced an arc through the air before crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Humph! Piccolo let out a cold snort, turning to lift his cape behind him, nonchalantly descending from the stage. His silhouette appeared particularly stern and aloof under the sunlight, resembling an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 73. The finals begin. In the audience, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with a fiery wrath. His gaze pierced through Piccolo like a sharp blade, filled with indignation and a sense of injustice. Piccolo's ruthless actions were intolerable to him, and he knew he had to rise to defeat him. The other spectators were equally shocked by Piccolo's cruelty, their expressions a mix of anger and dissatisfaction, with the entire venue erupting in an uproar. Some shouted in fury. Others nervously chewed their nails, and a few had even begun to pray for Little Jie. The host hurried to Little Jie's side, observing him writhing in pain on the ground, and quickly called for medical assistance. The medical team arrived promptly. lifting little Jay onto a stretcher and urgently transporting him to the infirmary. As he lay on the stretcher, his consciousness began to fade. The pain in his arm was excruciating, yet he felt no remorse in his heart. He knew he had given his all, despite his failure. He had not abandoned his beliefs and aspirations. In the audience, Master Roshi's eyes glimmered behind his sunglasses, fixated on Piccolo, silently pondering that something was amiss with this man. His intuition informed him that something significant would transpire during this competition. Amidst Gana's perplexed gaze, Ebony rose from his seat in the audience, his movements capturing the attention of those around him. Yet, he remained unfazed, as if a more pressing matter awaited his attention. The host on stage endeavored to calm the agitated crowd, assuring them that the medical personnel at our martial arts event would attend to the injured contestant, Xiao Jie. Next up would be the match between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan. Let us eagerly await the outcome. In the waiting room, Tianjin Fan regarded Sun Wukong with a grave expression. Wukong, do you feel confident in your ability to defeat him? Sun Wukong understood the gravity of the question and, with unwavering resolve in his eyes, replied, it remains uncertain, but regardless, I shall overcome him. Tianjin Fan nodded, then rose and patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Very well. The responsibility lies with you. His tone carried a hint of reluctance, yet it was predominantly imbued with trust in Sun Wukong. Tianjin Fan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. But with the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo, he realized he was powerless to defeat him. All his hopes now rested upon Sun Wukong. With unwavering determination, Sun Wukong declared, I will resolve all of this. As Tianjin Fan exited the lounge, he addressed the host, stating, I forfeit. The audience erupted in astonishment, and the host, taken aback, announced, since contestant Tianjin Fan has conceded, we shall take a 10-minute break before commencing the final showdown. Subsequently, Tianjin Fan turned and re-entered the lounge, where Krillin and Yamcha approached him, their faces etched with confusion. What on earth happened? Are you concealing something from us? Tianjin Fan remained silent, directing his gaze towards Sun Wukong, as if awaiting an explanation. Sun Wukong nodded, stepped forward, and solemnly elucidated the situation. Upon hearing this, Krillin and Yamcha were left in sheer terror. What? He's the Demon King Piccolo? Tianjin Fan reassured them, do not worry. Wukong has come specifically to handle this matter. Krillin turned to Wukong and asked, Wukong, can you defeat him? His voice trembled slightly, as if pleading for a reassuring answer. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, then flashed a broad smile, exclaiming, yes, I can win. Inside the medical room, the air was saturated with the scent of disinfectant. While the white light illuminated every industrious figure, Wumu slowly entered this space brimming with tension, his gaze fixed upon a hospital bed. There lay Xiao Jie, covered in wounds, as the medical staff worked diligently to save him. Who are you? Please do not disturb our work. A staff member suddenly blocked Wumu's path, his tone laden with evident displeasure and caution. Wumu offered a faint smile, a glimmer of white light flickering in his eyes. In an instant, the staff member appeared to be under some unseen force, turning away to resume his tasks, as if the previous encounter with Wumu had never transpired. He continued towards Xiao Jie's hospital bed, a silvery aura beginning to emanate from his form. All the medical staff stood frozen in place, their gazes losing focus, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Wumu approached Xiao Jie, his eyes gently resting upon the myriad of scars that adorned the boy's body. He extended his palm and softly pressed it against Xiao Jie's chest. In a flash of white light, the injuries on Xiao Jie began to mend rapidly. Xiao Jie's eyelids fluttered slightly before gradually opening. Upon seeing Wumu, the one who was healing him, his expression shifted from confusion to an overwhelming delight that he could scarcely contain. He recognized Yu, and despite the change in the color of his hair, that familiar visage was indelibly etched in his memory. Yu, Xiao Jie exclaimed with palpable excitement, his voice laced with uncontainable joy. Yu offered a faint smile and withdrew his hand. Xiao Jie quickly scrambled off the bed, astonished to behold his body restored to its former state, disbelief gleaming in his eyes. Yu, how marvelous you are! Xiao Jie exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. I have been searching for you all these years. Ever since I first met you, I have been deeply fascinated by martial arts and yearned to learn from you. Yet, I could never find you. And I never imagined you would save me once more. Yu patted Xiao Jie's shoulder, smiling gently as he replied, I am already aware. It is quite all right. After the martial arts tournament concludes, I shall establish a martial arts academy, and you may follow me then. Xiao Jie nodded vigorously, tears cascading down his cheeks. Yet his face radiated determination and joy. While healing Xiao Jie, Yu had utilized his unique abilities to glean the thoughts and experiences within Xiao Jie's heart. He understood that Xiao Jie had been traversing the path of martial arts alone for years, nearly losing his life during the King Piccolo incident 3 years prior. Yu Wood inwardly admired Xiao Jie's resolve and resolved to guide him. The extent of Xiao Jie's progress would ultimately depend on his own efforts. Although humankind possesses its limitations, Yu Wood was willing to assist Xiao Jie in transcending those boundaries if he remained steadfast in his heart. Gently patting Xiao Jie's shoulder, Yu Wood said, "Come, let us step outside." Xiao Jie nodded and followed Yu Wood out of the medical room. The silvery aura behind them gradually dissipated, as if a dream was losing its vibrancy. The medical staff slowly emerged from their bewilderment, exchanging glances filled with confusion. When they turned to the hospital bed, they were astonished to find Xiao Jie had vanished. Upon returning to the spectator area, Ganaz immediately spotted Xiao Jie beside Yu Wood and realized that Yu Wood had gone to heal him. Nearby, Alaga also noticed Xiao Jie, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Is it you?" she exclaimed. Xiao Jie was momentarily taken aback but soon comprehended. Alaga must be Yu Wood's disciple. No wonder she could fly. A surge of excitement coursed through him, but he quickly calmed, thinking, "I too will learn such skills in time." "All right, sit down and watch the match." Yu Wood gently pressed Alaga's shoulder, signaling her to regain her composure. At that moment, the arena was prepared, and the 10-minute wait had finally come to an end. The finals were about to commence, and the audience's anticipation swelled. Son Goku and Piccolo ascended to the stage, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the air. Chapter 74. The Kamehameha Wave Approaches. The air within the arena seemed to solidify, with all eyes intently fixed upon the center of the stage. Slowly, Piccolo approached Sun Wukong before halting his steps and coldly declaring, "Prepare yourself for death." As his words hung in the air, he swiftly removed the hat from his head and the cloak from his shoulders, casting them aside carelessly. The heavy garment struck the arena floor with a resounding thud, creating a substantial crater and scattering debris in all directions. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, who had not anticipated that such seemingly ordinary attire could possess such weight. Standing opposite him, Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow slightly, contemplating inwardly that it appeared he had also trained in this manner. He leisurely removed his shoes and wrist guards, carelessly tossing them onto the ground. Both the shoes and the wrist guards emitted a heavy thud, causing the arena to tremble slightly. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. But he quickly regained his composure, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He hadn't anticipated that you were akin to him. However, this revelation would not alter the undeniable fact that you would be defeated. Before Piccolo's words could fully escape his lips, he lunged towards Sun Wukong, his fist whistling through the air as it aimed directly at Wukong's face. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, and with a nimble movement, he sidestepped, the punch grazing his cheek. Swiftly, Sun Wukong retaliated, delivering a powerful blow to Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo felt a surge of nausea, while rising in his throat, forcing him to expel it. In a seamless motion, Sun Wukong leaped, executing a sweeping kick that sent Piccolo hurtling through the air, crashing heavily into the wall with a resounding roar. The audience, including Krillin, watched in astonishment, utterly shocked by the spectacle. "Incredible!" Krillin exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. Fixated on the arena, contemplated silently, hoping that Sun Wukong would not narrowly secure victory this time, considering his combat power exceeded Piccolo's by over 300. Struggling to push aside the debris, Piccolo managed to rise unsteadily, wiping the bile from the corner of his mouth, disbelief etched in his eyes. It was impossible. With a low growl, he extended his arm suddenly, resembling a nimble serpent as it lunged towards Sun Wukong. Unfazed, Sun Wukong swiftly seized Piccolo's arm and yanked him toward himself, delivering a powerful kick directly to his chest. Piccolo felt a sharp pang of agony in his torso, darkness clouding his vision as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Without affording him a moment's respite, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches, each one landing with resounding force upon Piccolo's form. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Piccolo's anguished cries echoed as his body was relentlessly driven backward, ultimately crashing to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust upon the arena. Approaching with an inscrutable expression, Sun Wukong neared Piccolo, only for Piccolo to suddenly lift his head, unleashing an energy blast towards Sun Wukong. The latter took the hit squarely. Enveloped in a swirl of smoke and dust, Piccolo rose, emitting a peculiar cackle. He ascended slowly, emanating an overwhelming aura that made the very air tremble under his oppressive presence. The formidable King Piccolo gazed down at the ground, his eyes brimming with unbridled arrogance and confidence. "Prepare to meet your doom, Son Goku. I, King Piccolo, am destined to rule the world." His voice reverberated across the arena like thunder, instilling fear in the hearts of all who heard it. The audience, upon hearing his proclamation, erupted into chaos, fleeing in terror while repeatedly shouting the name of King Piccolo. The scene quickly descended into pandemonium, with only Krillin, his companions, and the dedicated host remaining on the stage. Malo glanced nervously at Uwood, his voice trembling. "Uwood, should we leave? This is King Piccolo. You've never seen him. You don't understand his terror." "Indeed, Uwood." "I concur," little Jie chimed in, his face etched with worry and fear. "We should make our escape." At that moment, he realized that King Piccolo was indeed the one who could defeat them, and he felt fortunate to be alive. Uwood, however, smiled slightly, gently patting Malo on the shoulder. His tone calm. "It's all right, Uncle Malo. Let us leave it to Son Goku." Meanwhile, chaos reigned among Master Roshi's group. Bulma and Oolong paced back and forth behind Master Roshi, clutching their heads in desperation. Bulma, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "What should we do? How can this be? Wasn't he King Piccolo already defeated? How could he return?" Master Roshi paid no heed to their panic, fixated on the smoke rising from the arena, muttering to himself, "Goku, you must win this. It's all up to you." In the air, King Piccolo gathered energy and then forcefully thrust his hands forward, unleashing a powerful wave of energy toward the arena. A tremendous explosion echoed as a mushroom cloud gradually ascended, the forceful blast sending the host flying, while Krillin and the others were thrust away by the shockwave. Uwood swiftly waved his hand, enveloping those around him in a silvery aura. The scene was chaotic, with dust and debris swirling, all structures vanishing in an instant. When the dust settled, only desolation remained. The arena transformed into a bottomless pit. In the audience, Bulma and the others emerged unscathed, while Master Roshi was astonished to find himself unharmed as well. He looked down at the shimmering silvery membrane surrounding him, and then turned to Uwood, his eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Uwood smiled and nodded reassuringly at them, calming some of Master Roshi's doubts, though he remained partially unsettled. "Ha ha 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 ha." King Piccolo laughed heartily, his mirth echoing through the air. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Uwood's silvery pupils, his laughter abruptly ceased. Those eyes conveyed an enigmatic power that stirred an inexplicable fear within King Piccolo's heart. He harbored silent doubts within, pondering who that person could possibly be. Meanwhile, in the depths of the cavern, Sun Wukong began to ascend slowly. His martial attire, having been torn to shreds in the recent explosion, was a mere remnant, yet his body remained unscathed. He faced off against Piccolo in the air, gazing at him with an inscrutable expression. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you be unscathed?" Sun Wukong calmly replied, "Piccolo, it is time for our conflict to come to an end." He assumed a combat stance, placing his hands on his waist as he began to gather energy, shouting, "Turtle. School. Chi. Technique. Here it comes." With a sudden thrust of both hands, Sun Wukong unleashed a wave of energy that surged forth, trailing a long tail as it swiftly raced towards Piccolo. As the energy wave passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a piercing howl. Piccolo gritted his teeth, anger blazing in his eyes. This time, he was determined to put an end to it. Veins protruded from his forehead, and his eyes appeared ready to leap from their sockets, his entire being radiating a translucent white aura. Magic flash. Piccolo placed his hands upon his forehead, concentrating to summon an orange energy wave, which collided violently with Son Goku's Kamehameha in midair. The two formidable forces intertwined, stirring a tempest that swept surrounding dust and debris into the atmosphere, forming a colossal vortex. Master Roshi and Bulma watched from the audience with bated breath, their hearts racing, nearly forgetting to breathe. Ub maintained his smile, yet his eyes sparkled with trust. Chapter 75 concludes. The confrontation between Son Goku and Piccolo intensified. Goku could distinctly sense Piccolo's power escalating, prompting a quiet alertness within him. His brow furrowed slightly, determination flickering in his gaze. In this moment, he understood that he could no longer afford to delay. He inhaled deeply, his hands gathering strength once more, murmuring softly, "Kamehameha, maximum output." As his words fell, a brilliant blue energy wave swiftly coalesced in his palms, radiating dazzling light. Piccolo, unwilling to be outdone, sensed Goku's power surging, with fear and fury intertwining within him. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his hands forward with all his might, augmenting his own orange energy wave. Piccolo's visage contorted with ferocity, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat cascading down his cheeks. The two formidable energies clashed in the air, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds. A searing heat enveloped the atmosphere, as if a colossal explosion were imminent. The onlookers on the ground held their breath, their eyes riveted on the aerial battle, each heart racing with anticipation for the final outcome. Sensing Piccolo's escalating strength, Goku intensified his own power. The Kamehameha wave erupted with newfound vigor, bearing down upon Piccolo. The blue energy wave surged forth like a furious dragon, roaring as it surged toward Piccolo. Feeling the overwhelming force, a flicker of terror flashed in Piccolo's eyes. He exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught, only to realize his efforts were futile. The orange energy wave was gradually consumed by the Kamehameha, ultimately dissipating with a resounding crash. Piccolo was violently propelled backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Struggling to rise, he found himself utterly spent. Unable to continue the fight, Goku descended slowly, his gaze resolute and determined. He approached Piccolo, calmly stating, "Piccolo, you have lost." From the distance, others hurriedly gathered around Goku, including Krillin, who returned in haste. With an anxious expression, Krillin implored, "Goku, what should we do? Let us kill him." Goku shook his head firmly, replying, "No. He is one with the Supreme Being. If we kill him, the Supreme Being will perish as well." The crowd expressed their astonishment, disbelief etched on their faces. "Ha ha ha, Goku. Come and kill me. That old fool will die anyway." Piccolo laughed maniacally from the ground. Yamcha, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "How infuriating. We defeat the Demon King, only to discover we cannot kill him." At that moment, Up stepped forward with a gentle smile, saying, "Leave this to me. Let this matter rest here. Should Piccolo re-emerge, I shall suppress him." Goku's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Krillin, still apprehensive, turned to Ub. "Is that really possible? After all, he is a powerful Demon King." Goku patted Krillin's shoulder, assuring him, "Trust Ub, for even at my full strength, I was unable to lay a finger on him." "What?" The group turned to Ub, who wore a cheerful expression. "Then it is settled," they agreed. As Yu would approach Piccolo, he deftly placed a mystical bean into his mouth. In an instant, Piccolo's injuries were healed, and he rose to his feet, his expression grave as he regarded Yu-Wood. He had overheard the earlier conversation and was taken aback by the formidable strength of this individual. His eyes brimmed with a complex tapestry of emotions, defiance, anger, and a hint of reverence. Subsequently, Piccolo turned to Goku and issued a stern warning. "Goku, you shall regret the decision you made today." With that, he soared away, leaving behind a palpable silence. Yu-Wood chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Indeed, you will regret becoming Gohan's father." Once the battle concluded, tranquility returned to the sky, and the oppressive heat in the air gradually dissipated. Standing at the center of the battlefield, Yu-Wood surveyed his surroundings with a faint smile. "Goku, in a few days, once this tempest is settled, I intend to establish a martial arts dojo. I shall extend an invitation for you all to visit." Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien nodded in agreement, their faces alight with anticipation. Goku scratched his head and replied with a grin, "Absolutely, I will be there." After bidding farewell to each of them, Yu-Wood utilized instant transmission to depart with the Morrow family. Krillin gazed in the direction of Yu-Wood's disappearance, still somewhat incredulous. He had never imagined Yu-Wood would become this powerful. Indeed, during our previous match, he was only slightly stronger than I, Yamcha reflected, reminiscing about the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, marveling at how swiftly time had passed. Just as they were lost in their memories, a sudden, urgent shout shattered the stillness. "Goku!" Goku turned at the sound, and suddenly, a young girl leaped into his embrace. Bulma furrowed her brow, concern flickering in her eyes. Goku, momentarily bewildered, gently pushed the girl away and asked, "You still haven't told me who you are?" The girl lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with determination. "I am Chi-Chi," she proclaimed. "You promised me that we would marry." "Marry?" The group exclaimed in astonishment. Bulma's eyes glistened with sadness as she silently observed Goku, sensing the widening chasm between them. "Chi-Chi." Goku scrutinized the girl before him, astonished. "Wow, you've changed so much." He turned to others and inquired, "What is marriage?" Upon receiving an answer, he scratched his head and chuckled innocently, saying, "Since I promised you, let us live together. It is nothing of great significance." Chi-Chi, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and immediately embraced Sun Wukong, her eyes shimmering with tears of happiness. Sun Wukong stood in astonishment for a moment before breaking into a broad smile. "Grandfather, everyone, we shall take our leave now." "In a cloud," he called out loudly, and a yellow cloud with a long tail swiftly approached him from the distant sky. Sun Wukong took Chi-Chi's hand and stepped onto the Kinta cloud, waving goodbye to the crowd as they soared into the horizon. Watching Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi gradually fade from view, Krillin shook his head with a sigh, remarking, I never thought Wukong would actually get married. Yamcha, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer to Krillin and teased, hee hee, you are the only one who remains single. Even Tien has launched. Krillin's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he chased after Yamcha, the scene erupting into lively banter. Only Bulma remained rooted in place. Gazing blankly in the direction from which Sun Wukong had departed, her expression tender and wistful, her heart overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Little Sunday, she whispered softly, as if calling back a time long past. At that moment, the setting sun cast its golden rays across the land, and the remnants of the battlefield appeared unusually tranquil. The gentle breeze swept through, carrying away the remnants of battle and the lingering sense of reluctance in their hearts. Each person silently wished for a future filled with peace and beauty. Chapter 76, Marriage. Plum Blossom Island, a land governed by the eastern capital, is renowned for its rich martial arts culture. After discussions with the king, Wumu decided to establish a martial arts school here, deeming it the perfect location. Today marked the completion of the martial arts school, a week having passed since the martial arts tournament. The school was named Extreme Path, also known as Ultimate Intent. Wumu stood before the entrance, gazing with satisfaction at the three large characters on the plaque. With this matter resolved, he planned to take the deity to Namek, after which he could patiently await Raditz' arrival on Earth. Wumu pondered quietly to himself. He established the martial arts school for three primary reasons. First, to impart the teachings of Tai Chi and Bejiquan, seeking further inspiration from his disciples. Second, to earn some income to repay Uncle Marlowe's family. And lastly, to fulfill the void left by the childhood idols of his past life. As for the affairs concerning the Saiyans, particularly Raditz, Omu had no intention of intervening. Nor did he plan to make an appearance. With Ganna's present, he would leave matters to Ganna's and Sun Wukong when the time came. However, he was determined to visit the battlefield on Namek. Little J and Aliga, you two shall be the pioneering elder brother and sister of the martial arts school. When the time comes to recruit disciples, you will impart the martial way to them, Yumo said with a smile directed at Little J and Aliga. Little J respectfully replied, Yes, master. Within the span of a week, Little J had mastered the concept of Qi under Yumo's guidance. His innate strength was considerable, yet he had merely lacked direction. With just a touch of instruction from Yumo, he grasped it instantly. Yumo also taught him Bejiquan, akin to his own vigorous fighting style, as well as the chiffon wave, which Yumo designated as the signature technique of the extreme path. Turning to Gannas, Yumo added, Gannas, you shall remain here to oversee the martial arts school and allow your heart to settle. When the opportunity is right, I will present you with two paths to grow stronger. Gannas looked at Yumo with confusion, pondering inwardly, is it not Super Saiyan too? Are there other methods? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, simply nodding in understanding. Understood, Lord Yumo. Yumo smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes, and continued, tomorrow, we will officially open. And I shall not be present. The king will preside over the ceremony, and we will invite Sun Wukong and the others. As for the salary and benefits, they will be arranged by the king. This martial arts school can be considered a state enterprise. He was solely responsible for financing the establishment of the martial arts hall and imparting martial arts knowledge, while all matters concerning salary and management were entrusted to the king. In this manner, he was able to maintain his independence without investing excessive energy into these affairs. As he glanced at the time and noticed it was approaching noon, he remarked, well, it's getting late. It's nearly midday. Let us attend the wedding banquet of Sun Wukong. No sooner had he spoken than he instantly transported the three of them to the banquet venue. The wedding banquet was bustling with activity. Colorful banners fluttered in the breeze. Guests gathered in droves, and the air was filled with laughter and joyous chatter. Chi-Chi was busy attending to the guests, her face radiating happiness as she clutched Sun Wukong's hand. Master Rashi and the Ox Demon King occupied the main seats, while Tanjin Fan and Lanchi sat nearby. Followed by Dumpling, Krillin, Yulong, Puar, Yamcha, and Bulma, even Yachirobe had arrived. All of Sun Wukong's acquaintances were present, seated at tables around the venue. Upon arriving at the wedding site through the teleportation array, he immediately spotted Sun Wukong. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, Wukong appeared somewhat out of place, frequently tugging at his tie with a furrowed brow, exuding an air of awkwardness. Unable to suppress a smile, he approached Wukong and said, Congratulations on your wedding, Wukong. His tone carried a hint of playful teasing. This is a gift for you. With that, he produced 2 spirit fruits from his pocket and handed them to Sun Wukong. Wukong accepted the fruits, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he scratched his head and remarked with a hint of distress, Thank you, Yuwood. I didn't realize getting married would be so complicated. Observing Wukong's demeanor, Yuwood shook his head with a wry smile, fully aware that although Wukong was fearless in battle, he was but a novice when it came to weddings. At that moment, Chi-Chi approached with a warm smile, gently inviting Yuwood and the others to take their seats, arranging them at Master Rashi's table. After sitting down, Yuwood glanced around and noticed lively conversations taking place, fostering a congenial atmosphere. Tianjin Fan, when do you plan to marry Lanchi? Yamcha inquired with a mischievous grin, his tone laced with jest. Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan's face turned crimson as he awkwardly lowered his gaze. Lanchi, noticing his reaction, furrowed her brow and rose from her seat, brandishing a submachine gun from her waist, placing her foot on the chair as she aimed it directly at Yamcha. If you dare to bully my man again, I will turn you into a sieve. Krillin and the others turned pale, instinctively leaning back in fear. Yamcha chuckled nervously, his voice tinged with apprehension. All right, I understand, Lanchi. Just put the gun down and let us talk calmly. Lanchi huffed, holstered her weapon, and returned to her seat. Yamcha exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, what a fearsome woman. It seems Tianjin Fan will have a challenging time ahead. They sat beside the Bull Demon King, first exchanging greetings with Master Rashi and the Bull Demon King, before addressing Tien Shinhan. Tien, tomorrow marks the opening of your dojo. Are you prepared? Tien nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. I am ready. Since I intend to teach at your dojo, I also plan to settle down there with Launch. I have been a burden to Master Mateto during this time. Upon hearing this, Launch's face instantly brightened with a bashful smile, her eyes brimming with affection for Tien, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Tien scratched his head and softly remarked, Launch, with you looking at me like that, I feel quite shy. Noticing this, Krillin chimed in. Speaking of which, it's about time I found my own place. Staying with Master Mateto has indeed been an intrusion. He turned to Ebonwood and inquired, by the way, where is your martial arts school located? Ebonwood replied, on Maewa Island in the eastern capital. Bluma frowned slightly, that's quite a distance. Yamcha chuckled, patting his chest, no worries. We all practice the sky dance technique, which allows us to fly swiftly. Bluma rolled her eyes, dismissing the fool. Yamcha, puzzled, scratched his head, appearing somewhat innocent. Then it is settled. Tomorrow, everything will be arranged by King Kaislo. If you have any requests, feel free to discuss them with him, Ebonwood stated. The group nodded in agreement, and the wedding commenced in earnest. Chi-Chi donned a pristine white wedding gown, resembling a celestial fairy descending to earth. The Bull Demon King stepped forward, taking Chi-Chi's hand and presenting her to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong took Chi-Chi's hand, and together they walked down the red carpet, their family and friends beaming with joy as they watched. Bluma sat nearby, wearing a tender smile, her heart filled with a myriad of emotions. As she gazed at Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, she was reminded of her own encounter with Sun Wukong in the past. She sighed softly, silently wishing the newlyweds well. Little son, may your happiness be everlasting. The atmosphere of the wedding grew increasingly festive as everyone raised their glasses in celebration, laughter and joy resonating throughout the gathering. Chapter 77. Bringing the celestial being back to their homeland on Maewa Island. In the backyard of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, the morning sun filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow over the courtyard, where a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air. Ebonwood pushed open the door, inhaling the fresh air deeply, feeling a serene power envelop him. He stepped out of the room and beheld Xiao Jie and Yali practicing martial arts earnestly in the yard. Their sweat glimmered under the sun, and the sound of their fists slicing through the air resonated with a palpable intensity. Satisfied, Wumu nodded and approached them, gently inquiring, where's Ganis? Upon hearing Wumu's voice, Xiao Jie and Yali immediately halted their movements. Xiao Jie wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and respectfully replied, Teacher, Brother Ganis has gone to fetch the king. Wumu pondered to himself, surprised that Ganis had already acclimated to this way of life. With this realization, he felt a sense of relief. He smiled faintly and patted little Jie's shoulder, saying, I shall leave this to you. I will step out for a while, and it may take some time. Little Jie straightened his back, his eyes filled with determination as he replied, You can trust me. Teacher, I will safeguard the dojo. Arigia, however, tugged at Wumu's sleeve with a tinge of reluctance, looking up to ask, Where are you going again, Brother Wumu? Wumu chuckled gently, ruffling Arigia's hair as he replied, I have promised to attend to certain matters. It is time for me to fulfill those obligations. Arigia pouted slightly, her reluctance evident, yet she nodded in acquiescence. All right then. Wumu gazed fondly at them, warmth welling in his heart, before he utilized his teleportation ability, vanishing from sight in an instant. The courtyard was situated behind the dojo, expansive and surrounded by towering walls, within which a myriad of flora flourished, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. This particular courtyard was established for Uncle Marlowe's family, while the others were designated for Clin and the apprentices. They had the option to reside here or return home. However, aside from Sun Wukong, Chanjin Fan, and the others lacked their own residences, thus they would undoubtedly choose to stay here. Uncle Marlowe, unable to relinquish his farm, opted to return, occasionally visiting Wumu and Erigia. In the hallowed silence of the temple plaza, Wumu's figure materialized quietly. The deity emerged slowly with Bobo, and upon seeing Wumu, a warm smile graced his face. "Wumu, you have arrived." Wumu nodded, his gaze steady and composed. "If there are no further matters, I shall take you to Namek now." A flicker of hesitation crossed the deity's countenance as he furrowed his brow and replied softly, "There is nothing urgent. I merely worry that leaving like this might trouble Piccolo." Wumu reassured him, "There is no need for concern. With Ganis present, Piccolo cannot stir up any significant trouble, and moreover, Wukong possesses sufficient strength to keep Piccolo in check." Upon hearing this, the deity's worries eased slightly, and he nodded, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. "In that case, please take me to see our ancestral home on Namek." Wumu stepped closer to the deity, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, and in a flash of light, their figures vanished, leaving Bobo standing expressionlessly, like a statue. On Namek, beneath the verdant sky, peculiar plants emitted a faint glow, and the air was imbued with a refreshing essence. The deity and Wumu found themselves on this strange, yet familiar terrain. "Is this Namek?" The deity surveyed his surroundings, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, savoring the unique breeze that enveloped him, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over his heart. Wumu chuckled lightly, patting the deity's shoulder. "Come, I shall introduce you to the elder." With that, he soared into the air, heading towards the distant mountains. The celestial being paused momentarily, then hastily followed, a blend of anticipation and trepidation swelling within. The residence of the Grand Elder lay nestled in a serene plain, encircled by towering trees, their canopies filtering dappled sunlight. Within, the Grand Elder sat in an ancient armchair, his pallor betraying a profound frailty. In a hushed tone, he instructed, "Neru, please step outside to greet our friends." Nera nodded, pushed open the door, and stepped out. He stood at the threshold, his gaze fixed upon two figures swiftly approaching in the distance, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Long time no see, Neru," greeted Omu as he descended to the ground, smiling warmly. Neru scrutinized Omu, astonished by his transformation. "Omu, is it truly you? How may I assist you this time?" Omu replied with a gentle smile, gesturing toward the celestial being beside him. "This time, I bring our Earth's celestial being back to his homeland." Neru turned to regard the celestial being, a glimmer of surprise crossing his features. Despite the celestial being's somewhat aged appearance, he could still discern a semblance of familiarity. The celestial being, equally astonished, gazed back at Neru, silently pondering, "Is this truly my kin?" Neru opened the door wider, gesturing invitingly, "Please, come in. The Grand Elder awaits inside." Omu felt a twinge of surprise. The Grand Elder had sensed his arrival, despite the fact that his aura had become nearly imperceptible to ordinary beings. Upon entering, Neru bowed deeply to the Grand Elder, while Omu politely offered his greetings. The Grand Elder smiled faintly, his gaze warm and affectionate as he directed his attention to the celestial being, beckoning, "So, this is Katat's child. Come closer. I wish to see you." The celestial being approached hesitantly, looking up at the Grand Elder's imposing figure, a pang of sorrow welling within him. He could sense the Grand Elder's frailty, yet also felt a comforting strength emanating from him. The Grand Elder extended his hand, gently caressing the celestial being's head, closing his eyes as if to absorb the essence of his years. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, filled with love, and said, "Your name is Bick, is it not? You have endured much suffering over the years. When our homeland faced calamity, all Namekians fled, and your father, Katats, took you to Earth while you were still young." The celestial being nodded thoughtfully, musing quietly, "So, my father's name is Katats." The Grand Elder's eyes brimmed with guilt and compassion. He resolved to offer the celestial being assistance. "Child, allow me to awaken the potential that lies within you." With that, the Grand Elder's palm emanated a gentle radiance, and the celestial being felt a warm current surge within him, instantly invigorating him with strength. He sensed his energy escalating rapidly, as if every cell within him was awakening. 260, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, finally stabilizing at 6,500. Ahem. The Grand Elder cleared his throat softly, his voice hoarse and faint. The celestial being stepped forward, his eyes brimming with concern. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder raised his hand slightly, signaling the celestial being not to be anxious. Do not worry, my child, for my time is drawing near. He took a deep breath and continued. Your lifespan has also reached its limit. Otherwise, your potential would be even greater. You are the most promising Namekian of our dragon clan. The celestial being furrowed his brow, his heart entangled with a myriad of emotions. He recognized the truth in the Grand Elder's words, yet the internal struggle made acceptance elusive. The Grand Elder perceived the celestial being's hesitation and spoke gently yet resolutely. You must reunite with that separated aspect of yourself, the being known as Piccolo. Only then can your lifespan align with that of our Namekian kind. A flicker of anguish crossed the celestial being's eyes. But that is my darker side. The Grand Elder shook his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh, there is no such thing as a darker side. It is merely your combative nature within. Without him, you shall never be whole. Together, you embody the true essence of our Namekian dragon clan. Promise me you will return and embrace him. The celestial being lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment. The turmoil within him akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore. He understood the Grand Elder's wisdom but found himself paralyzed by fear and resistance. Finally, he inhaled deeply, raising his gaze with a newfound resolve shimmering in his eyes. I understand now, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Very well, Neru, please escort him out. I have matters to discuss with Ubu. Neru respectfully acknowledged and approached the celestial being, gently patting his shoulder. Come, Piccolo. The celestial being nodded silently and followed Neru out of the chamber. Ubu remained by the side, quietly observing the unfolding events. His heart filled with confusion about what the Grand Elder wished to convey to him. The Grand Elder's gaze turned profound, as if penetrating the depths of Ubu's soul. He spoke slowly. I am uncertain of what has transpired within you. The future I once foresaw has vanished, leaving only a shroud of mist. I trust you are now capable of addressing the crisis facing our Namek. Ubu furrowed his brow, contemplating before replying. Indeed, I can effortlessly resolve that crisis now. However, I regret to inform you, Grand Elder, that the time is not yet ripe. I do not wish to alter too much, as that is a pivotal moment. I must maintain control within manageable bounds. A flicker of enigmatic emotion crossed the Grand Elder's gaze as he looked at Ubu and smiled. Since you can assist me in resolving that incident, I am profoundly grateful. However, my time is short, and I ask that you watch over my children, including Piccolo, who grapples with many uncertainties. I hope you can guide him. In return, I shall provide you with a clue that may aid you in your current endeavors. Ebony stroked his chin, pondering quietly within himself. Could the clues I possess lead to divinity? What is the situation with the Grand Elder? How does he know so much? It is utterly different from the narratives depicted in the anime of my previous life. He cast a glance at the Grand Elder, then spoke. I understand, Grand Elder. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder replied, Your desire for rapid growth in that model is ultimately a matter of time. The only assistance I can provide lies in this particular clue, which resides at the very edge of the Eastern Galaxy. Upon hearing this, Wumu could ascertain with certainty that the Grand Elder was indeed aware of his circumstances. He nodded slightly and solemnly remarked, Thank you, Elder. I will take a look. The Elder gradually closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation or fatigue. Observing this, Ebony turned and departed as well. He stepped out of the house, and the deity approached him. Is it over? Asked Uwood. Yes, it is indeed over. If you have no further matters to attend to, we may return now. Uwood replied with a light-hearted smile. The deity gazed at the distant sky, inhaling deeply as if to draw in the final remnants of Namek's essence. There is nothing left for me here. Earth still requires my presence. I should hasten back, he concluded. Uwood nodded and called out to Nilu. We shall take our leave now. Nyla smiled and replied, Do visit often when you can. Certainly, Uwood said, giving Nyla's shoulder a friendly pat as a gesture of farewell. Subsequently, Uwood led the deity through the temporal barrier, and in an instant, they returned to the Earth Temple. With a flash of light, the two appeared in a familiar setting. The architecture of the Earth Temple radiated a solemn and tranquil aura under the sunlight, resembling a serene ancient castle exuding an air of mystery and authority. Deity, Bobo approached respectfully, addressing the divine figure. The deity nodded slightly, a hint of concern in his eyes. Bobo, during my absence, has anything transpired on Earth? All is well, my lord, Bobo assured him. He then turned to Uwood and added, Uwood's martial arts school has commenced operations and has attracted many disciples. Wukong and the others are actively teaching. Upon hearing this, the deity closed his eyes and took a deep breath, quietly attuning himself to the entirety of Earth. His aura spread like an invisible web, swiftly enveloping every corner, allowing him to sense the existence of each life and the fluctuations of energy. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his expression relaxing. It appeared that indeed nothing had occurred. Even Piccolo was leading his own life. He turned to look at Uwood, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Uwood, I now understand that power in the universe is assessed through combat strength. I never anticipated that my previous combat power was merely 260. I heard from Nyla that you had over 20,000 combat strength 5 years ago? No wonder you were untroubled by Bic. Uwood smiled faintly, Tiantian. Your strength has now reached 6,500, allowing you to better protect the Earth. Once you merge with Bic, you will become even stronger. Tianch shook his head, a complex expression crossing his face. I have no intention of merging with Bic anymore. He has his own life now. And I have come to realize that although he is the offspring of the original Bic, he is also my child. As long as he refrains from causing further chaos, let him live his life in peace. He gazed benevolently into the distance, as if he could penetrate the veil of space to perceive the figure of Bic. It was a manifestation of a father's tolerance and hope for his child, imbued with warmth and understanding. Yumo regarded the deity, secretly marveling at the unexpected survival of the Sun family's caretaker, pondering how to persuade the divine being, only to realize that it was no longer a concern for him. He offered a slight smile and addressed the celestial being. In that case, I shall take my leave. The divine entity nodded, and the figure of Wumu vanished instantaneously. Subsequently, the celestial being turned to Bobo, stating, I must enter the time chamber. I entrust the matters outside to you. Bobo solemnly nodded, replying, Very well, divine one. Everything shall be left in my care. The celestial being then turned and entered the temple, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. While sensing the earth moments ago, he had also gauged Bobo's combat prowess, discovering it to be a surprising 1030. This revelation astonished him, yet he recognized the urgency to acclimate to the surge in power. Upon entering the time chamber, he was enveloped by a unique aura, as if time itself were infinitely stretched within its confines. He closed his eyes, beginning to familiarize himself with the explosive growth of his strength. Every strand of energy coursed through his being, as if boundless power awaited its moment to erupt. The potency was truly astonishing, and he silently marveled at feeling his strength escalate to 6,500. Gradually, time flowed within the time chamber, and the celestial being continued to refine his abilities. Chapter 79. 5 years later, Wumu sat cross-legged above the molten lava of a volcano, surrounded by a silvery aura, resembling a deity. Despite his sacred appearance, the sorrow etched upon his countenance was unmistakable. He sighed softly, filled with a sense of helplessness. Alas, it seems I am truly stuck here. A year ago, he had successfully unlocked all 12 primary meridians, yet the 8 extraordinary vessels remained untouched. His combat power had already surpassed 900 million, and now his body was completely saturated, unable to accommodate any more vital energy. The only glimmer of hope lay in the fact that his heart continued to circulate energy, but if this persisted, Goku and the others would soon catch up. 5 years ago, Uwood returned to Earth, and since then, he had traversed the entire planet on foot, feeling the pulse of the Earth while simultaneously breaking through his meridians. However, he now found himself ensnared in a bottleneck, unable to advance any further. Throughout these 5 years, Goku and his companions had been imparting martial arts at the dojo. Primarily, Tien and Krillin dedicated their days to diligently guiding the students. Yamcha had broken up with Bulma, as he became enamored with the female students, indulging in women and neglecting his martial arts. Upon discovering this, Bulma was furious and ended their relationship. Uwood couldn't help but shake his head, pondering, it seems one cannot escape this law. Goku, due to the birth of his son, was often required by Chi-Chi to remain at home. Thus he rarely visited the dojo. Nevertheless, the king continued to pay him his salary. In truth, even if Goku did come to the dojo, he would not teach the students. He merely sought out Ganis to spar. Even so, the king, recognizing him as the savior, permitted him to do as he pleased. As long as he grew stronger, after all, he did not expect the academy to save the Earth. Yet, despite this, Chi-Chi still wanted Gohan to pursue academics. Lamenting that with 2 martial artists in the household, neither could even recognize a single character, it was essential to have a scholar among them. The spiritual fruit was shared between Goku and Chi-Chi, each consuming one. Chi-Chi's combat power merely doubled, while Goku, due to his Saiyan heritage, quintupled his strength. Coupled with years of training, his combat power now exceeded 4,000. Krillin and the others also made some progress. Krillin at 680, Tien at 820, Kaiatsu at 540. Yamcha at 593, Aral at 310, and the most significant growth was seen in Goten, who reached 774. Ganis, however, showed little change. As he had focused on honing his mental prowess over the years, his combat power had naturally increased. But he had yet to surpass 300 million in his Super Saiyan transformation. Yuwood's thoughts were scattered by a gust of wind. He took a deep breath. Feeling the scorching waves of volcanic lava, he knew he could not continue like this. Rising to his feet, a silvery aura swirled around him, blazing like a fierce flame. He resolved to swiftly conclude matters on Earth by eliminating Frisia, then to investigate the place mentioned by the Grand Elder. The sky above Baozi Mountain was a brilliant blue, with white clouds drifting lazily. Chi-Chi stood at the foot of the mountain, watching as the distant nimbus cloud faded away. Sun Wukong, cradling Son Gohan, soared rapidly towards the horizon atop the cloud. She cupped her hands around her mouth and called out loudly, "Remember to come back early." Sitting cross-legged on the nimbus, Sun Wukong waved his hand, his face adorned with his signature smile. In his arms, Son Gohan's eyes widened, brimming with curiosity about the world around him. This was his first venture away from home, and his gaze was filled with excitement and anticipation. Today marked a day of respite at the martial arts school, and Sun Wukong and his old friends had arranged a gathering. Chi-Chi felt she was not suited to join, so she encouraged Sun Wukong to go alone. However, upon seeing Son Gohan's eager eyes, her heart softened, and she ultimately relented, only reminding Sun Wukong to ensure that Son Gohan completes his homework upon their return. The nimbus traced a graceful arc through the blue sky, finally descending into the tranquil courtyard of the Meihua Island's Extreme Flow Martial Arts School. The atmosphere remained serene, filled with the fragrance of flowers and lush greenery. "Oh, hello everyone," Sun Wukong exclaimed as he leaped off the nimbus, waving to the crowd and revealing a bright, white smile. Son Gohan clung tightly to Sun Wukong's garment, his small frame nestled in his embrace, his eyes reflecting a blend of wariness and curiosity towards the unfamiliar surroundings. The group gathered around them, with Bulma being the first to approach Sun Wukong, her gaze fixed upon Son Gohan with evident curiosity. She reached out, gently pinching his chubby cheek, and cheerfully inquired, "Wukong, is this your child?" Sun Wukong set Son Gohan down, ruffling his hair as he replied with a smile, "Indeed. This is my son, Son Gohan." Son Gohan looked around and, feeling the friendly gazes of the crowd, gradually relaxed and revealed a shy smile. "By the way, where are Yamcha and Ub?" Sun Wukong scanned the area, noticing the absence of a few familiar faces, and asked. Bulma's expression darkened abruptly, her brows furrowing with evident displeasure as she replied, "Don't mention Yamcha, I do not wish to see him." Her words cast a shadow over the atmosphere, causing the surrounding friends to exchange awkward glances and forced smiles. Krillin gently patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder, attempting to ease the tension. "As for Ub, I haven't seen him in 5 years and have been unable to contact him." Sun Wukong scratched his head, a slight frown crossing his face as he appeared puzzled. "Well, it's truly frustrating. Ub is always vanishing." He then glanced towards the corner where Janemba stood, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. "Hey, Janemba, can you get in touch with Ub?" Janemba shook his head, yet his gaze lingered on Son Gohan, contemplating privately, "This little one possesses remarkable potential. Could it be due to his mixed heritage of Earthling and Saiyan? It seems I too must find an Earthwoman." At that moment, Master Roshi approached. His interest piqued as he inquired, "What is this child's name?" Sun Wukong smiled, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "Indeed. It is the name of my late grandfather." He spoke softly, his gaze tenderly directed towards the sky, as if peering through the azure expanse in the white clouds to glimpse his dearly departed kin. In the distance, Bulma led Gohan towards Aral and Launch, the latter cradling a small boy, approximately 2 years old. 3 years prior, Tien and Launch had celebrated their nuptials, during which they had contemplated using the Dragon Balls to separate them, but both had declined, ultimately wishing to merge their consciousness instead. This child, named Tenka, was Tien and Launch's offspring, possessing 3 eyes and dark hair. It was quite unexpected that he also bore a tail. Bulma remarked to Launch, her tone tinged with surprise. Upon hearing this, Aral curiously inquired, "Sister Bulma, is there a problem with tails?" "Brother Goku has one too." Bulma and Launch exchanged a glance, then cast their eyes down to Gohan's puzzled expression, shaking their heads without offering further explanation. Tenka, in Launch's arms, reached out his tiny hand towards Gohan, who reciprocated, and the two children beamed with joy, prompting smiles from Bulma and the others. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm and radiant glow upon the ground. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying a refreshing essence. The distant chirping of birds seemed to add a harmonious note to this tranquil moment. Chapter 80. Raditz arrives on Earth high above the Earth. A spherical object gleaming with metallic luster plummeted towards the ground at an astonishing speed. It sliced through the atmosphere, trailing a fiery tail, akin to a shooting star. With a thunderous boom, the serenity of the farm was shattered, the ground trembled, and dust erupted into the air. A massive crater appeared at the center of the field, earth and debris scattering in all directions. The sphere gradually opened, revealing a man with a hedgehog-like hairstyle emerging from within. He was tall and imposing, his gaze fierce, none other than Raditz, the first iconic figure of the Dragon Ball universe. The farmer, alerted by the cacophony, approached with an old shotgun, trembling with trepidation. Confusion etched on his face, fear flickered in his eyes as he fixated on the unexpected intruder in the pit. Raditz cast a cold glance his way, lightly touching the device at his ear, prompting a mechanical voice to announce, "Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 5. A mere wretch with a battle power of only 5. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Raditz's mouth as he crossed his arms over his chest, his tone rife with contempt. Gradually ascending into the sky, he surveyed the unfamiliar terrain below, furrowing his brow as he contemplated. I never anticipated that this planet was inhabited. Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? The farmer, overwhelmed by Raditz's formidable presence, felt his legs weaken, the shotgun slipping from his grasp as he collapsed onto the ground. His face ashen and cold sweat beading on his brow. He had never witnessed such a sight, his heart consumed by dread and helplessness. He activated the detector once more, embarking on a quest to probe the energy responses emanating from the Earth. What is happening? A flicker of confusion crossed Raditz's gaze as he fixated on the readings displayed on the detector's screen, his brow furrowing in concern. Several power levels exceeding 100? A wave of unease washed over him, causing his confidence to waver. It was inconceivable that this planet could harbor such formidable beings. As he beheld 2 readings surpassing 1,000, his doubts deepened further. The higher reading must belong to Kakarot, situated to the east. Raditz's expression hardened, resolute in his decision to verify the situation personally. He soared towards the east with astonishing speed, his figure transforming into a streak of light across the sky. As he flew, various conjectures and questions raced through Raditz's mind. Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? Why are there so many powerful beings? What secrets does this planet conceal? During his flight, Raditz gazed down at the ever-changing landscape beneath him. Fields, mountains, rivers, the breathtaking beauty of Earth flashed before his eyes. In a tranquil forest, a gentle breeze caressed the dense treetops, and birds joyfully chirped upon the branches. Piccolo sat cross-legged upon a massive boulder, surrounded by the place where he had long practiced. The morning in the mountains was suffused with a light mist, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him, as if narrating the passage of time. With his eyes closed in meditation, the energy within Piccolo flowed through his body like a placid river. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, indicating the intensity of his training. Over the years, his strength had far surpassed that of the time he battled Son Goku at the martial arts tournament. Reflecting on that fierce confrontation, a slight smile graced Piccolo's lips, and a determined glimmer flickered in his eyes. Son Goku, this time, I will surely defeat you. However, just as he immersed himself in his training, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from afar, shattering the tranquility of the forest. Piccolo abruptly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed in confusion and vigilance. Whose presence is this? How can it be so formidable? He rose to his feet, his gaze directed towards the source of the unsettling presence that lingered in the air. A subtle unease stirring within him. This aura was unmasked, as if proclaiming its existence to the entire universe. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo endeavored to quell the tumult within his heart. Could it be a new ally of Son Goku and his companions? With that thought, Piccolo ascended into the sky, soaring towards the direction of the mysterious energy. The mountains and forest receded rapidly beneath him, the wind howling in his ears, his heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation. Meanwhile, after reminiscing, Krillin suddenly expressed his desire to spar with Son Goku. Upon hearing this proposal, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Son Goku's eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting in a joyous smile as he readily agreed. Gohan stood beside Bulma, his eyes sparkling with admiration, fixated on his father as he faced off against 4 opponents. Krillin was the first to strike, leaping into the air and delivering a kick aimed directly at Son Goku's face. Goku's expression sharpened, and with a swift motion, he countered Krillin's attack. At that moment, Tien took the opportunity to launch a punch from the side. Goku, quick to react, extended his other hand and firmly grasped Tien's fist. In that instant, Little Jet, thinking swiftly, unleashed a powerful elbow strike aimed at Goku's abdomen. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Goku quickly propelled both Krillin and Tien away and retreated swiftly. However, before he could catch his breath, Kaiatsu charged from behind with a spinning headbutt. Feeling a fierce energy approaching, Goku ascended rapidly, evading the attack. Seeing this, Little Jet and Kaiatsu immediately halted their pursuit, and the four of them soared into the air, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with Son Goku. The sound of fists slicing through the air filled the atmosphere with palpable tension. Despite facing the combined onslaught of four adversaries, Son Goku remained unfazed. His gaze was resolute. His movement swift, each punch carried immense power and precision. Krillin launched another attack, his fist cutting through the air with fierce momentum, aimed at Goku's face. With a slight smile, Goku sidestepped effortlessly, evading the blow. Following this, he countered with a swift motion, sending Krillin tumbling through the air. Observing this, Tien shouted in anger and threw a mighty punch. Unflustered, Goku raised his arm to block the strike and then retaliated with a kick, sending Tien hurtling backward. Seeing their companions falter, Little Jet and Kaiatsu exchanged anxious glances, resolving to attempt a coordinated attack once more. They swiftly repositioned themselves, flanking Sun Wukong from two directions. Feeling the approach of two formidable presences, Sun Wukong mused inwardly. This time, it seems rather challenging. He swiftly regulated his breathing, honing his focus. And with a flourish of his hands, he deftly parried the assaults of Xiao Jie and Jiaozi. The impact of their fists against his arms resonated with a dull thud. Seizing the momentum, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful counter, forcefully repelling both adversaries. A sense of delight surged within him. It seems everyone has made significant progress, yet I shall not concede easily. He took a deep breath, his figure like lightning, instantly appearing before Xiao Jie and Jiaozi, unleashing both fists and sending the two flying. Krillin and Tien, witnessing this, quickly adjusted their stances, preparing to launch a new wave of attacks. Goku's gaze sharpened, and he silently vowed, I can no longer afford to grant them any opportunity. He swiftly soared into the air, his fists raining down like droplets of rain, forcing Krillin and Tien to retreat step by step. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and Gohan watched with a surge of emotions, tightly clenching his fists, silently cheering for his father. At that moment, Krillin suddenly unleashed a remarkable technique. His entire being radiating a dazzling light, as a unique wave of energy surged from his palm, aimed directly at Goku. Sensing this formidable force, a flicker of surprise crossed Goku's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He swiftly adjusted his posture, crossing his arms to deflect the blow. Chapter 81. Raditz seeks his kin. What formidable strength! Sun Wukong silently praised, yet his expression remained composed. He suddenly exerted his strength, sending Krillin staggering back, and in a swift motion, appeared before Tien Shinhan. Without hesitation, Tien unleashed his own Kikaho, hands pressed together, releasing a formidable wave of energy. Goku's gaze sharpened, and with a powerful sweep of his hands, he dispersed the energy wave. In an instant, he retaliated, sending Tien hurtling through the air. Seeing this, Little J and Chaozi united once more to attack, yet Goku had already anticipated their intentions. He swiftly adjusted his stance, blocking both of their assaults with ease, then unleashed a tremendous force that sent them both reeling. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with Goku's movements becoming increasingly rapid and his strength intensifying. Each punch he delivered resonated with unmatched power and precision, leaving his four opponents utterly defenseless. The atmosphere was thick with tension, heartbeats racing as if the decisive moment of the conflict was imminent. Goku's fist struck like thunder, each blow carving a dazzling arc through the air. His expression was resolute, brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Opposite him, Tien, Krillin, Little J, and Chaozi bore expressions of despair and anxiety. Their movements grew sluggish, both stamina and spirit swiftly depleting. At that moment, Goku unleashed a tremendous surge of power, sending all four adversaries flying, thus concluding the battle. They soared like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. As Goku descended gently to the earth, Goten rushed forward, eyes sparkling with admiration for his father. Dad, you're amazing. Goku smiled softly, ruffling Goten's hair. Goten, you must strive as well. One day, you shall surpass me. Tien, clutching his arm, wore a pained expression but still approached, his voice laced with curiosity. Goku, what level of strength do you possess now? Krillin followed suit, sharing the same look of bewilderment. Indeed, Goku, we four are nearly at your level from 5 years ago, yet even united, we are no match for you. Goku scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily. 5 years ago, Ub gave me 2 peculiar fruits. After consuming one, my strength surged immensely. What kind of fruit is so miraculous? Krillin inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. In the corner, Ganas sat on the steps, arms crossed and leaning against a pillar. Eyes closed, his voice deep and calm. Those are the fruits of the spirit tree. They enhance one's strength according to individual potential. In the distance, Master Roshi observed thoughtfully. Calculating within himself, he recalled that Ub had also given him 2 fruits long ago, which he had never consumed. Now, realizing their value, he resolved to eat one. For his own strength had remained stagnant for years, while his students had surpassed him. So that's how it is. Goku, you are truly fortunate. I wish to partake of one as well. Klin sighed with regret, his eyes filled with envy. Ganas opened one eye, glancing towards Klin. His tone laced with a hint of warning. I advise you to abandon such thoughts, regardless of the effects of consuming it. You are aware of the peculiarities surrounding the growth of this fruit. You would surely refrain from partaking. The others exchanged puzzled looks, not comprehending the meaning behind Ganas' words. Ganas then rose, his gaze penetrating as he looked into the distance. Returning his focus, he addressed Sun Wukong, according to Lord Yumu's instructions from 5 years ago. It appears today is the day. Sun Wukong, I entrust everything to you. I shall not intervene in any manner. Sun Wukong tilted his head. A myriad of questions reflected in his eyes, his heart brimming with confusion. Suddenly, a formidable presence surged from afar, akin to an invisible tempest, swiftly engulfing the entire sky. Raditz approached with an overwhelming aura, his speed as swift as lightning, exuding an intimidating force. Who goes there? Sun Wukong and the others sensed something amiss and turned their gazes towards Raditz. A shadow rapidly descended from the heavens, radiating an air of unyielding authority. A sense of tension gripped the hearts of the group as they braced themselves, the atmosphere thickening with anticipation. Raditz's figure became clearer. His cold smile and the arrogance evident in his eyes sent shivers down their spines. He descended slowly, his feet striking the ground with a heavy thud, stirring up a cloud of dust as if heralding his arrival. Raditz's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept over each individual in the courtyard before finally resting on Sun Wukong, whose resemblance to his father Bardock momentarily halted him. At last, we meet, Kakarot. Raditz's voice was low and frigid, imbued with an undeniable authority. Though you have grown, I recognized you at once. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his expression a canvas of confusion. Kakarot? In a corner, Ganas observed Raditz, a sudden realization dawning upon him. So, this is the remaining scion Lord Yumu spoke of. Come to seek out Sun Wukong. However, this endeavor is destined to fail. With a mere combat power of around 1500, he poses no real threat. Raditz let out a cold scoff, his eyes brimming with disdain. Indeed, Kakarot, you bear a striking resemblance to our father. He suddenly pointed at Sun Wukong and bellowed. What in the world is happening on this planet? Wasn't your mission to annihilate all of humanity on Earth? What game are you playing? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow even deeper, utterly perplexed by the situation. Krillin, equally bewildered, inquired, who is this person, Wukong? Bulma, as if struck by a sudden realization, exchanged a glance with Master Roshi before turning her gaze towards Garnaz. Noticing the questioning looks from Bulma and Master Roshi, Garnaz silently nodded. He then closed his eyes and stood in the corner with his arms crossed, indicating his desire to remain uninvolved. Raditz, observing Sun Wukong's look of confusion, felt his fury intensifying. His brow furrowed deeply, and his eyes sparkled with an angry flame, as if he wished to incinerate everything before him. With a sudden sweeping gesture, a powerful wave of energy surged towards Sun Wukong. The air itself seemed to rend apart with a deafening sound. In an instant, Sun Wukong sensed the ferocity of that power. His gaze sharpened, and he slightly tilted his body. The energy wave grazed his shoulder, whipping up a fierce wind as it sped toward the distant mountains. A colossal explosion echoed as the wave struck the mountains, causing them to collapse in an instant. The deafening roar of the blast reverberating through the ground, which trembled violently. Krillin and Tien Shin'an stood by, their eyes wide in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Their hearts raced uncontrollably, and as he swallowed hard, Klin could not help but murmur, such formidable power. Sun Wukong, with a stern expression, fixed his gaze upon Raditz, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination and fury. In a deep, resonant voice, he demanded, "What are you doing? Who are you, really?" Raditz was momentarily taken aback. Then a cold smirk crossed his face, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. He slowly closed his eyes, as if reminiscing about something, then opened them again. A hint of mockery in his tone. "It seems you have become quite familiar with these earthlings, forgetting your true mission. Allow me to enlighten you. I am your biological brother. We are the noblest warrior race in the cosmos, the Saiyans. As a lowly soldier, you were sent by our father to this relatively weak planet, tasked with annihilating its inhabitants and subsequently selling off this world. This is your mission." Chapter 82. The Abduction of Gohan. The furious Goku, upon hearing Raditz proclaim himself as a noble Saiyan, Ganas couldn't help but chuckle, a glimmer of resignation flickering in his eyes. He gently shook his head, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. Once, he held a similar belief until he encountered Lord Ebony, which revealed the absurdity of his former notions. Everything he now possessed was a gift from Lord Ebony. Even in his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he could barely withstand a few blows. Moreover, the wonders he had witnessed alongside Lord Ebony were extraordinary, such as the events of today, which he felt had been foreseen long ago. Krillin and the others stared wide-eyed at Goku, unable to believe the news, while Master Roshi and Bulma were already aware of the situation but still harbored some concern. "Stop spouting nonsense. I am a Terran, not some cockroach. I am Goku." Goku shouted angrily at Raditz. His face flushed a deep crimson, fist clenched tightly, and his eyes brimmed with fury and rejection. Raditz, taken aback by Goku's defiance, raised an eyebrow in surprise. A frown crossed his brow, and a flicker of displeasure danced in his eyes. He never anticipated events would unfold in such a manner. It seemed that reason had eluded Goku. Had he known, he would not have sought him out. "My two companions and I would suffice." He let out a cold laugh, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment and mockery. He had not anticipated that his brother would truly forsake the pride of their Saiyan heritage. Had it not been for Prince Vegeta's mention of needing assistance, he would not have exerted such effort in bringing his sibling, hoping that familiarity might aid him. He had foreseen such a scenario. Kakarot, having grown accustomed to the comforts of ruling Earth, would become disinclined to engage in our relentless battles. Thus, he resolved to retrieve him. However, reality proved far more intricate than he had envisioned. As Raditz surveyed his surroundings, he noted the unwavering resolve among the Earth warriors surrounding Son Goku. While their combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the Saiyans, their indomitable spirit instilled a sense of pressure within him. Kakarot's power level hovered around 1,000, only slightly inferior to his own, which should have been advantageous. Yet, as Kakarot rejected him, desiring to remain, he found himself outnumbered by those with combat abilities in the hundreds, rendering him incapable of achieving his goal alone. With this thought, Raditz scoffed. "Very well, live your life as you please, and consider me a brother who never existed, for you have evidently forgotten the bonds of kinship. Yet, in the end, I wish to embrace you one last time. Having been absent throughout your growth, I regret the suffering you have endured." As he spoke, he opened his arms, feigning an emotional approach towards Sun Wukong, while his heart churned with revulsion. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with doubt and vigilance. He could not trust that the suddenly appeared brother would so easily spare him. Raditz extended his arms, slowly advancing towards Sun Wukong, a false smile plastered on his face, as if a hunter were stealthily closing in on its prey. "Wukong, be cautious," Krillin shouted, instinctively rushing forward to protect his friend. However, Raditz's speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. With a swift motion, he stood before Sun Wukong, tightening his embrace around him. "Kakarot, you have truly disappointed me," Raditz murmured, his voice laced with a chilling cruelty. Sun Wukong felt a surge of excruciating pain as a headbutt struck him fiercely, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Before he could react, Raditz hurled him skyward, immediately following with a ki blast in pursuit. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the sky, erupting like fireworks and forming a vast cloud of smoke. "Wukong!" Both Master Roshi and Bulma shouted in unison, their eyes filled with terror and fury. Krillin and the other warriors surged forward, intent on avenging Sun Wukong. Yet, Raditz had no intention of entangling himself with them. He concentrated a small ki blast toward the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Seizing this opportunity, Raditz swiftly flew toward Gohan, seizing him in one hand. He had previously noticed the child with a tail and surmised he was Kakarot's offspring, since he was also a Saiyan. Bringing him back would facilitate the task, as early training would be more effective. Raditz, clutching Gohan, unleashed his full power, rapidly heading toward his spacecraft. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for reaction. After all, Raditz had meticulously planned this and acted with remarkable speed. As Krillin and the others dispersed the dust, they watched Raditz depart, furiously shouting, "Gohan!" Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, struck by the ki blast in the sky, gradually regained his senses. He steadfastly proclaimed to the onlookers below, "I will defeat him." Upon uttering those words, he erupted with energy, a white aura blazing like fierce flames as he sped off in pursuit of Raditz. At that moment, Piccolo, who had been lurking nearby, emerged. He had grasped the entirety of the situation. "Piccolo," Krillin exclaimed in surprise, "what brings you here?" "Humph. I merely wish to ascertain the identity of this sudden intruder." Piccolo replied coolly, arms crossed as he floated in midair. "However, Sun Wukong can only be vanquished by me." He then turned and followed suit, leaving Bulma and the others exchanging glances. "What shall we do next?" Krillin inquired, frowning. "Shall we go and see for ourselves?" Tianjin Fan suggested, and the crowd nodded in agreement. At that moment, Bulma turned angrily towards Gannis, shouting furiously, "Why didn't you stop him?" Gannis merely cast her a cold glance, replying, "I have stated I will not intervene in this matter, especially since that child will be fine." Bulma's face flushed with anger. After all, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, was dear to her. The thought of the child being taken from her side left her distressed, unable to explain to Chi-Chi. "Just because you say he will be fine, does that make it true?" "That scoundrel is clearly a menace," Bulma retorted angrily. "Given that our Saiyan population is already scarce, he must have discerned the child's identity. Since he cannot take Sun Wukong, he will likely abduct the child to train him," Gannis remarked indifferently. The image of Sun Gohan, once trained, wreaking havoc across planets and senselessly taking lives, involuntarily sent shivers down their spines. "However, Gannis, you are also a Saiyan, aren't you? Why doesn't he recognize you?" Alaga stepped forward to inquire. "I was not with him. I was dispatched to another planet at a young age. Furthermore, a planet is vast, and it cannot be assured that everyone knows each other," Gannis explained. In the sky, Sun Wukong relentlessly pursued Raditz, his heart brimming with rage and determination. He understood that only by vanquishing Raditz could he rescue his son and safeguard the peace of the earth. His gaze was resolute, and his spirit blazed like a fierce fire, as if intent on reducing all obstacles to ashes. "Raditz, you cannot escape," Sun Wukong vowed within himself, his speed escalating, drawing ever closer to Raditz. Chapter 83. The cornered Raditz glanced back and saw Sun Wukong had caught up, a hint of disdainful amusement flickering across his face, as if mocking the other's persistence and folly. "Kakarot, you are truly relentless," he murmured, quickening his pace in an attempt to shake off Sun Wukong. Yet, Sun Wukong refused to relent. His mind was solely fixated on rescuing Gohan. His speed surged once more, nearly matching Raditz stride for stride. The air was thick with tension, as if even the wind held its breath for this chase. "Raditz, release Gohan," Sun Wukong shouted, his voice infused with fury and determination. Raditz chuckled derisively, halting midair and turning to face Sun Wukong. "Do you really think you can defeat me? Kakarot, you are so naive." As soon as his words fell, he abruptly turned and launched a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong. Swiftly evading the strike, Sun Wukong retaliated with a punch directed at Raditz. Their fists clashed in midair, producing a thunderous sound, while shockwaves radiated outward, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. The dust upon the ground was stirred into the air, as if to cheer on this fierce battle. In but a moment, Raditz was sent flying, retreating a considerable distance. He performed several somersaults in the air before finally managing to stabilize his form. He hovered in disbelief, then gazed at his weeping nephew in his hands, gently descending to the ground to set Gohan down. The sound of young Gohan's cries echoed through the silent valley, strikingly jarring. Raditz looked up at Goku, muttering to himself in confusion, could it be that he did not possess a battle power exceeding 1,000? He tapped the detector lightly. Beep, beep, beep. 1,200. No problem at all. Could it be that the detector is malfunctioning? His brow knitted in concern, his heart brimming with doubt and unease. He once again tapped on the detector, and in the distance, the place where he had previously landed began to stir. The spacecraft was now moving autonomously towards him. At that moment, Beak also arrived. His silhouette appeared atop the distant mountain, coldly observing the unfolding battle. Raditz glanced over, his combat power registering at 999. Although Piccolo's energy was not as formidable, it nonetheless posed a slight threat that he could not ignore. Son Goku also turned his gaze towards Piccolo, speaking earnestly. "Do not interfere. This is a matter between him and me." Humph. It would be better if he were to defeat you. That way. No one would stand in my way of world domination, Piccolo retorted, crossing his arms, his eyes glinting with a hint of cold disdain. Goku offered a resigned smile before turning his attention back to Raditz. Raditz, it would be wise for you to leave Earth at once, or I will not let you go easily. Raditz remained silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Goku's words. Then, a derisive chuckle escaped him. His deep voice tinged with contempt. Ha! Kakarot, do not become too complacent. You are merely a low-class warrior. I must inform you that my two other companions possess powers several times greater than mine. When they arrive on Earth, it will herald your doom. Piccolo's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed the overwhelming energy radiating from Raditz, stronger than his own. If what Raditz claimed about his companion's strength was true, the implications were indeed daunting. His heart was laden with apprehension and unease, yet he maintained an outward demeanor of calm and composure, regardless of any subordinate warriors. No matter who among you dares to commit malevolence on Earth, I shall not grant you leniency, Sun Wukong declared resolutely, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed all his power, his body enveloped in an intensifying white aura, as if a blinding radiance pierced the heavens. Raditz gazed upward at Son Goku, his eyes briefly darting toward the scouter, utterly astonished. Impossible! How could this be? The scouter's display indicated Son Goku's combat power was 4,120. Beside him, Piccolo was also pushed back several meters by the sheer force of Goku's energy, staring at him in disbelief. Is this truly the extent of Son Goku's strength? How could he be this formidable? Piccolo murmured to himself, a glimmer of incredulity flashing in his eyes. On the ground, Gohan had ceased his weeping, his wide eyes fixed on Goku, calling out, "Daddy?" Cold sweat beaded on Raditz's brow as an unfamiliar terror surged within him. Damn it! If this continues, I will perish here. He began to retreat slowly, preparing to take flight. Piccolo, acutely aware of his intentions, swiftly descended to block his path. Get out of my way! Raditz shouted, launching an energy blast toward Piccolo. Without even a glance, Piccolo effortlessly deflected the blast and retaliated with a powerful punch to Raditz's face. Stung by the blow, Raditz retaliated in anger, landing a punch on Piccolo's face and following it up with an uppercut, sending him soaring. You insufferable insect! If it weren't for your meddling, I would have long since escaped. Raditz glared menacingly at Piccolo before turning his gaze backward, where Son Goku had ceased his display of power, hovering behind him. Piccolo rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and scoffed, "Humph! Such brazen arrogance." He removed his cloak and hat, taking a deep breath. His combat power reaching an astonishing 1,300. How could this be? Could it be that this planet conceals combat abilities? Raditz felt a mix of astonishment and doubt in his heart. Are you all right, Piccolo? Goku inquired with genuine concern, gazing intently at Piccolo. Piccolo remained silent, merely positioning himself alongside Goku, effectively sandwiching Raditz between them. Raditz's eyes darted nervously between the two, inwardly lamenting his predicament. He understood that with these two working in tandem, his chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Son Wukong, your presence is no longer required here. I shall eliminate this wretch. Only I am destined to rule this earth, and all these intruders shall be eradicated. Piccolo glared at Raditz with a murderous intent, his eyes shimmering with a frigid glint. Raditz's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if he would be torn to shreds in the next instant. If he did not act swiftly, he would find himself in a dire predicament. With a sudden motion, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, attempting to force back Son Wukong and Piccolo. They evaded with remarkable agility, the energy blasts exploding around them and stirring a cloud of dust and debris. The cacophony of the explosions was deafening, and the smoke enveloped the air, obscuring visibility. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz took to the skies, yearning to escape the battlefield. His movements were as swift as the wind, fueled by an instinct for survival. However, just as he initiated his flight, Piccolo materialized before him, blocking his path. Piccolo's speed was so extraordinary that he seemed to anticipate Raditz's actions, moving in sync with him. Do not even think about fleeing, Piccolo stated coldly, crossing his arms before forcefully thrusting them forward. A potent wave of energy surged toward Raditz, imbued with destructive force, as if it sought to obliterate any obstacle in its path. Struck by the energy wave, Raditz was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact left a deep crater where he fell, dust swirling around him. Agonizing pain coursed through his body, as if his very bones were fracturing. Piccolo hovered beside Raditz, a fierce look of intent upon his face, hand coalescing an energy blast aimed directly at him. Intruder, do not even think of playing tricks before me. Submit to your fate. Chapter 84. A shocking revelation. Raditz gritted his teeth, a flicker of madness igniting in his eyes. He knew that he had reached a point of no return and could only fight with all his might. You Earthlings have no comprehension of the true power of the Saiyans. He struck the ground with a fierce punch, causing the earth to fracture instantaneously. A formidable aura erupting from within him. Sun Wukong and Piccolo were momentarily staggered by this overwhelming force, yet they quickly regained their composure and advanced once more towards Raditz. Despair and madness increasingly clouded Raditz's eyes. He realized there was no retreat left, only the option of fighting to the death. Come on, Kakarot, Raditz bellowed, unleashing an even more potent aura as he charged at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong met him head-on, their fists colliding in the air with a thunderous explosion. Each impact sent ripples of tremendous energy through the atmosphere, as if the very fabric of reality trembled in response. Piccolo, observing from the sidelines, sought an opportunity. Aware that he must identify Raditz's weakness to deliver a decisive blow, his gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, meticulously tracking Raditz's every movement. The intensity of the battle escalated, yet Sun Wukong's defense grew increasingly resilient. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, the aftermath of their combat reverberating throughout the surroundings. Dust was kicked up from the ground, and the surrounding trees swayed violently in the wake of their fierce struggle. Raditz felt an unprecedented pressure. He understood that he must exert every ounce of strength to survive. Each punch and kick he threw was imbued with devastating force, as if he aimed to utterly vanquish Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong's prowess was formidable. Even without fully committing, he effortlessly neutralized every assault. As the battle reached its zenith, Raditz sensed his stamina waning. His breaths became increasingly labored, and sweat drenched his battle attire. His heart was filled with anxiety and reluctance. He was unwilling to accept defeat, and even less inclined to succumb at this moment. Raditz, you have no way out. Surrender, shouted Sun Wukong, his voice tinged with a hint of counsel. He did not wish to witness his soul-kin descend into ruin. A flicker of anguish crossed Sun Wukong's eyes. He was loath to harm Raditz. Yet he understood that if the battle was not resolved swiftly, the consequences would be dire. Shut your mouth. I will never concede, Raditz bellowed, a glint of madness flashing in his gaze. He lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Sun Wukong's face with such swiftness that it was nearly impossible to react. However, Sun Wukong was well prepared. He swiftly sidestepped and landed a powerful blow to Raditz's abdomen. Raditz felt a surge of excruciating pain, his body instinctively recoiling. A look of anguish contorted his face, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, while his eyes narrowed slightly in response to the excruciating pain. Seizing the opportunity during the clash between Raditz and Sun Wukong, Piccolo pressed his fingers against his forehead, swiftly gathering his energy in preparation for a decisive strike. He understood that with Sun Wukong's indecisive nature, he would undoubtedly falter at a critical moment, despite his strength far surpassing that of Raditz. Sun Wukong, step aside. Leave this to me, Piccolo shouted, his fingers slicing through the air as he unleashed a powerful beam directly aimed at Raditz's back. Special beam cannon. Piccolo's voice reverberated through the atmosphere, imbued with immense power and fervor. Taken by surprise, Raditz was struck by the beam, which pierced through his chest, causing his body to lurch forward uncontrollably as he plummeted from the sky. A flicker of terror and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He could hardly believe that he would fall here. Raditz crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, a gaping hole the size of a bowl in his chest. He struggled to rise, yet faltered and ultimately succumbed to the ground once more. Sun Wukong gently descended to the earth, his gaze fixed upon the prostrate Raditz, a flicker of compassion illuminating his eyes. It is over, Raditz. He understood that Raditz was ultimately his own brother, and that he could not bring himself to act against him. Today, Raditz had suddenly appeared before him, delivering an abundance of news. Even though he had taken Gohan away afterward, he had not inflicted any harm upon him. Piccolo approached, his gaze as frigid as ice, casting a chill upon the surrounding air. He stood before Raditz, looking down upon the scion who had recently exuded such arrogance. Raditz coughed painfully, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the ground crimson. He lifted his head, a hint of irony and reluctance glimmering in his gaze. You must be a Namekian, he mused, to meet your demise at your hands. I had heard tales of the Namekians crafting wish orbs, yet I had not anticipated their formidable strength. Subsequently, Raditz turned his attention to Goku, his eyes gradually becoming distant and dreamy, as if he were unearthing fragments of warmth from the depths of his memory. Kakarot, you bear an uncanny resemblance to your father, and your demeanor echoes that of your mother. His voice was faint yet imbued with profound emotion. However, his defeat of me did not signify the end. I had previously mentioned two companions, the mightiest of whom, Prince Vegeta, possesses a battle power exceeding 10,000. Your current strength hovers around 4,000, rendering you far from a worthy adversary. Upon hearing this revelation, Sun Wukong and Piccolo felt as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer, overwhelmed with shock. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the same concerns and determination in the other's eyes. "Thank you for revealing my true identity," Piccolo intoned coldly, shattering the brief silence. "How long will it take for your two companions to arrive on Earth?" Raditz coughed several times, his voice growing increasingly faint. "A year, perhaps," he replied. With those words, his eyes gradually closed, and the breath of life faded away. Sun Wukong gazed upon Raditz's lifeless body, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that the forthcoming year would be their sole opportunity to prepare for the impending battle. "What shall we do now, Piccolo?" he inquired, with a dismissive snort. Piccolo turned and strode towards the cloak he had previously discarded. "Humph. Strengthen your abilities without delay. Do not find yourselves perishing at the hands of those foes." As he passed by Gohan, Piccolo paused, suddenly struck by the whimsical notion of taking the child with him. He turned to face Sun Wukong, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I shall take your child. Every force of life must be harnessed. Given your gentle disposition, it seems you may not be fit to educate him. However, the notion of nurturing the offspring of an adversary is truly intriguing." "Daddy, Daddy," sobbed Gohan, his voice filled with terror as he struggled, tears blurring his vision. Sun Wukong extended his hand, yearning to intervene and halt Piccolo. Yet the words failed to escape his lips. He understood that although Piccolo was stern, it was perhaps this very rigorous training that would enable Gohan to survive in future battles. He let out a helpless sigh as he watched Piccolo lead Gohan away. Surely, everything would be fine? Piccolo seemed to have changed for the better now. Goku scratched his head, trying to reassure himself. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, recalling Chi-Chi's request. Oh no. He had promised Chi-Chi that he would bring Gohan home. His face bore an expression of distress as he silently prayed that Chi-Chi would not be too upset. Chapter 85. Time is of the essence in the tranquil sky. An aircraft pierced through the clouds, gradually descending to the ground. As the doors of the plane opened, Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, and others disembarked in succession. Their gazes converged upon the lifeless body of Raditz and Son Goku. Krillin was the first to shatter the silence, his face etched with astonishment and confusion. "Goku, did you defeat him?" Son Goku nodded, a hint of a sorrowful smile gracing his features. Taking a deep breath, he recounted the events of the recent battle. "What? Such a formidable foe!" Krillin exclaimed, unable to contain his shock and apprehension. Son Goku spread his hands, his tone resolute. "Yes. From now on, we must devote ourselves to training. I intend to take you all to seek out the KO, as there are individuals there who can guide you." Tian Shin unfurrowed his brow, expressing his concern. "But we only have a year. No matter how hard we train, we cannot make significant progress, can we?" Bulma sighed, voicing her frustration. "Honestly, it's such a hassle that Ub is absent at this time. And that guy Ganis doesn't intend to intervene in this matter." Master Roshi, with a serious demeanor and unwavering tone, interjected, "Do not worry. I still possess 2 spirit fruits that Ub previously gave me. I had planned to consume them today, but it seems you all are in greater need." He retrieved 2 fruits from behind him, laying them in the palm of his hand, his eyes radiating a glimmer of determination and resolve. Sun Wukong's eyes brightened with surprise as he exclaimed, Grandpa, you have these too." However, Krillin expressed his concern, asking, "But Master Wutian, how do we divide just these 2? Tian Shinon proposed, "I suggest we give them all to Wukong. He has consumed them before, perhaps with these 2 additional fruits. He might catch up to the mightiest Saiyan." Sun Wukong shook his head firmly, asserting, "I shall not partake. You all should have them. That sudden surge of power feels somewhat disconcerting to me." The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, Krillin remarked, "Tien, apart from Wukong, you and Little Jet possess the next strongest abilities among us. Perhaps you too should consume them." Tien hesitated, his brow furrowed, seemingly preparing to articulate further. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Master Roshi swiftly placed the 2 fruits into his and Little Jet's hands, interrupting his contemplation. "Enough of the chatter. Let it be as such," Master Roshi declared in a resolute tone, his expression exuding an air of unwavering authority. His movements were swift and decisive, clearly indicating his unwillingness to squander even a moment. He turned to the others and said, "Let us hasten back to prepare. Time is of the essence." Everyone nodded in agreement. Those who could fly took to the skies toward the martial arts hall, while those who could not swiftly made their way to the aircraft. A palpable tension enveloped the air, each face reflecting an unusual gravity. Bulma's gaze was drawn to the device hanging from Radit's eyes. Her curiosity led her to approach, cautiously removing it and examining this unfamiliar apparatus with great interest. "This must be the machine that detects power levels," she murmured, excitement glimmering in her eyes. She donned the device, peering at the screen displaying a series of garbled characters, furrowing her brow in confusion. These are all unfamiliar symbols. She stowed the device away, a confident smile gracing her features as she boarded the aircraft. "But this will pose no challenge for a genius like myself. I shall adjust it upon our return." As the plane ascended slowly, a sense of urgency and resolve filled the hearts of the crew. Master Roshi gazed out the window, silently praying that the forthcoming training would empower Goku and the others to confront the formidable foes on the horizon. Once all had departed, the setting sun gradually cloaked the plain in a crimson hue, the sky awash with a blood-red tint. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and the remnants of gunpowder, as if recounting the fierce battle recently endured. On the ground, Radit's lifeless body lay still, surrounded by an eerie silence, as if time itself had paused to honor this moment of tranquility. The fading sunlight cast a mournful glow upon his face. However, at that very instant, a slight tremor emanated from the earth, akin to an unknown force stirring beneath the surface. Radit's corpse began to tremble subtly, and then, astonishingly, it vanished, leaving behind only a shocking pool of blood. In the North Galaxy, on the planet Phenomena, a bald giant hovered high above, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon the unsuspecting city below, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha. A pack of deluded fools. Perish." Panic ensued as the inhabitants screamed and scattered, clutching their heads in a desperate bid for survival. The explosions wrought by the energy blasts were relentless, buildings collapsing amidst the flames. Those fleeing were either obliterated by the blasts, crushed beneath falling debris, or trampled in the ensuing chaos. "Enough, Nappa. It is time to put an end to these trivial games. We have received news from Raditz," declared a diminutive figure with hair standing on end, hovering beside Nappa, his voice icy. "Understood, Prince Vegeta," Nappa replied, ceasing his laughter and the onslaught. He gathered his energy, releasing a formidable wave that extended far into the distance. In an instant, the entire planet fell into an eerie silence, all life extinguished, leaving only shattered ruins in its wake. The two descended into a desolate wilderness, kindling a fire to commence their barbecue. The flames cast a sinister glow upon their faces. "Your Highness Vegeta, has Raditz succeeded?" Nappa inquired, flipping the roasted meat. "Humph, that worthless fool is dead, having accomplished nothing and divulged our secrets to those earthlings." Vegeta spat disdainfully to the side. "What? Dead? Is there truly someone on Earth capable of killing him? Should we seek vengeance?" Nappa asked, astonished. Vegeta scoffed, a glimmer of contempt in his eyes. "His demise is of no consequence to me. He is not worth the effort." However, he did bring forth a promising revelation. The elusive Namekians, long sought in the cosmos, are indeed on Earth. A chill ran through Nappa upon hearing Vegeta's icy words. He and Raditz were both under Vegeta's command, and now, with Raditz gone, Vegeta seemed entirely unfazed. This thought left Nappa anxious about his own future. He shook his head, striving to regain his composure, silently assuring himself, "No, Raditz was merely a lowly warrior. My combat prowess far surpasses his. Surely, your Highness will value me more. After all, we are among the few surviving Saiyans. Your Highness Vegeta, do wish orbs truly exist? If found, what wish would you make?" Nappa tentatively asked. "Of course they do. I would wish for immortality, so I could continue to grow stronger and ultimately defeat Frieza," Vegeta declared, his eyes shimmering with determination as he clenched his fists. "Now, Nappa, finish your meal quickly. We shall sell this planet and make our way to Earth," Vegeta commanded. The two swiftly consumed their food, sold the planet, and then boarded their spacecraft, setting it to autopilot for a year-long journey to Earth. They closed their eyes, slipping into a deep slumber. The two spherical vessels streaked across the sky like meteors, heading toward the distant Earth. Chapter 86, Resurrection in a Dim and Silent Cave. Only a few shafts of weak sunlight filtered through the entrance, casting speckles upon the ground. The air was thick with dampness, occasionally punctuated by the crisp sound of water droplets falling onto the rocks. In the center of the cave stood Goku, with the near-lifeless Raditz sprawled on the ground, his body stained with blood. A complex expression flickered in Goku's eyes, as if he were deep in contemplation. He inhaled deeply, placing his hands upon Raditz' form as a gentle green luminescence gradually emanated from his palms, mending the wounds upon Raditz's body. Time slipped away, and as Ganas withdrew his hands, the ghastly gash in Raditz's chest had vanished completely. Slowly, Raditz opened his eyes, filled with bewilderment and confusion. "Am I not dead?" he rasped, his voice tinged with weakness. Ganas regarded him with a cold stare, his tone laced with disdain. "You were indeed dead, however. I thought it rather unfortunate for the few surviving Scions to meet such an untimely demise." Upon hearing these words, Raditz abruptly sat up, his gaze sharp and watchful, fixed intently on Ganas. He swiftly rose to his feet, raising his hand towards Ganas, gathering a sphere of energy, and inquired, "Who are you?" Ganas responded with a cold smile, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. "I advise you to rein it in. Not only can your strength inflict no harm upon me, but considering that I have saved your life, your attitude is quite unbecoming." Upon hearing this, Raditz displayed a look of disdain, scoffing, "Such audacity. Allow me to witness your combat prowess." He reached out for the detector, only to find nothing but emptiness. The device that had been by his ear had vanished. "Return it, you earthling. That belongs to me," Raditz exclaimed furiously as he unleashed a blast of energy from his palm. Ganas, unfazed, extended a hand and gently squeezed, causing the energy blast to dissipate into thin air. His movements were so effortless, as if he had merely crushed a small pebble. Raditz's eyes widened like brass bells, and his mouth gaped open enough to accommodate an egg. "What?" He gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, a tempest of emotions surging within. "After my recovery, my combat power has once again intensified, yet my energy blast was so easily dispatched. Are there truly so many formidable warriors on this earth?" Raditz's thoughts were a tangled mess. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Ganas offered a cold smile and slowly remarked, "Enough of this futile struggle. Allow me to inform you, I, too, am a Scion. My name is Ganas." He slowly undid the robe around his waist, revealing his tail, which gently swayed in the air as if proclaiming his identity. Raditz's gaze fixated on that tail, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. He raised an eyebrow, then shifted his gaze back to Ganas' face. "What do you mean, adult? With such power, why do you not seek Lord Vegeta and join us in our conquests?" His voice carried a hint of skepticism and confusion. Ganas slightly shook his head, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Originally, I had such intentions, but later found it rather absurd. Following that esteemed individual would indeed be the prudent choice. Yet the Scion way of acting is nothing short of self-destruction." Raditz's expression darkened instantly. He stepped forward, glaring at Ganas with fury. "What nonsense are you spouting? There are but a few of us surviving Scions, and we need only to follow Lord Vegeta to reclaim our homeland with his tremendous strength." Yet Ganas merely scoffed, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. "It seems you are utterly oblivious." Raditz felt a tightening in his chest, furrowing his brow with a low, tense voice. "Oblivious to what?" Ganas' demeanor grew serious. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza, who feared that we Scions would manifest a Super Saiyan. And while his power appears to be a mere 530,000, the truth is it stands at an astounding 120 million. He paused for a moment, as if allowing Raditz to digest this astonishing revelation. Raditz's heart raced, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Frieza's power level at 120 million? His voice trembled slightly, as if he were questioning whether he had misheard. Ganas nodded and continued. "The Super Saiyan is a transformation that occurs when one's base power level reaches 3 million. Under certain conditions, one can transform, augmenting their strength 50-fold. As he spoke, he suddenly unleashed a tremendous aura, golden flames enveloping his body, his hair soaring skyward, radiating an unparalleled power. This was the Super Saiyan. And beyond this lay even higher forms, all imparted by that esteemed master. His voice resonated with authority and confidence. Raditz stared blankly at Ganas, his heart filled with shock and reverence. He swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse. "Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? What is your current strength? Have you surpassed Frieza? Who is this esteemed individual you mentioned, and is he also a Saiyan?" Ganas subdued his arrogance, a hint of profundity in his gaze. 5 years ago, my power far exceeded that of Frieza. Presently, my combat strength hovers around 250 million. As for that esteemed individual, his prowess transcends our imagination. He is a human from Earth and can now be regarded as a deity. Before him, I would be unable to withstand even a mere fingertip." As he spoke, a glimmer of reverence and admiration flickered in his eyes. Raditz widened his gaze, unable to conceal the astonishment etched across his face. How could this be possible? Could Earthlings possess such strength? Even a deity could defeat you with but a single finger. That seemed utterly exaggerated. Ganas stood before him, his demeanor calm and composed, as if he had anticipated Raditz' skepticism long before. His gaze was profound, as if he could see beyond Raditz to distant realms. Well, when you meet that esteemed individual, everything will become clear. He gently patted Raditz's shoulder, his tone imbued with an unmistakable firmness. You must perform admirably in his presence, find a way to capture his attention, or I shall be of no assistance to you. Raditz inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within. I understand now, the purpose of inner cultivation. Ganas' lips curled slightly upwards, finally revealing a hint of a gentle smile. This is the essence of transforming into a Super Saiyan, a tranquil heart. Raditz nodded, a flicker of enlightenment igniting within him. Very well, I have another question. Since you have surpassed Frisia, why do you not seek vengeance? Ganas' expression grew somber, his voice low and resolute. The time has not yet come. That esteemed individual has his own plans, and I must not disrupt his arrangements. Raditz's gaze remained fixed upon Ganas, his heart brimming with confusion and uncertainty. Then where do we go now? To planet Adrat, Ganas exclaimed, gripping Raditz's shoulder, his fingers resting upon his forehead as he maintained his Super Saiyan form. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the aura of Elder Pibra from planet Yadarat. Typically, such distant sensations eluded him, only accessible through the enhancement of Super Saiyan power or when the target's energy was remarkably potent. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of light sparking within them. With that, he utilized instant transmission, vanishing from his original location alongside Raditz. Chapter 87, The Shadow of Ebony on planet Yadarat. Within the serene palace of Elder Pibra, tranquility reigned supreme. He sat, cradling an artistic tome, utterly absorbed in the world of the pages, his face illuminated by a smile of contentment. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, occasionally erupting in fits of silly laughter. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the space, and Ganas, accompanied by the silhouette of Raitais, materialized within the palace. Pibra, startled, trembled violently, nearly dropping the book in his grasp, hastily concealing it behind him, his face betraying a hint of panic. Hiki, I see you, Elder Pibra. By the way, don't your people on this planet lack females? Do you also indulge in such literature? Ganas quipped, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he fixated on Pibra's rather awkward demeanor. Pibra's face flushed slightly, his tone faltering. In nonsense. I am merely seeking to comprehend the cultural practices of other humanoid civilizations. But what brings you here so unexpectedly today? Ganas chuckled softly before adopting a serious expression. Oh, I have come today to request the use of the Spirit Heart Lake to assist this individual beside me in his spiritual cultivation. He pointed to the figure standing beside him, Raditz. Pibra scrutinized Raditz closely, his brow furrowing with a flicker of astonishment. This individual exudes an intense malevolence, far surpassing even your former self. Ganas nodded, his tone resolute. Indeed, that is why we require the assistance of the Spirit Lake. Pibra sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, then take him there. You are well acquainted with the route. Do not disturb me unless necessary. With that, he turned away, resuming his clandestine perusal of the art book. Ganas shook his head in resignation and turned to lead Raditz towards the Spirit Lake. Upon reaching its shore, Ganas halted, gesturing towards the water's surface, and gravely instructed Raditz. You shall devote this time to cultivating your spirit here. Aside from your meals and rest, you will spend an hour each day training with me. Ah? Ganas raised an eyebrow, retorting, what do you mean by ah? Do you have any objections? Raditz quickly waved his hands, inwardly grumbling, is this not a one-sided torment? Yet, he mustered the courage to respond, no, I mean, your strength is so formidable. I doubt we will achieve any effective training. Ganas scoffed, his voice laced with authority, you need not worry about that. Should you be injured, I will mend you, provided you do not perish immediately. With our Scion bloodline, each brush with death enhances our power significantly. Reach 3 million in battle strength swiftly, and I shall teach you to transform, after which I will introduce you to Lord Ubu. Very well, Raditz sighed in resignation, contemplating. There is no escaping this beating. However, he also mused, yet, I could transform into a Super Saiyan, then I could hold my head high before Nappa. But who exactly is this Lord Ubu? And will he be difficult to deal with? He shook his head, casting away these distracting thoughts, and sat cross-legged by the lakeside, striving to calm his mind and engage in his practice. The surface of the lake shimmered with glimmers of light, while a gentle breeze caressed, bringing a refreshing chill. Ganas stood quietly beside him, observing Rithis with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. On Earth, at the temple, the group had originally returned to the martial arts school, intending to inquire with Ganas about matters concerning the Scions, only to discover his unexpected absence. Time was of the essence, compelling them to make the decision to head directly to the temple in search of divine assistance. Divine One, can you reach out to Brother Wumu? Aliga asked anxiously, her eyes sparkling with hope. The deity nodded slightly. It is indeed possible, but he is currently in meditation, and I would rather not disturb him. For now, you may train with Bobo, and once I establish contact with Wumu, I shall summon him. Though Aliga felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this, she nodded in acquiescence and followed Bobo along with Krillin to commence their training. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed intently upon the deity. Divine One, you seem different now, Sun Wukong remarked, unable to contain his curiosity. The deity smiled faintly. Indeed, my strength has seen some growth. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up at this revelation, eagerly inquiring, please tell me how you achieved it. The deity shook his head, a hint of helplessness crossing his features. I cannot assist you in that regard. However, Wumu has left behind a projection for you within the time and space hall of the temple. You may seek him there. Wumu? He has known all along? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow in confusion. The deity sighed, his gaze deepening. I am uncertain. Ever since Wumu returned from the cosmos 5 years ago, he has become inscrutable to me. 3 years prior, he approached me at Karen Tower, abruptly informing me that a crisis concerning Earth would arise this year, and left a projection, saying that once you found me, you should seek him in the time and space hall. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt an increase in his puzzlement, yet a sense of urgency also surged within him. The time and space hall had been his previous venue for traversing time and space, engaging in exchanges with Master Wu Tai, and he could not fathom why Wumu would leave a projection there. Then I shall go and see Wumu. He has something to convey to me, Sun Wukong declared resolutely. The deity nodded, watching as Sun Wukong entered the temple, yet his heart remained laden with doubt and concern. He turned and lowered his gaze, peering through the clouds beneath the temple towards the realm below. The true form of the ebony wood resided in the depths of the sea, seemingly engaged in a form of physical cultivation. What are your intentions, Ebonywood? The celestial being's eyes flickered, silently questioning within. As he contemplated the imminent arrival of the Scions a year hence, an overwhelming sense of anxiety washed over him. With a combat power of merely 6,500, and not being a warrior by nature, he felt utterly powerless to thwart the approaching Scions, whose strength exceeded 10,000. He pondered whether Sun Wukong and his companions might discover a means to rapidly enhance their abilities over the course of the year. The celestial being let out a deep sigh, his heart heavy with helplessness and apprehension. Alas, Sun Wukong stepped into the time and space hall, where the surroundings evoked a sense of familiarity. The space within the hall was warped, and the shadows of countless clocks flickered in the void, as if whispering the mysteries of time. Each clock face shimmered with a faint glow, seemingly awaiting a specific moment. He gazed around, seeking the lingering shadow left by the ebony figure. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed, and the silhouette of the ebony being materialized before him. Sun Wukong, if you can perceive this apparition, it signifies that you have arrived here. The voice of the ebony figure resonated deeply and powerfully, as if transcending the confines of time and space. This manifestation bore no consciousness. It was merely programmed to utter these words upon encountering Sun Wukong. What is it that you wish to convey to me? Sun Wukong could not restrain his inquiry, his brow furrowed, his heart brimming with both confusion and anticipation. The apparition of the ebony figure offered a faint smile, a glimmer of mystery in its eyes. The Earth of the future shall confront a monumental crisis, and the arrival of the Scions is merely one facet of it. You must enhance your strength within this year. Only then can you safeguard the Earth. A heaviness settled in Sun Wukong's heart, his clenched fist trembling slightly. I understand. Why do you not join us in vanquishing them? Chapter 88, Kakarot. I know you are bound to question me, why I do not fight alongside you. The apparition of the ebony figure seemed to anticipate the query, its gaze deepening, as if peering not only at him but also into some distant future. He continued slowly, I can alter many things, yet this matter remains immutable. Moreover, it is your battle, a destiny intertwined with that individual. Have faith in your ability to conquer them. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Although the words of the ebony figure were somewhat cryptic, he grasped the final encouraging sentiment. He clenched his fists, determination igniting a flame within his gaze. I shall protect the Earth. The figure of the ebony figure continued. Within the hall of time and space lies the means for you to grow stronger. You must endure the trials I have left behind to attain that power. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his eyes resolutely fixed upon the figure of the ebony being. I understand. I will give it my utmost effort. The figure gradually dissipated, transforming into wisps of silvery light, which ultimately coalesced in the air into a clock radiating an enigmatic glow. Sun Wukong stepped closer, scrutinizing the clock intently. The clock's face was inscribed with intricate runes, seemingly concealing endless secrets. He extended his hand and gently touched the clock, instantly feeling a surge of immense power coursing through his body. That sensation was akin to a torrential wave, rapidly filling him from head to toe. The radiance of the clock grew ever brighter, ultimately enveloping him completely. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, attuned to the pulsating force within, his heart a tumultuous blend of anxiety and exhilaration. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered himself standing in an unfamiliar realm. The sky here was overcast, and a stifling atmosphere pervaded the air. Sun Wukong glanced around, recognizing the surroundings as oddly familiar yet distinctly alien. A sudden shock coursed through his heart as he murmured to himself, "This is the base of the Crimson Satin Legion." Abruptly, a powerful surge of energy swept over him, as if an invisible blade had sliced through the tranquil sky. He abruptly turned, his gaze piercing, and beheld a towering figure materializing before him. It was a warrior clad entirely in black armor, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. A faint, disdainful smirk played upon his lips. "Are you Sun Wukong?" The warrior's voice resonated, deep and chilling, laced with a hint of scorn and provocation, as if he were appraising a mere insignificant ant. Sun Wukong's heart quickened, a sense of vigilance creeping in, yet he maintained an air of composure. "Indeed, I am Sun Wukong." The warrior let out a mocking laugh and suddenly lunged at Sun Wukong, his speed so rapid it was almost imperceptible. It was as if a black lightning bolt sliced through the air, closing the distance in an instant. Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to deflect the impending attack. Their fists collided with a thunderous clap, unleashing a formidable shockwave that shattered the ground beneath them, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Sun Wukong felt the potency of his adversary's strength, a jolt of realization coursing through him. How powerful! Is this the trial left by the Darkwood? He pondered quietly, swiftly adjusting his stance to launch a counterattack. The figures of the two combatants intertwined in the air, each collision unleashing a surge of intense energy. The warrior's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, akin to an unrelenting tempest, yet Sun Wukong never faltered, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve, reminiscent of an eternal flame that would never be extinguished. He incessantly sought the opponent's vulnerabilities, and at last, during a fierce collision, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to the warrior's chest. That blow was akin to a thunderous force, imbued with boundless strength, reminiscent of a dragon soaring across the vast sky. The warrior was pushed back several steps, a flicker of astonishment and fury flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong could uncover his flaw in such a brief span of time. The warrior's breath grew rapid, and a conspicuous crack appeared on his armor. Sun Wukong granted him no respite, swiftly closing the distance and unleashing a relentless barrage of assaults. His fists descended like a tempest, each strike imbued with the might of thunder. The warrior was relentlessly pressed back, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, he was felled to the ground by Sun Wukong, releasing a mournful groan of agony. His body convulsed upon the ground, the cracks in his armor widening as if on the verge of shattering. "You have won," uttered the warrior, his voice deep yet feeble. As he spoke, his form gradually dissipated, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that vanished into the air. Sun Wukong gazed at the spot where the warrior had disappeared, his heart brimming with perplexity. What should he do next? He stepped into the base, and the sight before him sent a shiver down his spine. The ground was strewn with corpses, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. Sun Wukong felt a weight of gravity in his heart. Although he suspected that this grim scene might be the work of the Darkwood's design, it still sent a pang of trepidation through him. Each lifeless body seemed to narrate a tragic tale, while every drop of blood appeared to accuse the world of its boundless wickedness. He took a deep breath, compelling himself to regain his composure, and continued onward. The structure of the base was in a state of disrepair, its walls riddled with bullet holes and charred marks. As Sun Wukong ventured further, the scene before him gradually came into focus. In the center of the hall, a colossal machine pod stood silently, exuding a cold metallic sheen. Sun Wukong approached, and the door of the machine pod slowly creaked open, revealing a man inside with his eyes closed, his body intertwined with an array of wires. Sun Wukong was taken aback. The individual before him bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. A surge of intense shock and bewilderment surged within him, prompting him to murmur softly, "Is this me?" Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated directly upon Sun Wukong. A pang of alarm shot through Sun Wukong, compelling him to retreat several paces, adopting a defensive stance with vigilance etched across his features. The man detached the wires from his body, a sinister smile gracing his lips as his voice resonated, low and laced with provocation, "Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, his tone frigid. "Who are you?" "I'm Kakarot." "In other words, you?" Kakarot sneered, his tail emerging from behind, swaying gently and stirring a whisper of wind. As Sun Wukong beheld that tail, a flicker of nostalgia washed over him, yet he quickly focused intently on Kakarot, striving to sense his aura. However, the energy he perceived was not particularly potent, deepening his confusion. Suddenly, Kakarot bellowed, "Fivefold Kaioken." He was instantly enveloped in a crimson aura, his power surging dramatically, transforming him into a blazing inferno as he surged towards Sun Wukong. Before Sun Wukong could comprehend the situation, Kakarot's hand had already seized his head, propelling him backward with reckless abandon. The two figures streaked through the hall like lightning, relentlessly crashing through walls, debris scattering, and dust swirling in their wake. What technique is this? How has it suddenly intensified so greatly? Sun Wukong pondered in bewilderment, struggling fiercely yet unable to extricate himself from Kakarot's grasp. Boom! Kakarot forcefully drove Sun Wukong into a small mountain, which collapsed instantaneously, the immense impact shaking the very ground as Sun Wukong became buried beneath the rubble. Kakarot, folding his arms, stood aside, murmuring to himself, "You must learn quickly. There are still 2 more challenges ahead." Sun Wukong emerged from the pile of stones, hovering in midair, his gaze piercingly fixed upon Kakarot. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from that individual, akin to a fleeting burst of power, immense yet ephemeral. Nonetheless, should I master this technique, the impending crisis a year hence would dissipate. Sun Wukong resolved within himself, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. Chapter 89. Enlightenment of the Next Realm Deep Beneath the Ocean. The dim waters resembled an endless night, punctuated only by the occasional flicker of bioluminescent creatures. Ebony would sat quietly on the ocean floor, surrounded by water that pressed down like an invisible giant hand, exerting immense pressure. He took no protective measures, as if the oppressive depths of the sea were merely a gentle breeze against his face. The Ebony would breathe slowly, the seawater ebbing and flowing in harmony with his breath, as if they had become one. This manner of breathing allowed him to attune himself more profoundly to his surroundings, as if he were intrinsically a part of the ocean. Suddenly, the Ebony would open its eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, revealing a smile imbued with profound significance. The lingering image faded, suggesting that Sun Wukong had already commenced his actions. He murmured softly to himself, his voice resonating through the water, tinged with a hint of wicked amusement, "Do savor the gift I have bestowed upon you." The mischievous grin of the ebony figure gradually withdrew, replaced by a countenance of utmost seriousness. He began to ponder the distinction between Danjin and Gajin. Memories of the narratives from his past life surfacing in his mind. Following the established lore, one must transcend Danjin to attain Gangjin. Danjin is cultivated upon the foundation of Huajin, wherein one consolidates their essence, spirit, and vitality, along with the marrow of their blood, into the Dantian. Conversely, Gangjin represents a state of heightened concentration of power, capable of penetrating the body and delivering an external strike, albeit with a mere inch of reach. He gently shook his head, his brow slightly furrowed, as he continued to ponder, in this realm, even the essence can separate from the body. And I have condensed my vital energy into a golden core located at my heart, elevating my existence beyond that of mere mortals. What is the principle behind this elevation of life's essence? Wu Mu fell into deep contemplation, his brow tightly knitted, as though he were unraveling a complex conundrum. He suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, a flicker of enlightenment passing through his eyes. Indeed, the heart's function is to circulate blood. The golden core resides within the heart, infusing the blood with vital energy, thereby replacing my original blood. Now, the blood coursing through my body has transcended mortal limits. According to the conventions of fantasy literature, there exists a martial discipline that involves the transformation of blood and bones to enhance one's strength. Thus, the next step would be to transform the bones, however. The marrow's vital energy cannot achieve circulation, and the vertebrae merely serve as storage. Wu Mu's thoughts raced, drawing upon his knowledge of medicine. The kidneys govern the bones, for they harbor essence, which produces marrow, and marrow nurtures the bones. It appears I have discerned the path ahead. having already cultivated 2 of the 5 organs. I shall proceed to refine the rest, perfectly aligning with the 5 elements. A faint smile graced Wu Mu's face. He closed his eyes once more, continuing to breathe deeply. The vital energy from the sea seemed to respond to his silent call, swiftly converging towards him. The ebony wood guided this energy into his kidneys, allowing him to perceive the transformations within his being. Above him, the seawater coalesced into a vortex, with the vital energy incessantly flowing into his body. Gradually, the body of the ebony wood began to radiate light, resembling a luminous pearl shimmering in the depths of the dark ocean. His heart pulsated with greater vigor, each beat propelling vitality through the meridians and vessels circulating within his being. In the temple, the clock of time and space resonated. As Kakarot observed Sun Wukong rise once more, a broader smile graced his face, and a glimmer of challenge sparkled in his eyes. He spoke disdainfully. What? Are you still unconvinced? Sun Wukong offered no response. His gaze was piercing, and the fire of his inner combat spirit burned fiercely. Taking a deep breath, he began to regulate his energy, preparing himself for the impending battle. Observing this, Kakarot's lips curled into a slight smirk as he suddenly launched another assault. A crimson aura surged forth like a tempest, causing the very air around them to tremble. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, their figures intertwining in the air, engaging in a fierce clash. Fists and feet collided, energy radiating outward, as if the entire space vibrated with each encounter. Every impact stirred up a whirlwind, the surrounding air seemingly torn asunder. While countering Kakarot's onslaught, Sun Wukong continuously analyzed his opponent's techniques, perceiving the flow of energy through their physical contact. Come again, Kakarot bellowed, swinging a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's expression sharpened as he swiftly sidestepped, countering with a punch aimed at Kakarot's abdomen. Though Kakarot staggered back a few steps from the blow, the smile on his face remained undiminished. In midair, Kakarot struck a pose, hands resting on his waist as he gathered energy. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately understood Kakarot's intent and promptly mirrored the stance. Their hands simultaneously shimmered with a resplendent blue light as their breaths intertwined in the air. Kamehameha! Both shouted in unison, unleashing a torrent of blue energy that surged forth from their palms, hurtling towards one another. The 2 waves of energy collided violently in midair, erupting into a dazzling brilliance accompanied by a deafening roar. It felt as though the very fabric of time and space was being torn asunder in that moment, with dark fissures revealing an abyss of infinite blackness that sent a chill down the spine. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to propel the Kamehameha wave towards Kakarot. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and his gaze was imbued with unwavering resolve. He gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of his energy into the Kamehameha wave. Do you truly believe this will be sufficient to vanquish me? 6-fold Kaioken. Kakarot scoffed, suddenly unleashing an even more formidable aura, overpowering Goku's attack in an instant. Goku felt an overwhelming force charging towards him, propelling his body uncontrollably backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Kakarot gazed down at the fallen Goku, shaking his head, relieved that in this realm, utilizing the Kaioken bore no limits. Goku. Time is of the essence. The passage of time in this space differs greatly from that of the outside world. Lying on the ground, Goku gasped for breath. His clothing tattered and torn, yet a faint smile graced his face. I understand now. He gradually rose to his feet, fixing his gaze upon Kakarot, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It is time to defeat you, Kaioken. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled beneath him as dust and debris swirled around. A crimson aura enveloped Son Goku, causing his clothes and hair to flutter wildly. Triple Kaioken, he shouted with fervor. However, his body suddenly convulsed violently, his complexion paling dramatically. What is happening? Could something be amiss? Kakarot hovered above, casting a glance down at Son Goku, a hint of exasperation flickering in his eyes. You truly are remarkable, grasping the principle so swiftly. Yet, your body is not yet capable of withstanding the strain of triple power. He charged downwards with fervor, channeling all his strength towards Sun Wukong. He understood that Sun Wukong had mastered the Kaioken technique, rendering further combat futile. Sun Wukong gazed at the oncoming Kakarot, his heart enveloped in tranquility. He assumed a wide stance, drawing his fist to his waist before unleashing a powerful strike. The crimson gust of his punch formed a fan-like arc, engulfing Kakarot. As their fists collided, a fierce shockwave erupted. Kakarot's form gradually dissipated amidst the red winds, akin to a burning flame fading into nothingness. Congratulations, you have passed the second stage. Kakarot then transformed into a wisp of red energy, swiftly penetrating Sun Wukong's mind. as if a bolt of lightning had shattered his thoughts. Sun Wukong felt a profound impact, an avalanche of information and images flooding his consciousness in an instant. His brow furrowed, a glimmer of astonishment and confusion crossing his gaze. It dawned upon him that the Kaioken indeed inflicted harm upon the body. He had already comprehended the principles of the King's Fist and was aware that this realm consisted of 4 stages, with the passage of time differing from the outside world. He needed to act swiftly. Suddenly, the space was torn into countless fragments, and the surroundings transformed like a kaleidoscope, constantly shifting. With each passing second, the world before him was being reconfigured, overwhelming his senses. Chapter 90. The Arrival of the Scions. What? Why can I see nothing? He exclaimed, as the space around him plunged into complete darkness, rendering even his own hands invisible. What on earth is that rascal Ubu up to? Son Goku pondered, his brow furrowing in confusion. At that moment, a powerful force surged towards him. Instinctively, Son Goku threw a punch in retaliation, yet his fist met only empty air. He tightly closed his eyes, endeavoring to discern the location of his adversaries through the sensations of the surrounding atmosphere, yet to no avail. The darkness loomed like an immense curtain, devouring all vitality, rendering even the faintest sound of footsteps inaudible. Suddenly, the onslaught struck once more, seemingly emanating from all directions at once. In this abyss of shadows, Sun Wukong found himself unable to evade the attacks, destined only to endure a relentless barrage. His body was battered relentlessly, each strike inflicting excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth, striving to remain conscious. Planet Adralat. With a resounding crash, Raditz was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. When would this torment come to an end? A sense of helplessness filled Raditz's eyes. Ganis approached him, gently placing his palm over Raditz's wounds, employing healing magic to mend his injuries. A green light flickered beneath his hand, gradually restoring Raditz's condition. Do not lament. Be content. My ascent in power was not as rapid as yours, Ganis consoled while administering the healing, his tone tinged with jest. Raditz snorted softly. He recognized the validity of Ganis's words, yet it did little to alleviate his inner turmoil. In truth, Ganis could not help but chuckle inwardly. Back then, Lord Omu had bestowed upon him spirit fruits to enhance his strength, allowing for instantaneous recovery from training injuries with the aid of Senza beans. Unlike the slow healing now required, with pain to endure for an extended period. Over time, much of Raditz's hostility had dissipated, and his combat power had surged to over 100,000. Once Ganis had fully healed him, he patted Raditz on the shoulder and said with a smile, "All right. Let us continue." Raditz rose, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes as his energy surged like a tempest towards Ganis. The two figures intertwined in the air, their fists and feet colliding, producing a cacophony of deafening clashes. Time slipped away unnoticed amidst their intense training on the Earth Temple. Bobo effortlessly countered the attacks from Krillin and the others. Each move was effortlessly neutralized, as if he were toying with a group of children. Thus, everyone hastily endeavored to enhance their strength, and a year flew by in the blink of an eye. They should be arriving soon. Let us find a place to wait for them. Tien glanced around, speaking in a low voice. Krillin furrowed his brow, anxiously inquiring, "Where is Goku?" The group turned their gaze to the Supreme Kai, who, with a slight frown, replied slowly, "Goku is still training. At this point, is he not finished yet?" Krillin lamented, running his fingers through his hair, filled with unease. "What should we do? With just the few of us, how can we confront those Scions?" Little Jet stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he looked at Tien. "Brother Tien, can we eat the fruit now? It should be maximized by this time." Tien nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Yes, let us eat." Without hesitation, the two consumed the fruit under the expectant gazes of their companions. Boom. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from them, bending the surrounding trees and forcing the others to squint against the overwhelming energy. "We should now have some assurance." Tien retracted his power, inhaling deeply, his gaze resolute. "Let us move forward. We will delay them for as long as we can." He turned to the celestial being and solemnly said, "Divine One, I kindly ask you to wait here for Wukong to emerge." The deity nodded in acknowledgement, watching as Tianjin Fan soared away from the divine hall. "Let us proceed." Tianjin Fan's voice echoed in the air, prompting the others to follow suit. Yamcha, who had been training alongside Krillin for a year, was also among the group. At this moment, their combat prowess had significantly escalated. Tianjin Fan at 8,200, Little Jet at 7,600, Krillin at 2,370, Ariga at 1830, Jiaozi at 1220, and Yamcha at 1480. In Baidu, within the Square City district, Two thunderous booms shattered the tranquility of the city, causing the ground to tremble violently, as if the very world were quaking. A dense cloud of dust rapidly spread, obscuring the sky. As a gust of wind swept by, the dust gradually dissipated, revealing two enormous craters on the ground. In the center of each crater lay a spherical spacecraft, its silver-gray metallic exterior glinting coldly in the sunlight. The hatches slowly opened, and Vegeta and Nappa emerged. One after the other, Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems this Earth could fetch a handsome price. He had invaded countless life-bearing planets, yet the quality of this blue planet evidently ranked among the finest. Nappa appeared somewhat impatient, his gaze sweeping over the astonished Earthlings. A flicker of disdain and contempt evident in his eyes. A swarm of insects. He growled, extending his hand as several waves of energy shot forth like scattered pellets, hurtling towards the crowd. The energy waves traced dazzling arcs through the air, followed by a series of explosions that sent flames soaring. People screamed and fled in all directions, plunging the entire block into chaos. Vegeta observed the scene coldly, his arms crossed over his chest, and remarked indifferently, "It is time to locate those who killed Raditz. Extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, and then eliminate them." "Understood, Prince Vegeta." Nappa, still reluctant to cease his assault, slowly pressed the device at his ear. "Prince Vegeta. In that direction, not far from us, there are two individuals of considerable strength, along with a few others gathered together, heading that way." Vegeta slightly lifted his chin and replied coldly, "Very well, let us proceed to investigate." He soared towards the direction pointed by Nappa, his silhouette tracing an arrow-like trajectory through the air. Nappa followed closely behind, laughter echoing in the atmosphere. "Ha ha ha, the gravity on this planet is so minimal. It feels truly delightful to move about." Meanwhile, the wilderness was strewn with jagged rocks, a pervasive aura of desolation lingering in the air. Piccolo stood atop a towering boulder, slowly removing his cloak and hat, revealing a stern visage. "They are coming." Upon hearing these words, Gohan felt a surge of anxiety, his eyes widened slightly, and cold sweat began to beat on his palms. Throughout the year, he had undergone training akin to the original narrative, elevating his combat power to 2,600. Yet he remained apprehensive in the face of the imminent adversaries. Piccolo, on the other hand, had made significant strides, astonishingly increasing his combat power to 4,800. He stood firm, his gaze piercing the distance with unwavering intensity. At that moment, Tien Fan and the others arrived. Piccolo's eyes flickered in surprise. He had not anticipated such a significant increase in their strength. Nonetheless, he let out a disdainful snort, cautioning, "Just don't interfere. The adversaries are for me and this little brat to handle." Gohan, standing beside Piccolo, cast a glance at Tien Fan and the others, a glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes as he exclaimed, "Uncle Krillin, Sister Aral." Hearing this, Krillin hurried forward a few steps, his voice tinged with urgency. "Gohan, are you all right?" Gohan shook his head, forcing a smile. "I'm fine, Uncle Krillin." Krillin sighed in relief, then turned to Piccolo, his tone turning serious. "Piccolo, now is not the time for recklessness. We need to hold them off until Goku arrives to resolve this." Chapter 91. Sun Wukong emerges. Piccolo furrowed his brow, snorting once more. "Humph. Where's that guy, Son Goku? Is he afraid?" Tien Fan, standing resolutely beside him, fixed his steadfast gaze on the horizon. His voice was deep and powerful. "This is a crucial moment. He will arrive shortly. We must hold them off." Just then, a powerful rush of wind swept through the sky as Vegeta and Nappa descended, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was unexpected that all the individuals detected by the scouter had converged in one place. Nappa sneered, surveying his surroundings with a hint of contempt. He cast a glance around, his gaze lingering on each face for a brief moment before finally settling on Piccolo, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "What is this? Have you chosen a fine resting place for yourselves?" Piccolo, disinterested in engaging in idle chatter, retorted coldly, "If you wish to come to Earth, then stay here." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he had already soared towards Nappa, his movement swift as the wind, leaving a streak of green lightning in his wake. Nappa, witnessing Piccolo's advance, scoffed derisively, "With only a battle power of 2,000, you dare to charge at me, Nappa?" He did not engage earnestly, and as a consequence, was struck by a powerful punch from Bick, hurtling him against a distant rock, which reverberated with a thunderous sound. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta exclaimed in fury, "Fool! They can conceal their battle power. Do not trust those numbers. The detector has become obsolete." He removed the detector and crushed it in his hand, the shards glimmering in the sunlight. Subsequently, Vegeta turned to face Piccolo, his gaze filled with scrutiny and coldness. Namekian, you should be capable of creating Dragon Balls, correct? Piccolo let out a derisive snort, assuming a combat stance, resolutely replying, regrettably, the Dragon Balls are not of my making. I revel solely in the art of battle. Krillin, Tien, and the others also took their stances, preparing for the impending confrontation. Their heartbeats quickened, sweat trickled down their foreheads, yet none faltered. Huh, Vegeta scoffed, glancing back and calling out loudly, Nappa, how much longer do you intend to slumber? In the distance, Nappa pushed aside the stones that weighed him down. Rising to his feet and dusting himself off, his face unmarred by any injury, he gazed at the crowd, who appeared as if they were facing a formidable adversary. A slight smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, he proposed, Prince Vegeta, their strength is quite commendable. Do we not have several cultivation pods at our disposal? Let us bring them forth to engage in a little sport. The numbers align perfectly. Vegeta, crossing his arms, soared to a nearby rock, coldly observing Nappa. Nappa, be mindful of your limits. Do not let this get out of hand. Rest assured, Nappa replied cheerfully as he retrieved a test tube, uncorked it, and directly poured out 8 seeds. He punctured several small holes in the ground, carefully burying the seeds within, and then proceeded to pour nutrient solution over them. Beak and the others were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what Nappa was endeavoring to accomplish. Soon, verdant shoots began to sprout from the earth, gradually evolving into 8 grotesque creatures, each with a brain protruding externally, cradling their shoulders. Upon witnessing these abominations, Klin could not help but furrow his brow, exclaiming, how repulsive. His complexion slightly turned pale, a wave of revulsion surged within him. Nappa observed the growth of his creations and nodded in satisfaction. He gestured with his hand, signaling the monstrous beings to attack. The creations emitted deep growls as they charged toward Bick and the others. How fortuitous, 8 against 8. Nappa stood there, as if watching a play, his eyes filled with mockery and cruelty. In the temple, within a realm of time, Sun Wukong stood amidst the shadows, acutely aware of the lurking enemies around him. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his fist striking like thunder, sending an adversary in the darkness crashing to the ground. Without pausing, Sun Wukong pressed on, ultimately arriving at the 4th level. Before him lay an expansive grassland, lush and vibrant, a gentle breeze wafting through, carrying a hint of freshness. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, feeling as though he had merged with the vastness of nature. At that moment, the ebony figure reappeared, a serene smile gracing his face as he calmly advised, Wukong, use your energy to commune with nature. Nature possesses consciousness. The strength you seek will be lent to you. Sun Wukong nodded, closed his eyes, and began to attune himself to everything around him. He took a deep breath, feeling the pulsation of nature. As if every blade of grass and every leaf were imparting strength to him, time seemed to lose its meaning. As the flora of the prairie began to emit a blue luminescence, which gradually flowed into Sun Wukong's body. So this technique is called the Spirit Bomb? Sun Wukong opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with excitement. He rose to his feet, and suddenly, the entire space before him began to fracture, gradually reverting to the original time-space hall. The silvery clock before him penetrated his being, and Sun Wukong felt a wave of relief, as if his body would no longer succumb to illness, and his combat prowess had significantly augmented. Excellent. Now, with the addition of the Kaioken ×2, I should be able to defeat those villains. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with determination and confidence. It was time to step outside and see how much time had elapsed. He strode out of the time-space hall, the sunlight outside blinding. He squinted slightly and noticed the deity had been waiting for quite some time. The deity scrutinized Sun Wukong with a sense of urgency etched on his face. Wukong, the Saiyans have already arrived. Others are stalling for you. You must hurry. All right, I'm on my way. Sun Wukong felt a surge of anxiety as he learned that Krillin and the others were already confronting those villains. He swiftly erupted with fury, the air around him swirling, creating a formidable aura. He soared into the sky, propelled by an urgent sense of dread and anxiety as he sensed Klin's presence along the way. His heart was heavy with concern. Klin and the others were undoubtedly in peril, and he must hasten to their aid. The celestial deity stood atop the towering temple, gazing down upon the battlefield below, an unsettling tide of unease surging within him. Moments ago, Sun Wukong had unleashed a formidable aura that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Yet, the deity's countenance bore no trace of elation. Instead, it was marred by profound apprehension. He furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the distant clash. Indeed, Wukong had grown stronger over the past year, he murmured to himself, his tone laced with resignation and trepidation, yet the disparity between him and the leader remained vast. What are your true intentions? With both Ganas and Omu, the potential saviors of this crisis, absent, can Wukong and his companions truly prevail? Why does Omu possess such unwavering confidence? He turned around and gazed at Bobo, his eyes brimming with resolve. Bobo, the deity intoned solemnly. A hint of finality in his tone. Prepare yourself to gather all the Dragon Balls. We must brace for the worst. If Piccolo perishes, the Dragon Balls will lose their significance. He continued, his voice weighed down with gravity. We must first summon the Eternal Dragon, and if the timing is not right, we shall immediately wish to transport you to Namek. Bobo. Pain and reluctance filled Bobo's eyes. The deity inhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Bobo. Do not worry, Namek is my homeland, and there too exist Dragon Balls. When the time comes, you shall resurrect me. This is our contingency plan. Go now, Bobo. A glimmer of tears shone in Bobo's eyes as he bowed deeply, then turned and mounted his small flying carpet, soaring into the distance. The deity watched Bobo depart. His heart a tumult of emotions. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, where a few white clouds leisurely drifted across the deep blue expanse, as if mocking his helplessness. Chapter 92, The Struggle Against Vegeta. 8 cultivators engaged in a fierce battle with Krillin and his companions, while Gohan stood frozen in fear, utterly at a loss. His heart pounded like a war drum, anxiety rendering his breaths rapid and shallow. Suddenly, a cultivator lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. Witnessing this, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly rushed to intercept the assailant. Gohan, do not falter. Piccolo's voice was cold and resolute, piercing through Gohan's heart with the sharpness of a blade, dispelling his fears. Yes. Gohan gritted his teeth, striving to rise from the ground, his gaze gradually regaining a semblance of determination. He clenched his fists tightly, warily fixating on the bioengineered warrior before him. Piccolo observed as Gohan gradually regained his fighting spirit, feeling a slight sense of relief as he turned to confront his own opponent. On the battlefield, Tien and Krillin had already dispatched 2 bioengineered warriors with swift and decisive movements, exhibiting no hesitation. These 2 individuals possessed an extraordinary level of strength. Nappa gazed at the battlefield, his face etched with uncertainty. It seemed that these must be the strongest beings on Earth. They far surpassed you, Nappa. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Nappa, his tone laced with mockery. Nappa swallowed hard, the chilling gaze of Vegeta sending a shiver down his spine. No. Could it be? How could Earthlings be stronger than me? I am a Saiyan. At that moment, Piccolo also defeated a bioengineered warrior, followed closely by Krillin and Yamcha, who each vanquished their adversaries. Only Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Gohan remained, struggling fiercely against their foes. Yamcha focused intently, launching a ki blast that struck the bioengineered warrior, resulting in a cloud of smoke erupting. As the smoke dissipated, the bioengineered warrior had vanished. Seeing this, Yamcha burst into laughter, proclaiming that it seemed his skills had not diminished. Be careful, Krillin shouted, preparing to rush in. Yamcha replied, puzzled, suddenly feeling a chilling presence behind him. He abruptly turned around, only to discover that the cultivator was clinging to his back. He struggled with all his might, but it was too late. The cultivator's body began to swell rapidly. With a thunderous explosion, the cultivator detonated. Yamcha was caught in the blast at close range, sustaining a devastating damage of 1,200 combat power from the explosion. A deep crater was left in the ground, with Yamcha hunched over inside, motionless. Yamcha! Krillin cried out in anguish, tears brimming in his eyes. Hurry up and deal with these repugnant creatures. Tien, witnessing the dire state of Yamcha, felt a pang of concern for Kaiatsu's safety and rushed forward in haste. With a swift motion, he severed the cultivator's head with a single strike, while the dumplings emitted a wave of energy, utterly obliterating the cultivator. Given the cultivator's formidable regenerative abilities, it was imperative to eradicate it completely. Piccolo remained motionless, merely observing Son Gohan with a frigid gaze. Gohan, focus, that individual is not your equal. Upon hearing this, Gohan swallowed hard, timidly nodding. As a surge of reluctant emotion welled up within him, he clenched his fists, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, and then charged towards the cultivator. The 2 engaged in a fierce exchange of blows and kicks, the battle proving to be extraordinarily intense. Each punch thrown by Sun Wukong was laden with resolute conviction, and every defensive maneuver was executed with exceptional caution. Suddenly, he seized an opportunity and delivered a powerful kick that sent the cultivator flying. With both hands pressed against his forehead, he concentrated all his energy. Magic flash! A brilliant wave of light surged towards the cultivator, and with a deafening explosion, the cultivator was utterly obliterated. As the sparkling brilliance dissipated, Sun Wukong landed beside Piccolo, panting heavily. Uncle Piccolo, Sun Wukong's voice conveyed a hint of fatigue. But even more so, an eagerness for Piccolo's praise. Humph. You took too long to defeat someone weaker than you. This past year has been in vain, Piccolo remarked coldly. His tone tinged with reproach. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face fell, and he lowered his head, observing his demeanor. Piccolo felt a slight shift in his heart and softened his tone just a bit. However, that last move was quite decisive. Hearing Piccolo's commendation, Sun Wukong's spirits lifted instantly, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. The atmosphere of battle hung taut like a stretched string, poised to snap at any moment. Yamcha lay on the ground, his life force having faded away. Krillin and Tien Shinhan fixed their vigilant and furious gazes upon Vegeta. With a disdainful smirk, Vegeta snorted, Humph. Nappa. This tiresome game must come to an end. Nappa nodded, a flicker of fervor flashing in his eyes. Understood, Vegeta. He strode forward, exuding an imposing aura as he addressed Krillin and Tien. Your abilities are commendable for dealing with the Cybermen. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a surge of ferocious energy erupted from him, his eyes ablaze with fury. He recalled what Vegeta had just mentioned about the three-eyed warrior being superior to himself, and a surge of indignation welled up within him. You compare me to the likes of Nappa? I am no mere weakling like the Saiyans and Raditz. Nappa roared, his form darting towards Tien like a bolt of lightning, with Krillin immediately stepping in front to shield him. However, Nappa's speed was astonishing. He hardly afforded Krillin any time to react before delivering a devastating blow that sent him flying. Tien clenched his fists, bracing himself to confront Nappa's onslaught. As their fists collided, a formidable energy radiated from their clash, scattering the dust on the ground all around them. How infuriating, Nappa exclaimed, his anger intensifying upon realizing that his full-force strike had been met with resistance. He withdrew his fist and continued to unleash a fierce assault on Tianjin Fan. The two of them battling from the ground to the sky, each punch landing with resounding force, the air thick with the sounds of intense collisions. After being sent flying, Krillin managed to sit up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide in shock as he gazed at the aerial confrontation. Others too looked up, their attention riveted on the fierce struggle above. Little Goku averted his gaze and turned to Vegeta, his tone frigid. Your companions have been occupied. You are the last one left. Vegeta, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful glance, his eyes brimming with scorn. And so what? Piccolo frowned and cautioned the others. Be careful. Do not underestimate him. This guy is formidable. Krillin and the others nodded, their expressions grave. Suddenly, Krillin exclaimed, Be careful. He's vanished. It turned out that during their conversation, Vegeta had disappeared from his position, reappearing instantaneously before Gohan. Let us begin with you. Vegeta sneered, landing a punch squarely on Gohan's face, sending him hurtling backward, blood erupting from his mouth. Vegeta then vanished again, reappearing before Raul and Din, sending them flying as well. Only then did little Goku react, hastily positioning himself in front of Krillin to barely deflect Vegeta's onslaught. However, Vegeta chuckled derisively, not bad. Switching his stance, he swept his leg, sending little Goku crashing to the ground. Krillin, rising from the ground, his eyes filled with terror, gritted his teeth, pressed his hands to his forehead, and shouted, Solar Flare. His bald head radiated a blinding light, causing Vegeta to instinctively close his eyes. In the sky, Tien also observed the situation below, anxiously calling out, Dumpling. Everyone. Chapter 93, The Grueling Defeat of Nappa. Tien's attention wavered momentarily, and Nappa seized the opportunity, roaring as he swung a fist towards his face, the wind of his punch howling through the air. Dare to be distracted while battling me. Nappa's voice was filled with fury. Tien's expression instantly hardened, and he bellowed, Get away. He was no longer inclined to entangle himself with Nappa. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. With a swift motion of his hand, a formidable force propelled Nappa through the air, causing him to tumble several times before crashing heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust rising in his wake. Tien's gaze swiftly shifted to Vegeta, and upon noticing that he had yet to fully regain his sight, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards Vegeta, his speed akin to a lightning bolt. Vegeta had just begun to regain some semblance of vision, yet the scene before him remained a blur. Nonetheless, Tien's figure loomed ever closer. With a singular, forceful punch, Tien struck Vegeta squarely in the face. Vegeta barely managed to raise his arms to block the blow, yet the tremendous impact forced him to stumble back several paces. causing the ground beneath him to crack and tremble. In that instant, Krillin seized the opportunity to rush to Gohan's side, assisting him to his feet. Gohan, frail and weak, opened his eyes, which were filled with anguish and fear, softly uttering, "Uncle Krillin." Krillin did not meet his gaze, but merely nodded, his expression grave. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead and cascading down his cheek. His gaze was fixed intently on Vegeta, his heart brimming with unease. This bodes ill. He silently implored, "Goku, please hurry." At that moment, as Goku rushed to the scene, an unspoken connection seemed to spark within him. A fleeting current coursing through his mind. He suddenly accelerated, his heart brimming with anxiety and trepidation. "Clint," he shouted anxiously, then continued to soar at full speed towards the battlefield. "Wait for me, everyone." The voice of Sun Wukong echoed in the wind, his velocity increasing as if he were on the brink of transcending time and space. Vegeta finally regained his sight, his gaze infused with fury and a thirst for vengeance. He cast a frigid glance at Krillin and Tien, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. "Do you truly believe this will enable you to defeat me?" Such naivety. Little Goku and his companion struggled to their feet, gathering closely together, their eyes fixed intently on Vegeta. Nappa had also arrived, standing beside Vegeta with a menacing expression, his eyes ablaze with fury. The two factions remained locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with apprehension. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a hint of chill. Vegeta shot a disdainful look at Nappa, his gaze filled with contempt. "You imbecile! That bald-headed fool! That woman, and those two little wretches are yours to deal with. Do not let me down again." His voice was as cold as steel, piercing into Nappa's heart. Nappa clenched his jaw, lowering his head, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Yes, Your Highness Vegeta." Vegeta turned, his gaze piercing as he surveyed Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "You three, come at me together." The trio exchanged glances, fully aware that they had no other option. They were the only ones present with sufficient strength and were compelled to engage. Krillin glanced towards Aral, a hint of concern in his eyes. "Sister, please be careful." Aral nodded, her gaze resolute. "I understand, and you must take care as well." Her voice, though laced with tenderness, resonated with determination. Without hesitation, Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo nodded to each other and charged towards Vegeta. The four engaged in a rapid exchange of blows midair, fists and feet colliding, an atmosphere thick with tension. They unleashed hundreds of attacks each second, their speed dizzying. On the ground, Nappa's eyes fixated on Krillin and the others like a venomous serpent. "You shall perish," he roared, launching himself towards Aral. Witnessing this, Kaiatsu quickly raised his hands, his brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He focused intently, employing his extraordinary abilities in an attempt to govern Nappa's actions. For a fleeting moment, Nappa's form hesitated in midair, only to unleash a furious roar as he forcefully broke free from the control. The backlash struck Kaiatsu, causing him to spit blood and lose his balance, toppling backward uncontrollably. "Kaiatsu!" Krillin shouted, his eyes brimming with anxiety and rage. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Aral and Gohan, saying, "Aral, Gohan, you two hold him off for a moment. I have a technique that can resolve this." Aral furrowed her brow, concern etched across her features. "Are you confident?" Krillin nodded. Though uncertainty lingered in his tone, it was overshadowed by resolve. "It's worth a try." Aral inhaled deeply, her gaze instantly transforming into one of determination. "All right. Gohan and I will go." With that, she dashed toward Nappa, her movements as swift as the wind. Gohan followed closely, though a flicker of fear coursed through him. He clenched his teeth and kept pace with Aral. Nappa, having just shed the control, exhaled with a sneer, his eyes filled with disdain. He cast a fleeting glance at the rebuffed dumpling, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Impudent little wretch. Alaga swiftly approached Nappa, her form as agile as a serpent. Employing the 8 trigrams palm, she bent and weaved, skillfully evading Nappa's punch. In an instant, she closed the distance to Nappa's chest and struck him forcefully. Nappa involuntarily staggered back a few steps, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Gohan!" Alaga shouted emphatically, though a twinge of fear lingered in his heart. Son Gohan took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and bravely charged towards Nappa's back. He exerted all his strength, delivering a fierce blow to the back of Nappa's bald head. Nappa was momentarily dazzled, his mind swirling in confusion. However, he quickly regained his composure, letting out a furious roar as he turned and struck Son Gohan with an elbow, sending him crashing to the ground, where he groaned in agony, fueled by rage. Nappa charged toward Alaga, seizing her by the throat and lifting her off the ground. He furiously pounded his fists into Alaga's face, causing blood to splatter. and her delicate visage began to swell. In the corner, Kellen anxiously observed the scene, raising his right hand skyward, conjuring a disc-like object. Sweat beads trickled down his forehead as he fervently prayed for the success of his maneuver. At last, he sensed that the disc had seized the moment and, with a sudden, forceful throw, unleashed the technique, the air disc slash. The spinning disc hurtled towards Nappa, emitting a resonant hum. Upon hearing the sound, Nappa turned to look, a derisive smile gracing his face. He casually tossed Alaga to the ground, bracing himself to receive the blow. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as the disc sliced through the air, with a sharp sound, precisely severing from Nappa's shoulder down to his ribcage, causing his arm to plummet to the ground. Nappa was momentarily stunned, then let out a blood-curdling scream. He clutched his wound, writhing in agony upon the ground, while blood stained the earth beneath him. Clint gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he anxiously glanced at Alaga, his voice trembling with concern. "Are you all right, Alaga?" Alaga, grasping her throat, coughed laboriously a couple of times before shaking her head, signaling that she was not seriously harmed. Sun Wukong, supporting his neck after being struck by Nappa's elbow, staggered towards Alaga, carefully helping her to her feet. He cast his gaze upon the tragic figure of Nappa sprawled on the ground not far away, his heart brimming with terror, and his legs trembled involuntarily. Krillin gently patted Gohan's shoulder, attempting to offer solace. "Do not be afraid, Gohan. He is a villain." Gohan nodded, yet the fear within him remained unassuaged. Chapter 94, The Death of Arlega. Goku arrived suddenly. 3 resounding blasts shattered the brief tranquility, leaving 3 deep craters in the ground, where Little Jet and his companions lay motionless. Vegeta descended like a war deity, his cold gaze fixated upon Nappa. His gaze was as cold as steel, and his voice dripped with unending disdain. "Fool, to be so careless as to face these few and meet with failure." Nappa extended his trembling hand, crying out in anguish, "Vegeta, please, save me." Yet Vegeta offered no response, merely fixing him with a frigid stare. Then, he raised his hand and mercilessly shot a blast of energy towards Nappa, obliterating him completely. The explosion's brilliance illuminated Vegeta's icy visage, causing Krillin and the others to tremble involuntarily. Krillin murmured in disbelief, "How could he kill his own comrade?" Vegeta snickered contemptuously, clenching his fists. "He is no comrade." Krillin took a step back, anxiously asking Alicia, "What shall we do?" Alicia inhaled deeply, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. "I will hold him off. You take Gohan and leave." Krillin hesitated, a look of concern crossing his face. "Are you sure you can manage?" Alicia snapped, "Stop wasting time, or we want to escape." With that, she swiftly conjured an energy wave and hurled it towards Vegeta, then took flight, trailing the attack. As she soared, she continuously gathered energy, preparing for her next strike. Vegeta coldly observed the approaching energy wave, disdainfully swatting it away, causing it to explode in the distance. At that moment, Alicia had closed in on Vegeta, pushing her hands forward to unleash a green energy wave. "Divine Wind Wave!" she cried out, the verdant light casting a glow upon Vegeta's face. He smirked slightly, effortlessly catching the Divine Wind Wave with his left hand, while his right hand swiftly plunged through Alicia's abdomen. Cough, cough. Alicia spat blood, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her body gradually succumbed to weakness, her pupils losing focus. "Father, Mother, Brother Ubu, and Little Jet, brother." Her voice grew fainter, her body collapsing in utter exhaustion. Vegeta let out a cold snort, retracting his bloodied arm as Alicia's lifeless form fell to the ground. He stood at the heart of the battlefield, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, a chill enveloping his heart. Clint and Sun Wukong had vanished from sight, while others lay either lifeless or unconscious, the scene around him a chaotic ruin. His gaze ultimately settled on the pit where Bick was located, his brow furrowing slightly as he silently pondered. The whereabouts of the Dragon Balls had yet to be ascertained. He strode forward to the pit of Bick, bent down to grasp Bick's collar, lifting him up with a firm grip, and then shook him vigorously a few times. Bick gradually opened his eyelids, his gaze hazily fixating on Vegeta, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in his eyes. He struggled to lift his head, surveying his surroundings, only to find that Son Gohan's figure had vanished, which brought him a sense of relief. "Hey, Namekian, tell me, where is the Dragon Ball?" Vegeta's voice was icy and unequivocal. Piccolo cast a sideways glance at him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly in a gesture of disdain. "Humph, I know not." He turned his head away, no longer gazing at Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta's expression darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Humph. If that is the case, than perish. He raised his hand, gathering formidable energy in his palm, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, a deafening crash echoed, and Vegeta was hurled away by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. "Are you all right, Piccolo?" Son Goku's voice was gentle yet resolute as he extended a hand to help Piccolo up, his gaze filled with concern. On their way, they encountered Krillin and Gohan. The anxiety and exhaustion etched on their faces, silently narrating the dire situation at hand. Upon realizing the grim circumstances, Son Goku felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively accelerating his flight. Time was of the essence. They needed to reach the scene swiftly. Piccolo stared at Son Goku in astonishment, rendered speechless by the aura he exuded. "Son Goku," he murmured softly, disbelief shining in his eyes. "It is I." Son Goku replied with a confident smile, revealing his pearly whites. "Leave the rest to me." His words were imbued with resolute determination, yet his expression suddenly darkened as his gaze shifted towards Vegeta. Rising from the ground, Vegeta's face was ashen, seething with uncontainable rage. "Damn it! Who is it?" He gritted through clenched teeth, his eyes fixed intently on Goku. As he recognized Goku's visage, a tremor coursed through him, and a flicker of surprise crossed his features. "Kakarot? I am Goku." Goku promptly corrected him upon hearing Vegeta's address. "And who might you be?" Vegeta scoffed, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Huh, I care not whether you are Kakarot or not, since you've come to meet your end." He paused for a moment, raising his thumb to point at himself, his tone brimming with confidence and arrogance. "Oh well, it's Vegeta." Son Goku did not respond. He merely fixed his gaze upon Vegeta, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. He understood that the individual before him was a formidable adversary, warranting utmost vigilance. Piccolo furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently upon the battlefield ahead, his heart laden with concern and trepidation. "Can you vanquish him, Son Wukong?" he inquired softly, his voice tinged with anxiety. Son Wukong turned his head, revealing a confident smile, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. "Rest assured, over the past year, I have mastered a new technique." Yet, standing opposite him, Vegeta scoffed derisively, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. He suddenly charged towards Son Wukong, his speed so astonishing that it left onlookers in a daze, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the sky. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if time itself had momentarily come to a standstill. Son Wukong swiftly adjusted his stance, his feet firmly planted on the ground, his gaze sharp as a blade, ready to confront Vegeta's assault. The eyes of the two warriors locked in the air, engaging in a silent duel. "Come forth," Son Wukong silently urged himself, aware that this battle would determine myriad outcomes. Their fists collided in midair, producing a deafening roar, reminiscent of thunder exploding in close proximity. The surrounding air seemed to tremble, and a cloud of dust was kicked up from the ground. Vegeta's fists rained down like a tempest, each strike imbued with boundless fury and strength. Son Wukong, however, deftly evaded, each of his own punches imbued with power and precision. Their battle resembled an intense dance, with each movement imbued with both strength and grace, as if engaged in a life-and-death struggle. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Vegeta scoffed, his eyes shimmering with arrogance and unwavering confidence. He suddenly accelerated, his fist propelled with formidable force aimed directly at Son Wukong's face, as if intent on delivering a fatal blow. Son Wukong swiftly raised his arm, successfully parrying Vegeta's assault, and felt the tremendous power emanating from his opponent's punch. In response, he launched a counterattack, his fist striking Vegeta's abdomen with boundless strength and determination. Vegeta let out a low grunt, retreating a few steps, yet quickly regained his composure, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Chapter 95, The Battle of the Empty Realm. "How dare you?" Vegeta roared, his voice resonating like thunder. "You are nothing but a mere low-level warrior." His words were steeped in disdain and fury. Before his voice had even faded, his fist struck towards Son Wukong with the swiftness of lightning. The air was thick with tension, as if even the winds trembled in anticipation of the impending clash. Son Wukong deftly dodged, yet Vegeta's assault was overwhelmingly rapid. His shoulder was nonetheless met with a forceful blow. The searing pain caused him to draw a sharp breath, his brow furrowed, and beads of sweat began to form upon his forehead. He swiftly regulated his breathing, his gaze resolute, not daring to exhibit a trace of laxity. Observing this, Vegeta's lips curled into a cold smirk, seizing the opportunity to launch a relentless assault. His fist rained down upon Goku like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with ferocious power. Goku gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, his eyes shimmering with an indomitable spirit. In his mind, he meticulously calculated the rhythm of Vegeta's attacks, seeking a chance for retaliation. At last, Goku seized upon a flaw in Vegeta's defense, delivering a sudden, forceful blow to Vegeta's chin. The unexpected impact sent Vegeta hurtling through the air, tumbling several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to rise, his eyes alight with the flames of fury. "How dare you harm me?" Vegeta spat through clenched teeth, his voice brimming with rage and indignation. The aura surrounding his body intensified, as if the very air trembled in response to his wrath. Suddenly, Vegeta unleashed a formidable energy, making the atmosphere around him quiver. His speed was blinding. An instant later, he charged toward Goku. Before Goku could react, Vegeta struck him with a powerful punch, sending his body flying through the air in a graceful arc before crashing to the ground. On the sidelines, Piccolo observed the scene, his expression darkening. Is it truly impossible to prevail? His heart was filled with anxiety and unease. As he gazed upon Vegeta's overwhelming aura, a flicker of despair welled up within him. Kaioken, being launched into the air, Goku let out a fierce roar, and in an instant, the crimson flames of the Kaioken enveloped his entire being, doubling his battle power in a heartbeat. In his eyes flickered a resolute gleam as he unhesitatingly hurled his fist towards Vegeta. With a cold smirk, Vegeta approached, a trace of disdain evident in his gaze. Their fists clashed in midair, producing a deafening roar, while the surrounding sand and stones were violently disturbed, transforming the entire battlefield into a tempestuous storm. The intensity of their breaths escalated, and the arena morphed into a colossal energy field. Each encounter reverberated with immense strength and momentum, reshaping the very terrain around them. On the ground, the lifeless bodies of Yalaga and Jiaozi were swept away by the powerful aftershocks, landing at a distance. The stone forest shattered into countless fragments. While Piccolo shielded his eyes with both arms, struggling to observe the fierce contest, his body being propelled backward, carving long marks into the earth. Piccolo stood agape, utterly astonished. This was beyond belief. The might of these two individuals was truly terrifying. "Vegeta!" Goku suddenly called out, his voice tinged with urgency. He observed his comrades on the ground, ravaged by the residual